what happens if you do Shiviyah by the second simon? Remember again, this is Shiviyah by the second simon by Ola Sa'of. Remember again, how many shemanim do you have to check by Ola Sa'of? 2. So what happens if I did Shiviyah by the second one? So the Gemara says, Rabbi Mashiach is Siman Sheni Ba'ola Sa'of Ma'akiv. Tanakama says, Sheni Siman Sheni Ba'ola Sa'of Lo Ma'akiv. Because the Tanakama holds that even if it's Shiviyah by the second simon, it's not Ma'akiv. The Arba God, Shiviyah Ta'avid, Ma'asa Ola L'chatos. Because even though ultimately, again, you are doing a nice, you are doing a nice Shiviyah, ultimately, again, it's different to the Shiviyah. So the other Sabbath, the other Shiviyah Ma'akiv. Those are two all going to be Ma'akiv. The able to Shiviyah, and now that I said Shiviyah, the Ma'akiv must be the Ha'akiv. Rabbi says, Rov Basra Ma'akiv. This is actually another interesting Machokas. Abaye says, the Machokas of saying is what is the status of the cutting of the majority of the flesh of the bird. Because one of the reasons why you do Shiviyah by the cutting of the second sin, that it will be Ma'akiv. Shiviyah is sin by Ola Sa'of Ma'akiv. One of the reasons was that the point of contention is if you do Shiviyah by the cutting of the second sin of Ola Sa'of. The Chad Amar, Lo Basra Ma'akiv Tikavina. And the other thing is to know about the rest of the Machokas, the Machokas is what is the status of cutting the start of the flesh on the bird. The Chad Amar says that you might be very good. Now, so this would first, you got here, you will Basra to speak. So this is the second cycle.
What up, Joe? What happened?
I want to move out of Australia. It's a fucking shithole.
To Chile?
Australia's a shithole.
Why?
Australia's nice as fuck, dog.
What about my Katasai? Was it? What is there a difference?
It is a nice country, right? But the people fucking big.
All right, where are there better people? Yeah.
But it appears to the Fatila, everyone agrees that you should cut the majority of the
Where?
African people.
Yeah, they are. African people are super fucking nice. Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, people in Africa, I don't know about that, but people in Africa are really nice.
I think Big Obama is the representation of
that is correct. Everyone agrees that you should cut the majority of the flesh.
I hope they're not all as big a grifters.
Only one.
I hope they're not as all big a grifters as he is.
The majority of the flesh. Is that true? I'll say one more
He's not even a
Is that true?
No, he's not.
Here we go. That's a great right stuff. Because remember, on Omakaba, we got the entire process for ROTHSCHILD.
People just got sick of his shit.
For Chatasai. Kate said, Malkin Chatasai. What's it? How do you do Malika?
We're done. I mean,
like, what do you do? See,
Right.
So what's that? Shedra is the spine. Mafrekes is the neck bone. You cut through the spine and the neck bone. Below Rov Basar.
All right, so what's your stand-up comedy on food?
So you get to the windpipe of the esophagus.
Yeah, dude, give me something on food.
You get to the windpipe of the esophagus.
Tell me something funny on food.
And what happens on both sides? You go ahead and you check that one simon, or the majority of that one simon, and the majority of the flesh together with
You have the 3 second
rule.
Do you have the 3 second rule here? Yeah.
ultimately, again, you
More
go
for
ahead and
just
you
a 30 second will
let's say you
not
go
apply
ahead
to
and you go ahead and you chef either both simanim or ultimately
Pudding?
again the majority of both simanim.
Soup?
Watch this. So now again, did you not hear this halacha that by chata sa'ov you do go ahead and you separate? So the Gemara says, "My lo yavil." What does the pasuk mean when it says Rabosai umala? The pasuk says umala gets Rishon Mular Paul.
Does that answer your question?
You don't separate that from the top of some above.
Yeah.
In tzarech lahavdil.
Okay.
Have you ever seen someone use the phrase second or
Yeah. I mean, have I seen it? No. But I know of it to be done. Especially because ice cream is like pretty valuable and usually can just be like brushed off. What's that?
Have you ever seen someone use the phrase second or saying
On themselves, yeah. Yeah. I mean, not on the. I mean, like, let's say somebody, like, gives some bitch a fucking facial. She'll like wipe it off her mouth or wipe it off her face and lick it. Like, that's pretty common.
But you do chef rov basim. Rabbi Shimon comes along and says that I have heard that by chata sa'ov you can separate both simanim and head from the body. So what does it mean when it says lo yavdil? Lo yavdil means what Rabbi say? You don't have to. You don't have to go ahead and cut through both simanim, cut through the head its entirety. But if you want to, ultimately you can. So once I'm going to leave you on a cliffhanger, hope that you can get through the rest of this thing, leading up to the resolution until tomorrow morning. But let's say the idea being, what is the din of chata sa'ov? Is that halacha l'maisa you can't cut through both simanim and detach the head, or it's that no, you can if you want to, but you're not obligated to. Resolution in Eretz Hashem tomorrow.
There was a kid at my school that he said that like when he was laying down he would go always hit his lip.
Yeah, I fight over my head.
Alright, so let's say good morning. Today's not the sun of Gimel. Beautiful.
Allegedly.
Well, how
We are picking up on 62 feet. And we are picking up.
Dude, when are you gonna, like, why is all your shit sexual though? Give me a joke that's not sexual. That's just about food. Not about semen, about regular ass food.
One headed towards the base and one headed towards the ledge. Just by
Like, if you're gonna be a comedian, you gotta be funny on multiple subjects. I mean, Dave Chappelle just doesn't tell jokes on race. He tells jokes on all kinds of shit. Jerry Seinfeld doesn't just tell jokes on, like, everyday life. He tells jokes about a lot of things. Parenthood, all kinds of things. Bill Burr doesn't just tell jokes about sports. He tells jokes about everything. Shane Gillis doesn't just tell jokes about getting drunk. He tells jokes about history and society. I mean, like, you gotta be more, and food. I mean, you gotta have like a wide variety. And I'm not saying that you have to have it right now, but your jokes are just so one lane. It shows that, like, you're not ready to take on the next level of comedy, which is to be like diverse. I'm not gonna hate on you though. I mean, you made it to the state finals somehow, some way, from in front of a bunch of people, you must have bribed them or had some blackmail on these motherfuckers, but somehow they got you to the second round. But nevertheless, one of the reasons that they're going to look for in any kind of comedian is the fact that they can joke about things other than mental illness, disabilities, sexuality, or like Hitler. Like that's all you joke about. Like, joke about something else.
I think people can joke about whatever they want.
That's fine, but you're gonna get lame really soon, like really quickly.
I mean, to be honest, most people are joking about each other.
I mean, you can joke about what you want. That doesn't mean people are gonna find it funny.
The ramp leading up to the
I'm in agreement with you, but you got to be able to joke about things, like a wide variety of things. Like that's what a funny person is. If you have the same bits on the same subjects, like I've named them for you before: Lily Phillips, Bonnie Blue, sexuality. Dog, I mean, come on.
You've never actually seen them perform.
Yes, I have. I've seen you on video.
But
Oh, yeah, of course, because I've never been to Australia.
so you don't know how the run goes. You haven't seen my roast recently.
I can tell you that I've seen you get heckled, and wait. That's an excellent point. I'm not saying that you're bad because you got heckled. I'm just saying, like, I've never seen you do really well. That's all.
Because I'm not sending the full videos or whatever.
Okay, I mean, dude, I want the best for you, but if you just have the same, like, jokes that are on the same subject, and frankly, they're not extremely funny, people are going to get sick of you very quickly.
That's why you go to open mics and test shit.
I'm in agreement. So, I'm saying to you, I'm giving you a huge subject matter.
Your sense of humor. I think your sense of humor fucking sucks.
Dude, I make you laugh more than you make me laugh, and I make everybody in here laugh a lot more than you do. Okay? I'm telling you right now that whether my sense of humor sucks or is the best in the world, you can't make me laugh on a subject known as food.
Yeah, because food's not funny.
It is funny. It's very funny.
How is food funny?
Anything can be funny. You even say humor's subjective. So, like your friend, here's an example. Your friend ate a banana with the peel on. Some people found that to be. Some people. Wait, I thought you said food's not funny.
I mean, that's just retardation, to be honest.
So that's a subject. You could be like, there's a fine line between whether someone peels their fruit before eating it and whether somebody just eats it immediately. Let's go through some examples. Apple, people just eat immediately. Oranges, people peel. At what point does the thickness of the skin of a fruit make it so that someone peels it versus immediately eating it? And what fruits fall into this category? A banana has generally thin skin, yet people don't bite into that. Kiwi has thin skin, Yet people don't bite into that. Why is it that they immediately bite into other fruits? I mean, these are just like observational humor, but you can make jokes out of them. Or like seeds. Why is it that people will eat kiwi seeds and strawberry seeds, but not other seeds like perhaps orange seeds or watermelon seeds?
We just got finished what the Lazar said, that technically speaking, you can even do it's not from the April itself. Where do you learn it out from? From the Bazik, from the schools of frankincense.
So, Zoot, I want you to come up with a bit on food. It can be anything on food. Just don't make it on people, mentally handicapped people, or whatever, special needs people, and don't make it on sexuality. If you can do that, then I'm gonna say, okay, Zoot has a chance at being a comedian. If you can't do that, you're done. Because all of your jokes are gonna be on the same topics. Hey, by the way, did you watch that guy with Tourette syndrome on Kill Tony? What did you think of him? Didn't he do a good job?
How do I know?
He did do a good job.
Why do you say that?
How do I know that it's only with his left hand?
Boy, I have to go back and watch the. I'd have to go back and watch the movie, but isn't it because she was? Wasn't it? It was poisoned, or would put her into a sleep, and it was poisoned by the witch or something like that. I mean, I don't know. It's been like 30 years since I've seen it. But that's a good stand-up routine. You could be like, what is it about this fruit? What is it about this fruit in the Disney universe that can cause all these special powers?
Snow White says, oh,
I would have done as follows. Since in all this
where is Magnificent from?
Maleficent? I mean, she's from the Snow White universe. Is that what you're asking? Yeah. Are you asking from what universe is she? Yeah, she's from Snow White.
No, she's from Sleeping Beauty.
Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. Apologies. She is from Sleeping Beauty. I get those confused. You're 100% right.
Just like Ola has to be done with something.
And then just got the evil witch in Snow White. Why is that?
Why would I learn how Ola? Excuse me,
Oh, the evil witch and the evil queen.
Okay, what's the difference? They're not the same?
No, the witch is not the same as the queen.
That's right. So wait. Man, I don't know. I haven't seen those movies in a long time. What is Sleeping Beauty's name?
What is Sleeping Beauty's name?
Yeah.
Bella.
Why? Because Hashem has blood offerings. as opposed to Mincha, which does not have any cut offerings, to which the Gemara says, so maybe I can't
It's Aurora.
but maybe I'll learn how to Mincha from all of
So that's a
Who's
stand-up.
the hottest Disney? Who's the hottest Disney princess?
Does Jessica Rabbit count as a princess?
All of these are Kodesh Kadashim and what? Required Sapa.
Okay.
He's also Kodesh Kadashim and requires Sapa.
Does the Little Mermaid have like? Is she an adult with like adult genitalia? Oh, well, yeah. Answer that question.
I need a limit for the following purpose.
Yo, dog, answer that question. Does Ariel? You're talking when she's an adult woman, right?
No, she's 16.
All right, so then she doesn't count. I don't know. Is Cinderella? I mean, like, is she an adult woman? All these chicks are like 15. So I mean, do they really count?
No, Cinderella.
All right, then I mean Cinderella's pretty hot.
I think also comparisons pretty well.
All right.
She's 21.
How do you know all their fucking ages?
I'm looking at it right now.
Oh, okay. Who's the youngest one?
Snow White. Snow White.
How old is Snow White?
14.
All right. Read them to me. How old are they all?
Snow White's 14. Jasmine's 15. 16. Ariel 16. Brenda 16. Mine 16. Belle 17. Pocahontas 18. Rapunzel 18. Cinderella 19. Tina 19. Anna 21. Also 24.
Who's Anna?
She's also
What about the girl from Brave? She's not a princess?
She is.
Oh, what's her name?
Brenda.
Oh, okay.
Just 6.
All right. Well, if you, I mean, I've seen those chicks, like the real life versions at Disneyland, and all those chicks are 18. And the one who has the hottest costume is the Little Mermaid because it's just like a bikini. But I don't know. Ariel's pretty hot if she's 18. I mean, they're cartoons, so it doesn't really like equate. But if you were to say of those chicks that you, what'd you say?
The sequels where should be older.
Okay, but let's assume they're 18, and you assume that they're all fuckable, including Ariel, when she's like got feet and everything and legs. I mean, Cinderella's still pretty hot. I don't know. Who's the girl from Tangled? Is that a princess?
Rapunzel.
Oh yeah. Okay. How old is she?
18.
Alright, she's not bad. I still don't think though that like they're the hottest people in the Disney universe. Jessica Rabbit's number one, and then I honestly think Ursula. When Ursula is Ursula from The Little Mermaid is like a woman. She's super hot. Um, I also think that there might be some like I don't really know what the people look like in Lady and the Tramp, but Darling could be really hot. She got a hot voice. Um, Cruella Deville, not really that hot, but could be really hot, just depending. So I don't want to count her out yet. I mean, if we're, I guess we don't count the ones that are animals. So that's like not Minnie Mouse or Daisy Duck and that kind of stuff. So I get that. But if we're talking ones that have been shown as humans, number one is Jessica Rabbit. She's a goat. Number two, I mean, I still think Ursula's pretty hot, and she's like dark and scary, and so that's cool. Um, I mean, it's been a long time since I've seen those movies. I haven't even seen them all. I don't remember what Jasmine's mom looks like. Does Jasmine have a mom? I know she's got that pudgy dad. But I don't know that she has a mom. Aurora's pretty hot. I don't know. Aurora, I'd take Aurora. She's pretty hot. Um, what else? I mean, like, do you count the bunny from Space Jam, or that's a WB thing? Is Zootopia one? I mean, those are animals, but I've just seen people dress up as those characters, and they look really hot. Um, so I guess if you don't count those, I mean, Jessica Rabbit's a goat. I'd say Ursula's two. Number three, um, again, I don't know what Darling looks like. She could be super hot. They never show her, or they like don't really show her face. The shock to also Pesach oral mode, which tells me that I could check the carbon shot and I check the shot at the entranceway of the base in the Azar. All right, so I've got a good one for you. Imagine you had a girl who was dressing up as a cosplay, an 18-year-old woman dressing up as a cosplay of any of the Disney animals. So she's gonna just dress like a slutty Minnie Mouse or slutty Daisy Duck or something. What's the hottest one that you can think of?
What was the question?
Wait, hey, I know this person is a child, but does Lilo, is it Lilo the boy or Lilo's like an animal or the girl? How about those? How about that? Is Lilo a princess? And then what about the Moana? Is Moana a princess? No. I'm saying, but does she ever grow up to be a princess?
Yeah, she's a princess.
Okay. What does she look like when she's grown?
She has a hot sister that's a baby.
Okay. Who is the girl from The Princess and the Frog?
The princess.
Oh, that's just her name. Okay. I mean, I'm sure that she could be hot as an adult. I've seen some girls dress up like that. Oh wait, maybe that's Moana. Okay.
as is considered to be a sign of disrespect. So
I don't know what the parents look like in 101 Dalmatians, or I kind of do. You don't really see them too much. I don't think. So I don't know. That lady could be hot. Do you ever see Ja- Do you ever see Jasmine's mom?
Obvious that what? It certainly go ahead and do the avodah inside the vehicle itself.
Okay,
Shelo yehei tafel chamra min ha'ikra.
but she could be really hot.
That ain't gonna offer.
All right, you go for it, Zeus.
That's because it's avodah. When it comes to consumption,
Jasmine's what?
consumption again is not
Word, dog.
consumption is not normally done.
I have to go to the bathroom too.
In the Azar of the courtyard does not automatically lead to the conclusion that consumption can be done in the Azar. Excuse me, in the Haiti. Therefore, what? Therefore, I need the classification that can be extenuated circumstances where consumption cannot be done in the courtyard. I do have the ability to perform the act of consumption inside the Haiti. But incredible news. Let's go. Mishnah. Katas ha'od. We'll say bird offering. Bird katos. Bird katos. Remember again, bird katos is brought in certain circumstances. More often than not, the bird katos is brought in cases of Rabbi. It's brought in cases where there is an obligation ultimately paying a katos. The person can't afford his own animal. I should say, can't afford a regular animal. So he brings this variable type of katos. There are other examples of this when I say, again, a woman after childbirth brings a katas irrespective of her own financial situation. So katas, whenever you bring a katas, katas I say Nehasis on term Romas Manos. The abode was born in the southwest corner. Before Papa Haifa Shales. You could perform this abode anywhere you want. Elazar Isa Musoma. There was an even you could perform the katas anywhere. This seemingly was the preferred space. Let's say again, your husband trying to make these sheep because on one hand, I'm going to have you on the southwest corner, and then you say you can do it wherever you want. As you see, it's very well. We'll discuss. ושלוש הדברים היו עושים כאן משמשת כמותו, ושלוש המילים. Was an infinite southwest corner. There were three things that had to be done on the upper part of the southwest corner, and three things that were done on the lower part of the southwest corner. What were they? Sweet Gemara says. שלוש הדברים היו עושים כאן משמשת כמותו, שלוש המילים. Milam Mata, we'll say what was done on the lower part of the southwest corner. We'll say when we say what was done, we're talking about sprinklings of blood, hazos. So three types of hazos which were done on the upper part of the corner, three types of hazos which were done on the lower part. What was done on the lower part? Milam Mata, Chatas Ha'ot, was the sprinkling of the blood of the Chatas Ha'ot. Lahagashos, Shiare Hagam. So it's like Rashi says, Hagashos, Shal Menachos, Kodet Mitzah. So you would say, Isha. So we'll say again, the bringing close, you might know what this is, but the bringing close ultimately again of the Mitzahs, of the Menachos, and Shiare Hagam, and the splitting out of the leftover things. These were all things that were done on the upper part of the southwest corner of the Mizbeach. Umilam Nalo. We'll say what was done on the upper part of the southwest corner of Misu Hayat, we'll say ultimately in wine libations, Mahamari, water libations, Olas, and burnt offering for Olas, Yishirabba of Israel. When there was too much Kohanic traffic on the eastern side of the Mizbeach, so they would go ahead and take Olas on the southwest corner. Again, it was discussed. Rashi says over here, but the Rashi for a moment, Olas will say the first of the widest lighting actions. You can common the parents of the Mizrachis, because in reality the primary place of the Olas was on the southwest corner. But the nice second, when there was too much Kohanic traffic, they needed it open. Gemara says, furthermore, again, anyone who goes up on the Mizbeach, you always go right. Now, this already we saw yesterday. So whenever you go up on the Mizbeach, the Queen sends the ram, and it goes right. Only derech lemon on the base. Keeping the yard in derech seeds. Also, you can imagine when the Kohanim goes up on the Mizbeach, essentially it goes counterclockwise. It goes counterclockwise. It goes up to the right, and it comes down on the left. Chutz min ha'ola l'gimel eid. Also, with one exception. When the Kohanim sends for these three items that we mentioned before, it goes a little bit different. Rashi says over here, it's the last of the widest lines I found. And that has to be carried by Alamis to those. So these three things that we discussed before that were done by the southwest border, the Sachin, the wine libations, Ola Sa'of, Tishreit, Ola Sa'of, Ola Mizbeach, Kona L'Smo, Ba'osa Keri. We'll say when the coin comes up for these three things that we mentioned, ultimately what? He goes up to the left. Ba'osa Keri, Kishingamar, Uzer Al Ha'aki, Derech Al Yasef. So we'll say for these three things that we mentioned, he goes left, and he simply retraces his steps backwards. So the Gemara says, go back to the Mishnah. So Makiv Miyagachot, there's all Chutz Mina Ol Gimel. Shayu Olim V'Yarden Alati. So for these three things that we mentioned, what would happen? The coin would go up on the Mizbeach, would go to the southwest corner of the Mizbeach, and then what? He would simply retrace his steps backwards. But says the Gemara, we're not going to read it. Let's say from where do we know this? Where do we know what Rashi says? We're not going to read it. The Chata Sa'of B'Keren Ma'alav's twins. Listen, where do we know that the Chata Sa'of was offered up on the southwest corner? Amr Yeshua Amar K'ra, because the pasuk says, "Lo yasim aleh shemen, lo yitin aleh levola, ki chatos." Listen, because the pasuk says, "You shall not try and place upon it shemen, nor shall you place upon it levola." Why? Because it is a chatos. Because it is a chatos. We'll say, just to give you this pasuk in its entirety. The pasuk is in Rosasik Yadol Shnei Torah B'Shnei B'Lemecha. The idea is Kabbalah Shechat Asin Sa'if Estolis Nechatos. So this is talking about carbon chatos. So it's an Olav Yomet, right? A variable carbon chatos. Let's say a person can't even afford the burnt offering. So instead, what does he do? He brings the meal offering. So he starts by the carbon chatos. Lo yitin alona, lo yasim ala Hashem, lo yitin alona ki chatos. So it's like if you are bringing a meal offering, ultimately again, for what purpose? If you're bringing a meal offering for a chatos, do not introduce into it shemen or levon. Why? Because of the chatos. So watch this. The Gemara says, chatos kruya mincha, umincha kruya chatos. So we'll say, teaches us something very interesting. We see that a carbon mincha is called the chatos, and a carbon chatos is called the mincha. What do I learn from that interchangeability? Chatos to the tzachon, just like the chatos has to be shechted in the north, so to the mincha has to be offered. In the north. And once again, Rashi points out that here, Rashi says it's actually not true. Rashi says, if you look at Rashi, not chatos to the tzachon, yodea ani shekir sezu shikush. I know that the fact this verse is mistaken. Shari lo chatas sa'of lo mincha kal tzachon. Because in reality, either chatas or mincha require what? Also, we just learned this. What did the Mishnah just say? The Mishnah just said that what? That chatas of Haisa Nahas are carrying drums narabs. That the chatas of is not a southwest court. But then again, the big decision coming there. Where's mincha done? Right? Minachos hayu nikmatos b'chol makom ba'azar. So also the mincha can be done anyway. So Rashi says this is clearly a mistake in Yersa. So what is the proper Yersa?
What up, Zoot?
Rashi said the following: Yira be'enai. It means to say as follows:
Rabbi, if cancel culture applied to third, what would they cancel first?
If cancel culture applied to what? Food?
Yeah. We're probably all thinking of cancel culture.
I mean, maybe like meat?
Yeah. Meat?
Yeah, because it's like killing an animal.
Remember again, we saw before in the Mishnah, the Kmitza can be done
Probably
anywhere.
paid to
The
get some
Hagosha, the bringing of the Kmitza right on his back.
Zoot, again, why does everything have to be sexual with you?
That's not sexual.
Yes, it is. It's code for something. Zoot, I want you to come up with something that isn't sexual, that isn't some kind of perverse code. Like, you can't get your mind off of sex. It's like, or you have to mental illness. It's like, dude, you got to be able to joke about like a computer or about food or about beverage or about sports. Like, you can't. You're just stuck on like a few different topics and you can't get out of it.
Just like human cause is brought on the southwest corner, so too again the Kratos is also brought on the southwest corner. But minutes for itself, where do we go?
Rabbi, how do you talk about it?
Because the pasuk says you shall.
God, you ask me this all the time. Perhaps using a time machine.
And you need exotic matter. You need exotic matter that may or may not exist. Definitely doesn't exist anymore.
No, it exists. It definitely exists.
Southern part of it is there. Therefore, the pasuk says,
For sure.
You need energy. You need excessive amounts of energy, right?
That's correct, but like element 115, it exists.
Okay, let me ask you something.
Ask me what you want, baby.
Opposite height of.
Do you think the body? Do you think the body has to travel through time, or do you think just purely the consciousness go back and find its old body?
That's a good question. I think both are possible. I think both are possible, Zoo. Okay.
Do you think if the consciousness finds its old body, it will kill the previous existence of the fresher consciousness?
No. Not necessarily.
What do you mean?
There's nothing that inherently says that it has to kill itself.
Do you think if I went back in time, traveled through my consciousness to take over my 17-year-old body, my consciousness of my 17-year-old would die?
No, you'd have two of yourselves.
Sorry?
No, you'd have two of yourselves.
Two of myself?
Yes, sir.
Spirit consciousness living in the one body.
So go ahead.
What'd you say?
So it'd be two consciousnesses, an older consciousness living in the old body and a newer consciousness living in the same body.
I guess that could be possible. It would be like an upload of new information into your body.
It'd be like Siamese twins, but consciousness.
Yeah, something like that.
This particular time of hold that one, that the entire Mizbeach was situated in. So what's like, so ultimately again, what you come out with is as follows. What you come out with is the Gemara has successfully given its assertion, meaning that what? That the Chata Sa'od was done on the Kerem Dromis Karanas. The Chata Sa'od was in fact offered up on the southwest border, and that Limud ultimately comes from its comparison to Karban. So we'll say just facts on the ground. What do I have? Number one, They come and when it comes to the mitzvah. Knitza is done where? Knitza is done where? Anywhere in the Azor. Hakdasha, the bringing of the Knitza to the Mizbeach was done where? Southwest corner. Same thing with Kata. So what's it? These are just halacha l'maisa pieces. Same thing with Kata. So Kata is
Welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access to this show. What's the show called? 10 Minutes of Shop. In case you forgot, you almost forgot. Anyways, though, that's not why they're here, right? They're here because they want to watch 10 Minutes of Shop. Okay, that's what I thought. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Why are we doing this? Because we just saw Tom Segura put us in a strange mood. But anyways, that's not why they're here. We just said why you're here. Let's go ahead and just, I got to listen. I'm on 5 bands now. So start the timer, play the chick clip. Oh, we don't have the soundboard. We can fix that real quick. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, dude. How do we forget? Y'all almost really forget. We got back this
What are you gonna do, eh? Folio punch me, motherfucker?
Yes, dude. Now we're ready to start. Like, start that timer, dude. Let's go. Let's see here. So we've got the top of post of the week. The first one's from Wonderful Salary 5432. By the way, Merry Christmas to all the homeless cats out there. Let's see what this is. Homeless cat infiltrated her comments. So, talking about acting skills. Everything else pales in comparison, dude. That's the main fan base, dude. They got accepted. They're willing to say that they accept. They won't truly accept. Yeah. I mean, everything that they put out, if the only they know of, if something that has no homeless cat comments or comments that aren't that and have a lot of likes, that's when they know it's actually good. Like, really good. Otherwise, it's just your main fan base likes everything you do, which is the homeless cats. Exactly.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Dude, if I ever post something and there's not a water, you know, I'm concerned. If there's not a high sheen, I'm like scared that I'm doing terribly. Right, that's what we want. We want as many high sheens, waters. Cool story, bro. We want as many of those as we can get. You don't matter. You don't. Yeah, nobody knows who you are. They want the opposite. They want people, right? 3 emojis, 35, stuff like that. Yeah, they want. You're right. They want like race car, fire truck, peach emoji. This content is magnificent. What you're doing with is unreal. Wow. So delighted to see this by an Asian like meme or guy or something that are typos. That's so funny. Imagine the first time Brendan Schaub read the 35 comment and feel like he loved it. He's like, dude, such a nice viewer. Yeah, I bet he can convince himself that a random 35 isn't a little bit strange. Spicy. Alrighty, we got a post from SLEETO. A meeting of the minds. They fear men like us. Brian Callen, why liberals have declared war on Joe Rogan. Men like us. At first I thought it was him and that random guy that nobody knows who he is, but he's talking about Joe Rogan himself. People fear Callen. Yeah. Do you think people fear Callen? By people, I think it's more gender than that. Women fear Callen. I see it. Yeah, that's fair. I'm a little bit frightened by Callan. I'll be honest. Yeah, he does have like that psychopath type. I went to Harvard type shit. You know what I mean? He didn't go to Harvard, but he gives me that vibe. Yeah, maybe. I'm afraid of him because he yelled at our boss, Bobby Lee. Bobby Lee.
Bobby Lee is one of my closest friends.
And if he's the kind of guy that's behind closed doors, that's the thing. Behind closed doors, he's your girlfriend. Exactly. What is Callan behind closed doors? That's the serious part. On the thing, he's just cringe, kind of lame.
Now,
Sometimes just randomly. Oh, really? Yeah. So yeah, those are all kind of just lame, goofy things that he does. But behind, when he's off, when the camera stops, is when the sort of like angry, violent Callan, horse, handsy Callan comes out. That's the kind. And I'm not worried about that as a man, but I'm worried about that if he's going to try and play for you. But he seems like the kind of guy that might try and kill me or something.
Yeah, and it's very, very funny that we are talking about Callan behind closed doors now, because if you look quickly, the next post is what you wake up to after Bri hands you a drink at the comedy club hosted by One Usual 44
Yikes, dude.
That's just, that is photoshopped.
Yeah, because there's no chance his ass is like that. Yeah, that's a bit strange. It would be funny if he posted it himself, maybe himself fake ass.
That would be great.
So Callan, what's interesting about being behind closed doors, Callan, is that he is literally and figuratively, because the Hollywood's closed their door, right? So he's always behind closed doors. The women who he's trying to bring in that also hopefully close their door if they missed them. It's good for them. Oh god, a Charleston werewolf's outside. Everyone's closing their door. Kids, probably his own children closing the doors. Ex-wives closing doors. If anyone's seen a closed door, if anyone's been behind a closed door, it's Callan, right? It's Brian. Brian is Brian. It's rings, right? It's actually fun. That's something you learn in life. You close doors on people like Brian Callan. Hey, can I get no? You want to hear the Austin Coffee Zone? No. Hey, you want to watch Brian Callan?
That makes sense.
No, actually, door's closed on you now. That's just Callan. Wow, dude, your logic, I like when it leaps, where it's like, oh, what is he like behind closed doors? That's him all the time.
In what fucking sense?
In what sense? What does that mean? In what sense does that mean? All right, let's see what we got here. This is crotch milk. I've never seen that username, crotch milk. Oh, Lou. Yeah, we all retweeted this. Yeah, so that's Bert Kreischer at the Commanders game. Posted your favorite comedians from the squad this morning. It looks like St. Obama 44 is a huge fan of what's his name? Bert Kreischer. Right. Bert Kreischer. Luke Thomas, hard to make a bad season awards, but that's definitely the minimum. Yeah, dude.
I mean, this is just classic. Right? I had to retweet it right away. All the homies, my friends. Just us getting together. It was just
Big Boy Squad, Big Boy Nation.
we did it.
Every time we stop it, I don't like that. I want to hear the whole thing. Alrighty, so this is, let me just say cringe alert. This one's called The Shops. Hashtag The Shops, posted by Khabib Time. I mean, first impression, dude, what do you get here, dude? It's giving, horrible sketch incoming. Yeah, dude, just like, why?
Am I a bal gaiva?
This is the first screen grab.
Everything that happens is from my
My husband always does this when I fart.
Yeah, I said.
She
You
farts a
define
lot.
message and I'm about that. So before I respond, I have to work. And it's only after Moshe Rabbeinu contemplates. ולאחר בדיקה מדוקדקת.
I'm speechless.
מותר
I
שאין
know.
בו שמץ של
Just,
גaiva. So only after
this is one of this is the TikTok kind of thing where it's music
I'm not about
and then a
gaiva.
thing.
So what's it?
This is Coco Frisco style.
Right? I'm not about gaiva. Then
It really is, though.
But it's not very good.
not about gaiva. Not
I
how
mean,
it
she's choking him out. The dog's coming in for a little pat on the ass at the end
So
there.
as
The dog's a horny beast. Donnie drunk down there, dude. I don't want to hate on the dog. That's actually good acting from the dog. The dog's the best part of this one. Yeah. And it would be, wouldn't it, an animal? Yeah. To the three of them, who's the smartest here? Maybe the dog. Yep. I believe I left a comment on this saying it's a show dog. 0 upvotes. Oh, fuck. Gotta have to be. Oh, shit. Sorry, I didn't expect this to jump at me. Any other thoughts on the cringe there? It's bad, but I don't necessarily want to discourage it because we kind of wanted to see the shops and see how that plays out.
Yeah, it's funny because, on this show we've done 173 episodes now. And it's like sometimes you want things to happen, and then when it does happen, you're like, I don't want that.
Yeah. No, that makes sense because you never really know what it's going to be like until it happens.
Unscathed.
Yeah, dude. This was posted by Clint Puller of Chips, the Chronicles of a Storage Unit Podcast Studio. Let's see here.
It's in Interstellar. And apparently there's a race car out front. Sounds like an old Porsche.
Is that noise that we're hearing? Do they hear this noise?
No. You can hear it, but it's not as bad. This is the barbecue. It's called Styles Switch Barbecue.
Just so everybody knows, I'm breathing in fumes right now.
Oh, because my dad just started to beast up.
That's correct.
Started to beast up.
I love that because what happens is all that carbon monoxide sits right here, right now. So I'm getting high.
That's what those fans are. It's a free high.
It's a free high.
Glass half full.
Glass half full.
Free high.
It's a free high. I'm free high. Dying. Really caring.
We're being sympathetic.
Jackson is like,
take all this critical cancel culture, and now they want cancel culture. Explain to me this cancel culture. Why does Shit have his neighbor's phone number or whatever the fuck? Who's working on a truck? Like he has people working on trucks and cars in his thing while he does the pod. And it's a lady. What's going on? I need this investigated.
I don't like how awkwardly placed this screen is. Like, why are we seeing his foot?
Yeah, it's kind of randomly off the size.
It's disgusting.
Classic Chin. The Chin's like, wait. We have to get Brian's foot in the thing so the Redditors can make fun of it.
You're right.
Nah, I'm kidding.
I fell for it, dude. God damn it. It's just like when I see some catnip, I gotta fucking nibble, you know what I'm saying, dude?
Chin and Brian's like, make sure you get my sandals in the fucking frame.
Yeah.
Don't make the clip bigger than my foot.
Are you still sponsored by Doubles? No, I love it.
Yeah, I just want my feet in it.
Yeah.
like what cancel culture is when you.
It means so much to me, dude.
Oh my god. Let's just pause for a second.
No, we should play this. All right, okay. So this building. I'm done with this building.
I hate this
I'm done with
shit.
the studio. I'm done with this building. They make it impossible to podcast here, and that's the shit I'm dealing with. It doesn't even the fire alarm doesn't work. Damn. Wait for the middle.
It's not even his. He's renting it from someone else, and they do work on other people's shit.
It's a storage unit.
Yeah, it's like there's other storage units where people are. They're filling storage wars there.
Look at this is
I don't know why that's so funny to me. Like I don't really know. I don't remember the characters from Storage Wars. I didn't watch a lot of it, but then you just hear it in the background, like, "What do you know? Who wants to bid on this one?" And then the guy wins. There's like an 18.
oh my god, successful egg. You gotta make that video, put it on James, dude. You gotta find a Storage Wars video.
Oh man,
I never watched the show, but I know what you mean.
one day Brenda's gonna come to work and the thing is gonna be locked. The studio, he can't get in or Jen, and so they can't do the pod. So they do the pod outside. He's like, yeah, I don't know. I came here and they locked up the studio and they didn't tell me. Like they said, I was like behind a payment. So someone else is like, I'm bidding on his like all his trucks or $10. They like undo the thing and there's a bunch of rains fall out, like spill everywhere.
Fish with condoms on top of them.
Yeah, fish tanks and fish tanks. There's some dog like that's crawling, that's clawing at the inside to get out because it's locked in.
Yeah.
I mean, look at this is literally him at the place. This is the storage unit, dude. Oh wow. He's driving he bought these. I don't know way too much about Brendan Chuck. Yeah. I've been writing songs, that's why. I'm not obsessed. But he's driving around the storage unit that he works in. He bought these for his kids for Christmas. And guess what? He doesn't like them. I'm just kidding, I don't know that much. So, I mean, that's kind of funny. Like, the other people in the storage unit are like, can you tell him to stop? Or try to get our stuff. I know they're complaining about them doing construction. Meanwhile, he's fucking... He's doing donuts in front of where your legal papers are. Yeah. And everyone else is like, why do you have so much shit in here? This is for, like, one car. Fucking... You're filming a podcast in here? Some lawyer with his legal papers. Is that Brendan Shaw? You know they film Store Tours in here, right? This one's posted by Commute Time. Another one from Commute Time. Hashtag the shops. I don't know what it's called. Let's see. Why the fuck is Duolingo telling me I have one more chance to? That's so annoying. Yeah. Wives acted like their husbands. Yeah. Good premise, yeah. I don't want to see this. Oh, I think we had to hear what she said. Let's see. Hey. She's just... I don't know. That's kind of like, remember that one meme that was going around on chains of the guy walking into the studio being like, yeah, that could definitely be used for that. Yeah, you could just splice that in. Yeah, that's a good video. Just creeping. And I don't think this is wives and husbands. This is like hookup shit. Wives and husbands hate each other, no? Well, I don't know. I think it's funny. It's when if wives act like their husbands, but Brendan is acting like the wife in all of this. Yeah, that's not part of this description. Why does he act like a woman? He just beat himself. So if wives acted like their husbands, that would make the man act like a woman too. But yeah, no, it's horrible. She also didn't work on a single truck at all. Yeah, if she's acting like her husband, wouldn't she be, feeding fish or, taking the kid to baseball practice, doing vlogs, talking about fighting? I mean, this is definitely Brendan in Charleston. That's that vibe, She became a Charleston werewolf. She inhabited that character. Let's see what else we got here. This is posted by Air Pumper. I haven't seen him in a minute. Your boy Chris D'Elia makes an appearance in the comments. What's a pop culture moment that gives you second-hand embarrassment? Mine is embarrassing. Kissing a not pregnant woman's belly. Oh man, where is this on Reddit? I've never seen that one. I think I'm talking about the interface. I think it's Reddit. Oh yeah, I've never seen it. Yeah, or let's see, Chris D'Elia. The moment you realize on camera that snapshots can be recorded in the minors he tried to groom could expose him. A wonderful internet moment. Nice. 3.6 thousand upvotes. Damn. Let's see. Yeah. Man, Chang's in the news. It's pop culture now. Yep. 200,000, 300,000. What is it? I don't remember. It's 123 now. 250 comedians that do it. Yeah, exactly. Let's see here. Caterpillar Hot 7539 posted this. This is one of our guys. It's me. Hi, I'm the problem. It's me. Me football player, me MMA fighter, me actor, me commentator, me podcaster, me comedian, me marketing beast, me thick boy umpires, me wig ski magnet, me a baddie smasher, me car guy, me dog guy, justice for tank, me mountain biker, me weightlifter, me tough mudder, me fish guy, me beast of a dad. This feels like some sort of prayer. It does kind of. It's like, that's the thing he says in the mirror in the morning. Make sure he says, me truck guy, reaffirmation. Yeah. Me baseball dad, me bout guy. What's bout guy? Boat. Oh, I didn't know that. Probably it's happened. Me hunter, me bower, me married, comedy, bits, influencer. Yep. So, before you exit, which one's your favorite? Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. The baddie smasher part, that was the most exciting part. You know what I mean? was from Mark. Really? Yeah, that shit was hilarious, dude. That was funny. That was so funny back in the day.
That was pretty funny because there's so many. Just like one after the other. That's good. My favorite here, not necessarily the time period, but just all the things together. Me, Thick Boy, Umpire, CEO.
Okay.
Because I don't really understand what is the connection between Umpire and CEO.
Empire.
You understand why I get that wrong, though, because Umpire you saw in baseball.
So that, I mean, this is still my favorite.
Yeah.
Dude! That's definitely the best addition to this meme, but I like him as a comedian. That's one of my favorites. I don't like him as a podcaster, not the best. I don't care for his commentating. His acting is probably the worst. T-Fat K3D is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, that was really rough. That's hard to watch.
And MMA fighting, I don't know much about that. Football, he didn't really play at all. And Patty Smash, like Charleston Paper or whatever. Dick Juice, Sweet Nectar, that's the same kind of period, you know? And Sweet Nectar. Remember that? It's a great time to be alive.
No, you get your whiskey. What are you doing?
Yeah, that part. Alright, let's see what we got here. This is another Keeping Up with the Shops, plus my Ozbox 99. I feel so bad for them because they just want to post this in a vacuum. It's not going to happen.
Right. They don't want the cats to see this.
We're going to see this. I'm so glad you're not mad.
So when they got to them on the staff, they smelled of burning lips, of burning meat. So that showed me
it's pretty funny. I like that.
These are this straight up, just like I said last time, Andrew Schultz humor.
Yeah.
Like the kind of guys that watch Andrew Schultz and think it's hilarious. Love this kind of stupid shit. They probably send their boy, hey, just like us. No, we have a bad relationship. Dog, Brandon Shaw, who this guy is funny.
A lot of words just to say engagement. Likes, comments. Yeah, you're thinking about it in a completely different way, dude. You know?
Spice.
It is redacted as hell. But that's actually like, hey, I'm comparing this to their other things. This one's actually funny compared to the other ones. You think so? Did I laugh? No, but it's like getting closer to the scale of fun.
I might be redacted because it's late and I'm tired. However, how about this? So they do these sketches, and then when people grade them, they do a card, like with a 10, like 8 or whatever, but all the things are like, it was really good.
Oh, yeah. Pico de Gallo.
Yeah, there's like a tense moment where we don't know what their rating is going to be. Will they make it to the next round? Chili,
Makes sense. That one should be the best because that's his favorite. He's in my favorite. Chili, you're smart. Thinking like a CEO umpire. Okay, let's see here. Like that. Oh shit! That looks like Luke got a new co-host, dude. Post by CJK SS10. Hey Luke, heard you need a new co-host. Me MMA analyst.
I think that makes sense. The other guy like shot me when he was in MMA. He fucking gets it, dude. Also, I will fuck you up.
Yeah, that's a lot of what's going to happen on the Mortal Kombat show if he says that.
I get a call from them.
Okay, so here we go. Stolen Valor's version of Pull the Fuck Up. So this is Tim Kennedy, right? Is his name?
Yeah.
Posted by Unusual 4460. I have not seen this yet.
I get a call from the FBI saying that ISIS was trying to come and kill us, recruit somebody locally to find me and my family where we live. And I was like, can you say that again? I was like, yeah, they're trying to find somebody locally to kill you and your family. And I was like, that's fucking sick. That's such great news, dude. I've been traveling all over the world. What you're telling me is that these idiots are going to come to my house in Texas. So I call my friend that works for Fox News. Like, hey, man, can you put me on live? And like, yeah, I'm like, fine, check it out. My address, so I get live on Fox News. And I hit say my address live on Fox Television. I was like, you can send absolutely anybody that you want to my house to try and kill me and my family. Just know you're ready to get back. I was like, how did this go down?
I pray to God you push the right button.
I mean,
I pray to God idea. I swear to God.
I wonder which one you want me to do. Because now I kind of want to do one.
No!
I'm gonna do the one I think.
Alright.
I mean, she like, pops.
just for like a day, then she keep my back because
Here's the one I think that you want, and then I'm gonna play the one that I want. Okay.
that's the narrative.
What do you think? Pull the fuck up.
Pull the fuck up.
Here's the one that I want. Okay. As soon as it was over.
Daddy, you're alone. Just get that money cut off.
Or of course, actually.
On that side.
Because I wanted to
What
play.
are you gonna do, hey? Tell me you touch me, motherfucker.
How did it go over with your wife? Did she not? What the fuck? Yeah, no, that's crazy. You wouldn't do that if you didn't want people to kill you. Your address on the thing? What are you talking about? What?
What?
I mean, I believe he did that, but it's very, very short-term satisfaction for a long-term, like, fucking problem you got now. People showing up to your house, too. Yeah, I don't even understand what the short-term satisfaction is. That you gotta kill a fucking Arab. He wants to kill you. I know. He's like, you shouldn't want to kill people. You know? He's a little bit too... I'm starting to believe the stuff he says. I think he's like a murderous psychopath. I don't want him to kill terrorists. I wish they didn't exist. Sure, if they come to my house and I find somebody and I do say my address often. But at the same time, I'm not looking to murder people. I wish that they didn't want to kill me and I don't want to kill them. Yeah, he's different though. At the same time. Alrighty, so this is posted by Peter the Piper OMG. What is this? And I asked the same question when I saw it too. It's like a guy holding ass. This is I don't know if that's Shop or is that his wife? I think that's his wife. Yeah, it's Shop on top of where is your charger at, dude? You know what I mean? Phone's almost dead. Let's go to the next one. This is posted by Clint Puller of the Chips. Gotta warm the kiddos. Xmas gives up. So this is the video I was referencing earlier. This is quite clearly a storage unit, correct? Yeah. Let's see. What do you think about that?
So almost like that.
Yeah, a lot of thoughts. Where are using your kids' gift? 2, is it safe for a kid? 3, best at parent.
I think my son, what do you think I'll practice?
You know, this is a constant thought of mine. 8 inches. First of all, pause. It's not a constant thought of mine, but I'm just like, why don't you just record the podcast at your house? Like, it looks like they have a big enough house to record a podcast in there. This is so embarrassing. You're paying rent on a storage unit, which is probably like $100 a month, which is nuts. And then you have the gall to be like, why is everyone so loud in here? Because people are at the storage unit. Yeah, they don't think it's a fucking film set, dude. Yeah, that's a good point. And also, what if another person was doing a podcast while you're doing this? Yeah, you're probably running their podcast. It's insane behavior. There's cars in the storage unit that are probably he's taking it over on Christmas Eve. On Christmas Eve, why are you with your family? And I just thought it's kind of funny to be on doing a live of your gifts that you're going to give your kids. What if they see the live and they know what they got? They're on social media. It's not real. Yeah. So it would be funny if you saw your dad like playing a PlayStation. He's like, check it out, I got this for Gerardo. He's going to love this shit. I mean, do they wrap that thing out? Does it fit in the, I don't know. Does it fit in the wrap paper?
That's social media. This is
I mean, honestly, when you get a car or like some sort of motorcycle or truck, you know, it's just kind of classy just to put a bow on it. You know what I mean? Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Best brains for the arts, but also I would not buy this. And here's the thing, dude. The narrative of this is insane. I need to get offline for a while because I know way too much. But he bought these from China, and he told his audience that he's like, listen, they're from China. They are from China. I tried to get American, and it's just wasn't happening. You can't afford it. First of all, if people are selling fucking motorcycles in America, they want you to buy it. you can't afford it. They are available. Anyways, and so what he did was he bought them from China cheap, and he put American decals on it. He's like, because I'm still American. You bought Chinese motorcycles. Like, you are on a podcast, right-wing riffing on China. So then he put an American flag sticker over the maybe something to that effect. But I'm sure we'll get into it in because I think I saw this on Chang's, or I'm following him on Instagram, which is dangerous. I mean, so that's like the dumbest redneck video ever. Like JPGM, look at Dan, that says made in China. That's like Jeff Dye level protection. Yeah, I've been seeing a lot of those memes that he does, and they're shockingly stupid. They're the most obvious thing ever that could possibly be thought of, and then he's like saying it in a meme form as if he's the first person to ever do it. You can't be trans and not have a clutch or some shit like that. Yeah. And it's like, oh, I see. Shake your head. People say that I live in a real homogenous society. It's like, whoa, I'm straight. The only thing homogenous about me is that I like Bravo shows. And Joe Rogan thinks that's funny. Joe Rogan's stupid. Daddy. Cut Jim down. I think he goes into the story. Inside. It's someone else's storage. Get it out. It's my stuff. It's a Hummer, 2 motorcycles, some weird stool. Dude, over under on that thing getting humped. You know what I mean? Right counter. Yeah. What else we got here? That's where they record the podcast up there. Oh man, it's just a terrible, the worst environment to record podcasts. Yeah, that makes sense. Your living room is the best place to record podcasts. Right? We're in my mom's basement, but I'm trying to get in the living room. Do you think he bought like Temu on save things? I mean, man, a conservative mind, China is not safe. You know? So, yeah, like for people that he's trying to get to follow his page and stuff like that, and then to post to be like, hey guys, I'm getting ahead of it. I did buy Chinese stuff, and they're like, hey, fuck you. That's funny. I don't know. And maybe we won't get to it. I don't know if I saw it on Chang's or I saw it on his own story, but that rubbed me the wrong way. Dude, there's a lot of Tim Kennedy stuff, which I'm looking forward to. I haven't watched any of these. Papa is so tough that cold plunges are a treat for him. I did watch one, and it is fun. Ronaldo Johnson posted this one. I don't know about this one.
And see, I push back, and I've told Rogan this too. Like on the cold plunge. This is where I'm at with the cold plunge. When so like the cold plunge and like jumping cold water was like a dessert in college football. Like, dude, if they allowed us to do that and we jump in there with our full pads on, it was like such a gift. So to me, I'm still wired that way. Where like I just did one at the correct gym, which used to be formerly known as On at the correct gym. They had cold plunge. Like, yeah, man, you want to jump in there and be funny or freeze? I'm like, it's like me funny. Like, I literally, it does. I just jump in. It's like a treat for me. Like, will you guys allow me to do that? Like, this isn't a discipline thing. Like, I'm just wired where it's like, that's not normal though. But most people, it is. Brian, I thought he was gonna die. His wife, his patient. He's on the edge of death. I was trying to think of a word that's so good. Anyways, I smoking challenge. I couldn't stop. I wanted everyone I know to have ALS. Him saying that, what I think about it is that it's concerning. It makes me think that Sean needs to go to the doctor and think he's in like unimaginable pain all the time. It's going to be a gift. The pain I feel from these, you're always in pain all day long. No, I'm not. Why would the cold water make you happy? It's going to make you freeze. He's alien of some kind. It doesn't affect him. They'll do. So I have a wild hypothetical, right? So I'm Brendan Chop. Obviously, you're Joey, right?
through hard times. You know what I mean? Kids are travel laws, and I got a podcast to record. You want to become an influencer? Jesus Christ, you're making beans cheese every night. I want a tater tot at least once a week. That's right. Then we start brainstorming. We're like, we were doing really good when you were a dictator. This is you talking to me. Do you think they're like, let's just do it and make more money? And then they jump into this like, fuck you, I'm on Instagram every day type thing. They're posting all the time. He's getting a little more aggressive on the podcast. I love cool stuff like this. You know what I mean? Could be. And I think that dude, I don't know if I said this last show, but I feel like he's on Addie's a good dude. You're on Vivans. You know, you guys are connected spiritually. We gotta be on the same thing, yeah. He was drinking rain, I was drinking rain, yeah. When he was fighting people, I was fighting. When he was waking up and drinking everything, what were you? 4:30? Yeah. He's texting Mark, you're texting Mark. Yeah, dude, batting shit. I like what you said about the two of them. So, what's funny about that to me, he does Adderall, right? Because I guess she tells him we need Adderall back because that's the only way we can perform at this level. Yeah. But it's so bad. Yes. Adderall leads to sketches like that. It's a bad look for Adderall. It doesn't really, just as when I stumble over things, can't be good for 5 minutes. So, yeah, I mean, you expect better results. So, and then this is my other train of thought on the same locomotive we're here. So we as a community are so lucky that Brian Collins with Brendan Chop. You know, yeah, Brendan Chop and Brian Collins yelled at our boss Bobby one night and threatened his career, all this stuff before. Yeah, Bobby, he is one of the closest friends. I just love playing that one. It's and so, but we're lucky Tim Kennedy wasn't in the room, dude. Because guess what? Bobby Lee would be dead. That's right. He just kills me. It doesn't matter if it's a terrorist or a guy that has a podcast manager. He wouldn't even threaten his life. He would just be like 8735. Cold Plunge Lane. You know, and he'll give his address. Pull the fuck up, Danny. Yeah. He's telling Bobby Lee to come to his house. Man, I'm not going to come to your house. Anyways, and that on the same fucking train going down the same station, dude. I would love to see a podcast with Tim Kennedy. Yeah, he's a good guest so far. It's a good clip. Yes. If we're getting this pop up every time, dude, we need this. You know, if Chase is going through a recession, we're getting ready for the recession. And Chase, you know, we got influencer content coming in hot, daddy. Yeah, we need Tim Kennedy pop up every week. He do want somebody who feels comfortable bragging to, which I guess Tim Kennedy is. Okay, so now the answers here in this next post from the question we had earlier. Post by one usual 4460 is OnlyFans content next for these two. I don't want that, dude. No. Let's not even put that in either. Let's see here. Bet on Yourself, posted by Material Cry 8293. The narrative is the views. As you can see there. It's just a lot less. I guess that means policy. Well, we can't see the audio. That's true. Audio is king. I wonder, you know, is it because Tim Kennedy's been on the show so many times and we're tired of That's very kind criticism of him, but no, I don't think it's because he's been on the show so many times. Right. It couldn't possibly be he stole a valid accusation. So that people don't really want to talk to hear somebody or have any sort of parasocial relationship with the guy that's willing to lie on the internet about his time in the military. I guess, but like Tim Kennedy probably lives in one of the storage units. That'd be so funny. Somebody looks it up after seeing him on Fox News like that storage unit. He gives the address. There's all these dead bodies in the shop studio. They're in the storage unit. They're buried. There's all these like different tombstones or stuck in the ground outside. Tim's killing people. Alrighty, let's see what we got here. This one's posted by Turbulent Yam 2575. One of the 350B Thingos. Odds of making it to the NFL. Invited to Columbine. Invited to Columbine 350. Yeah. Well, yeah, it's impressive. We've always said this is an impressive guy. What are you gonna do, volume punch me, motherfucker! He's so aggressive. Let's see. Oh, this is my post. Welcome to Austin. Welcome to Austin. you know, just more and more redacted, dude. You know, I don't think people got it. I don't think people were into Damian Marley back in circa 2007.
Oh, he was great. He was amazing for the days. Yeah, one of the best days.
Hopefully there's a new song on this episode. I'm sure there is. Let's see here. Chappelle wasn't winning the race. Bobo just lost his footing, posted by Far Cry X1C. Yeah, he just lost his footing. This looks AI as fuck.
Yeah, he looks like he's next to Al. Something like that. He's a very, he moves movement.
Okay, so this is the one I was referencing earlier. He talks about it being from China. Spiced up the kiddos, Xmas ATVs, posted by Toxoplasmosis, redacted Chris Moskowitz.
I'm ready to say.
Kiddos, Christmas gifts. 1, 2, 8, TVs. They came.
What I learned in that is that the wood should not be
What up, Miss Aquarius? How you living, girl?
I'm good. So the funeral is Wednesday.
And you leave Thursday?
Well, I'm only gonna be working one day. Yep, I'm only working one day.
Okay. So a week from today.
Yep.
Alrighty.
So I only work one day. And that's okay though. That's good. That saved me money.
There we go. Alrighty, Miss Aquarius. You're staying strong. I'm really proud of you. You've just been amazing.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Alrighty.
Okay.
So, the girl.
But made me that girl shouldn't have told her. Other girl, yes, I'm not. That girl was a bother, and then I almost cried. I was like, girl, I had little tears. I said, I gotta dry your tears, girl. It's okay.
Exactly.
Yeah. A lot of people love them. Well, right there, we got a pig from here. Yeah, I know you about to send me an invite. I'm on my way to it right now. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna put this button in my hair. Okay. There we go. Now let's go. Now let's go. Now let's see. Like that. Out. Up. Then let's go to plate up. So, there. Plate up. All right, there you go. Thank you.
The passage says, I was making a little bit of a play on words over here. It says Ravua. If you look very close to Rashi, Rashi says Ravua Ksiv, to Ravua Ba'adam, Rovates Umushkav Shirakos. So we'll say the word Ravua sounds a lot like the word
Ooh.
That's how we're dashing it. I think you must say 1 second. That word Ravua teaches me something different, which is Bahami Boyade. Most of that word Ravua teaches me
like that.
Staff itself has to be square. Lik Sid Meruba. So does the Pasik Sid Meruba, which you learn after that word that has to be square. Latame, if we're using that logic, Lik Sid Lavuts, does the Pasik say crouching? Amare Ravua Sid. Therefore, what's interesting is for purpose they use the word Ravua, which teaches me the Mashmahachi and Mashmahachi. That teaches me again that is to be fashioned like a person is crouching, but also teaches me that what? The staff itself must be square. Hana, my Sila Mahal. Kind of learned that this halacha from the Sanya, and Buddha or Mahasek Hano's cousins, was his one of his from the Pasik from the Chesed. Mahalaseu Pino's cousins, which literally means Mahalaseu is the Mahalot, the lamb, Kohanos would go and face the
There we go.
face to the
Yes, sir. It's there.
Thank you, madam.
So it's actually very interesting. But a lot of I said, first of all, you have to
Here, dear.
you always turn right. So it's a good person in life, right? When in doubt, go right. Right? So ultimately, again, the coin. Hey, so the coin ultimately again,
Yeah.
turn, you would go
Get it.
right, which by definition would be eastward. That was where did this come
They
from?
were stuck
This
for
is
a minute.
really when the coin sends the ramp up to the there. So which direction should we go in terms of the abode? Again, it's bringing up such a
Get it.
So where does it go in order to up? Or just when the coin gets up to the top of the gap. When you get up to the top of the gap, go right.
Get it.
By definition, I the
Yeah.
so maybe again it goes left, but still walks in the eastern direction. No, sorry, that's the 20 right?
Oh, almost.
Yeah, almost.
Because I'm sorry, because I changed the no. Yam Sha'asa Shlomo. What's say that? We've spoken about this Yam Sha'asa Shlomo before. Yam Sha'asa Shlomo was this large, inside the Yam Sha'asa Shlomo, all made al gabi on a base of 12 axes.
Ooh, almost.
Figures, 12 axes. Shlosh Aponim Sephora. 3 of them ultimately facing north. Shlosh Aponim Yama, 3 of them facing west. Shlosh Aponim Yama, 3 of them face south. Shlosh Aponim Israel, 3 of them face east. I always say that the way that Torah, the way that the Navi, goes ahead and highlights the direction, he also teaches in that part. Atapona, Mo Yihu Ela Derech Gamin in Israel. Teaches me also that again, when focusing on direction of orientation, everybody has to walk somewhere, has to go around.
All right, good job, you.
Thank you, madam.
You win out.
When you win the support.
1 second. How who me boy lady buffet. But that concept I will say is necessary to teach me just the Iker Halacha. The Iker Halacha, what's the Iker Halacha in this context? Which is the second wide line of Rashi. The boy lady buffet. No, the Acha Moshe Hayom. I will say, before you can learn that, you have to learn how anything about directions in the base of Mikdash. That passage is necessary to teach me just the general halachos of this large water base that Shlomo Melech constructed. Rashi says,
You're welcome. Tough split. Get it. Oh, almost.
Yeah.
There's also that whenever I have to turn, I go right. And Sherman Ben Yossi, Ben Yossi. Omer Hayim Shema Yochai. Listen to this. Sherman Ben Yossi, Ben Yehuda, asked Rabbi Yossi the following question. Did Rabbi Shema Yochai actually say, of your name, of your name, Kavish and Mizrach? It's actually very interesting. Rashi was of the opinion that the ramp of the Mizrach
give it. Ooh.
Rather, there was some little bit of space in between the ramp and we had the flat part of the top of the Mizrach. Look at Rashi for just a moment. It's the third line and the wide line, last few words on the line. Of your Yish being Kevin. Higher Rosh HaKedesh Nogia B'Mizbeach Ela Avir Ma'at Max. So did Rashi literally say that Halacha L'Maisa, the ramp didn't get to the top of the Mizbeach, but rather there was a little bit of space in between the two. Did he actually say that? Amalo Va'ata Iyata Omerdein. The fact that you're asking me this question seems to tell me that you don't subscribe to this. Do you not hold on this same thing? Well, look right now. The Moshe explicitly says, the basar, the meat, and the blood, mad dam disriga, just like the Mosai blood has to be sprinkled after basar disriga. So too the meat also
Tough
has
split,
to be.
Miss Aquarius.
Yep, I know it's tough.
Now,
Come on, Rabbi.
No doubt.
Yay. That was my
Give it to me.
So Rabbi Yossi has a very
good though.
he says
Thank you, man.
that the Torah compares the blood and the dam or the basar to the dam. Just like the blood has rika, so too the basar
Get
has
it.
rika. Now, why would basar have to have rika? It must be that lot that there's a space in between the top of the ram and the flat part of the
Get it, Rabbi.
yeah, thank you.
Big time.
He throws
Nope.
the meat onto the fire.
It's okay,
from
though.
The top of the ram.
Yeah, you got it.
Oh, no doubt. Oh, come on. Oh, what happened there? That was wild.
You got to David Chris though, right?
Then the point is standing on the top of the mizbeach by the fire and throwing the meat in there.
All right, Miss Aquarius. You win, I win. I win, you
Okay,
win.
I'll be back. On the side, I'll be back on my iPad, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Obviously,
Okay. You can't hear me anyway. Alright. See you later.
Beautiful. Go on.
Obviously, the point is throwing
That's better. See you later.
because there's no other way for it to get it into the middle of the fire. Like, remember, even if you know that the coin ultimately is standing on the top of the mizbeach, you know what's like, even though there's not a gap, the coin is standing on top of the mizbeach, and yet, by definition, it always has to go to it, because the part of the fire that is in the middle of the fire. So he's not placing it on the periphery of the fire, but instead he's throwing it into the middle of the fire. That by definition requires rika. But that rika doesn't need a pasuk. That's just utilitarian rika. In Papa Amar Shabbat says no. The blood, the meat actually does require a rika because the meat is going to be like blood. How so? Madam
They brought this song back?
Just like when it comes to dam, just like when it comes to the blood. So ultimately, I get Avir Karkamapsiko. We'll say there is ground, there's floor that separates between the coin and the mizbeach. Right? Also, remember again, the coin doesn't put. That means that there is a space, there's ground space between him and the mizbeach. So Basar Avir Karkamapsiko. So when it comes to the meat, ultimately again, Avir Karkamapsiko, airspace of land or ground that is also going ahead and separate. So we'll say ultimately against it. So we're going to see this much more tomorrow. But I love
really happy that Chubb is doing this, or they kind of
the key is to certain
small club is good stuff. Yeah, or they don't even think about it. They're like, who did it? How many views again? Oh, yeah, we got 13 tattoos on Travis Barker's back. We're good. Yeah, I mean, I'm still think it's weird to post your kids' birthday gifts or Christmas gifts. Yeah, it's all strange. Yeah, and to go to the effort of covering up all the Chinese writing is strange. Why are you here? Yeah. What's the point? This is just amazing. What else would you cover up? You buy something from a different country and you're just like, I can't. I don't want that in it. He's like, I got this Irish flag. Fucking took off all the color. Made it red, white, blue, am I right? What? I have the stars, Eddie. In my hand. I got my kids at the low. Right?
come down from the time. So the ham playing in the show for the story. And the show is
Got back from New York, got a big apple, put Texas on that.
one of them goes ahead.
I
The
got a
last
piece
one
of
is all them
pizza.
face down forward.
I got a piece of pizza from New York, so I fucking put
Towards you.
some fucking Texas Pete on it.
And
So
one of them
Chicago
faces down
style.
forward.
Be spicy.
So good. What's it?
Alright, let's see.
Let's see what
else I got. Food.
Alright,
Alright, see, yeah, we got more Tennessee
so
stuff, dude.
they're not
Furs. Oh, yeah, this is the one I saw, dude.
why
What do you think he's trying to say by
they're
thirst?
not soft.
Where your
They're
thirst?
ultimately-
Do you want to, like, guess a lot? Of them.
Then ultimately, again, you know that they have to be
Theirs.
there, that they can't act.
Oh, I think that's it. Okay. Danny Kaufman posted this.
The government's gonna get theirs.
I think I've seen it. It's funny, it took me 3 guesses.
They're gonna get theirs. I realized that when I got the bill for the property tax. Oh shit, yeah, I'm not paying state, but I'm paying almost double in property tax. Oh, you gotta even out. They're gonna get theirs. Like, you're not gonna escape that. There's nothing you do.
To learn a life lesson from Papa would be something I wouldn't be able
someone
to
to
go
come
back
up a
on.
lot of things into this week, you'll say,
Something I didn't
who's
know.
the hot or
I watched him for years. Not a single thing. The government's gonna get theirs.
On the other hand, what
His
else?
brain is just like
That
fucked up.
once you go
He's just
ahead
realized
and
this is like Andrew Schultz level epiphany for Papa. He's like,
yeah,
they're gonna get
now,
theirs.
then what?
I gotta pay taxes no matter where I go.
Hold on
They'll
for a
make me pay
second.
for everything I buy.
Yeah, what else?
Thank you for
Boring
the
Time to do
I feel like this, like,
Name of the homework.
oh, yeah. He ends up but then he can't do content.
What is it?
He's just in a category. This one's posted by Commute Time, Bomb with the Snow. I like this. I mean, it shows that he doesn't care if he's not. He's going to get made fun of. Yeah, he knows he's going to get some comments from that.
I need a fucking dinner top once a week.
Let's see here. Okay, we got another one. Papa with the curveball, posted by Papa Cintovero. Chino Vera? Papa Chino Vera? Let's see.
It's fine, you're coming to baseball day. No, listen to this. Like, don't talk to that. Oh, that's not true. Oh, really? I'm coming to baseball day. No, listen to this. Like, don't talk to that. That's not true. Oh, really, dude?
Diet Coke over.
In both of those circumstances,
Why fight the baseball? That thing is all he talks about.
so how do you
Baseball day.
reconcile that these kinds
Man,
of
baseball. That you're driving
I
your
love
baseball practice all the time.
uh,
You're about to reveal 2025's biggest moments posted by Netflix.
price of incentive.
Is there some kind of punchline you think here?
Understanding,
Of
but
course.
not
Okay, let's see.
That's something that I've talked about. I used to be saying, I used to just right to the go ahead and watch. Go ahead and
Is this not even its promotion post, dude? Oh, man, it's just you've seen Netflix is playing 40 chess with us right now.
Yeah.
You know, like you think one thing. Like,
What are you gonna do, hey? Follow you, punch me, motherfucker.
I asked for this Christmas was a drug walk. As you can see, I already uploaded it, meaning I already did watch it. You know what this is? Alright, you'll get it. It's just a week. I don't know who he's with, though, but anyways, let's go to the next post. This is posted by, that's fucked up.
Go ahead.
Posted by hilarious, fucked up. Posted by Ronaldo Johnson. Psycho Tim says he's willing to commit violence, evil acts if a friend asks him to send. No one is surprised by this.
So this is the
What about you ever, speaking of guys doing really hard from Brian Stan? Oh, yeah. He's in like hedge funds or something. Just make Prince money, I think. And
Blood on his hands, you know, it's ending lives.
Tienes esta casa de Ghost Rider,
thought you were saying
Care veterans too. Yeah, he was always the man. He is the man. I need you to insert the most diabolical, nefarious act possible, which would never happen because he's such a freaking brilliant Boy Scout. Yes, he's one of the people that I would drop anything that I was doing and drive wherever he was to do whatever he was asking for because he is just to the core. Such a cute
He's such a fucking Boy Scout. It's usually kind of used as like a pejorative, like they're kind of they're too lame, they won't do something. You're a Boy Scout. Come on, it's not a big deal. Dude, I hate Miguel. Motherfucker is not a Boy Scout. It could be. Yeah, he's a Boy Scout. Like, you could be defending somebody if they were saying, like, that guy's bad. Like, oh, come on, that guy's a Boy Scout. Oh, so make a carne asada out of pear sticks. What I thought was weird about that is it's going back to the thing that they do where they just describe someone they both know and no one else does. They spend 30 minutes, oh man, he's the greatest guy. No, he really is a wonderful man, a total Boy Scout. God dang, that guy here. Facts. Huge take from the vaccine. It's like, why are you talking about this random dude? Hey, you know that guy, Kevin? Oh, dude, Kevin. What a fucking guy. Yeah, Kevin Stan, man. He's fucking great. I would do anything for Kevin Stan. This one time I saw him and Daniel go at it. Yeah. And I saw Kevin. You usually don't go at it with Daniel. He's more like that with Mark, but not with Daniel. And I was like, Kevin, you're crazy. You're Boy Scout. Yeah, I took him outside that time. Yeah, this is great. He's a great guy. Anyways, that's when I get my address in case any fucking terrorists, low-life scumbags, pussies, find me in Texas. I'll fucking kill you. In fact, when you come to my house, I'll leave the door open and let you grab that knife to my wife's throat and see what happens to you. I hope you try and kill. I hope you kill my kid. I hope you kill my son. So guess what? I'm gonna fucking that would rip you. Alright, let's see this. What do we got here? Should we all do a hot check for time's sake? Posted by Flaky Parsnip, 1795 and 97. Best comedy special. Barbarian Panic.
When the Mishkan was standing, and when the Mishkan was down and over
Brett Goldstein, the second best night of your life. So, there's something I want to talk to you about on Tweeties, our other podcast. If you get a chance, go check out my Tweeties blog right there.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Dude, we on Patreon, the first week that we stopped doing stand-up comedy specials, they're like, alright, let's put the man right now. Oh, yeah. They put out the Matt Rifle, and then they fucking bought DC or Warner Brothers. They're like desperate for us to get back to. And then they put out the Dave Chappelle thing, and then they put out Tom Segura. They're like, please, for the love of God, we're bleeding money here. We need you guys to do our stand-up special reviews. Yeah. But we're not budgeting. No, that's not. We're not gonna do that Al Pacino thing. Pull me back in. We're not gonna do that. Yeah, just when I get less redacted. Oh, shit. Well, watch the fucking Ring of Poppy on Patreon. Alright, 24 Hour Stream coming soon here. This is posted by Goalie Vertical. I don't know what's that. Brian working the Friars. That looks like Brian,
Case number one is the Mishkan is standing as well. Mishkan is standing as well. So what's that? You're going to go ahead and do sacrificial items. I will say that was the second.
Looks like Robert Brian does something that makes me happy.
So what's like? So number one is mandatory.
He's like good at his job. An Asian Ryan would actually be good. A good thing. It's like if only he was born Asian and didn't do comedy. Or I mean, he could do comedy. Something different. Yeah.
That's price. That's Malcolm number one. And what's Malcolm number two?
Vanilla Greek yogurt. Because oh no. Oh shit.
That means me. Big old pussy.
Makom
I don't know
number
if
2
you
as
got
the
it,
referring
dude,
to?
but
ולאחר,
Spanish has been
first line on Son of Aleph on the base.
buying it off Walmart.
ולאחר שיפרקו הלוקים
So that's why it's from China. I couldn't find anywhere, dude, so I just went in. I was thinking something
after
different,
the
but
Levine took down the Mishnah.
the chairs.
What?
Oh, because that's where we got our chairs from. Oh, so the chairs are also from
See, it looks like
Walmart. But you never wanted to say that you got it from Walmart. Oh, well, I guess you, if you keep watching the TV, you get it like, yeah, that's from
They will take down the wall.
I got them from Walmart,
Take
Daddy.
down,
Through my put American stickers and flags on that there Chinese shit.
They will take down the wall. So it
We
is
put Trash Tuesday stickers on it. That's true.
but yeah, it's still there.
Let's see here. 3.1 stars, great
As long
reviews.
as it's there,
Red,
it's still there, and it
$849.
hasn't been lifted up by the balls and taken away.
That's a
As
gift.
long as the
Yeah.
staff is still there, even though the rest of the Mishnah
Great,
is
Dad.
gone,
The best is up
still
there.
go ahead
Let's see
and
what we got here. This is will cancel Christmas on your hammies. Puts my one.
go ahead and eat. And those only Kabbalah have
That's a
already been
fact.
offered.
Yeah,
Can't start
yeah, sure.
offering Kabbalah then. But this
Thank
is
God
only
he
Kabbalah that
got
have
away from Papa, right?
to sacrificial meat.
We're gonna end pretty soon here. This is posted by Danny Kaufman too. Hitting Bobcat with this line again.
Makom number 1
What that
is that
means.
these sacrificial meat
Todd,
that
dude, I
is
need more
standing
Kennedy on
and
Papa,
fully
dude.
He was dad.
set up.
When you were 9, would I be he's more athletic, bigger, faster, stronger, better ball
But
player than I was. And I went
Bear
really
is
far.
still
He
there.
was dad when
He's also
you were
going to
9.
sacrificial
Would you
meat.
beat
Turn back
me?
to
This
the
is
This
is the difference. I didn't have a plan B.
So that
You'd
actually
have
they're
to
not
kill me
the
to stop.
So that
You know,
just
you
says
get a little tired, you take a break,
there
you
is
go,
the
I don't want to kill you. I just want you to stop playing baseball. I had to murder a 9-year-old today.
is where what?
Ask me
The
why.
Prussian board is by the curtains, the board
I said I will kill you.
by the curtains, and
Actually, no, I'm sorry. I was carrying a
But a
knife.
dining Hamazgach bin
I said,
Chomot.
I'm gonna
And
cut your neck,
Hamazgach
slice your throat, and bleed
So
out.
what's that? Rashi
If you don't
goes
stop,
on.
I'm going to baseball practice. And
Rashi
you're in the eye,
goes
and I'm going to try.
why the word
Trying.
Hosek Shia, or why the word Hosek Shia need to redeem as
I guess that means me. Love people.
after
Pussy.
the being set up in the front and not before the
Never stop loving.
But
I
we
run
all look
circles
at
around.
it.
God, this is fucking fire, dude. And I just wouldn't stop. And eventually I would, and that would give me more energy.
Rice number one says that what? Rice number one says that halacha when I saw when they would go and take down the Mishkan, they would take down the Mishkan. So what's the halacha? Any leftover sacrificial meat? What's the status? What's the status?
I said, my son said, I want to rewatch Game of Thrones from the
I
beginning.
think all the right. Puzzle. Right, puzzle. Right, that's
Let's see
Rice
here.
number
There's
one.
another one that I wanted to watch from the Tim Kennedy episode, but I didn't get enough upvotes. You guys don't
Right,
matter.
so this is Rice number one.
Textbook.
Any sacrificial
Bob Marks posted by Tony.
down is possible. So that's the one that's
Syndrome on
the
Down.
problematic person that plays Rice number two.
Heavily into
The
Jake.
Rice says
So this
that
physical time.
Boston
Sacrificial best content ever
can be
produced.
consumed
I have been watching those because I was trying to find some like footage.
What
to
is
put
that?
into the
What is that?
song. I just remember it differently. Tell me what
First
we're
one says no one does. So we come up with another one. First
Shane is probably going, oh yes. Wait, I don't know if this is it, but we'll see. Danny Kaufman 2 going man for man with Psycho Tim talking about Puma pounding in sliders.
Still there. We get the team sacrifice.
Let's see.
I'll show you the whole story. My son this weekend did that. Like, it's crazy what they can do. There's defenders all descended. Like, okay, we know that kid's all holy pastor. So good. Off another kid's skate. That's well before he scored a goal.
Rice
There's
Gummy
like,
could just come to the most shit, or there's a partial deconstruction, and everything else is gone. But it's there, it's still there. It's destroying each sacrificial. Incredible. Because you want to say, watch this. Now this is what's the novelty. They're both there. You can't have everything. Talking about the walls, you got the walls are wrong. It's the line. It's hurt. It's also the walls. The temporary are gone. Everything is gone. There. Go ahead. Okay, what's the position? What's the position? Now you came up. It's so the whole ocean.
I know you're not. You suck.
What's the
I'm a master at everything. I've mastered it. And if you ever put me against any 9-year-old, I'll crush them. Math,
I had a thought that maybe once
baseball, obviously, driving,
therefore by
and I'll walk away on skates. Fucking, oh my god.
was it's very interesting.
You could build more girls than me.
Once the walls are gone,
Dude, I would die if I couldn't have sex
then
with
you know geographically I got changed my own.
You'd have to kill me to stop having
The walls
sex.
are
Yeah,
gone.
you'd have to
It's
kill
considered
me.
as if I have exited. You can't find
You don't want to know when I started.
Kamash Malon was like that. Even as long as the death is still
I
there,
had sex with a
ultimately again,
Shot, baby. Give me that booty.
I came out of that. That's why I said kind of why not? Why don't we?
I got in there.
The walls come down.
And then he goes,
Come down.
Dad, I'm only throwing you my fastballs. Same my fastest. You want me to start mixing up with like the cutter and the change-up stuff? I go, sure, dude. Not a prick.
Literally again.
Oh, no, you say that you couldn't. Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, fuck, not a prayer. You don't speak shop, dude. I went too fast. Go back a little bit there.
The jazz
Start the whole clip over. It's even funnier than they can edit now. Yeah.
little stuff. I go, sure, dude. Not a prick. And he's like, we good? Are we good? Yes, boss. Like, you're good. You're good. My bad. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, my bad. Actually, that was kind of funny you said that he wasn't able to hit them balls. I like that. But it could have been funnier. Yeah. Not a prayer. Yeah. Just don't do it in a weird voice. What's more psycho? The fact that Tim Kennedy's willing to share his address to have terrorists possibly come and kill him, or the fact that he's sitting in a chair like this, dude.
I can kind of finish
Somebody's got to sit in the chair with suspenders. Brian usually sits kind of strange, so he's not there, so you gotta have another guy do it. We should have a petition started that want more Tim Kennedy. I agree. Alright, let's see what we got next, and if not, the war is on. Dry Eye 594. The war is back on. Shout out to the creator of this series, Levon, correct? Yeah. I tried watching this, I just couldn't get into it. Let's see what it is. The Redacted War Part 2. I just take the script on the back. I think it's an editing program. John Bonet redact this. The Redacted War was fun in thousands of places. Too many
what the size of that was.
anyone to count.
Score and 7 years ago. A radio show. It was redacted a long time mercenary. Many terrorists stepped down from his position.
Sometimes it's like you're cooking in the kitchen. You taste test. And when the chef tells you a little more salt, you just listen. Yeah, it's something off about it's like somebody that didn't watch Ken Burns. And it's maybe, just didn't hit it this time, but I need it. And maybe if Levon didn't do what he did, we'd appreciate it. But Levon killed it. Shout out to him, we miss you, dude. But I think that's it for this week, dude. Alrighty, well, we'll see you next week. Take your private.
It was a wood base, we saw this before, it was wood. Ultimately, the only copper was there. The Ark of Shiloh already was a stone altar. It was a stone altar. This año,
He was thrown out by his own because he was paid for the place. Persians sometimes have that kind of problem. He's about as far as you can get from Pharaoh cats, I'll tell you.
Ubanisa sham der klasa que a camisa Havana
Welcome back to Timmons Shop. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. On the Patreon, you get early access of this show. But that is not why you're here, Daddy. You're here to watch Timmons Shop. So let's go ahead and start the timer. Play the chip clip. Alrighty, dude. As you can tell, I'm ready to go. Mr. Whole Foods. I'm sorry. I was going to say, I'm ready to fucking name the waters, dude. Oh, shit, really? Yeah, look at my hat. I got my name the waters. Oh, yeah. Dude, that hat is perfect. Yeah, dude. You're the thick boy water. I got that thick boy jelly donut on my shirt. I'm ready to name the waters. How deep are you? You're in the water, so I can show you exactly how deep I am. Dude, by the way, this is 100% serious. I'm 14 people. 10 toes. Yeah, I'm balls deep into the water. I swear to God. I forgot about balls deep. Dude, look at that. I mean, this is redacted because I posted it. Did you just post it yourself? I posted it myself. I didn't know they did that. Yeah, so I was like, dude, I worked way too long one night making Joe Rogan hump over and over again with the cut and salad thing. And it wasn't even that made me want to post it, dude. You know what made me want to post it, dude? Is this moment at the end where I have Joe Rogan singing cut and salad. Oh, yeah, that's right here, dude. That right there, dude. I was like, I'm posting this shit. I mean, James just makes like art, you know, it's like it makes you want to do art and go deeper. You know, like you get into it and you're like, how do I make Joe Rogan sing the songs that I'm at? You know, that's why I bet a lot of chefs can relate to you. Yeah. You're a chef, pretty much. And you know what I matter, obviously, but I never said I mattered, but
Bobby, one of my closest friends, you Bobby talk about, no one's been more supportive when I
but I never said I mattered, but I do appreciate be kind words people are saying. And guess what, dude? I never thought I would like working the fires. Oh, yeah. But I will say I do enjoy it. And does anybody understand? Doesn't matter. No. Doesn't count. No. I mean, I saw the comments too. I mean, of course, I never read them, but I saw them. And they were so nice. I don't know if we talked about this before, but I want to thank the Reddit. What they say about you guys is not true. You know, I mean, sure, some of you are evil. Like, most of you are good guys. What does he say? Most of you are all sad. We're all sad. You're all sad, and like, a lot of you, it's because, like, look, we get it. Like, Bradshaw, he's a fighter, and like, he owns a bunch of trucks. We've heard all that. Okay, he can't give trucks away, and I know he's got a big house in Texas. Good, like over here, huge, like Adonis, and listen, I get it. He was in the NFL and all that stuff, but at the end of the day, it's like, you guys are haters, and he's a fighter. And so, what are you gonna do, Nate? What are you gonna do, Nate? I start saying that to people that piss me off. It doesn't matter what their name is. What are you gonna do, Nate? I do want to say thank you to the moderators because they've been highlighting my shit every week, dude. Oh, thank them every week. So now I know when I do a bad song because they're fun. But shout out to you guys. And so the first post we got here is posted by DJ Don't Join, and it's an opinion piece. First time I've seen an opinion piece on Chang's, dude. You know, an op-ed. Opinion. I can't be the only one. You want to read this here? Okay, go for it. Mexican is ruining this. Making fun of Papa is what united us all. Easy regard. Completely delusional, with an unbelievable amount of moments failing in epically embarrassing ways. He gives the chefs in the kitchen the finest ingredients to cook delicious dishes with for all of us to. Mexican, on the other hand, there's absolutely nothing unique about her. She's unbelievably boring and pedestrian. I can appreciate the chef's critics in the menu, but you just can't create the same level of flavors using poor quality produce and ingredients. Like many, I've enjoyed this for years, but it's been hard to keep coming back regularly, only to see more and more of her moon face in the feed. It feels like I'm now eating in day-old grocery store deli Chinese food. It's been worked out to get rid of it. Yeah. Could have said the better myself. You think that? Yeah. I mean, we just, this is probably one of the reasons why we stopped because we think is the amount of Mexican. Yeah. Let me tell you what's my writing. Here's what I'm saying. I understand what this chef is doing. What he's doing is smart. He's playing 4D chess. Okay? You and me, we're the same guy. We don't want to see Mexico. The issue is that we don't want to see her get destroyed on the sun because she's a family person. Like a family member. We prefer not to see his family strong out in the comments, you know? She didn't fight the heavyweight class. She can't take it. True, yeah, she's not the one flipping drugs or selling drugs. She didn't get a 1.1 on IMDb. No, she didn't have anything to do with the Gringo Poppy other than probably lies. Like drop out the ugly. Her mother lies. Whatsoever. We're always trying to tell her. But you know, it's 40. We want to focus on the podcast. We discussed the podcast here. I don't particularly enjoy having to like tiptoe around past. We're gonna be able to take it. That's a damn lie. I guess that means I guess that means but anyways, you get it.
Seeking the love of
this is posted by Carl. It's called We're Getting Close. Getting close to what my man showing my man goodbye before he goes to work. You didn't see me. Influencer, I mean, I guess it's just the thing to do when you're an influencer. You do these kinds of things. Is it my cup of tea?
fire,
I like
the fire from heaven.
Wiggles and Joe.
Yes.
because
The Zimmerman Hachal, the Zimmerman, sometimes the fire would reside on the altar.
this next one's posted by
Sometimes it would reside on the death of.
I forgot how to say that,
Was
but
it this actually?
shots fired at rapist. Who said?
Right, the idea being
I'm
that
with
sometimes
her
ultimate
that cause problems that wouldn't necessarily want. My issue is they should be much more willing to pull the trigger on a point deduction. And the idea that, like, oh, the problem here is guys are just moving their heads into people's fingers does not strike me as the strongest analysis I've ever heard. So I'm kind of between her and then like John Joester.
No, I'm opposite her about this. It's like, that's why we made a rule that guys just can't take their piece out in front of chicks like casually or randomly unless you're Brian Callen, because like it doesn't matter the accidental intent or no, you walk.
I said the randomness that's what makes it so funny. It's like a stretch. It's such a huge stretch. It's a you think this can piss off Luke maybe. This far in the bit like away from what they're talking about. Brian is so funny that he's like, I got one. Dude, if Luke gets a replacement, they've got to be working at full chain. Hopefully, you gotta continue the tradition.
My dog, it just happened to be out. Like, no, that's inappropriate, brother. Okay, like,
So what happens is probably start killing people there.
The face they used to make.
Wiggles and Joe.
So you had full reaction. I love how happy he is. Yeah.
Like, that is not the direction we're looking to go.
Yeah.
I won't be here later. Yeah, this is the retirement tour. Okay, those are
That just comes back. And it
It's
says that's
so
what.
funny when he
From
goes,
a
he has the
house to
strongest
effort,
analysis I've
I
ever
know people
heard.
are applying
So
those meals to
I
see.
agree.
It's like, how
He's
many
already
kids
got
come
the
back to
same.
that? No, you know exactly.
It
46,000,
gets a bit
360
accent.
kids
It
come
cuts
back.
into him. He's
There's
already
40,000
smiling.
kids missing. He's dropping the
You
bus.
can tell. Like,
Everybody
yeah,
else stays
he
above him. Everyone else
changes
is
this
fine.
video.
46,000
I watched the whole thing
So
also.
suddenly
And
what?
it's 11 minutes here too. We don't need to watch that whole thing, do we?
This is just
I went on to the YouTube after I wrote like a dash hater or not dash apostrophe hater, you hater, man. Hater, man. It was a great video. Tozy, whoever he is, Tozy breaks down Brenda's truck giveaway grift by Iggy Fresh. Go check out Tozy, dude.
Comedians or podcasts just got exposed for running car giveaways that seem less than legit.
verify the winner.
Yeah, Tozy brought me on. What's the over-under on Papa calling out the Tozy by name? I'm gonna say 0. I wish he would. Here's my argument. Tozy's big cost. That's true. He's a big name. I mean, maybe for the younger generations of Tozy.
On social media, this isn't real.
You're right, it's also not real. Steve will do is probably one of the most important entertainers in this generation. So it's still out. Probably could be dead. Getting lower, daddy. Alright, let's see what else we got here. Appropriate Doing 930 posted this one. Our boys didn't get the invite. By the way, I see. Let's see. What is the thing they call me out for? Oh, I forget, dude. Let's see what else we got here. On this one. Yeah, Brian Shaman Callen. And then I've seen other social media. It's not real, but I saw how this is like. I would assume it's on the right as his wife.
You also have a
I think so.
She's in
This is just weird. I've never seen it.
absolutely amazing.
I mean, I guess you meet the president.
What
That's the one thing where you're
was
gonna
the
bring the family to get a picture of the president, right? Yeah.
Let's say, what are
I bet people have talked about this before, but Lincoln looks kind of sad, right? Because that's been mentioning.
blood as well as for the substance of wine life.
He's like, fuck, I'm the closest thing to a stool here. He's gonna fuck me.
Why did they have
He's gonna fuck me. That's what Lincoln said to his thing. Joe's gonna fuck him.
They
Joe's trying to look at him in the eyes when he's thinking about this. Joe's thinking of the bit, the perfect bit for fucking Abraham Lincoln's face.
All right,
Here's what Abraham Lincoln's thinking.
Driving my son.
what happens? When you cut yourself,
And then I get fucked in the mouth by Joe Rogan. Alright, let's see.
Ultimately, again,
That would probably be the funniest thing to do when you walk in the girls is just hump the shit out of us. Bust them. Yeah, it's like almost too funny. It actually is funny. It's too funny for him to do. No office, you're like, hey, look at this trip. What's Abe doing? I'm just proclamation in his face. I'm Bill Clinton, you're Abe. Oh. I'll jump. Let's see here. Next one is posted by Fill Your Guts. He's doing the thing. I didn't really understand this. Did you understand this? I mean, the thing is, taking off your shirt, I guess. I don't know. AWP. I just wish you would keep your shirt on. But that's been said ad nauseam. I understand, but yeah. I wish there was something we could do. But unfortunately,
Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
and when you carry a hammer, everything is
His gas itself should be attached to the ground.
he's just
He
seems unhealthy too, right here. This is not a good look. I'm worried about him again. It doesn't look like he's trying to sell a cologne. Fuck that basketball. He's got like 4 fucking crooks in his mouth. Oh, he's sending it up. He's pulling the dip out with a little zen in him. You know? Yeah, he's got to think about his health more. Yeah, he might need vitamins. Maybe. I'm telling it. Yeah. Think about it. Let's see here. I'll get part of the cat in my post. Drainage T. Shout out to you guys for liking it. Here we go. Be Cool Man. Posted by Terp Exclusive 3. I hope this is his politics show because he goes Bob on there. Yeah. Let's see here. I'm not even saying it's bad. I'm just saying.
Speaking a little bit more about
I'd be lying if I told you I cared much. All right, here's Michael Orvin. Oh, here's Bert Kreischer. Oh, no. Yeah. Look at Bert. Does he have a drink in his hand? This fucking drunk. Loudmouth. You gotta start crying and taking your shirt off, you fucking overweight oaf. Is Michael Irvin talking about the U on fucking TV again? Sibley Skulls is very glittery. Alright, I like how she's not talking to Bert at all. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, they cucked Bert on this media shit. Look at Bert, mouth breathing. You're gonna start crying, you fucking oaf. Took off that like a drunk Shrek with no charisma. Yep. God forbid you get liquid death. Yeah, it takes fire. Fuck you up. They didn't get one word for that fucking oaf. I like that he calls him an oaf. Oaf is funny. I like that. I really like that impersonation. That was good. I never thought about that. Hell yeah. Great job, Sibley Skulls. Hell yeah. They didn't get shit from him. Fuck yeah. Yes. Hell yeah. They're like, yo, I want to hear from everyone in this group circle except for this fat motherfucker. Yes. They said, fuck yeah. Oh, I wish I knew what the cause. Nice right hand there from I want to, especially the right hand there from oh god. I'm fucking this up, y'all. I was too busy just hating on Bert. I mean, I'm gonna guess what it was Joshua Jake Paul fight. That's some sort of media thing. No, I'm talking more about like distaste for Bert. Where does it come from? Yeah. What's the origin story?
Ultimately, again, when
On social media, this is it.
when it is
Okay.
there,
Yeah, it might be social media. But you basically tell them to what?
then you could go in and check for buttons.
I guess
But
that
when
means
it is
we
there,
move
it's
on.
not intact, and therefore
That's the narrative.
you may not
Yeah,
check for
I
buttons.
would.
So,
That's funny. Like
Sabachta
Luke and Bert
Allah,
fight.
you may
Yeah, I
check
mean,
for
Bert is just one of those
Allah
guys that
on
makes
his
everyone
back,
hate
when his back is
because
fully
he's so
intact. But
obnoxious.
if his back is
Yeah.
not intact, any
What do you think
kabbalah
Bert
that ultimately
is?
you check,
What do Robert's reaction to all
the Kabbalah will be possible. Amar, so what's the Rav for this? He said, any thought, excuse me, when Yossi went for this, he said, Amar, any thought, Ishtala played the Rav. Oh, that's the possible. That's the concept that Rav was looking for. So what's like, so this is just a Ishtala Rav.
Maybe that would be so fun. I hope so. Yeah. I hope it's just like when he was like, dude, Roe called me and he said that fucking Bear was talking shit. But then it wasn't Bear, or it wasn't, and it was Dave Chappelle. Oh, yeah. God knows. Alright, so this one's supposed to be Texas is there a Sun 187. It's Dicey. It's a picture of Jeffrey Epstein with, oh shit, is that Crystal Lee? This island code like did they have Snapchat there? Oh yeah, I'm glad you said that. Let's go to the comments really quick. These comments are making me mad. Talk about birds of a feather traffic the underage together. We got some poets in there. Really, dude, life rapes. Oh, really, dude. Wait, there's like a couple good ones. There's an island with a secret sex while the traffic's underage girls. Oh, really, dude. And then, his famous doesn't exist. Hollywood's full of great guys. Like, that's where the oh, really, dude culture. Yeah, it's like, oh, really? That happened? Yeah, right. There we go. This is the one I uploaded, dude. The flight logs go away, right? Oh, that's good. It's a good one. Tragic. Shout out to Tragic Mike. Great profile picture, too, by the way. Let's just I like that really quick. He looks a lot like the guy in the Elephant Graveyard. Oh, yeah.
Consecrated status.
That's how bad. My grades is like that guy. The one that does this stuff. He has a podcast. The one that works a lot. Let's see here. This one's
God said it's only Kabbalah for that's because hustle when his dad is damaged. But other Kabbalahs which are sanctified, animals which are sanctified, but are still alive, are totally fine. You just have to wait for what? Just wait for what?
First of all, let me just
I want this to be on the record. The Yochanan says no. Both shooting as well as animals that are consecrated at the time that his dad is ultimately again will
so my husband and I might deny it's been 10 p.m. Cute, funny. So when the sexy window closes exactly at 10 p.m. Not the Ice Age in you. Yes. What's sexy about getting tickled? Is this like a window into their sex life? Oh, shit. I never think about that yet, but that's you want to be tickled with a bird. Yeah. She's like, this is the section where the tickling is sort of matured. It's very like Brendan. Was that? I mean, why would they film this? Like, that part of it's just kind of dumb and goofy. Is there, it's housework there. It would be funny if she was like giving him a lap dance. And then like he fell asleep at 10 p.m. But tickling is like, that's not sexy type shit. I'm gonna be honest with you, I don't know how to make this food right. I'm not sure there's a way. It's pretty bad. It's a horrible start. Yeah. And then I get the joke. He's tired, so he fell asleep. That part is probably the strongest part of the video. It's not sexy time. Yeah. It's like, maybe just make it ambiguous as to what type of time it is. Yeah. He's saying,
so Rashi says over here that it's not just here.
And she is sad because he wants to hear the rest of the joke. Okay, so it's impossible to make funny. Yeah, no, I didn't get it.
So what happens?
He tried.
You have any Kabbalah color
Or maybe
cultures,
he's eating more
actually
jellos.
live the Hamizbeah.
And then
So if
he
you
falls asleep.
that's Kabbalah's before this
Maybe there could be something funny about him eating
and then in the
too much food.
Absolutely. Ultimately, again, the carbon is
I just don't like what you raise a good point. The tickling is very strange. It's like a kitty thing.
and against God.
I don't know why you did that. What does that have to do? And why would he be like,
Constipated animal
do you want
at a time
would
that
you, if you're cheating, would you
there
want your
was no
husband to be
Mizbeach. This is more
would you want to
There's
fuck
no
that?
Mizbeach. You consecrated animals before the Mizbeach was built, right? So what is the Bible say? The animal was muscle.
Well, I look forward to being on
Supports
TFAQ
the
Gas mostly here.
Bali
So sponsored by Caterpillar Hot
against
7539,
who says
one of
no,
our
it's
guys.
only
Talked about
shooting
archery for
but Bali
years. I didn't know this existed. And that's just a funny picture right there. It's a picture of an actually has a kid.
Gemara says,
Wow, he looks like a mature 6-year-old. He would shoot it like that too, like that looking where he's aiming.
We're ultimately again.
It's hilarious. Great job. Alright,
The
let's see
reason
what we got here. Ow!
Rashi says,
Hey, you shot me.
first couple of wines
Oh no, high school, bro.
Rashi says,
Baba, yeah, Baba, get it. Oh, don't kill me.
so
Get
what's
it,
it
right?
again,
Get it.
these
This one's supposed to be a handsome black man. No one's done more for the sport of boxing than Jake Paul in the last 15 years. Brendan Mr. Flip Flop Shaw. So I don't know what the first thing was, but I'm
What are we
assuming it's
talking about over here?
yeah, probably opposite.
We're talking about over here is that
Here's the
ultimately
one thing
again,
nobody
Carbonos,
realizes
that
about
was
Jake
the
Paul. Say
actual
what you want about him when it comes to
before
fighting.
his death was
I'm laughing
destroyed.
because
Before his
he's
death was
filming,
destroyed.
he's doing the thing that we all do.
So essentially,
We're filming ourselves,
what we're talking about
or
over
at
here
least us
is that if you have a carbon,
unpolished, right?
if you have a carbon that
Where
was
you are holding
during
it
while
and you go too long in the beginning before you start talking when he leaves it in.
and now
Because
what
of course he
happens? You
does.
want to offer
Right.
it up in the second.
And it's so like nobody wants to hear this. This is not who is this for? Nobody. Maybe change audience. Nobody cares. But he's gonna film himself talking about how Jake Paul is really important for boxing. And keep the long pause.
Your carbon is gonna have an AR card.
Nobody
But my point over here is
also
you have
this
an
is
animal that's not
definitely the face.
It's impossible to
Seems like I have
There,
better
place
ideas
looks like
for the YouTube
here's the
channel.
problem.
This is supposed to look
Carbonos
great.
age out.
There's
There's
no interest.
no such thing as the ability to
Not
up
hearing
a
something else.
70-year-old,
He's like, cool story, don't kill me. We're doing it.
right? There's no such thing as the
Yeah,
ability
Terrence
to
was
go
like, oh,
ahead
what's
and
our
do that. The
are
animal
you
keeps
chick with
out
big
from
tits?
Nera says, hello,
Are you chick with a big tits type of stuff?
ואחר כך נפחם המזבח חשוף.
Oh, then shut the fuck up.
So the Gemara says, so what's this? The case over here
Okay,
is
that's a
where
great idea. Are you
animal
6
is
foot?
consecrated.
Yeah, don't count. Yeah, how tall you are doesn't matter.
I guess that makes me
what
big
happens?
old
ואחר כך נפחם המזבח. And then the mizbeach becomes
Okay,
what's
let's
the
see.
Bryce?
Let's take note of this pause here.
So listen, so the Bryce seems very believing.
Yeah, that's a pregnant
Mainly
pause
that's
there. I love
that
the whole
halacha
stat
l'maisa
jersey.
ba'alei chayit, and even
Here's the one
and even
thing
if you have a
nobody
carbon,
realizes about
ultimately
Jake
again,
Paul.
even if you have a
Say
carbon,
what you want about him when it
even
comes
if
to
you have a
fighting
carbon,
and last
that
night's
ultimately
the
was
Joshua
a
fight.
lie.
I have some questions
But
too.
halacha
That's
l'maisa
all fine
carbon
and dandy.
mizbeach
The Tyson fight.
ba'alei
I
chayit,
get that.
the parts of
The
your
one
one
thing
again,
nobody
that
realizes.
I don't understand. The whole talutzi stuff. Ima shemishpatu is a very easy way to believe. We've already spoken about this price. And one of the easy resolutions of us at this price is to say, what's
Say
the
what you want about him. I
beginning
get the
with the business
criticism.
carbon was shut.
I get the
So much
questions
like
about the fights. I get all that.
the price. The price is not talking about a case of an animal, which is simply
They're Jake Paul.
and then the exact was shit. And now the price is saying that
I'll go.
it's partial. So we're talking about a case where what? Where the carbon
We
itself
go.
was shut.
You go.
But the carbon was shut.
This takes 17. So he's like, I can't. I got this far. It's staying. That stays in. When the hot intern has an idea for the YouTube channel. I'll go. You go.
So ultimately, again, the carbon
And he says 15 years because that's as high as they can count. I mean, Floyd Mayweather was pretty bad. Yeah, I say so. I said, is it 15 years of Paul? I guess. Has he been doing boxing for 15 years? Probably less than that, right?
What's the focus? Is that becomes chip. Yes, Rab says any
If he's been
carbon
boxing for 15 years, we gotta stop doing the show. It's been way too long. Yeah, I don't think it's 15 years. That's
Why?
math.
Why? Because when the carbon is dressed up and lowered, right now it's ready to be offered, and there's no mistake. There's no suitable
I'll go,
mistake.
go. He
So
wants
there's
to
no
make
mistake,
points
and
like a
the
clever
carbon
guy.
says,
You
not
know,
only
someone who's good
carbon
at
to
broadcasting,
but
but
even
he
carbon
can't
to
do it.
consecrate.
That's what's fun.
During the time that
It's
this
always
gas
going to be
is
something crazy
unusable,
like that. I'll
are
go.
also possible. It's a fundamental machlokes of Yochanan and Rab.
love
I'm
his
saying
face.
that the nature of the machlokes
know
ultimately
what word
is
he's
the
saying.
concept of Ba'alei Kayin Nitri. Can living carbonos be set aside for non-use because of external circumstances or not? Rav says no, therefore this halacha only applies to Shutin. Rabbi Yochanan says yes. So the Gemara says, but one second, this is so interesting.
Oh, no, not even that, because that was like, I was at a wedding party when that fight happened. The convert
not there.
so that could
So
have
Rav
been
says
15
that
years.
over here.
Right,
Just
it
a
was,
little
that was,
gems of
yeah, was it 2019? Yes. Yeah, 17 or 18, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. And Manny Pacquiao versus Floyd Mayweather was huge, too. I remember going to a bar in the valley for that. Well, here's the thing. With him, he's making it sound like none of that ever happened. It's only tape. So it's kind of funny. So when you go, he's going to just
you can
dismiss whatever
offer
you say.
up Ketoras
Oh, yeah, big
on
deal.
the
Yeah,
spot
Mayweather was at
of
50 years
the
ago. In
Mizbeach.
his world, he's living on dog years, right?
This
It's
is wild.
100 years ago.
So literally again, Gemara saying
Yeah,
over
yeah,
kissing
fucking
in the Rav,
every time.
that for some reason there is no inner or incense
Trying to
there.
get
Still offer up Ketoras where on the floor, on the spot of the Mizbeach itself. Now we'll say, why is this a point for us? Because this really changes the previous discussion. Because we would assume whatever applies to the inner Mizbeach also applies to us. To the outer Mizbeach, if that's the case, then what are we effectively saying? That forget about shift Mizbeach. It would appear that what? Even if you don't have a Mizbeach at all, you can actually go ahead and offer up Karbonos in the spot that the Mizbeach itself stood. Incredible.
What do you say?
Incredible.
Instead of
So
saying
the Gemara says,
he says despite.
the Gemara says,
That's what I like about Brennan. Is he'll say
he's actually like about
if in a few years Jack Doherty is doing boxing, he'll say the same thing about that.
Even in that case,
Shrimp. Jack Doherty, say what you want about Jack Doherty. He's the most important thing there is. That's like randomly, oh, thanks for telling us how important that fucking demon is.
I got Mr. Whole Foods.
Animal sacrifice.
Well, yeah, I like how you try to change the narrative, but Papa just told you the truth.
Even if you do that,
All right. You're right. We'll just cut that part out. But this one's posted by Dave Oz 66. Someone's been hanging out with Papa too much. Hashtag irony. Oh, hit the
animal
button, please. Hit
sacrifices
the right
for
button.
Karbonos,
Oh,
which
fuck.
require blood applications, require what?
Social
An
media is
actual
fake. Please enjoy
Mizbeach.
your real life.
Hakanami model Hakanami model Rafida.
What happened to
So it's almost like even Rav would real clear and Halakha Lamaisa for animal sacrifices you do actually use the Mizbeach
Take
itself.
pictures of the White House
What
Capitol,
happened?
and they saw
So
all
my
the
Rav
fucking
was like, what you
projections
see
of the
that
Almighty God. I don't understand why they do that because it's so unattractive. Not her specifically, she's fine. But just in general, the lip injection thing, like, I really don't get who that's for. Wow. I hate that. There must be guys out there that like it. Oh, yeah, so this is the picture right here, dude. This is basically James right here, dude. This is a picture they put on the New York Times and she's got lip injection. Oh, that's what that is. Yeah. They do it like so often to like easily space out lip injections. But Papa's like, just give it to her.
Kimizbach
Yeah,
HaMechuches
the man
Asher
doing it.
B'nei
It's like, I
Hashem
don't even,
Chaton
I
Le'achil
can't
Al
even
Ha'ula Ve'es
wrap
HaMincha
my head around
Ve'es
that
Chol
part.
Hashem.
Yeah.
Because the
Let's see here.
Mizbeach
Yes, you can. Okay, that's a promotion. Oh my god, dude. But Beasto, man, a random Asian guy. You know it's easy to hate Papa, dude.
to go ahead
Like
and
hating Bert Kreischer, you gotta
all
really
the
be dedicated to this shit.
the Mincha
You got
and the Chol Hashem. But the person seems to
I think maybe because he's part of the Rogan series. Like the biggest Kadoosh is like
sounds
that
like
list that we showed last week. Like the best comics of the 2000s. And like none of the
even
Rogan.
beyond
Yeah, it's
the
funny. I
confines
didn't
of
realize
the
that.
Mizbeach
That's hilarious.
itself.
They're not even
Inside
like,
based on
how
English,
long does
but
the list
beyond the
go?
confines of the
Why?
Why?
So it's not that big a list. But still, they're acting as if they're
accommodate
big.
all of the
That's true.
concerns that Shlomo
They're well, you know,
was bringing.
that's just
Now,
haters
we got
being
Masik,
because,
let's
you know,
jump back
to Rogan,
this time,
he's the best.
Vayomu Kiresh
We already know he's the best just because
that day, Shlomo HaMelech
Billboard
was
magazine and most of the
Shlomo
internet, like everyone you know, doesn't think that. I don't read Billboard magazine. Yeah, I don't listen to what normal people have to say. Right? Yeah.
Plus, it tells me that he did it. Why did he do it? Now, because it's committing science. But if the
Well,
process
this
says
is when
he
you
did it,
come
why?
in as opposed to
In
this.
Mizbeach, now this is the
Yikes. She was
Sha'asa Moshe,
Imagine you're on a plane with both Wendy Cummings and Burt Kreischer. You're like, there's the 9/11 guys. You're not getting on the flight with like, so, Omar Fatah or whatever his name is. What was that guy's name? The 9/11 terrorist.
has a Mizbeach.
Muhammad
It's
Atta.
Mizbeach of Moshe
I said
Rabbeinu.
Omar Fatah.
What's the problem?
Hopefully
The
that's
problem
not
is
a
that
real
it's too
person.
small.
We had that's one of our fans.
Mass offerings.
Those too funny to edit, dude. That's great.
He was Makadosh the entire courtyard area, so as to remove what it sounds like, the upper performance in that space as well. So watch this. He was there from Sha'asa Moshe, touching out here. Vord Kitzavon Ilani. And he just says literally, this person is to be understood explicitly as it is.
Don't create your awful content around me. Like I'm one of the passengers. Can't you all just like sit still for a fucking flight? Why are you doing all this shit? Not only is he snoring, but you're also like standing over and filming all this. Right. Do I gotta sit next to this guy while he's fake snoring? Am I gonna be in this video?
So what
I don't
happened?
wanna be in this. Fuck.
So the Gemara says over here, the
The guy on the left is like, listen, I have my own channel. Like, I can't. I have an internet presence, guy. I don't want to be in this.
What you think that the entire floor area of the courtyard to have this Mizbeach status. Incredible. So the entire Muslim, I know you should understand, he says major level, he says such an incredible ripple effect levels. The shining light is going to become one. Who is able to go into the courtyard? What are you able to do in the courtyard? Yes. I'm going to leave it on the side. But the point is that he said, run to someone. Literally, Shlomo HaMelech was Mekadosh the Mitzvah. He literally consecrated and sanctified the entire floor of the Azara. The shame is there. In order to be able to offer Kabbalos, with the Shahaya HaMizbeach Chatan, Yachil Olos, Shanam Shefi, with the Hamizbeach HaMizbeach. For us to use it, so he tells these
Oh no, Jelly Roll is scrolling TikTok like he always does when he comes across this.
Yeah, what we said about of all of the Kabbalah being offered up on daily basis. So listen, this was not an ongoing issue. This was a one-time.
Almost funnier than my sister Hot Pocket.
This was a dedication. This wasn't on an ongoing level. This was just fun. But the sheer volume of Kabbalah on dedication day, the Paisam out to contradict this type of Kabbalah. We're going to Kabbalah Yehuda, fine. It's not that Yehuda. I'm going to have Yossi. Yossi says to my father, and before you tell me, go back. Right? Look at the last action. I'm going to Yossi about who find that. When it comes to the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu, I know everybody will see Valo, but doesn't it already say, Elef Olos Ya'ale Shlomo Ala Mizbeach? So let's say the Pasuk says, we'll offer up 1,000 Olos on the Mizbeach. Be'ilu b'beis Olamim Omer, Vayizbach Shlomo Es Zevach Hashem, Zevach Hashem, Bakar Esim Ushnayim Emet. Now listen to this. The Pasuk also says, that Vayizbach Shlomo was offered up to Zevach Hashem, Zevach Hashem, Bakar Esim Ushnayim. Now that Pasuk, that was also going to come along now, goes on to discuss the sheer volume of Kabbalah. So just look at the Pasuk in its entirety.
I can for some reason fall asleep like this, and it's one of my favorite things about me.
Zevach Hashem Asher Zevach Hashem Bakar Esim Ushnayim Elef Son Meir Ve'esim Elef. So let's say
It's just funny. He's watching a cooking show, so
so we offered a total of 140,000.
oh man, the fans are gonna love these watching this cooking show.
140,000.
That guy's Asian.
So let's say staggering.
No, we're not fucking
tells you what?
redacted.
Tells you what?
It's his homie though.
Right?
It's his friend's
That is
cooking
a
show.
lot
Okay.
of lives.
Oh shit, no,
That's a lot of lives now. So it's
This
going
was
to
an unusual
So now we know the
4460.
Shona, so
It's
remember the
called,
first one, it says,
brother, I
Elef
got a new idea for the YouTube to make it
the
successful.
Shalach was able to offer up 1,000 karbanos on the day. Now the congregation offered up 140,000. analogies,
I got this
לפי
UNCO
שאף
guy
המגיע
that's willing to help us out
למשמעות
with, titles and
ולמיליון
thumbnails.
עמוס,
But
זה
he is
גודל
fine too.
מזה.
Thanks.
Ultimately, again, we'll say, Rashi does all
I'm laughing at that and then also
which is just not going to do. But the point is,
Let's see. This one's called Dicey Dicey Salty.
would have been more than enough to accommodate the
That,
demonic flow.
Jake Paul and the Joshua fight,
We
huh?
should have absolutely for Shlomo to
We'll talk about it. Flip flopping.
I don't know what to say, man.
consecrate the floor to be used for sacrificial use.
I've seen the
So
reaction
here's the problem.
online.
Here's the problem. So now we have one my focus, Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi
Has he seen the
Rabbi
reaction
Yehuda
online?
said, "Bar kick someone."
Dude.
Literally again, the
I
concept
tested
that was
one.
I want to point out what Rabbi Yehuda has going on is as follows, which is that
In what fucking sense?
This is
says
after he
that
has
ביום ההוא
who's cheating.
שמעלה תוך החוסר,
Oh, they're gonna
ומזבח חתן מהאפיר.
Wait,
So
was
it's
I
literally again the concept of Shama consecrated the floor,
Yeah.
because the mizbeach ultimately again is too small for what comes.
Straight right
This is a
again
pasuk
for
from
6
Rabbi. I'm going
rounds.
to take the pasuk at its face value.
Can you cut off the
Pasuk
brain?
Shama consecrated the floor of the Azara, because there wasn't enough
I didn't watch the film.
I'm trying to make sense of it.
That's really interesting.
says no, it's
It's
not
tough
true.
to pin a guy
Therefore,
down when
Moshe
he's on
was
his mind
large
and
enough to
Jake was
accommodate
moving so much.
ultimately again what they needed for the consecration day. So if you have Yossi, here's the problem. What do you do with the pasuk?
It's weird,
What do
right?
you do with the pasuk? What do you do with the pasuk that says that Shlomo was mekadesh the roof of the cause
Even
the
the
Mizbeach
knockout,
was too small?
what they
Which
call it.
Yossi will say. So the Gemara says,
Anybody who's ever been
Elo,
guys,
Mahu, also in the New Testament days, 2 6
got
lines
knocked down
up.
the
Elo,
first
Mahu,
thing he did was
Patanei
get his
So
brother
also
to
what
that
was
was
the
a
new
good
one
one.
says that the Mizbeach was too small to accommodate? It's actually very
Really don't
interesting.
have
ואדם האומר לחברו, פלוני נעשים
do that.
ופסל לעבודה. We'll say,
I don't know, man.
much to this,
It's
it's like someone who
disappointing. Super
says
disappointing.
that his friend is a midget,
Super
and
disappointing.
understanding from based on that,
Kudos to
then
both those
Allah
boys.
Lamaisi
Get
is
your money.
possible from
Get your bag, boys. So I'm not
So
mad at
the
anybody.
much look at
They both made like
actually
90 mil.
Rashi says over here,
Get your bag.
Adam שאומר לחברו, ואדם שנמצא. What's it, halacha is that the
$90 million?
Yes,
Is that what he said? Oh, you're trusting Gorbachev? No, I'm not. I'm laughing at the idea of that. I like Shab is like his brain is so worrisome. I think they both made like $2 million. Like he's a fucking so stupid.
So
$90 million.
you would think the person is a
That
midget.
can't be what
I
it
guess
is.
in Talmudic times that was
And I know I exaggerate,
You can reframe it
but
differently.
come on.
But the
I
idea is that
don't agree.
sometimes
What?
to make a statement
I'm a
from that
fucking beast when it comes down to
from
it.
that
$90 million?
for other
That's
things.
your guess, you
So you wouldn't say
stupid
to someone
goon.
the pasuk from the
Oh
Avodah.
my god, I
They say,
feel
oh,
like
it's funny, it's
yeah,
bananas,
that's what it
it's
sounds like.
midget.
He's
And
like, dude,
first
they
from
fucking, I
that
think
is
they
that
both made
what?
like $1
That
billion
he can't
plan.
ultimately do
His
the Avodah.
co-host, that's like
What
the
is
kind of thing where they're like,
look at Rashi.
or his
The Adam
producers
that
are
someone I'm
go
talking
ahead.
to my friend
Brendan
regarding
didn't
someone,
make
but Adam
$2 billion, then he plays it
for
off like
someone
it's a joke.
ultimately
Yeah,
again
it's
is
funny.
possible for the
He
Avodah.
doesn't care about it.
Nanas ploni.
Bobby
Mishnama
is one
alyo.
of my close
It's a
friends.
nice way to say.
It's
although
so
Amar
funny to
is
have
so
this
phony.
much-
Listen, you never want to see how the
This
person
many
is
shows, this
possible.
much
Person is possible. So
fame
instead of saying, I want to see his
money
possible.
and
Say to
power
me,
and all
the
that,
nifsal
and
avodah.
care this little about what
Rashi
you
says,
do.
Lav maskana, the Adam Omer, Ella Rabbi Yossi Ka'amarav,
He
Ba'os
doesn't give a
Saploni,
fuck.
Ba'os Saploni,
He truly does
Avodah,
not care.
Ba'u
It's
Kore
amazing.
Lo, Mukore
Sometimes you just
Lo.
gotta sit back and be like, wow, that's fucking crazy.
And what the
He's
concept is
a
saying is that
CEO.
ultimately, again, Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu would not
No,
ultimately
no,
be enough in order to
wrong, you
accommodate the
stupid
Rabbanic
elephant.
law.
Keep
On the
talking,
day
keep
of,
going,
it's
oh,
possible
man.
that he could have, but going
You
forward, it
monkey.
wouldn't be enough to accommodate the
And he's
Rabbanic
like a stupid
So instead of
baboon.
going ahead and sending
He's
us that
an
Mizbeach of
animal
Moshe
in the
is
zoo, and he's
also
not even an
instead
animal in the
he
zoo
might
because
kind of
there's
uses
like
a little
someone
bit of a
trained
nice
on the zoo.
solution.
Or so he's
By the way, Kidei Shanam Tov HaChatzer, Mizbeach HaKosher, Asher Lefnei Hashem,
God
Chatzar
damn it.
Nehasmil. So instead of saying ultimately again,
They made $92 million. I really feel like Shab. It's funny to have the thing over under
at the end of the day,
because it's just like Shab. I stand by what I said though. Joshua faces a significant tax bill of around $66 million.
It has to just be a little nice for Moshe. You know what? It was just too small for it. It's just too small. Too small. Now, was it too small one time? Was it too small?
Let's see here.
I
This is
said the
supposed to
Yossi
buy
answer is no.
Moon
But you don't want to say we're decommissioning the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu. That's a good thing. Decommissioning the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu. You don't want to say this. It's like you're going to say, you know what? Something that can accommodate more people. Something that can accommodate the bigger flow. But the fact that the Ozi says, factually, the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu is enough, we just didn't want to say it's also for the Kuna instead we say we don't want to. It's really because it doesn't come out right. But you understand, right? I don't want to say that I'm building a new Mizbeach because I don't want to use the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu. So instead we say they could accommodate a greater carbonic flow. The Ozi says, but when we're factually honest, the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu was in fact larger. So we'll say this is just quite fascinating in general because this is a fundamental historical mathematics. And Rabbi Yehuda, just about the size of his neck, as we're going to see. To which the Gemara says, Rabbi Yehuda, Shabbat, Come Rabbi Yossi. Which Rabbi Yehuda, I, Rabbi Yossi, saying good. Rabbi Yehuda, Tamei, Darum, Zechsha, Samosha, Gadol, Hayah. Also, Yehuda goes back to the says, but ultimately it's true. He's back like Moshe Rabbeinu was in fact large. This San Yochamesh, Amos, Ola, the Chamesh, Amos, Rocha. Garn Kif, Zavan, the Rabbi Yossi. So the Pasuk says, by the Mizbeach. It was 5 amos in length, 5 amos in width. These are the current cases are also in the same dimensions. Rabbi Yehuda Omer, Ne'emar Kan Rabua, it says over here, whenever Lahalon or Rabua, and it says over there that the Mizbeach is by the way, that we weren't going to compare the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu to the prophetic vision of the Chesed. So it says over here, by the Mizbeach of Moshe Rabbeinu was to be seen. And it says by the Chesed to be seen as well. Ma Lahalon Ne'em Se'iso Hayamodi, Akanem Se'iso. Just like that's ultimately again. Mizbeach is as this comes to say. So to by Moshe Rabbeinu,
Anyways, it was Papa looking like he was about to kick Link to the face. So we're on their page now. Look, I think this is the one. So that's like a lot of likes.
It's in the wider lines of Rashi, like right in the middle. The Hariel, Makom Ma'aracha Shamizbeach. I say that was the place where Ma'aracha was the cut, the pile of wood. So we'll say that area was 12 amos, with whole luach in every direction. All Ema Allah Yudbeis Al Yudbeis. So it's only 12 by 12.
That's terrible.
Yeah,
I wouldn't do that with some of the head tree. Not only that, but I'm talking about like us being excited to see your person. Oh yeah, he could take us out like that. Yeah, dude, we'd be different. I might have to get him.
And I
don't know if you saw this one, but this is too much.
ultimately, again, that's the Shava that is made of
So as you can see, he's driving. He thinks he goes back. After getting, I already know what happens. I've watched this all day. Thick boy. By the way, nobody's talking about the resurgence of the thick boy sweater. Oh yeah, right. I missed a little bit merch. I mean, they are buying though. By the way, the coolest truck I've ever seen.
Yossi Omer,
That's a sick ass truck.
that's what Yossi says. It says over here,
Why the fuck does he use that truck? Why does he got T-Rex? This is his favorite one. You know, he doesn't share that and talk about it as much as he
Lahalon,
social media.
and what it says,
Yeah, it's true.
first class
That social media, this isn't real.
Okay, so wait.
and the second of
Also, let the man go to work. Why are you flashing me when I'm leaving?
What is work for him? Is it the podcast?
Lahalon go hope to shine Karko.
He's
Just like
driving
we'll
the
say over
search.
here, it's height. It's double its length. Can't be shine Karko. So to over here again, it's height will be double
Yeah,
its
so that
length.
was the.
Amrad Yuda. Balok Barnema, but the Pasuk already says, Balok Barnema, that's a Hudson Mea Hama Bakoma Kamishamas. After going Omed Agad on his back, the Aboza Biyado, the Kala unknown
Certificate of ownership.
So he really says, if you go according to these
That is fucking. That's just a Callan word for sure. Eldership. Oh no, that's a Callan. That's a Dillian. That's a Dillian thing. Yeah, the elders on the podcast. Really? Like, what does that mean? Basically, like,
why the walls around this kind of
it's like a higher.
Oh,
right. Right. He always wants to group people and separate. You know, you're this.
But it's
never fucking held it out, bro. No. So now, like, you can text women for me.
But if you go to measurements as just the
Maybe
scales,
spell shock.
that means that when the point is standing on top of the graph, the people could see it on the outside. Extra point only the kind of exact it's also the point is standing on top of the graph. Really, I hold it everyone else.
In reference to him saying
I'm
eraser.
זה חליאפון, זה מסך שלה, אשר על המשקל על
Cookie
המשקל.
lengthiness 60 posted this one. Chang's employee honors the cookie values. I saw this, yeah. P.F. Chang's waitress arrested in Bellevue after dumping sauce on her student tip and watch her service.
Right, the curtains are the walls of the butter. Masak Shahat was the masak was the wall also. Remember, these were all curtain walls. Like curtain walls of the das kann ja fast nicht schaffen. Das schon nicht raus, ja. Man nicht gut geht aus. Aber
It's a funny thing to yell something so serious when you're mad. Fast doesn't mean careless. Howard would probably fuck you.
Also said I was like, but Omer, the lion can leash a
But you know, you fuck
I
with the
like
shit,
that.
you get the words.
The other problem is that the Pasuk says that's the lion. The other around the lion can leash a El Hakosei. Ama Al Hakosei.
Chin gets robbed by raccoons. Kind of a funny
Who was the Matt Talmud Lomar, Amos Nisvas Der Umat Talmud Lomar, the Shalom Amos Kamaso, Nisvas Sode Umat, that's what we got to right now is dealing with over here.
See all these all practice from raccoons.
That's hilarious.
Saw the trunk open. Saw some meat left over. Fell off my cooler. I gotta look into my backseat. We're supposed to have some banh mi sandwiches for lunch today.
Tell you how much gravy Bobby Sandy's. Yeah, double down, yeah, or like let people know.
They're all destroyed. Raccoons got into my car somehow.
But the Gemara just got
Is it possible that they can open the trunk?
Pasuk says, the lion can leash a Ama Al Hakosei. Matt Talmud Lomar, He Amos, Nisvas Der Umat. So listen, the potential remedy is like people know the that's fine. Look at that. Son of Amos second one. Nisvas Der Umat. Mala min ha-mizbeach hayadrov on He Amos.
My cooler that was inside the trunk. And then
That the walls of the Mishkan extended 5 amos higher than the top of the Mizbeach. So 5 amos higher than the top.
it's annoying, but it's also like really good.
So that's like 7 feet above
Upon further investigation, I'm looking at the bumper here. Looking at all these marks.
Matt Talmud Lomar, Shalom
So I'm
Amos
guessing these sons of mothers
when the Pasuk said that it was only 3
climbing up, and there is like
amos.
touching.
I
Was able to do that. They open the
say
trunk.
Shiku Kamish Amos Mola, Kamish Amos Rochab, Ruya Shalosh Amos Kama. So here's the problem. So how does that work when it's saying? What is the way that the Pasuk that says that the
That's not why
Hashem was 3 amos?
Oh, you should know all this stuff. It's boring. This is boring. Like what you're saying is boring. But you camp all the time. You should know that you should know where to put stuff so it doesn't get stolen by animals. Lock the doors. Maybe don't have your just Korean barbecue just hanging out. What the fuck was that? You got just a random pork thing hanging out of a bag? Like, put it in the bag, you stupid idiot.
It's a limit of on the top. It's a bag.
But lock the doors. That's like, I don't think the answer to that. I think shit is alcoholic nut job. He's boring. He's just drunk. Left all his food in the car, and now he's filming a video. Like, this is really impressive, though. Wow, I mean, I'm mad that I lost all the food. And I can't think thing. I'm actually impressed with records. This could be great content for my
What comes down, we're actually going to stop the
Is this in Texas? Probably.
It seems to be coming out of the
It's dark.
Is that a lot
They'll
of
do anything to get out of that storage unit for even a minute.
of the walls,
Fuck you, Chin.
extended
That'll be
5
great if
amos
the raccoons left
above
them.
the top of the
They're fucking
there. It makes the walls.
If I saw raccoons fucking in my car and then they were eating my food while they were fucking each other, I mean, let's be honest, if raccoons fucking like that, they're not gonna fuck.
That the point needs to be
That would be
walls
kind of
into
funny
the
to see, like,
Avodah,
you see the video, and it's like, Right? It's like diving on your foot. Like,
We're
is this
gonna
Jim's
have
car?
to come back tomorrow morning to shoot around the
Raccoon
Let me
penis.
we'll stop over here for today. Let me just
I would pay raccoons to fucking Jim's car.
entire time, but one second.
So I guess you can't, they won't monitor it. They're not interested. I don't like more fucking there. I'm not weird. I don't want to see you guys.
What happens
This is a
if
joke.
you go and check the carbon
Joke on him. I'm not
time
gonna
of
watch.
the
Well, I am. But now, Freddie kind of weird way. I don't want to film it on convenient, but I'm gonna film it. Yeah, I'm sure I'm not gonna film it. Raccoons having sex in Jim's car. That'll be a thing. I don't do that.
That social media this is real.
And I'm not assuming how
I
much
guess that means me, Pickle.
assuming how much Russian rights as follows.
Shit sucks. Oh, I used to like Jim. That video kind of. Maybe it's just like.
מזבח שנפגע, נפסלו כל התחדשות
Maybe
של
it could have
זכות
used
במקדש, שעדיין לא נזרק
record
כמובן.
so
לא
much
תדע, לא
for
תעיז,
Yeah, make it
המזבח was shipped, and
I don't know. For whatever reason, it just really pissed me off. It might also be like
any
super.
carbonos that were checked that
I
have
don't mind
not
I got
yet
it wrong. I mind
been
that
done,
fucking they got like.
ultimately, again, are called the rest of the denomination adding to something very important, which is what? This is
Of course, easy.
it goes without saying that what? That any carbonos
Let me
was
lock
checked
your door.
after the carbon,
Yeah, no,
after
for
the
sure.
check was
I don't
checked,
understand why you
similarly
do that.
possible. Like that goes without saying.
They're a
But even
camper.
what?
You camp
Things
all
even
the
bigger,
time.
which is
Why is a
even
car
carbonos
that
was
big? I
checked
guess it's
before the Mizbeach became shipped, but what?
I don't
Did
care.
not yet have
But this one
Zika
can't
done
be
on the
yourself.
Mizbeach, will be possible as well.
All right, let's see
Sorry,
here.
in Shamizbeach,
All
Uzra Kala.
because you buy merch,
We've already
hunter,
seen
posted by Dana
the
White's mom.
and if there is not this
What is it?
impact on
Archery
Mizbeach
cow
for Vika
country.
purposes,
Oh,
then ultimately, again, the carbonos will be possible. Sorry, in Shamizbeach, Uzra Kala Dam, the Namar, the Zavachta, Alabas, Olosecha, the Shamacha, the Lomar Tizbach, will always be full of possible. Therefore, again, the Rambam says, Halacha the medicine number one. Any carbonos which was checked while the Mizbeach was chipped, or even carbonos which were checked before the Mizbeach became chipped, but what did not yet have Zrika done, will be possible. Chaf Gimel, about touching Chayim, Shahayim, Shambazel, Kishinifdam, Lo Nefsu. The Rambam does not consecrate any animal which were already consecrated,
that's the one thing
even
that
was
sucks all the
consecrated
shit
at
that
the
we've
time
talked
the
is
Mizbeach
that they'll
was
never
chipped,
be cool.
not
Be cool
become
with us.
possible.
I can't
Ella,
get stuff like that.
כשיבנה
It's a big
המזבח
price to pay for
נקרבו
what we do.
שאין בעלי חיים
Okay, so the
נזקין,
slow
as
time
well say
thing we did
ultimately
with
again what
salsa up
happens,
front, posted
Allah
by the
Lamaisa we
reducing
don't
valve.
ask him like
I don't know if you see here, it says 3 minutes and 20
ain't
seconds
Ba'ali
for the slow
Chaim.
minute.
So what happens if you consecrated
Oh,
the
it's Jojo.
Right. That was.
It's not
That
slow.
mizbech was chipped.
Jojo.
Or he consecrated it before it became
No,
chipped. And if it became chipped,
yes.
what's the status of the carbon? The status of the carbon?
Diet
Kosher.
starts Monday.
Kosher. You just what? You just what?
Yeah,
You can't do anything with it. You just have to wait ultimately again until
Not a good Diet
ultimately
Coke, so
the base
these days.
Hamikdash Mizbech is prepared.
Oh, this is
And
supposed to be
ultimately,
Dazzling
again,
Rapid
you'll be able to
633.
go
Why
ahead
is Papa
and
not here? He's
offer
only
it.
been
Now,
on
listen,
there
now one
since
more
16.
piece. So let's say, therefore, we see halacha the mice we passing like Ra. That it is only carbonos which are shifted, those must be are negatively impacted, but carbonos which are disconcentrated are not negatively impacted by the ability of the one more piece, then we'll go. We'll stop for today. Chav Dalet, get ready for this. This is fascinating. Hikdish Behemoth actually nibna halizeh. We'll say, what about a case where I was not dish carbon before the Mizbeach was
Like,
even
aren't they
built?
bros?
So let's say
Guys,
today,
they're guys, right?
and now
What
it's
would you
like,
be like,
I
dude?
believe the chef so
Dude,
much.
the last
I
week
want
I
to
did so
buy.
fucking help me.
I'm
You
gonna
know
have
what I
it
mean?
later. I don't have
It
it
was
all in my
fun,
backyard.
dude. Safe.
I know I
That's
can't do
also
anything
safe.
with it right now, but I just want to buy it. And I want to
I'm totally
consecrate it.
safe with
I want to
you.
consecrate it. So it's like, so what's the halacha? So this dish famous to now. This is very. This
You're
is
safe
listen.
and fun.
This is
Healthy
halacha
and
lemaisa.
stuff.
I can't say I've gotten many shots now. This.
Each
But I could imagine that a person's. I'm very messianically oriented. I want to go and I want to buy a carbon. I want to buy that. I want to be not this shit now. I know I can't do anything for it, but I want to hold it until Mashiach comes based on this. So can I do it? Take this bema achol nifna hamizbeach kishibana makriven also shadichui meikaro inodichui. We'll say halacha lemaisa. It's okay. We'll say even though
set of
We do
people.
not
Does that
contemplate
happen all
that
the time?
easily
No,
made
of
color.
course not. We've been on
We do not
teams
say
where we've
there
had
will be
both
again
sides.
concentrating an animal when
We've been on a
the
team where if Tiger gets home
permanently
run,
sets it aside for an animal.
everybody's like hugging me and they're
Rabbi
running
said
and
you
we're
want to go
crying and
ahead
it's like,
and
yeah,
you want to go
let's
ahead
do it because
and
everyone's
set aside a
so
part. But now,
vested and I
technically
love their
speaking,
kids and
you
they
can
love
go
mine.
ahead
And we've also been on other teams
obviously
where it's like
it's not a
Tiger
good
gets home
idea
run and they're
because
like,
you have to go ahead and
congratulations. And you're like, wait, was that like a legit
but technically
congratulations
the
or
person
was it
who
like
do
a
it, usually also
meaner
leave that because
congratulations?
the sheep
You
but I'm
just
not
don't
even
know,
also
right? And you can't pick and choose.
consecrate an animal. Now, you know, the
Bitch,
Israel
DK
base
play.
when the base comes,
One
you
hit,
have to go
and it was an error on the first baseman. Should have been a no-hitter. Give up one hit. Should have been 0. I pitched 3 innings, struck out 6. Give up 1 hit, but it was an error. So in my book,
Okay,
that's
so
no-hitter.
the Mishnah what happened? So we know generally speaking that the karbanos were shafted, the kachim were shafted on the floor of the Azara, of the courtyard. But what happens if someone shafted it? Someone shafted a carbon actually on top of the mizbech. They took the animal up and they shafted it there. Rabbi Yossi says, "Ilu nishkat to the tachon." It says if he shafted it in the north, and we'll see in a minute what is that language of Ilu. It says if. So that's Rabbi Yossi's opinion. He says no problem. He says if he shafted on top of the mizbech, it's just like shafting in the north, and we know that Chachamim needs to be shafted in the north. Rabbi Yossi says we're good. Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Yossi here, as Rashi on Amar Beis tells us, is Rabbi Yossi ben Chalafah. Because we'll see, then we have Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda. Rabbi Yehuda says, Omer, Mekatem Mizbech Ra'adaram Kedaran, Mekatem Mizbech Ra'tafon Tafon. So it says as follows, that it depends where on the Mizbech you are. If you're on that Mizbech, the southern half of the Mizbech, then it's treated like the southern part of the Azara, and what's the halacha there? We know that all Kachim need to be shafted in the north. So therefore it's no good. However, if you're on the coin or the shafted, the animal was on the northern part of the Mizbech, then it's okay. So that's the Mishnah. Says the Gemara, Amr Rabbi, Amr Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi said in the name of Rabbi Yochanan, Omer Haya Rabbi Yossi, Kulei Mizbech B'Tachon Chai. So Rabbi brought Rabbi Yochanan, who as Rashi, who kind of scrolls across a little bit, tells us Gemara near Elul, that he had a Masara, he had a tradition from his Rebbeim, that Rabbi Yossi was of the opinion that the entire Mizbeach was in the north. So the question that the Gemara then wants to deal with is, okay, so if the entire Mizbeach was in the north, then of course you can, it's no problem because you have to shaft in the north and the entire Mizbeach is in the north. So why, if you look at the language of Rabbi Yossi says that if you shafted on the Mizbeach, it's to easily mix it to the Tachon. Because if you shafted it in the north, and the question is, if he holds that the entire Mizbeach was in the north, then it's not as if he shafted in the north, it is the north. So the Gemara says, what does it mean as if? If he in fact holds the whole thing is in the north, why is it Ilu? The Gemara says, Mahu Detema, I might have thought that, Al Yarek, the Leka, I might have thought you need Al Yarek, and that's not present here, Shamash Malon, therefore it tells us that it's still good. What is Al Yarek? So we say it every morning. We say, Shachat Ota Yarek HaMizbech Sapona. So that's in the Pakistan comment. So we say that we shafted Al Yarek HaMizbech, which means on the side of the Mizbech. So you might think, even though it's true that the entire Mizbech is in the north, maybe when you shaft it on top of the Mizbech, it doesn't qualify as being on the side of the Mizbech, and therefore maybe it'll be no good. So therefore it's coming to tell you that when you shaft it on top of the Mizbech, it's as if you were shafting it on the floor and it's no problem, you're in the north and all is good. Okay, Amar Le, Rabbi Zega L'Rabasi. The Rabbi brought Rabbi Yochanan is saying something about Rabbi Yossi. Zega says Rabbi Elameata, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Hakinami, the Chetz of the Tachon, the Chetz of the Dara. Alright, so he says, according to you, now that you said that it must be according to Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, that he holds that the Mizbeach was half in the north and half in the south. How did we arrive at this conclusion? Because it follows. The way Rabbi understood what Rabbi said in the name of Yochanan, the same thing as Rabbi Yossi, was what did he say that? He said that Rabbi Yossi holds that the Mizbeach was entirely in the north. So what Rabbi's understanding is that how did he know that it was in the north? He didn't have Rashi to tell him that it was a tradition that Rabbi Yossi would keep on the Mizbeach. He said, how did Rabbi Yossi know it was in the north? He said it must be from our Mishnah because we see that Rabbi Yossi says that it's okay if you chef it on the Mizbeach, and we know that such a culture needs to be chefed in the north, so it must be that the Mizbeach was in the north, was entirely in the northern side of the courtyard. Okay, so if you learned it from our Mishnah, so okay, no problem. So that explains why Rabbi Yossi says that it's okay when it's on top. But then it must be if the basis for understanding why Rabbi Yossi says it was okay because it's all in the north, then Rabbi Yossi, but Yehuda, who says that if it's in the northern half, it is okay because it's in the north, and if it's the southern half, it's not okay because it's in the south. That's what he would conclude. Just like we see Rabbi Yossi holds the whole example in the north, must be Rabbi Yossi. But Yehuda holds that half of his bath was in the north and half in the south. Therefore, if you did it on the northern half, you're good, and if you did it on the southern half, it's not good. So that's what he says. Now that you've said that we see from our Mishnah is the source that Rabbi Yossi holds it all in the north, and that's why it's okay. So Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, it must be that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda holds his bath was smack dab in the middle, half in the north and half in the south, and that's why he said that if you chef in the north, it's good, and if you chef in the south, it's no good. So the Gemara says, "Let's see, Tema Hakinami." Maybe that is so. Maybe we look the way we knew that Yossi holds it in the north, that anywhere you chef on the bath is good, and the way Yossi knew that it was half and half is because it has to be in the north, and only half of them is bath was in the north. The Gemara says, "But I have a problem. If you tell me that Yossi or Yehuda holds that the Mizbeach was split half and half. Rabbi say in the name of Yochanan, Mozi, Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Shimshachtan Kinegdam Bakarka Psula. Says, you yourself say in the name of Yochanan that Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda is admit that if you said it Kinegdam Bakarka, Rashi proves and explains that it's with the Mizbeach itself sits. Now you might ask, how on earth do you chef on the part where the Mizbeach is? See, the Gemara will talk about that. But in any event, it says if you chef on the ground where the Mizbeach is, it's puzzle. So why is that a problem? Because if you understood that he held that half of the Mizbeach was in the north and half of the south, so if somehow you could chef underneath the Mizbeach, shouldn't it be that the northern part of underneath the Mizbeach is good and the southern part is no good? From the fact that the says that if you chef on the ground of the where the Mizbeach is, that it's puzzle, and must mean that he holds the whole thing is in the south. So if you should also learn that Yossi Rabbi Yehuda's halacha that it's split in the north and south, and that the Mizbeach was on each was half and half north and south. But yet we have this halacha that tells you if you chef underneath the Mizbeach or the area underneath the Mizbeach, that it's all puzzle shows that he holds the whole thing is in the south. So the question is, does Yossi Rabbi Yehuda hold the Mizbeach was half on the north, half on the south, or does he hold it all in the south? So we have a shira. Amalei, the Rabbi said back to the Zera, Hafi Talmud Rabbi Yochanan. Rabbi Yochanan actually, unlike what you were saying, is that the way that it's not from our Mishnah that we learned, that Rabbi Yochanan learned that Rabbi Yossi holds that the whole Mizbeach was in the north. It was a tradition he had from his Rabbi. So then, if so we're saying our Mishnah is not about about where the Mizbeach was located. Our Mishnah is about something else. It says, Haskam Rabbi Yochanan, Shnei and Mikra Echa Darshi. The both of them were darshing a single pasuk, because the pasuk says in Shemos, Mizbeach Adam et Pasuk. Make a Mizbeach Adam or Mizbeach of the you should make for me the Zavach Allah, you should chest on it as Allah Secha, Yeshlomecha. So in any event, what it says is that you should make me a Mizbeach, and you should chest on it Olos and Shlomim, right? The Zavach Allah is Allah Secha, Yeshlomecha. The Rabbi Yossi holds
Kulola Ola V'Kulola Shlamim. Because the whole Mizbeach can, on the entire Mizbeach, you're entitled to shech Ola and Shlamim. Right? Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Tavar Chetim L'Ola L'Chetim L'Shlamim. And Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda holds that no, the northern part of the Mizbeach is designated for Olos, for Kachei Kadashim. The Cheshov and the bottom half is L'Shlamim for Shlamim, because which are not Kachei Kadashim. Okay, so what we're saying is as follows: that the machloket that they have has nothing to do with where the mizbeach is. Even if, let's say, the mizbeach was entirely in the south, the way they're understanding the psukim is that there's a special limit in the pasuk that the pasuk tells you that on the mizbeach you can check olos and shlamim, and olah is a kachei kadashim. So you see that the pasuk is telling you that you can check on top of the mizbeach kachei kadashim. So maybe everyone holds that the mizbeach, we're going to see it's not so, but maybe everyone holds the mizbeach is in the south, and still on top of the mizbeach is a special limit. Where can you check? You can check it in the north, as we've always been learning, and you can also check it on top of the mizbeach. Okay? We talked about the Kulola Kafir. So now it's explaining Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda. So Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda said you can only do half on the Olos, and half you can do for Olos and half for Shlamim. We talked about the Kulola Kafir. So Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda is going to explain why he says it's split. The pasuk says you check your Olos and your Shlamim. So Rabbi Yossi says that you can check Olos and Shlamim anywhere you want on the Mizbeach. Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda is splitting it. Why? Because he's saying if you're telling me that I can check an Olah, Kachei Kadashim anywhere on the Mizbeach, has the Kulola Olah Kafir, Kulola Shlamim Miboying. So he says, if that's so, that if you're able to check an Olah anywhere on the Mizbeach, then surely you could check a Shlamim anywhere on the Mizbeach. Now what should this remind us of? Because if you remember, we had, a little while ago, we had Shulim Kalvachomer. So we were dealing with the question of how you know that you could check such a column in the Suffolk. So one version had it from a Kalvachomer, and the other version said, no, I needed a puzzle because I might have had a different Kalvachomer. So let's talk about the first Kalvachomer. The first Kalvachomer was, if you see that the north, the Suffolk is more kadosh, it's more holy, right? So then, and you can check such a kaddish there, then the rest of the area of the courtyard is less holy. For sure you can check. So in order to check, I'm sorry, it's the other way around. He's saying that if you see that the kachei column could be shefted in everywhere but the north, so you see that it's kedusha. It can be shefted even where there's less kedusha than Kalvachomer. It could be shefted in the north. That was the initial. That was one side was saying, I know from a Kalvachomer that kachei column can be shefted in the north. I don't need a puzzle. So that's really what he's saying here. Also, he's saying that if you see the entire area of the Mizbeach is good for an Olah, then I don't need you to tell me Shlamim, because I know Kalvachomer you can have a Shlamim, because if it's an acceptable area for Kachei Kadashim, which is more Kadosh, then for sure Kachei Kalim, which are less Kadosh, are able to be shefted there. So that's like the first Kalvachomer that we had previously. So that's why he's saying it can't be that you can check everything the Olah there. It must be that it's split. It's telling you that you can check the Olah on the northern part and the Shlamim on the southern part, because that would explain why it needed to say both Olah Techa and Shlamim, because it's splitting the Mizbeach. However, if it was like Rabbi Yossi said that you could check Olah anywhere on the Mizbeach, I wouldn't need to say Shlamim. Okay, so that explains Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda. What about Rabbi Yossi? Why did he say that you could check anything there? How does he explain why it needed to write Shlamim? If you're able to check an Olah there, you should be able to for sure check the Shlamim, and I don't need to tell you the Shlamim. So what does Rabbi Yossi hold? He says I need it. I might have thought Olah who did Dachik Lay Makom, that an Olah is short on space. I will Shlamim the low Dachik Lay Makom a Malo. But I would say that you cannot check the Shlamim on top of the Mizbeach because it's not short on space. Come on, therefore it teaches you that you can check both an Olah and a Shlamim on the Mizbeach. So what does this remind us of? This reminds us of the second view. So the second view said, I need a pasuk to tell me that you can check touch and column in the north. Why didn't you know it from Kalvachomer? Because we had a different Kalvachomer. The Kalvachomer said as follows: that if Kachei Kadashim were only allocated a little bit of space, meaning in the north, right?
and touching column were allocated a lot of space, meaning everywhere else, then therefore, from the fact that it was given only this little space, it's Kavachomer that you cannot, in other words, only this little space was designated for touching column, while a big space was designated for touching column. It must be that the touching column cannot be shefted in the north, because then you're invading on the space. It has nothing to do with Kedusha. It's a very practical consideration that the Kavachomer would tell you that you should not be able to sheft touching column in the north, so therefore, we needed a pasuk to tell you can't sheft them in the north. That was what we dealt with a little while ago. But I think this is similar. This is saying as follows, that if, in other words, Rabbi Yossi has to explain, why does it mean take those Ola and Shlamim? If it says Ola, you know, Kavachomer Shlamim, he says no, because maybe this is not a Kedusha issue, that could learn a Kavachomer like that, but maybe this is a space issue. What's the space issue? Is that the touching colors can only be shafted north of the Mizbeach, especially according to the views that the Mizbeach itself, the entire Mizbeach was north of the midpoint, and especially according to the views that the sides of the north are no good. You have a really small space to chef touching colors. So you would say, if the pasuk just told you that you can chef Olo on top of the Mizbeach, I might say that's because of space issue. They don't have enough space sometimes for the touching colors. So therefore they said you could do it up on the Mizbeach too. But I wouldn't necessarily know you could do Shlamim, hence the pasuk had to tell us Shlamim. Okay, so this explains the machlokas going on between Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Yossi. But net, what is it proving? It comes to tell us that not necessarily does our Mishnah establish where they hold the Mizbeach is. And in fact, it can't. Because if Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda was telling you the reason you could stack half on the north and half on the south, because that's where he believes the Mizbeach was located, then how come subsequently we said that if you check in the area of the underneath the ground of the Mizbeach, that it would be possible no matter where it is, seems to imply it's all south. So therefore we're saying the Machlokas of Rabbi Yehuda has to do with this special limud that tells you to check on top of the Mizbeach, which is not necessarily tied to where the Mizbeach is situated. Okay, so now we basically learned that Rabbi brings from Yochanan that he had a tradition from his Rebbeim that Rabbi Yossi holds that the Mizbeach is located fully in the north. Nothing to do with our necessarily. Okay, says the Gemara. Gufa, Amr Rabbi, Amr Yochanan. Rabbi said to him, Rabbi Yochanan, Modi Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, Shemshachon, Kenegdan, Bekarkov, Sula. So this was by the learned was the reason he had a question on how could Rabbi Yossi hold the Mizbeach was half north and south, because you see that he says if you sat on the ground opposite the Mizbeach, that it's possible, which seems to imply the entire thing was in the south. So now the question the Gemara says is Amalei Rav Acham U'Dishti Ravina, Rati U'Dishti asked Ravina, he had a very practical question. He said, "My connection the car." So what does that mean underneath the Mizbeach? He says, so he says, oh, how do you get onto the Mizbeach? So the Gemara says, so maybe you'll tell me that what it says that if you chef those, which was the base amma up from the bottom, or the soveh that we discussed, which was 6 ammas up, where the coin walked around. So the Gemara says, no, that can't be what it says if you chef opposite the Mizbeach. Because how do you Mizbeach food? That's primary Mizbeach space. You can't say that's not the Mizbeach, and that'll be possible if you chef it there. The Gemara says, some people take out the word connect them, but my connect them Mekata in the ground. That's not the ground, that's up above ground. So in other words, first of all, that you shouldn't say it's possible to check there. And second of all, how is that a case of the ground? Well, maybe you'll tell me. The other Masilos, the Karka, the Shakatu. Maybe he borrowed under, maybe it's telling you that if you borrow a hole under the Mizbeach, and you check them out, well, there's possible. Maybe that's what he was coming to tell you. And that's why I was telling you that it's all in the south, because if you check there, it's possible because it's south, it's in the southern part, not in the northern part. But the Gemara says, forget whether you're allowed to do that. That's not only would that be a problem with that animal there, it wouldn't even be a Mizbeach. Why would it not be a Mizbeach? Well, Tanya, we learned from Mizbeach, that you can make for me a mizbeach of ground of Adama, say, hey, Mekuber me Adama, or Adama, that it should be attached to the ground, right? The law Nano law Agabin Mefilos, the law Agabin Mefilos. You cannot build the mizbeach on top of poles or on top of arches, because how did they make a level space for the Harabari? They had arches in those days. You fly in nowadays, they had arches that held up the floor, right? And the Mizbeach itself could not be built on any arches. It couldn't be built on any poles because the Pasuk tells you Mizbeach Adam HaTatari, that you need to be a Mizbeach made of the ground. So you could not be talking about when you get underneath. Now, anyone know how this is practical halacha l'maisa? The Mizbeach being on hold. I'll tell you. I really am trying not to go off today because I have an interesting story where we get to, but I'll tell you very quickly something interesting. So there's, I discussed this with you a while ago. The other time, or the Bashir, I remember we talked about how the fact that technically speaking, karbanos could be brought now. In other words, there's still a concept of karbanos nowadays that you could do karbanos. And this is something that the later Christians are very involved in. Is could be theoretically check the carbon tray, and there's all kinds of problems with this. We don't have the paraduma for people are coming in late, and we don't know exactly where things are located, and we don't know if there's supposed to be done in the all about these things. And there's interestingly the Professor, and I think also the Yavit says something interesting. He says, I have a problem because generally speaking, if it's a carbon of keyboard, how do you have shalom? You don't have to shekels from all the Jews. And if it's a carbon yachid, then everyone's coming. But if it was a carbon keyboard, then some of us at the keyboard, you could bring a carbon keyboard, but we don't have to sell it. And if it's the individual one, then there's no tomo hook to the yachid, so how do you do it? So the Professor says, what's the only carbon you could bring nowadays? You could bring the carbon Pesach, because a yachid brings the carbon Pesach, and if Rov of Klal Yisrael is coming, carbon Pesach. So others argue with this and say, no, there's still lots of problems, including one of the problems which we're going to see today is huge question about where exactly the staff was located. So, it's a problem because if you wanted to check the carbon today, where would you put the staff? Okay, part of a much bigger issue. I'm not going to get into it too much today, but I'll tell you something very interesting. So people came up with a very practical solution. They said, look, if we know that the Mizbeach has to be on the area that had no, in other words, most of the Harabbayis was built as arches, but there was a part in the staff that had to be on Adama. So if you're going to dig around on the Beit HaMikdash, what you're going to find is that most of it is built on arches, and then you're going to find a square somewhere that's 32 by 32 that has no arches, and it's all dirt, and you'll know exactly where the Mizbeach was, and that's where you'll put the Mizbeach. So in any event, that's based on this. Now, does this work? So what people say is, no, it's not going to work. Why? Because when the Goyim came and said, at the time these scriptures were written, that 1,800 years ago, the Beit HaMikdash was destroyed, and in fact, the Goyim wanted to find things where see what was going on there, they dug, and in fact, according to many, they were digging to try and find the Aron, because we know that the Aron was after the first Bible saying he didn't have the Aron. They said that they dug up, so therefore, what's going to happen is they dug beneath the level of the Kippim to where they got to the ground beneath the Kippim, so you wouldn't be able to find the area of the Mizbeach. But in theory, it was a nice idea, Anyway, so fine, we're trying to figure out how do you get underneath the Mizbeach. You cannot have holes underneath the Mizbeach. The Gemara says, so we're talking about, we're going to see in Mexican later this week, that while we learned this whole Mishnah, we learned this whole Brisa the other day of the 32 by 32, and then the 30 by 30, and the 28 by 28, and the 1 by 1. In theory, you can make the Mizbeach smaller as long as it's square. So therefore, they're saying what happened here, that if you contracted the Mizbeach, and you did a smaller Mizbeach than 32 by 32, and therefore you checked it on the area that used to be covered by the Mizbeach, it would be possible. Why is it possible? Presumably because the Yosef Yehuda holds that the Mizbeach was located in the south, the entire Mizbeach was in the southern portion of the courtyard, and it's all in the southern, and you can't touch the custom there, even if it used to be the makom of the Mizbeach, and even if when it was the Mizbeach, you could check on it, that's only because it was the Mizbeach. Once it's ground and you've contracted the Mizbeach, and this ground opened up, you can't check there because it no longer has status as the Mizbeach, and it's not in the north, so it's in the south, according to Rabbi Yossi ben Yehuda. So now we understand how what does it mean that it's on the ground of the Mizbeach. Okay. Now, Amr of Zero is bothered by something. He says we brought here a tradition that Rabbi Yochanan brought, that Rabbi Yossi held that the entire Mizbeach was in the north. This bothered Rabbi Zero. He says, after Esau other Yochanan was in the north, is it possible that Rabbi Yochanan had this Masorah that Rabbi Yossi held the entire thing in the north, and there's no Mishnah that tells us it doesn't make any sense.
I don't remember.
So, that attempt to leave it be, so the Zero went out and he searched to try and find a Mishnah that supported this idea that Rabbi Yossi holds the entire Mizbeach in the north, and he found something. It's not because we learned in the Mishnah in Tamid that says as follows: Zero Misham Ate Se'ina Yafim L'Tzadeh Marachas Niyas Torah Kineged Karen Maravis Drum is Moshe and Karen Kapel Top and Arbaamos. Okay, so 1 second. So what's going on here? So he said that they used to have, there were 3 fires used to be on the Mizbeach. One was the fire that they burned in Ola, that they put in Mudra, anything that got burnt on the Mizbeach was in one fire. Another fire, which was smaller, was the fire that they used to use to take the coals that they would use for the Ketorah. And we're going to see how another use as well. That was the second pile. The third pile was even smaller, which was just as you know, there was supposed to be a fire on the Mizbeach at all times. So it was this third fire, the one that was always lit, right? So now it's talking about this second pile, the one that you use to make the coal for the Ketorah. And it says as follows, it says that he would go and pick, Rashi says, where would he pick from? He says that there was a room that had, the Zira ate him, we learned about it before, there was a room that had wood, and Zira Misham Ate Te'ina Yafim, he would pick nice wood from a fig tree. Now, why is this fig tree? Rashi says something interesting. He says, Michelle, they know how you reveal them. They used to generally, they could pick other things, they would generally like to take fig branches. Why? The Tamagada, who would have an agadic reason, because after the theft of Adam Arishon, the Baruch Shalom made him clothes out of fig leaves. That's why we like to use fig branches. Something to think about, why that's a connection. In any event, so we would pick these Atei Te'ina that were nice in order to set up the Marachas Niyas to set up this second fire which was used to make the coals of the Torah. Kineged Karen Maravis Drumish, where would they put this second fire? On the southwestern corner. Mashuch Minach Karen Klape Safon Arbamas, 4 amos north of the southwestern terrace. Okay? And we'll see exactly where it was north of, but basically it was 4 amos up on the southwestern part of the Mizbeach. Now what would they do? Well, Omeid, Kamei starting to call them, they would put enough wood that they should be able to make 5 saw of coal. And what would they use those coals for? Those coals were used in order to put inside, when they used to do the Ketorah, the Mizbeach HaKetorah didn't have fire on it. What would happen? They would bring corn from the Mizbeach HaChitzon onto the Mizbeach HaKetorah, and then they would put the Ketorah on top, and that would cause the smoke to go up. The Shabbos, one of starting the Cholim, that on Shabbos, this was the second use of that pile on the Mizbeach. They would put 8 saw of the Cholim of coal. Why did they need more coal than Shabbos? To show them how you nurse and snip and people of one is the left of my funny. Because that's where they used to put the huge spoonfuls of Levona, sprinkling stems that went on the left of my funny. What was this about? So on Shabbos, you know, the silk fun inside the hay had 12 loaves of bread, and they would slide it on, and they would put the 2 things of position, the 2 position of Levona. And what would happen? The next Shabbos, they would come and take it off. The bread, the lechem apanim, would be given to the Kohanim, and the Levona would be burnt where would it be burned? On this second fire on the Mizbeach. So therefore, on Shabbos, they put extra coals there because not only did they have to get coals for the Torah, but they also needed to burn the Lavona there. Okay. So now, that's the Mishnah that's the Mishnah in Tammuz. Now, Gemara says, Ma'asim Mana Rabbi Yosi. How do we know? Rabbi says, Mahu Asimin Shehokva Lahem Marachas Nil Akar Shel B'Zivin Karen Maravis Roman Matakar Ba'amas Ein Karen Tzafon. They said, what's the simon that this is where they put it? We see the simon from Rabbi Yosi. So it says Rabbi Yosi Distanya, because Rabbi Yosi taught us something. And from what Rabbi Yosi taught us, we're going to understand or remember or remind ourselves why this second maracha, the second fire needed to be 4 amas from the southwestern corner. Why? Because Rabbi Yosi says, this is something that can help you remember it. Because as follows. Anything that's taken from inside the Heichal could be put outside the Heichal. It's only put in the place that is so close that there's nothing closer. Meaning that something coming from in the Heichal out to the Mizbeach should be put in the closest place to the Heichal. Right? And similarly, anything that's taken from the outside to be brought into the inside, should only happen at the place that was the closest to the Heichal. Okay, so this is the simon because this is tied. Another key thing to bring something to the closest place. And we're saying that's the simon to the Mishnah and Talmud, which tells you that the Marachas Niyah, the second fire, needed to be 4 amas from the southwestern corner. So now we're going to mix these two, and we're going to try to understand Rabbi Yosi, how we see that Rabbi Yosi held that everything was in the north. So we have a Mishnah that tells us that the second fire, the Marachas Niyah, needed to be 4 amas from the southwestern corner, and we have Rabbi Yosi telling us something from the out-in or the in-out needs to be the closest place. And those are linked to each other. And because that's what he said it was the simon. So now we're going to understand how do we prove from this that the Yosi holds that the Mizbeach was located fully in the north. All right, so start some calculation of measurement of the Heichal and the Mizbeach. So, okay. So first we might as well figure out what are we talking about that's brought from that out in and from the in out. So there's kohen so namely nothing but foot, mind you. What is it that's brought from the inside to the outside? And maybe you'll tell me it's the leftover blood, right? But what's the problem with saying it's the leftover blood? The head gets simple. Oh, you sold it as Pasach Olah, Pesach Ol Moed. If you remember, we had 3 psukim. One said Pesach Ol Moed. 2 said a Pnei Ol Moed or something like that. So there was a Pnei Ol Moed. I'm sorry, Pnei Ol Moed. So when we said, why did it say Pesach Ol Moed? It was coming to tell you that when you come out with the Shirayim, you should pour it on the first place that you encounter. And we discussed, was that the western Yisod, was that the southern Yisod? We talked about this depending where the base of this was, but maybe you'll tell me that's what Rabbi Yosi is talking about. Something that's brought from inside to outside is talking about the Shirayim. The Gemara says it can't be because we already had a pasuk to tell you that that should be at the closest place. So why did Rabbi Yosi, what was Rabbi Yosi telling us? Furthermore, Tolanito Bafuk, we nothing but min, my need. And what is it exactly that we're saying something that's taken from outside and put inside? Maybe you'll tell me, it's coming to tell you the coal that Tony Mother used to take into the Kodesh HaKadoshim to do the Kodesh and Kippur. And therefore, Rabbi Yosi is coming to tell us, or the Mishnah is coming to tell us that it should be put at the place that's closest to the Mizbeach. Since the head gets sickle, that also is written before in the pasuk. It says, "L'lakach milad hamachta gafalei." So the pasuk continues and says that he takes the
ladle full of coals of fire, me'al HaMizbeach, from on top of the Mizbeach, milifnei Hashem, from before Hashem. So what do you see? You see that you should take it from the area that's lifnei Hashem. Where is that? That means right in front of the Heichal. So therefore, we see from a pasuk that the Gechalim should be in the place that's right lifnei Hashem. So we don't need this mission. We know it from the pasuk. So rather, what was Rabbi Yossi talking about? We don't need Rabbi Yossi. So what was Rabbi Yossi talking about? When Rabbi Yossi says something that's taken from the inside, nothing before. When it says something that's taken from the inside to be put on the outside, name of Zisha Lavono Shalachim upon it. That's talking about the two bowls of frankincense. The Gamin Yishirayim, the Gamin Yishirayim that we learn from Yishirayim. Just like the leftover blood is taken to the place that's outside the Heichal, that's closest to the Heichal. So too, the Lavono should be taken to the place that's closest to the Heichal. Okay? And this is nothing with him. And what is it that's taken from the outside to be put inside? So we said before that the coals of Yom Kippur we already know from the pasuk. So we're saying rather what is it is Gachalim the Kol Yuma V'Yuma, that is talking about the daily coals. So they used to take coals in order to do the Torah in the morning and the afternoon. The Gamron the Gachalim to Yom Kippur, which we learn from the coals of Yom Kippur, just like the coals of Yom Kippur which are brought from the nearest place on the Mizbeach HaPrishon to the Mizbeach HaPnimi to the inner Mizbeach. So too, when you take coals every single day, you should take from the point that is closest to the opening of the Heichal. Okay, so now, what do we have? We basically have the idea that the Maracha Shliya Shakitoret, which is that second fire which is used for the Ketoret, to get the coals and to burn the Lavono, should be 4 amos in the southwestern corner, and this is the closest place to the opening of the Heichal. So what we're going to try and figure out now is where does the Mizbeach need to be located in order that the closest place to the entrance to the Heichal is 4 amos from the southwestern corner of the Mizbeach. Now obviously all of this is trying to find a Mizbeach for Rabbi Yossi holding us in north. That's what we're going to get eventually. We're going to go through a series of possibilities. So my Kasava. So what does Rabbi Yossi hold in order to figure out that the 4 amos from the southwestern corner is the closest place to the So if he says that the entire Mizbeach is in the south, then Esrim is he says, then you would not need to make it 4 amos from the southwestern corner, you would need to make it 27 amos from the southwestern corner. Why? Because if the Mizbeach was smack dab, if the Mizbeach was in the southern part, so where does it start? So it starts in smack dab in the middle of the Azara, and it goes down from there 32 amos, right? Now the middle of the Azara was also the middle of the opening to the Heichal. So the Heichal opening was 10 amos, 5 in the north, 5 in the south, right? So if you're going to have the Mizbeach start at that middle point, and the opening to the doorway to the Heichal is 5 amos into that, right? So then how far from the southwestern corner should it be in order to say that it's right where you come out of the Pesach? It has to be 27 amos in the southwestern corner, right? Because you have to go to the southwestern corner, move up 27 amos to 5 amos from the end of the top of the Mizbeach, and that's where the opening is to the Heichal. So it can't, and we said it should be 4. Okay, so it can't be that he holds it all in the south. Now, the Inami. Now, maybe you're going to tell me that the Ulam and the Heichal are really one thing, and therefore, to be connected Pesach Moed, it could be not just the way it works is that the opening to the Heichal. Remember, we had this picture the other day. The Ulam was wider than the Heichal, and the Heichal opened onto the Ulam. The Ulam went 16 amos in either direction more. Now, the opening to the Pesach Moed was 10 amos, half in the north, half in the south. The opening to the Ulam was 20 amos, 10 in the north and 10 in the south. So we're going to say as follows. And let's say you're going to tell me that really the Ulam and the Heichal have the same kedusha, and therefore when it says Pesach Moed, that it really meant you could do it opposite the doorway of the Ulam. Now the doorway of the Ulam, as I just said, was 10 amos in the south, 10 amos in the north. So the Gemara is figuring out maybe the Mizbeach was all south of the line, but
The reason is to go further down is because there was actually 10 amas to go down and still be opposite the doorway of the ulam. But says the Gemara, Esther Matarki Bari Mason. You still need to bring it up 22 amas because the Mizbeach starts in the midpoint. It goes down 32 amas to the southwestern corner. So if you have the southwestern corner and you need to get up to the point that is 10 amas from the top of the Mizbeach, you have to go 22 amas up. We said 4. So it can't be that it's all in the south, even if you're going to say that the ulam and the heichal, that even the door of the ulam count. Okay. The Ika Savar, so maybe Rabbi Yossi holds that half is in the north and half is in the south, meaning that the Mizbeach is placed on that center line. Now let's think about it. So if the Mizbeach is placed on the center line, how much of the Mizbeach was in the south? 16 amas, right? And now, if there's 16 amas, now remember the doorway to the Ohel Moed was 5, right? So how far up should it be from the southwestern corner? 11. Okay, thank you. Otherwise, I should just that touch. Okay, so it should be 11 amas from there. So why did you say 4 amas from the corner? It should be 11 amas from the corner. That's what the Gemara says. Because I'm a catch the top, that's 3 boiler macy. You need to move it 11 amas, not 4 amas. So the Ella, maybe he holds the summer to do to take a little called the milky. So the Gemara said, oh, well, wait, 1 second. Maybe the Mizbeach is right on the center line, so there's 16 amas beneath, but you were saying you have to go up 11 because you were looking at the Pesach Omoed. Maybe we can look at the Pesach of the Ulam, which was another 5 amas, now it'll be 10 amas below. But why did that not help us? Because if you have 16 amas from the middle point, and the opening of the door of the Ulam takes you down 10 amas, how many are left? 6. And we said you need 4, so it doesn't help us. It still doesn't help us figure out where we are. So it says, Shis by Lamesa, you need to go up 6. Elah must be, Mishum the Kasavar, Kulam is there for Safam Kai. So he says maybe the entire Mizbeach was in the north. And so therefore, if the entire Mizbeach was in the north, then where was the Mizbeach started at that center line, right? Now the Pesach Omoed went up how many amas? 5. So the Pesach Omoed was 10 amas, half in the north, half in the south. So therefore, if we're trying to be Keneged Pesach Omoed, it means that the Maraka Kniya needed to be within 5 amas of the southwestern corner. So what the Gemara can now say is that when we move it up 4 amas on the southwestern corner, that's the farthest point we can move it, and we had a reason for moving it there. What was that? Mahani Arba Amas. These Arba Amas that you moved in is Amma Yisod, Amma Sove. Because remember, when we've been talking 32 by 32, where is that? What is that measuring? What was 32 by 32? Only the Yisod, right? So there, once you got up to the Sove, you were at 30 by 30. Once you got past the Sove, you were at 28 by 28. So by the time you reached the top of the Mizbeach, you were down to 28 by 28. So you've already moved 2 amas north from the southwestern corner, right? Now, what happens when you get up to the platform that's 28 by 28? What do you hit? You hit the Karen. You hit the corner of the Mizbeach, one of those horns, right? So you can't put the fire there, so we're now already 3 amas from the bottom of the Mizbeach. And then, says the Gemara, I need an amma for the Kohen to walk around and be able to move around this Maraka. So where am I left? That I cannot put the Maraka in the first 4 amas of the Mizbeach on the southwestern corner, because the first I have a Yisod, then I have a Sove, then I have a Karen, then I have walking space, and so therefore, where can I put it? I have to put it after the 4 amas, which is in the 5th amma, but I have to make sure to put it right there. Why? Because remember, if we start at the midpoint of the Mizbeach, and we need to be opposite the Pesach Omoed, the Pesach Omoed is only 5 amas, so if my first 4 are knocked out, my 5th amma, that needs to be right where I put it. So we're learning that Rabbi Yossi holds that the entire Mizbeach was in the north, and you have to move it 4 amas from the southwest corner, because you have to get past the amma, you have to get past the Yisod, the Sove, the Karen, and the walking space. Okay, so that's what the Gemara says. Bahani Arba Amas, Amma Yisod, you have the Yisod, Amma Sove, the Sove, the Amma Makim Kranos, you have the horn there, the Amma Makim Ragle Akonim, okay, and then you have the walking space in the Kohanim. That you must be the common say, because if you're going to move it further than the 4th amma up to Leka Pesach, you're no longer covered. You're no longer getting it from the place place that is most immediately next to the Pesach Moed. So the Pesach Moed ends at 5 feet, right? So everyone understands now why we need to do 4 amos in the southwestern corner. So which is the only placement of the Mizbeach that works with this person is only if you hold that the Mizbeach starts, that the Mizbeach is entirely in the north and starts at that midpoint on the Pesach Moed, and you have your 5 amos, 4 are knocked out, so you're in the 5th amos. Okay, so now we have a good source that Rabbi Yossi holds that the Mizbeach has to be in the north, because you see Rabbi Yossi was the one who tied this whole thing together, that you need to be at the closest point, and that has you explaining in the Mishnah why it's 4 amos in the southwestern corner. So we're good. Now, so Rabbi Zero is bothered. I don't know where Rabbi Yossi, wouldn't it be in a Mishnah somewhere? Now we found a source in the Mishnah for Rabbi Yossi holding that it's in the north of, that it's in the entire Mizbeach is in the north. Okay. I'm Rabbi Barabba. Rabbi Barabba says, money, Rabbi Yehuda. Hold on. I can tell you that this Mishnah in Tamid that talks about it being 4 amos in the southwestern corner is really Rabbi Yehuda. The Sanya, because we learned from the Bryce, Rabbi Yehuda, remember Rabbi Yehuda says, the Mizbeach Lemutza, V'omer Be'emta Azara. So he says as follows. So Rabbi Yehuda is of the opinion that we have an express view of Rabbi Yehuda that the Mizbeach was smack dab in the middle of the Azara. Okay. So he says, and it had 32 amos in the Mizbeach. Esther amos connected to Heichel. So he says 10 amos opposite the Heichel. Akas esrei amo mikan, akas esrei amo mikan, and I have 11 amos on either side, other than the Pesach Moed. So what's he saying here? You have a Mizbeach at 32. It's right on the middle. It's on that middle line, north-south. So 10 amos of the Pesach Moed is covered. How many amos are left of the Mizbeach? 22. Because it's 32 minus 10. So then you have 22 divided by 2. There's 11 were north of the Pesach Moed, and 11 were south of the Pesach Moed. So and then he observes, Yimsa Mizbeach Mefugim Keneged Heichel. And therefore you see that the Mizbeach, according to Rabbi Yehuda, was exactly across from the Heichel. Why? Because how large was the Heichel? The Heichel was 20 amos large. There are opening 10 amos, but the Heichel itself was 20 amos large. And its walls were each 6 amos thick. So if you think about it, how large was the full Heichel complex was 32 amos. So 20 inside, 6 and 6, 32. So Rabbi Yehuda is saying, I think it's right in the middle, and it lines up well because the Mizbeach is directly parallel to the Heichel with the same dimension of 32. But what do you see? Okay, so therefore we're saying maybe it's Rabbi Yehuda. Now the Gemara says, well, hold on. How does it help? We already dealt with the theory that maybe it's located smack in the middle, and we had a problem. What was that problem? We said, Rabbi Yehuda, Katzroi by the Macy. It should be 11 up from the southwest corner, because if the Mizbeach was smack dab on the center, right? So there was 16 amos above in the north and 16 amos in the south. If 5 was the opening of the Heichel, because the Heichel was 10 and this was the southern half of the opening, so you're left with 11 amos, and you would need to take it from the southwest corner up 11 amos to be across from the opening to the Pesach Moed. This was the same question we asked before when we were theorizing that maybe Rabbi Yossi holds that it's in the middle. So how did you help yourself? How would Rabbi Yehuda explain why, if it's smack in the middle, the Mishnah says it should be 4 up, it should be 11? The Ikasavar Kedushas Heichel Ulam Chav Nozahi. So now we're going to ask the same question as before. Maybe you'll tell me that the Ulam and the Heichel have the same Kedusha, and therefore, to be Pesach Moed, you do not have to do it. You do not have to do it across from the opening of the Moed, but rather you can do it across from the opening of the Ulam, which was 20 amos, so therefore you have 10 amos beneath. Now, what did our Gemara say before? The Gemara says, this part of the Macy. But you still need 6. Why? Because if the Mizbeach was smack in the middle, and then you get 10 amos to still be connected to the opening of the Ulam, so you're left with from 16, you've taken down 10, you still have 6. You still need to bring it up 6 amos from the southwestern corner. And we said how many? 4. Thank you. So we say, so the Gemara says, Hani Arba Amos Bahadri Amos Yisod Amos Sovev. He says, well, 1 second. Who said when we're counting 4 amos that we were starting from the far southwestern corner by the base? It doesn't make sense to start from there because where were you putting the fire? You were putting it on the top of the Mizbeach. So just calculate from the top of the Mizbeach. And then therefore, Arba Amos Bar Me Ama Yisod Ama Sovev. So he says. So therefore, it was 4 amos if you exclude the Amma Yisod and Amma Sovev. So what we're saying is really this Mishnah that said you should put it on 4 amos up in the southwestern corner was Rabbi Yehuda, who holds that it's smack in the middle. So then how do we calculate that it's 4 amos up in the middle? So there's 16 amos to eat. We're saying 10 amos are still connected to the Pesach of the Ulam, which has the same condition as the Pesach of Moed. We knock out 10, we're at 6. But then we're going to knock out 2 amos on the other side because we're going to knock out the Yisod and the Sovev, because that's not a place where you would put it. So then on the top of the Mizbeach, which was relevant to putting the fire, the closest place to the Pesach Ulam is 4 amos up from the southwestern corner. Okay, so therefore we've now demonstrated that the Mishnah in Talmud could be, maybe it's Rabbi Yehuda who says that the Mizbeach is in the middle, and there's no proof that it's Rabbi Yossi who says that it's in the north. Now, mind you, we haven't uprooted the fact that it could be Rabbi Yossi. It just maybe also could be Rabbi Yehuda. The Gemara says the Nukmas Rabbi Yossi is Mutza. So the Gemara says, oh, wait a second. Why are you switching to say that this Mishnah and Talmud, which is linked by a simon to Rabbi Yossi, is really Rabbi Yehuda? Why not say it's Rabbi Yossi? And Rabbi Yossi holds that the Mizbeach is smack in the middle, and we just figured out how you calculate 10 connected the Ulam, 2 for knocking out the Sovev and the Yisod, and it's 4 up. So why are you assuming that the Mishnah and Talmud is going like Rabbi Yehuda? Shouldn't you say it's going like Rabbi Yossi, the one who gives the simon for it? Instead, he says Rabbi Yehuda Shemana Le Mumitza Behedya. So Rabbi Yehuda is the one who says explicitly that the Mizbeach is right there on the center, and therefore we prefer. The Rabbi Bar Abba, I think is the one who said this, preferred to say that it is Rabbi Yehuda. So what do we have? We have a Mishnah and Talmud that says it can be 4 amos up from the southwestern corner. We've demonstrated that could be Rabbi Yossi and him holding that the entire Mizbeach was in the north, because then you knock out the Yisod, the Sovev, the Karen, and the walking space and you're there. Or it could be Rabbi Yehuda holding in the middle, and the Ulam is 10 amos down, and then you knock out the Yisod and the Sovev, and you come up 4 amos in the southwestern corner, starting from the Karen, you also get to the Pesach Olamot. Okay, so we now have 2 people who could be, 2 Tanayim who could be this Mishnah. Rabbi Shavia Amar, Rabbi Shavia said as follows: Hamani, who is this? Rabbi Yossi Aglili. I'm going to try and cover some ground here because we're going to finish all these calculations. Okay, so Rabbi Yossi Aglili said, and so why? Because the Simon, when I said about Rabbi Yossi Aglili, Rabbi Yossi Aglili said, he hopes in Emma, since it says, the Pasuk says that the Nasata Zakir ben Oral Moed of Enem Mizbeach, the Nasata Shom Moed, so it says that you should put the Kir is where the Kohanim used to wash their hands and feet, you should put it between the Oral Moed and the Mizbeach, right? So, Therefore, I would think where would it line up? That you have the Pesach Moed, which leads across to the Mizbeach, and we'll put the Kiyah right there. Perfect. The Pasuk says that's where you should put it. Yes, Mizbeach Ola. So he says, Mizbeach, the Pesach Moed, below Kiyah, the Pesach Moed. So the Gemara says, but I have a problem because we say in the Pasuk that in Shemos it says, Mizbach Ha'olah Sham Pesach Mishkan Moed. That it says that you have the Mizbech Ha'olah, and there was the Pesach Mishkan Moed. So that implies that the Mizbeach was unobstructed from the Pesach Moed. So we have a problem here, because we have one pasuk that tells us that there was nothing between the Mizbeach and the Moed, so they have to be next to each other for the pasuk. We have another pasuk telling us that the Kiyur was between the Mizbeach and the Moed. How does it work? So the Gemara says, so the Brisa says, Heichen Hayanosno. So it says, Beno Ulam Mizbeach, Mashal Kimah Klapei Adoram. It says, rather, they would put it you would find the area where the Mizbeach was across from the Ulam, because you're no longer across from the entranceway, because you can't be across from the entranceway, and you move a little bit south from there. So basically, if this was the Mizbeach, this was the Pesach Ol Moed, right? So you go down to the bottom, take it south a little bit, and that's where you would put the kior. That's what the Brisa said. Now we're going to try and figure out what is this talking about. So my kasavar, so what is Rabbi Yossi really when he says to do that? What is he hold? Kasavar kulam mizbeach b'daram, because that the entire mizbeach is in the south. He says nukme mikosel hefol. Okay, so now what the Gemara is trying to figure out is the following: that why not just put it? In other words, so if the Mizbeach was lined up at the Pesach Ol Moed 10 amos, right? So, and you can't have anything obstructing, so why are you going all the way south of the Mizbeach? Just go right south of the entrance, and at least it will be between the Ulam and the Mizbeach. Why are you taking the whole thing entirely south of the Mizbeach? Remember, we had one that said it should be between the Mizbeach and the Pesach Ol Moed, one that said that they should be plain. So let's take it a little bit down from there. Let's not take it all the way down south of the Mizbeach. So now we're trying to figure out. Because of a cool Mizbeach, the Daram Kai, look when the Kosel Hechav Daram, they Ulam Mizbeach. So he says what I just told you. In other words, if the Mizbeach was all in the south, so the first 5 amos are covered by the Pesach Ol Moed, right? And that you can't have anything obstructing. But then put the kior right beneath that. So therefore, that doesn't make sense that it was all in the south. So maybe you'll tell me, no, the reason I have to go further south is because it can't be Pesach Ol Moed. And not only is the Ol Moed considered Pesach Ol Moed, but even the Pesach Ulam, which is another 5 amos down, is also Pesach Ol Moed, and that's why I have to go further south. So the Gemara says, look at the Kosel Ulam Adam, the Dave Ulam Mizbeach. So he says, no, but that doesn't help, because why do I have to go all the way south to the Mizbeach? Fine, so you're right. So the Mizbeach starts at the midpoint. So I have 5 amos in the Pesach Ol Moed, another 5 amos in the Pesach Ulam, some 10 amos down into the Mizbeach, and then put the kior. Why do I have to go all the way south to the Mizbeach? So he said, so he says, maybe the Mizbeach was halfway there, was on the north-south line, and therefore, so there's 16 amos down, and we're saying you can't put it in that first 5. So the Gemara is saying, look at the Kosel Hechav Daram, then Ulam Mizbeach. So he says, great, so then take it down 5 amos, right, and put it down at 11 amos from the bottom of the Mizbeach. Why are you taking us all the way south of the Mizbeach? Maybe you'll tell me because some of the Kedusha Ulam Hechav. So he said, maybe you'll tell me that I have to go down 10 amos from the middle. He says, look, maybe Kosel Ulam Adam, then Ulam Mizbeach. So he says, well then fine, I'll take it down, if it's right on the center point, there's 16 amos to go, I'll take it down 10 to cover not only the Pesach Ol Moed, but the Pesach of the Ulam, and I'll start the kior right there. Why do I have to go south of the Mizbeach? Elulav mishum nekasavar kula Mizbeach b'sav. So he's saying, rather, it must be that Rabbi Yossi agrees when he says this, holds that the entire Mizbeach is in the Tzafon, right? So therefore, I have the Mizbeach starting at the midpoint. The Pesach Ol Moed is out, and I'm going to put the kior right to the south of the Mizbeach. Why? Because that's fine. It's not between the Mizbeach and the Pesach Ol Moed. So it's perfect. I put it right beneath the midpoint. So now it finally makes sense. Why are you sticking the kior immediately to the south? Now, some would understand that it can't be across the Pesach Ol Moed at all. So it says move it down a little bit. You move it down right to beneath the Pesach Ol Moed. But in any event, this is the first time that it makes any sense as to why you're putting the kior all the way south of the Mizbeach itself. So it says, Inami Mukmi from the Kosel Hechav Daram. The Gemara says, well, 1 second. In other words, why are you putting it in? Now it's just asking, why are you putting it in the south? Maybe you should put it in the north once you get past the doorway of the Heichal. So once you're 5 amos up and you're past the doorway of the Pesach Ol Moed, put the kior there in the north. Why are you saying to put it in the south? You say, Habalei Bein Ulam Mizbeach. I'm sorry, Habalei Bein Ulam Mizbeach. He says, but no, that's the problem. Because if you put it 5 amos up, then you're across from the entrance to the Ulam and the Pesach Ol Moed that have the same kedusha. You can't go across from the opening to the Ulam. The Gemara says, the vein ulam v'lamazbeach. So he says, so fine. So move it up 5 more amas. So maybe when the Mizbeach starts at the midpoint, you move it up 5 amas because that's the Pesach HaMoed, another 5 amas because that's the Pesach HaUlam, and put the Shir right there. Why do you put it in the south? So Amakra, the Pasuk says, Safona. It says that you put it in the north, that it says, the Tzafon Osayacham and Safona, looking at them. That you do it in the Tzafon. Now, could have said Tzafon. Why do I have to say Tzafona? So you use Tzafon on the Kalim. So he says that by saying Tzafona, it brings to mind Tona, which is clear, which is clear from anything. Which is telling you that when you test the carbon in the north, it should be clear of anything else besides the Mizbeach. Just the Mizbeach was there. So therefore, we don't want to put the Kiyah in the north, therefore we put it in the south, and it makes perfect sense according to Rabbi Yossi Aglili. The Mizbeach was entirely in the north, so you couldn't put it, so therefore you take the midpoint of the Pesach HaMoed, and you either put the Kiyah right there to the south or 5 amas down to the south, but it now makes sense why it's to the south. Okay, so now what do we have? We end up with 3 different versions of what our Mishnah and Talmud could be telling us. It could be telling us it's all in the north, like Rabbi Yossi, and that we learned from the code of the Marachas Miyah. It could be that it's all in the middle, like Rabbi Yehuda, and the reason it's 4 is because we hold the Pesach Ulam, so you go down from the middle 10 for the Pesach HaMoed and Pesach Ulam, you knock out the Yisod and the Soveid, and you're left with 4, so that makes sense according to, you can explain the Mishnah and Talmud that either it's all in the north or that it was smack in the middle. Or you could bring a raya that Rabbi Yossi Aglili is the one, and you could even say the Mishnah is talking about it all in the north, and it's not necessarily Rabbi Yossi. So we have no proof that it could be Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yossi hold that, but we have not found a Mishnaic proof that Rabbi Yossi holds that it's all in the Tzafon. So you could say that Mishnah, maybe it holds its own Tzafon and it's going with Rabbi Yossi Aglili, or maybe you hold it's not its own Tzafon and it's smack in the middle and it's going with Rabbi Yehuda. So we have no Mishnaic source for Rabbi Yossi. I remember this whole long thing when the Zayro was trying to find a Mishnaic source. Just to say something very quickly, Tana, the college of Rabbi Yossi Aglili, but there was a Ben Yaakov. There's also a Tana who argued that Rabbi Yossi Aglili, and that's the Rabbi Ben Yaakov. The Tana of Rabbi Ben Yaakov on the Tzafona, the Tzafon, Tana Yishbuam, Vafilu Min HaMetzeach. So Rabbi Ben Yaakov says it can't be in the, not only could the Kiyah not be in the north, because it needs to be Tzafona cleared out, but rather even the Mizbeach couldn't be in the north. So therefore, Rabbi Ben Yaakov holds that the Mizbeach was entirely in the south. Who is that like? That's like Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda that we had on Amman Aleph. That said if you cut out the Mizbeach and made it smelly, you could have checked that it's all in the south. So we have Rabbi Yossi, Rabbi Yehuda, and Rabbi Ben Yaakov who hold that the Mizbeach was fully in the south. We have Rabbi Yehuda who holds it in the middle. We have Rabbi Yossi Aglili and Rabbi Yossi who could be holding that it's all the way in the north. And we'll cut off there. Okay.
5-minute video making fun of Brennan Shaw. That's crazy. Yeah, that would be fucked up. That'd be much stranger than me and you
all the various carbonos.
Like Joe Rogan said, we got nothing else to do.
The particulars related to them. Yesterday we learned from Mishnah that we've moved on now from the Touching Hudson to talk about things that are touching Colin, and we're talking about 2 categories of carbonos. One is the Zipse Shalmei Tzibor, which is the shlomim that are brought by the Tzibor, by the full community, and the Asamos. We described in the Mishnah what the different Asamos are. The Zipse Shalmei Tzibor were as I mentioned yesterday, the two animals that were brought along with the Lechem, as well as other carbonos, including the Chatas, and you'll see in a moment why I reference the Chatas. In any event, the Gemara begins and wants to know, no longer by Chatas. How do I know that it needs to be done in the north? Because the Mishnah says, we talk from the Dhamma, we talk from the Dhamma, we try to stop in the Hoka Sita and the Kabbalah needs to be in the north. Now, as you'll recall at the beginning, that we spent a lot of time at the beginning of the parak talking about the obligation of north, and in fact, we learned the obligation of north as relates to Nasham. What the Gemara is asking now is, how do I know by the Shalmei Tzibor, which means Shovin, I'm sorry, the question that is by the Lechem on the Tani, Rabba Bar Kanan, Kamid Rabba, the Rabba Bar Kanan, learned from Rabba, Sisem, here, Sisem, Echad Makata. So this pasuk is this pasuk in Vayikra Chakimel says, Sisem, here, Eden, Echad Makata, Sisnei, Shavashim, Shnei Shana, Nizevach Shlamim. So it says that's talking about on Shavuos that you need a Satir for a Kata, and you need two Shvashim for the Shlamim. So you see a Hekif between the same pasuk talks about the Satir that was a Kata, and it also talks about these two animals that were brought as the Shalmei Tzibur on Shavuot. So Makatas, the Tafon, of Shalmei Tzibur, the Tafon. So since we have a Hekif between the Satir and the Shvasim, that you see that just like the Kata or the Satir was in the Kata needs to be in the north, so too the Shalmei Tzibur needs to be in the north. So hopefully all of you could have an immediate question, which is going to ask next. I'm going to lay Rabba. The Katas Mehei from Lambda. Then where did we know that a Katas needed to be in the north? Me'ola. We learned that from Ola. Ola is the place where it expressly says the north, and the Katas was learned from that. And we know, because we're experts in this, over Alama Behekit, Kozim Alama Behekit. Well, this is actually an immaterial question. Can you say that something that was wrong with the Hekit, you can go and extend it with another Hekit? We went through the 16 categories, and we knew the first one, and the one we would spend time on even before the 16, was that you cannot learn things out from the double Hekit. So here, what do you have? You have a fear of cell phone, the requirement of north that's written by an Ola, and it's extended from Ola to Katas by a Hekit. And we're trying to use a Hekit to extend it from Katas to the Satir that was a Katas, from Kurus to the two Shvashim that we're talking about now. So you have a double Hekit, and double Hekit doesn't work. We say Elamim of Mari's Razor of Kahana. So rather, instead of learning it out from a Hekit between Katas and these three animals brought with the tail, and rather learn it out more directly. So where do they learn it out? From the pasuk says, and it says, "I'll take them out. This they shall make them." Now, actually, this is a pasuk in Bamidbar, which all of you are familiar with, although you might not remember why, because this is the pasuk that we say on the summer in Tosfos, I think. We say, "Yom Tushatzem Luma Deichem, V'yaseh Tatzeitem." That when it's your days of joy and your holidays and your Shabbatim, it's Tatzem L'Chatzos Al-Olotechem Al-Gifei Kametem, V'hayu Lachem L'Zikarim Esmei Olotechem Ani Lachem Olotechem. So it says that you blow the Chatzos, you see the significance of that in a moment. Al-Olotechem Al-Gifei Kametem. On your Olot and on your Shlamim, right? So now the question is, so how do we know that that's talking to you see the Hekif between an Ola and a Shlamim? Al-Olotechem Al-Gifei Kametem. So you have a Hekif there, which is a direct Hekif between an Ola and a Shlamim. So therefore, instead of what we were doing, which was we were learning Shlamim from Katas and Katas from Ola, we're now learning Shlamim from Ola. But how do we know that this Shlamim is a reference to these two animals that we brought on Shavuot? So Rashi explains that when it says Yisitatem B'Chatzos, then you're going to blow on your trumpet. So what was the business about trumpets? It's because trumpets were used. Trumpets were used in the cheer that accompanied Karbanis. And Rashi, starting at the end of the second line, says, "Akarchos the Shalmei Tzibur did." He says it has to be talking about our two animals. She'ein Karban Yachid Kain Kli Cheer. She'ein Omrim Cheer Al Karban Yachid. The Amar Be'erkin, we learned from the Gemara in Erkin that the only time that they said cheer on the carbon was when it was a carbon of the Tzibur, not one of the carbon of the Yachid. And we finished talking about before that what's the only case we have this day Shalmei Tzibur that we have a Shlamim that belongs to the Tzibur, it is the two animals that were brought into it. So from the fact that it talks about Shlamim in the context of a pasuk that has place here, that has musical instruments, we know that we're talking about the two Shabbatim of Shavuos.
And you see that there's a hekesh because it says al olosechem yalzifei shamechem. So you see a hekesh between Ola and Shlamim of Shavuot. So therefore, we can learn out directly ma Ola kadshei kadishim as zifei shamot kibur kadshei kadishim. Just like since we have a hekesh between the Ola and these zifei shamot kibur, we're going to say that just like the Ola is kadshei kadishim, so here these two animals are in Shavuot. It continues the lima ma Ola b'kafan as zifei shamot kibur b'kafan. And just like the Ola, the carbon Ola, is brought in the north because that's actually, as we said before, the primary source for learning out that it has to be tested in the north. So from the hekesh, the direct hekesh between the two animals of fluid to the halachas of Ola, which is where we know the source of north, that's how we know that the zifei shamot kibur has to be tested in the north. Okay, so the Gemara says, fine. So you ended up making a hekesh between Ola and the zifei shamot kibur. But before that, we had made a hekesh between the kata and the zifei shamot kibur, and we initially tried to use that in a two-step hekesh. We discredited it. Because the Gemara now wants to know, okay, but there's still the pasuk made a hekesh by talking about that system here, even after Makapet, but there's a hekesh between Katas and Shlamim. We didn't need it for what we brought up here before. So what in fact do we do? The Gemara said, what do you use that first hekesh for? So the Gemara says, it's coming to tell you, Katas, that this Shlamim, the zifei shamot kibur, the two animals that were brought together with the shei lechem are like a kata. Ma kata in the nechel is zifei kehuna, as zifei shamot kibur is zifei kehuna. We're coming to tell you that just like a kata that we know is eaten by the zifei kehuna, by the male kohanim, so too zifei shamot kibur are brought by the male kohanim. Amalei Abaye says, I have a problem with that limit. He said, if that's a valid limit of a hekesh, you're going to say that when you have a kata compared to a shlamim, that you can learn from there that it has to be eaten by the karnim and by the male karnim. He says it's so. I should apply similar language Rabbi El Nazir, by a Nazir. So we know, as you're about to bring in the pasuk, that a Nazir, when he completed his Nazirah, he would bring 3 karbanos. He would bring a ola, a kata, and you bring an ola, a kata, and the El Nazir, which was a shlamim. It's this, as it's written, you hikram as karbanot Hashem. You would bring a carbon Hashem. Tevet and Nasos Samim Asad Ola, that he would bring a tevet for an ola. The kata achat bas nasa kenima lakatas. So there would be. And it would be one animal brought as a kata, so we have an ola and a kata. The el echad come in the shlamim. That you would have the ayol echad come in the shlamim. That you would have also an ayol. They would bring a ram for shlamim. They have 3 karbanos. Now what happens? You have now in the same pasuk a reference to katas, the katas that's brought by the Nazir. We also have a reference to the shlamim. It says as follows: Hachinami nema the hekesh hakasav lakatas. So why not say that just like we saw that if you have in the same pasuk the katas and the shlamim all got together, that you should learn a hekesh and say ma katas in the nechel el zifei kehuna el Nazir nami in the nechel zifei kehuna. So say just like a kata, the regular kata gets eaten by the male kohanim, so too the el shlamim, the el nazir should get eaten by the zifei kehuna. What's the problem with that? So you can give you a little preview. You look down a few lines. The first wide line is a mishnah, which learns a code of the el nazir. So talking about the el nazir. And then it says, when I call him before here, the whole other. It can mean anywhere in Yerushalayim by any person. And you see in the Mishnah that that's not true. And El Nazir is not eaten only by the zifei kehuna. So this is a valid form of hekesh. And when you see a kata and a shlamim together, you can learn that the shlamim has to be eaten by the zifei kehuna. If so, we can conclude that the el nazir needs to be eaten by the zifei kehuna. But yet, the Mishnah says it gets eaten by anyone. So this doesn't appear to be a good hekesh. The Gemara says, "Hafi hafta." How can you compare? Hafta, even the shei v'lo kachatonis as well, the shei lo min ha'ayol. So it says that this is a pasuk in Bamidbar. It says that the Kohen takes the cook, the draw of the shayla, the cook draw. So this is the front leg of the animal that they would cook it and give it to the Kohen. Miflal, the Kule Bailam Akulei. So the Gemara says as follows: it's not a problem if I learn out, generally speaking, when a Chatas and a Shlomim are put together, that I should learn, just like the Chatas is eaten by the Zifrei Kahuna, so too the Shlomim. But why don't I do that by El Nazir? Why by El Nazir do we say that it can get eaten by anyone? It's not because my Hekesh is wrong, it's because there's a specific Chatas which says that by an El Nazir, that you would give the cook front leg to the Kohen. So the Gemara is saying the implication of that is everything else other than the cook's front leg, besides the things that Murim or besides the part of the soul that get given to the Kohen. But in order you basically see that the Torah is saying this specific thing, the draw of the Shayla gets given to the Kohen, and implies that everything else is not given to the Kohen and therefore goes to individuals. So there's nothing wrong with my Hekesh. It's just that in the case of an El Nazir, the Torah came and overrode that Hekesh by saying, in fact, it should not be limited to the Zikr Shayla, but rather could be eaten by anyone. So the Gemara says, if you're right, so fine. So tell me that the Torah included the rest of the carbon and said
Yo, how are you?
that needs to be eaten by, that needs to be
You
eaten
can
by
ask
anyone.
taking names every day is a holiday. Everybody else is peace. What's good in your neck of the woods? When are you going to join my Discord?
But if you're right, then when you have in one person the Tatas and the Shlomim together,
Okay.
to learn that the Shlomim is only so why not say that this
All right, well, join it again. Talk to me in there.
of the El Nazir, which does get given to the Kohen, so
All
they
right,
have
well,
that
prove
which
it.
is given to the Kohen to be able to be eaten only by the male Kohen and not by.
I mean, I don't have an HD monitor to be able to see that thing, but, you know, whatever you want, baby. Whatever floats your boat. Come to the Discord, because I can't hear you well in here, so come to the Discord.
And he says as follows, that you see that the El Nazir is referred to, it says this cook, front leg, is called Kadosh. Rashi says, since it's not written, Rashi says, as follows, that from the fact that the Torah generally refers to something that Kaddish by that term, and here it only calls it Kaddish, so you cannot learn from there that it should be treated like Kaddish. Now Rashi actually brings, he says, well, that's interesting. He says, but if so, then by the Shamei Tzibor, which we do learn out, it's also written Kodesh, and it's not written Kodesh Kodeshim. So Rashi says that's different because it's written Kodesh Hashem. Kodesh Hashem, could perhaps, or is perhaps different than is more similar to Kodesh Kodeshim than it is to Kodesh. So in any event, our first answer to why the Rosh Hashanah doesn't get limited to Zikr Kahuna shouldn't be because of the text that Kasha. The second answer is saying no, because the Torah, by referring to it as Kodesh, as opposed to Kodesh Kodeshim, as opposed to Kodesh Kodeshim, is coming specifically to tell you that it doesn't have that limitation generally associated with Kodesh Kodeshim, that it needs to be eaten specifically by the Zikr Kahuna. There's two answers to that question. The Gemara says, Elo Lamai Helchasa is good. So then fine, you're telling me that I do not use that Hekesh of the El Nazir, which was a Shlomim to the Chatas, to teach us this halacha, because the Torah
telling us, specifically telling us that I don't use the El Nazir with the context, so the Torah specifically telling us it can be eaten by anyone. So then what do I do with that heked? Then we have the same concept that brings the El Nazir together with the Katos. On the Rabbi says, that if he shaves his head on one of the three, he's guilty. What is this talking about? It's probably useful to look at Rashi, the last Rashi, a little bit long Rashi before the next Mishnah. He says, he says, what we were thinking until now was the Shlamim was learning something from the Katos. He says, now it's actually the other way. The Katos is learning something from the Shlamim. Ma El Nazir, if he uses one Katos, he says as follows, that the Nazir would bring 3 karbanos, and he would also shave his head as part of the process. So we say as follows, that if he brought only the shlamim, and he did not bring the chatas and olah, at that point he can cut his hair. Because it's written, that afterwards the Nazir can drink wine, after one single action. Behind the shlamim, he says that the Torah learns that after the shlamim has been brought, so at that point the Nazir still needs to bring other karbanos, but he can then proceed. It's the only carbon that precludes him from moving forward, or that was how we would learn initially. He says, what's the connection? Why specifically the shlamim needs to be done before everything else? Because before cutting the hair, because in fact you see that you're supposed to check the shlamim, and then you use the hair, the hair of the Nazir goes into the fire under the pot. So you see that the shlamim needs to be brought, it should be brought before, or in connection with the hair. So he says as follows, there's a connection between the hair and, between the hair and the shlamim. The tani b'sifri, so he says as follows, that it says that the Nazir, the way the pasuk sounds, is that the Nazir should cut his hair at the Pesach of Moed. That was written by the Shlamim. It says, Shlamim, he says that's really a reference to the Shlamim when it talks about cutting the hair. Why? Because by its reference, it sounds like you should cut the hair at the Pesach Moed. When we learn in the Sifri that no, what it means is that that you should cut the hair in connection with the carbon that is brought Pesach Moed. So, it says, maybe it means literally you cut the hair at the Pesach Moed. It says, it's not nice to do haircuts at the Pesach Moed and cutting the hair because the shlamim is supposed to get the hair in the fire underneath it. And we see that the cutting of the hair is connected to the carbon that's brought on the Pesach Moed, which is the shlamim. So from that, the Gemara learns over there that once the shlamim is brought, that you could then cut the hair and do the remaining process. And in fact, the pasuk says we can drink wine. But in any event, you see that the shlamim is the critical first step. Now the Gemara is saying, once I knew that the shlamim was the critical first step, and after the shlamim, you could do these others have to follow, but they're not ma'ativ. So it says from this fact that there's a hekes between the shlamim and the katas, so then it teaches that just like by the shlamim, it's enough to do one carbon and then you'll bring the other two later when you cut the hair, etc. So too, if you do any one of the 3 karbanos, that's just like a shlamim, and in fact you see the pasuk has written in it, the shlamim and the katas and the
columns. They can be tested anywhere in Yazara. The Daman turns Shema Tanas in Arba, and this has that two opposite diagonal corners that you would do the two applications of Dam that are like four. The Nephilim B'chol Ha'ir, it gets eaten in all, it can be eaten anywhere in Yerushalayim. The Kol Adam, to any person, meaning even to non-Kohanim. B'chol machol, in any form of food preparation. So we've talked about this before, as this thing from the Pesach, it needs to be roasted. Yom v'layla akatos, for 1 day and 1 night until katos, and Rashi points out the kodah sit yom kavano ye'achel v'yaniach mimenu ad boker. So it says you should eat it on the day of the carbon, but it then proceeds to say you shouldn't leave it over to the next morning, which tells you they have a day and a night. The turns around and learns of Rashi says kodah shlomov l'rabo shaman nadir. So it says kodah, so that is obviously how we know it for kodah. And we had earlier the Gemara talking about we had this Gemara on Daf Lamed Vav that kodah or shlamav is a hektish between the shlamim of the nadir and the kodah. So you see that both of these kabbanas that are being discussed in this Mishnah have the 1 day and night following ad katos, as we learned that to be a flood. Amura mehem. Now we're adding a new element to these Mishnahs. Amura mehem to yosefehen. Elas amura nefelachahan mehem with men adam. Then it follows that which is removed from it, which is given to the Kohen, is just like the carbon itself. The fact that you give the Kohen his part of the carbon doesn't then invest it with more produce or anything, and rather it can be eaten by him in the same place, as long as it's in Yerushalayim, it's not prepared anyway. The only difference is that which is separated from the Kohanim is limited to eaten by the Kohen and his wife and his children, Labam and his Kanani is part of his property. Okay, that's the Gemara. Tanur Rabbanan. That's Kazeya. So what we're going to talk about here is how do you know that these things, the shlamim, can be brought, can be eaten in Yerushalayim, anywhere in Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, Tanur Rabbanan. That's Kazeya Tnufa, that's Shok HaTnuma, Toklu B'Makam Tahar. That the breath that gets raised, because there's a raising process, yes, that the Kohen and they raise the breast of the animal, they choke Hatsuma, and the thigh that's given to the Kohen, so through the Makam Tahar, you can eat in a place that's Tahar. I'm Rabbi Nehemiah. Now this pasuk is written as Rashi points out. The pasuk what was going on in Parshas was talking about the Chanukah Tabayis of the Mishkan. So basically, they were on the end of when they were end of the dedication of the Mishkan, they brought certain kabbanos, and it says that the Chanukah, the Chaza, the Tok, should be eaten in the Makam Tahar. Rabbi Nehemiah was done with Tuma Aflum. So when you say it should be eaten in a Tahar place, is that implying that the kabbanos that was brought before, for example, the Mincha, which we're going to see in a minute, does that mean that was eaten the Tuma? So Ela Tahar Mufal to Tame. It says, so the fact that it says Tahar tells you that it's Tame. Because a rumor that only a Hamida could love, right? It says Tahar means Tame. What's going on? Because the pasuk before is written Kadosh, right, by the Mincha, and here it brings the saying it's Tahar. So Tahar implies that it is holy, but it is not Kodesh, which implies that there's some element of Tumah here. It's still Tahar at some level, but it's also Tumah at some level. So what does that mean? Where it says Tahar Mitumas Mitzorah, the Tumah Mitumas Zah. That it's Tahar in as much as a Mitzorah can't be in this area, but the Tumah, this area would actually be in Tahar that I'm sure can be there, but it's Tumah in the sense that a Zav is allowed to be there. The Isra that what area is this that cannot have a Mitzorah but can have a Zav? Then Machane Yisrael. This is the Machane Yisrael. So we're saying as follows. So the pasuk tells us three forms of people that shouldn't be there. That shouldn't be in the kadosh, which is someone who's coming to make, someone who's a dove, and someone who's a Torah, right? And so we learn as follows: that in the time of when Klal Yisrael was in the Midbar, we talked about this before, that you had basically the Mishkan area was you had the Mishkan area, which was the center. Around it you had the Machane Leviah, which was where the Leviim were, who were surrounding the Mishkan. And then you had the Klal Yisrael, who were camped all around. And then you had outside of that, right? And so we learned as follows: that Mitzvah, it says you have to be entirely outside. He was outside the camp altogether. And then we learned that a Zav, who's the next level of most serious separation, so he was allowed to be in the Machane Yisrael, but he couldn't be in the Machane Leviah. And then someone was coming amazed. We see from Atzmos Yosef that Moshe Rabbeinu had the bones of Yosef together with him. And where did Moshe Rabbeinu reside? He resided in the Machane Leviah. So you see, Machane Leviah can have coming mace, but it can't have someone who comes to have too much love. Okay. Now, so that was in the midbar. What's the parallels in the Beit HaMikdash? So the Heichal was the Kodesh, just like the Ohamori. Then the Beit HaMikdash complex was the equivalent of the Machane Leviah, and Yerushalayim was the equivalent of the Machane Yisrael, right? So now, if we're looking for the area that is both Kameh and Tahar, where it is Kameh in as much as a Zav is able to be there, but it's Kameh that a Zav can be there, but it's Tahar in as much as the Torah can't be there, because the Torah has to be outside. So what is that? That was the Machane Yisrael. The Torah has to be outside altogether, but the Zav comes from the Machane Yisrael. Okay, so we see that we're talking about an area that's okay for a Zav and not okay for the Torah. What was that? That was Machane Yisrael. Now, what's the parallel to Machane Yisrael in the Beit HaMikdash? Was Yerushalayim. So therefore, you see that a shlamim can be eaten in Yerushalayim, because you see that when Aaron was told to give him a makom tar, it meant you could eat it in the Machane Yisrael. So somebody says the aim of tar is too much dog, but coming is too much mace. The A says that Machane Leviah. You said, well, wait, maybe a shlamim can only be eaten in the Beit HaMikdash complex. Why? Because he's telling you that it says a makom tahar in a place that's tar, which means it is tahar in one sense and kameh in another. So why not say that it's talking about a Machane Leviah, which is kameh in the sense that a kameh mace can be there, but it is tahar in the sense that neither a Zav nor a Mitzvah could be there. Remember, you're saying you have a limud that says a place that's both tahar and kameh. So how do you know that it should be? How do you know it should be Machane Yisrael? Maybe it should be Machane Leviah. Somebody says, I'm a Rabbi, it says on my cross. The pasuk says, "V'chaltem also b'makom kadosh." So it says that you should eat it. From Makom Kadosh. What is this referring to? This is referring to the mincha that they had brought earlier. So that implies that you have a flour offering. This flour offering should be eaten kadosh, in kadosh. This tells you that this bread offering of the mincha, or the flour offering in the mincha, should be brought in the Makom Kadosh, and other ones should not. So after the Machane Leviah. So therefore, the other kind of flour offerings, which includes the Todah brought 40 loaves of bread, and the El Nazir brought 20 loaves of bread. So that implies that the Todah and the El Nazir cannot be in the Beit HaMikdash. In the Kodesh. So that has to go out to the Machane Leviah. So now, without having resorted to the pasuk that says makom tahar, just from the fact that it says that you should eat the mincha in a makom kadosh, I know that the mincha gets eaten in the makom kodesh, that the kadosh, that the todah and the el nazir get eaten in the Machane Leviah, right? I know that from the pasuk. That's not the most of the makom kodesh. Other pasuk, but then it's subsequently written in makom tahar, which tells you that there's a level beneath. So, no, you heard before that tahar means
Or in one sense, coming in another sense, you see that it is loosening the restrictions. So therefore, the pasuk put the code on the El Nazir in the Machna Leviyah. Now that you add in the word Makom Tahar, it takes it out one more level to the Machna Yisrael. Asking the Machna Yisrael, takes it out to Machna Yisrael. That's a bias Limud. That's how he learned that it gets eaten. That the code on the El Nazir can be eaten, and for that matter, all Shlamim and all cuts and columns are learned out can be eaten in Yerushalayim. Okay, so that's a bias source. Rabbi said. So it says by the Minchas, the Minchas is eating the Makom Kodesh. So the way Rabbi understands that after the Damli. So therefore, on that pasuk alone, I would know that if the mincha that is eaten in the Makom Kadosh and everything else, including the Kodon, the El Nazir, can be anywhere. Can be anywhere you like. Other Katar Rachmanas, hopefully the Makom Tahar, I will Makom Yisrael. So he's not arguing on the end. He's saying you can learn. He's just saying that Kadosh tells you that the mincha is Kadosh, everything else is outside entirely. But since it says Makom Tahar, that it's taking it up a level and bringing it into Makom Yisrael, into Yerushalayim. So he just gets to there in a different place. I guess that Rabbi, it's kind of funny that you look at the word from Makom Tahar to take it down a level. It seems to be taking up a level. He's saying Kadosh, the negative inference of Kadosh puts it outside entirely, and Makom Tahar brings it back into Makom Yisrael. So the Gemara says, he says, okay, but if you have Makom Tahar, let's say you're right, that Kadosh, the negative inference, puts the Kodon El Nazir outside altogether, meaning even outside Yerushalayim, and then Makom Tahar brings it back in. But why are you saying it brings it back into Makom Yisrael? Maybe if it brings it into Makom Leviyah, you have to eat it in the Beit HaMikdash complex, and not just in Yerushalayim. The Gemara says, but Chada Ma'alinon, the Tartu Lo Ma'alinon. They says as follows, that we can bring it up one level, but not two levels. So therefore, once Kadosh puts us outside altogether, Makom Tahar brings us up one level into Yerushalayim, into the Makom Yisrael. So the Gemara says, no, sorry, that doesn't work. He says, if you're telling me that a limit of a pasuk can only move you one level, you have a problem, because you had Kadosh, you said the mincha is Kadosh, and I'm going to exclude the Kodon, the El Nazir, to put it outside altogether, right? So we're like, you jumped multiple levels there to take it out, so why are you saying that when Makom Tahar brings it back in, it can only move one level? That's the first problem. So this is written by the Psukim. We say so it tells you both by a bakar and by meiser and by Nedarim and Nedavos that were Shlamim, that all of them, it says you cannot eat them in your gates. Why? Because you have to eat them in Yerushalayim. So you see, what was the Havamina you had? In other words, if you're saying Kadosh tells you that it takes it outside altogether, you see from the pasuk that you cannot eat it outside. So we would know it can't keep going outside of Yerushalayim, and we would know it's Yerushalayim. We wouldn't need the pasuk of Makom Tahar to take it into Yerushalayim or Machmarsha to the buyer. So there's these two questions. A, that if you're telling me it can't jump two levels to go up into Makom Leviyah, why would it be able to jump down multiple levels? And also, what was the Havamina that you needed a pasuk to take it out of the area out of Yerushalayim into Yerushalayim or into Makom Yisrael? Okay, so we go with a biased version and another level. Okay, says the Mishnah, Shlamim touching column, the regular Shlamim talking about something that someone brings, that a Yaakov brings, so we're not talking anymore about Shlamim. The Shlamim are touching columns, we're talking from Makom Azara, we kept it anywhere in the Azara, not just in the north. The Talmud system at Hanukkah in Arbeit has the two that enforce what applications in the column for a year, it's eaten in all of the city of Yerushalayim, the whole Adam, for any person, the whole Mako, and any form of food preparation, with Shnei Yom and the Laila Echo. The concept is very clear by a Shlamim, unlike everything we've been learning until now, which has to be eaten by the night that follows the day it was brought. In this case, you have the following day as well. So if someone brought it on a Monday, they could eat it Monday night, and all day Tuesday till the end of the day Tuesday, but not Tuesday night. Amura Mehem, that which is separated from the Shlomim and given to the Kohen, Yosef Behem has similar rules as the regular Shlomim, Elas Amura Mechel Kohanim, the same as name Rabbi, but the distinction of that which is separated to the Kohen is that since it's given to the Kohen, it can only be eaten by him and his wife and his children and his brother. Okay, guys, the Gemara. So basically, you have, as we've encountered multiple times, that there's multiple parshas written by the Shlomim. So Rashi says, he says, parshas for Shlomim. There's 3 parshas written by Shlomim. Chadav ben Bakar. One is if you bring a ben Bakar, but Chadav ben Kesef, if you bring a Kesef, but Chadav, the A's, with the goat. So, okay, so he's saying 3 times it's written that you should bring the carbon suspected by the Or Moed. But the distinction is, by the first one, it says it's up to the Or Moed. You can do it at the doorway of the Or Moed. The next 2 says it's up to the Lefnei Or Moed. It's up to the Lefnei Or Moed. So it switches the language from Pesach Or Moed to Lefnei Or Moed. Where it says, the Brisa says, "Lahachir et kol harufos b'kadshim kalim." He says, this is coming to tell you that by Kachim Kalim, that you can go in every direction. Now, what is this going to mean? We're going to see this in more detail, but it means that when let's say you were standing at the Heichal looking out to the Mizbeach, anything you could see, which is basically everything from the front of the ulam to the other side, or till you got to that much like that you would anywhere there that's within sight of the ulam, you can bring the carbon at the Shlomim. Because remember, you don't require Nur by Shlomim because it's cut and power. All right, we're going to get into this in more detail in the Gemara, but okay, so let's go. And then he says Kavachomer. He says Kavachomer l'tzafon. He says Max has to cut it for hook through the tzafon. Now he's going to try and prove that you're able to bring Kachim Kalim in the north. He says because if Kachim Kalim, which could not be, Kachim Kadishim, which could not be brought anywhere in the area over there other than the north of the Mizbeach, the north part, he says Kachim Kalim to hook through the Ruchos in addition to the tzafon. He says so if there's more kedusha of the north, that's the only place you can bring Kachim Kadishim, right? And you cannot bring Kachim in any other part. So then, if Kachim Kalim can be brought in any other part, for sure they should be able to be brought even in that place that has no kedusha. Now, why does he need to bring a Kavachomer at all? So Rashi says because he's trying to foreclose what Rabbi Eliezer is about to say. Rabbi Eliezer says, "Remember, Kachim el hachir tzafon." Because the reason you have that extra kachim is in order to say that you can actually chef in the north. Okay? So what's the difference so far is that the Tanakama was saying, I know from the Kavachomer that you can chef in the north, and I'm using the pasuk Pesach Or Moed to tell you anything that's in front of the Or Moed. Rabbi Eliezer is agreeing that you can chef anywhere in front of the Or Moed, including the tzafon, but he requires a pasuk to tell him. He doesn't buy the Kavachomer. So what's the reason? Because he had a Kavachomer which would have told him that you cannot chef Kachim Kalim in the north, so therefore he needed the pasuk to tell you you can. And this is going to become more clear when we get to Amud Beis. He says, it's a Kavachomer. It's not Kachim Kalim, so hopefully the Kol HaRuch, Kol HaShem, come on, it's a Kachim Kadishim. He says that he understands that it is not that the area that's north is more kadosh. Rashi says it's on Amud Beis. He says, who says? Where is this idea that the north is more kadosh? Rather, the way he understands it is that there is space designated for each of the karbonos. There's a space that's made for Kachim Kalim. There's a space that's made for Kachim Kalim. Which happens more in the Kachim Kalim. So they assign more space to Kachim Kalim and less space to Kachim Kalim. So what he's saying is as follows. I might think that if Kachim Kalim have all of this space that is given Mohokshim and Komonate of Kachim Kalim, that it says Kachim Kalim, so Mohokshim, all the stuff on in addition to hosting the culmination of touching column. He says as follows, that if I designated space for touching column, that you see touching are not allowed to be shafted there because you see that touching can only be shafted in the north, and it can't be shafted in an area that's been designated for the touching column. So then he says that for sure, the much smaller space that's been designated for the touching covenant, you should not be able to shaft touching column there. So he understands that there's nothing to do with added kedusha. It has to do with making space for everything. So there's a certain amount of space, a smaller amount of space for touching covenant, and you see the touching covenant aren't allowed to go into the touching column space. So then the touching column surely should not be able to go into the smaller touching covenant place. So Rabbi Eliezer is basically saying, I have a kabbalah that would tell me I'm not allowed to bring touching column in the north, and I bring one of these three children to tell me I can. Versus the Tanakama took it for granted that of course you can do it in the north, and therefore he uses the pasuk to say that it covers the whole area. We'll see that they don't actually disagree in halacha, just in how they learned it. Okay. It says, because I might make that kavaloma, that it says Pesach Moed to tell me that that I can in fact bring it even in the north. All right, so what's going on here? The Gemara says, "What's going on in this right?" He says as follows: Tanakama summer, the Tanakama holds Tulasa strike season. He says there's three psukim written: Pesach Moed, Pesach Moed, right? So Kabbalah Gufay, the boy Pesach Moed. One is coming to tell you that you need a Pesach Moed. That's why it uses the language of Pesach Moed instead of Lefnei Moed. What's it telling you? It's telling you if there's no door to the Beit HaMikdash, then you can't bring the carbon. Why? What do you mean there be no door? So Rashi says three instances. One is by the Beit HaMikdash, the door is closed. One is in the Mishkan at the Kohanim haven't set it up yet. And one is in the Mishkan before they travel to the Kohanim and taking it down already. So basically it's telling you if there's no Pesach Moed, then there's no carbon shlamim problem. The Kav Hachshir Sudden, and the Kama understands that one pasuk comes to tell you everything. If you're standing at the ulam door, everything in front of you is area that you could check the touching column. The Kav L'Psul Tzidei Sudden. And one is coming to say that you can't have the tzidei sudden. What is the size of the side? Basically, when you look out from the way Rashi understands it, different versions of this, but the way Rashi understands, even Rashi himself, possibly a different version, but if you're standing in the ulam and looking out, so you see everything, the area you're able to check it. But if you look along the walls, there were rooms that came off of that area. So you might think that since you don't take Pesach Moed literally, which means that only what's immediately in front of the Pesach, but rather you say it covers everything you can see. So I might think it might include also those rooms. It says the third pasuk, no, you can't go in those rooms. You can only do it in the area in front of the wall. It's your truck. And he holds you don't need a pasuk for the north because he doesn't have Kavachomer. Because he understands that it's kedusha, that it's limited because of the kedusha of Kaddish, and that's limited to the north. But the custom column, which has less kedusha, can be anywhere. Rabbi Eliezer uses the three psukim as follows. Kabbalah would say that he buys Pesach Moed. One comes to tell you need a door to the Moed, and if you don't have a door, nothing doing the carbon doesn't work. But Kabbalah has to stop them. One, as we said before, he needed a pasuk to teach you that you could bring it in the north, because otherwise he would have applied his Kavachomer to say you can't bring it in the north. The Kabbalah southern, the Kabbalah southern, and the other one, the third pasuk, comes to tell you everything you see in front of you when you're standing at the door of the ulam. The tzidei southern is the truck. So because he used an extra pasuk, the Tanakama had a pasuk to tell him tzidei southern, those little chambers. He used that pasuk to tell you you're allowed to check in yourself. So he says, I didn't need a pasuk to tell me into those chambers, because that's not considered in the courtyard that's Pesach Moed. So what do you have? What do you have here? You have that they're agreeing in the halacha. They're just arguing about how you get there. Ma'ishna Hasid Pesach Moed, and Ma'ishna Hasid Lefnei Moed. He says, what's the difference? Why did it say Pesach Moed by one and Lefnei Moed by the other two? It really comes to tell you what I just told you. So Mashmuel to Rabbi Yehuda Mashmuel, the fact that it said Pesach Moed is coming to tell you that there needs to should be a Pesach, which is what Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Shmuel. Rabbi Yehuda said in the name of Shmuel, Shlamim sheshachtim kodem sheyitzchu v'lasos haHeichel psulim. That if you check Shlamim before you open the doors of the Heichel, the carbon is puzzle. Shenamar v'shachatu Pesach Ol Hamoed b'zman shehu pasuach v'lo b'zman shehu no'ol. That you have to bring the carbon when there's a Pesach. And Rashi points out a Pesach is an opening. It's not enough to be a doorway with a door because that would be a dela. If it says shachatu Pesach Ol Hamoed, you have to be testing it in an opening of the Ol Hamoed, which means that the doors to the Beis Hamikdash, to the Ol Hamoed needed to be open. It couldn't be closed. And that's why I said Pesach Ol Hamoed to tell you that your carbon is no good if you don't have Pesach Ol Hamoed. Itmar Nami, this is to help me that you just repeat things. Itmar Nami, Amar Marokko, Bar Chama, Amar Rablosi, Rabbi Kamina, Shlamim Sheshachatan, Kodem Sheyitzchu V'lasos haHeichel psulim. The Shlamim that you check before you open the doors of the Heichel are puzzle. Shenamar v'shachatu Pesach Ol Hamoed. That you check it at the doorway of the Ol Hamoed. It's not Pesach haHeichel. The Tuach Lord, it's not Pesach. So no, then not when it's open, not when it's closed. So exact same thing you're saying. And now if you can help me further, my Rabbi Masni, Hafi Amar Rav Yaakov Bar Acha, Amar Rav Ashi, Shlamim Sheshachtim Kodem Sheyitzchu V'lasos haHeichel psulim. That if you check the carbon before the doors get open, it's puzzle. With the Mishkan, and then the Mishkan, this is what Rashi knew what he said before. Kodem Sheyamidu Leviyim Et HaMishkan, Alachar Sheyifraku Leviyim Et HaMishkan. Before the Leviyim built or constructed the Mishkan, before they assembled it, if you brought a carbon, perhaps another carbon tool in there too. Okay, there we are. Says the Gemara. Shita Muga Kina'ol Dami. Vilon Mai. So the Gemara said, it's touches to me that if the door is closed, it's like it's locked. This has very interesting applications in the halakha of Yisod with the Isha about whether the door needs to be locked or not, but obviously no time. So the Gemara says it's clear to me that if the door is closed, it's like it's locked. But what about if you have a curtain there? And in fact, in the Ol Hamoed, there was a curtain. So I'm going to zero who asma in the Nasa was the Pesach Pasuach. So he says that he says no, that a curtain is really just there. You need a Pesach Pasuach, and it is a Pesach Pasuach. The curtain is just there for privacy. That's not really a door. Now the Gemara asks as follows: Gova Mai. What happens if there's something blocking the entranceway? So you have a Pesach Ol Hamoed, but there's something in front of it that's blocking. What's the halacha? Tashma coming here from the Bible as follows. So Tanya Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda Amar. Rabbi Yossi Bar Yehuda said, "Snei Tishpeshin Hayu Bebeis HaChalifos V'Govan Shmona." So what's going on here? So if you look as follows, that if you look at that little graph in the Gemara, you'll see that when you go into the ulam went to the right and left, 15 amos either direction, 12 amos either direction before you got to the Heichel. So the Heichel was much narrower than the ulam, right? Now, the way we're learning as follows is you see those two things. It shows on top of those extensions that are the ulam, there's something called a pitch space. And the pitch space was basically a little opening that went to the things that are on the right and left of the Heichel, right? So what was the point of that? That was the base of Chalifah. We know that when you talk about a guy who's chef, you say he has a collar, right? So this is where they used to keep the knives there, right? And the point was as follows, that they had two little doors there. What was the purpose of those doors? It's because they wanted to make the area on the right and left of the Heichel somewhere where you were allowed to check and call it Pesach Ol Hamoed. How did that work? Because Rashi points out, according to this man Amar, the ulam is counts as the Ol Hamoed, and therefore, if you open up two little entranceways there at the back of where it says pitch space, so then it covers all of those areas behind the Ol Hamoed, behind the area we were talking about before, because there's an opening, and therefore the pitch space. These little windows were okay, but it says that the pitch space had 8 amos. So the Gemara is saying, "My love, doesn't that mean that?" I'm sorry. So that's what the Bryce is saying. That's how you're able to eat kachim from the chef kachim column there, because that's considered Pesach Ol Hamoed because it has an opening through the pitch space. My love, doesn't that mean that there was a pile of something 8 amos in front of those doors, and yet we say that it counts to make a Pesach Ol Hamoed? The Gemara says, well, the government in Shmona, that the doorways themselves were 8 amos tall, not that there was something blocking. So no riot. The Gemara says, how can you tell me that the doorways themselves were 8 amos tall? We see you see that all the doorways in the base of Mikdash were 20 by 10. The Gemara says, he said that these little doors were different because their purpose wasn't to be a doorway. The purpose was just to open up those things in order to say that you should be able to call that Pesach or Moed. So I'll pick up here.
Let's see what we got here. Do you get one more sound real quick?
The Brisa says, which we're going to quote, or at least roughly quote in a moment, that Rabbi Yishmael and Rabbi Akiva said, no, that's not necessary because we have some kind of Kavachomer, which we'll discuss the Kavachomer in particular. So that's really the issue that we're going to be addressing at the beginning of today. But I'll just take a quick moment to say that because it'll explain the usage of the term God. We did at the end of yesterday, we discussed the question that if all we're talking about is the Ola, we've been darsing the extra word Ola, but if all we're talking about is the Ola, then what did you need the word Mizbah? What did you need the word Mizbah there yesterday? If we're talking about the Ola, you would say that it doesn't need the word Mizbah. And so we answered that it means that when it says Mizbah Ola, it's teaching you that when you do the Zrika of the Ola, that when you do the Zrika of the Ola, you have to do it on the top part of the Yesod, of the base, because that's similar to the Mizbeach, that the service gets done on the top, as opposed to the vertical. The base was Amma vertical, Amma high, and Amma deep. But it has to go on the part that's the Amma deep, not the part that's the Amma high. And I referenced yesterday that obviously this does not mean specifically on that part of the Yesod, the flat part of the Yesod. It means from there and above, so it could be, and in fact should be, on the wall of the Mizbeach. The significance of that is the idea of the use of the word God to refer to the part of the Mizbeach other than the vertical aspect of the Yesod. So with that, we'll pick up. The Gemara is going to quote, not quite exactly, but basically the Brisa that we had yesterday as follows.
Tesla's Optimus robot and the best foundational artificial intelligence model or whatever.
Okay, I'm Rabbi Yishmael. God Yesod Lama Likra. He says, why do I need a pasuk to tell me this concept? This concept that you can. In other words, the thought was that we need a pasuk in order to tell us that the Ola needs to be sprinkled above where there's a Yesod. Kavachomer who? I can make that a Kavachomer, and I would not need the pasuk. In fact, that's what we're going to conclude. Because of the Kavachomer, we don't need the pasuk, and therefore the pasuk comes to tell us that third limud, that all karbanos that are in the Mizbeach, the Ola need Yesod. But what was the Kavachomer that precludes our needing to learn out that the Rik of the Ola needs to be on the part that's above the Yesod? Is as follows: Mashi Arekatos, Sheina Mekaperes, Tu'una Gag Yesod. He's saying as follows: that if we know the halacha is that if you have leftover blood of the chatas, that you need to pour it on the Yesod, on the base of the Mizbeach when you're finished. But we also know that that is not a critical part of the kapara, because if you don't pour the blood on the Yesod, then there's still kapara for the carbon. So you see by shiare chatas, that by a carbon chatas that is left over time, it's not it's not a critical part of the kapara, and yet you need to do it on the top of the Yesod, obviously, because you pour out the blood on the Yesod. So therefore, tchilas ola, when we're talking about the earlier stage of an ola, which is the actual zrika, not the pouring out on the Yesod. When we talk about the zrika of the ola, shemekaperes, because the zrika is the critical thing that brings about the kapara in a din shetu'una gag Yesod. Surely it should need to be put on a place in the Mizbeach that's above the Yesod. So it's saying, if you see by a kata that for which the pouring on the Yesod is not critical, it needs to be there on the Yesod, on the Gag Yesod. So then, in the case of the Zrika of Ola, which is critical for Kapara, surely it needs to be on the Gag, it needs to be on top of the Yesod, and therefore we would know it from the Kavachomer. And now, as we discussed yesterday, Rabbi Akiva comes and seems to say a very, very similar Kavachomer. He just adds a couple of words. So I'm Rabbi Akiva. Now, if you have the leftovers of a kata, which does not give kapara, now here's where Rabbi Akiva adds in the critical word. The aim fought in makaper, and it doesn't come to be makaper. We'll see in a minute what does that mean.
Tu'una God Yisod. So if by the Shiare Katos, which is not Makaper and doesn't come to Makaper, needs the God Yisod needs to be put on the Yisod, then Tfilas Olah, then the earlier stage service of an Olah, i.e. the Zrika of an Olah, from the Kaperet, which does bring about the Kapara, because the Zrika is the critical element of an Olah. It's Baal Lakaper, and in fact it comes to be Makaper. Again, we'll see what that means. Einodin Shetuna God Yisod. Surely the Zrika of a Olah should need to be above the Yisod. Therefore, I do not need a pasuk to tell me that the Zrika of an Olah needs to be above the Yisod, because I know it from this Kal V'chomer, either as Rabbi Yishmael formulated it, or as Rabbi Akiva formulated it. So in pain, it's so that I do not need a pasuk to tell me that the Zrika of Olah needs to be above the Yisod. What do I do with this third reference to Mizbach HaOlah? The Olah word is extra. To tell you, Ten Yisod the Mizbach Shalolah, that you should make a rule that all karbanos, whose blood is applied to the Mizbach Shalolah, the exterior Mizbach, that it should be done with on top of the Yisod, obviously excluding Katas as we discussed yesterday. Okay, so that's really just paraphrasing the Brisa that we learned yesterday. And now the Gemara is going to try and figure out, this is an interesting thing. Rabbi Shmuel says a Kal V'chomer. Rabbi Akiva says the same Kal V'chomer, but just adds in the words that when he says that in the case of a Katas, that the pouring on the Yisod is not Makaper and it doesn't come to be Makaper, versus the Olah where it is Makaper and it does come to be Makaper. So what is Rabbi Akiva adding when he says it doesn't come to be Makaper? Reb Ada Bar Ava says, that they're coming to argue about whether the Shirayim, whether the pouring of the leftover blood is the point of the distinction between them. Mar Savar Ma'akti, Mar Savar Lo Ma'akti. One holds that the pouring of Shirayim is Ma'akiv, and the other holds that's not Ma'akiv. Now, I didn't translate what Ma'akiv and not Ma'akiv means, because normally it means that if it's Ma'akiv, it prevents the carbon from working, the tussle. But yet, you know that the pouring of the blood by an exterior katas is not ma'akiv. So what does it mean in this instance when it says ma'akiv or not ma'akiv? According to many understandings of this Gemara, which is the basic understanding with which we'll go, he's saying as follows, that he's saying something a little different than a normal case. He's saying what they argue about is the following. That according to Rabbi Shmuel, he just says that Ein Makaprim. So he's saying as follows: that it is not critical that you pour the blood on the Yisod. In other words, that's not needed for kapara. Now, actually, we start with Rabbi Akiva. So Rabbi Akiva says, "Ein Makaprim bein boin lakaper." So according to Rabbi Akiva, he has both languages. He's saying, I agree that it does not. In other words, that if you don't pour the blood of an Olah on the Yisod, of a katas on the Yisod, I agree that the kapara that the carbon still works, and not only that, it is not even really required that you spill the blood on the Yisod. If you have Shirayim, you should pour it on the Yisod, but it is not saying that you have to, that there's necessarily a fundamental requirement that you do it. And so, so that would be the view of Rabbi Akiva. That's what he's adding when he says in Boyin Lakaper. He says there's not even really a mitzvah to do the pouring of the Yisod. If you have it, you do it, and if you don't, you don't. No big deal. Versus Rabbi Shmuel only says in Makaper. He doesn't add this in Boyin Lakaper. So what Rabbi Shmuel is saying is, I agree that it does not cause the carbon to be puzzled, but it's still something you really need to do. You really need to pour the blood. And this actually gets into an interesting machlokas rishonim, which kind of sandwiches us. The Rashi view was yesterday. You'll see tomorrow in the Moshe, the Tosfos brings, maybe you'll see, that Rashi and Rabbi Moshe seem to have the view that there's no need to have leftover done. Whereas you shouldn't try specifically when you're doing the Zrika to make sure that there's enough down left over. Versus Tosfos and the way the Semitism died in the Rambam, that the Rambam also would hold that you are supposed to try and
make sure that you have dam left over. I'll just tell you, I don't want to take this time, but I'll just tell you a very, for those who like yeshiva, I think a lot of things that we've learned, but he basically talks about whether the root of the dam is a fundamental part of the carbon, or is it an independent halakha in dam? In other words, if I show with you that it's not a fundamental part of the carbon, but rather, if your leftover is dam, the dam should have a chilas mizbeach, that the dam should end up on the mizbeach, so therefore there's a halakha of pouring the shirayim to the yisod. But he would hold that, generally speaking, the pouring of the shirayim to the yisod isn't even a fundamental part of the carbon, and that's how he would explain this machlokas Rishonim about whether you need to save blood, because if it's just saying when you have blood that'll be eaten by the mizbeach, so it's not important to save blood. On the other hand, if you understand that shirayim is a part of the carbon, then you should do your best to have shirayim. But in any event, so that's how he explains machlokas Rishonim. It's interesting if you think about it, as we go through other figures, it helps explain certain things. But in any event, we have a machlokas of Yishmael and Rabbi Akiva. That Yishmael says there is a mitzvah to do the shirayim on the yisod, and Rabbi Akiva is saying there's not even a mitzvah. So all of it is Rabbi Akiva is strengthening the Kavachomer even more than Rabbi Yishmael. So he's saying, if you see by Kata, not only is it not ma'akiv if you don't pour the shirayim, but it's not even required, it's not even a mitzvah necessarily, so then by Ola, with the Shmita, where it is fundamentally required, then for sure you should have to do it on the yisod. But in any event, they're arguing about whether there's a mitzvah or not. Okay, so according to this, where we are in the Gemara right now, seems to be that there's an opinion that holds that pouring to the shirayim is ma'akiv. Whether it is or isn't ma'akiv, now we've said what ma'akiv means. It doesn't mean that it passes the carbon. But now the other thing that's unclear, and from Rashi it seems that Rashi operates under the assumption that perhaps in a katas pneumius, in the internal katas, you would actually require the shvicha shirayim. So it's unclear at the moment what's the halacha on the inner side. So Papa says the kuli alma shirayim and ma'akiv. He says that everyone holds that shirayim is not ma'akiv. Why did I say Rashi holds that maybe before this we talked about katas pneumius? Because Rashi says the katos that in the case of katas, the pouring of shirayim is not ma'akiv. Even the internal katas. So Papa is saying no. Everyone agrees that it's not that there's nothing that's ma'akiv about pouring the shirayim by a kata. He says, and in fact, I disagree that Rabbi Yishmael and Rabbi Akiva are arguing whether there's a mitzvah of shvicha shirayim. He says, what are they actually talking about? He says they're talking about a subset of the halacha of shvicha shirayim, of pouring something to your soul. What is that? We're arguing about mitzvah kata sa'of. I'll explain what that is in a minute. He says, the Papa says as follows. We know the halacha is that when you have a kata sa'of, so now Ola Sa'of goes above the red line on the bed, but a kata sa'of goes beneath it. And the process that the Kohen would do is he would do Melita, and then he would take the bird itself, he would hold the whole bird, and he would put down his hand in a strong gesture that would cause the blood to splash onto the mizbeach, and he should aim for the lower part of the mizbeach. When he finishes that, it says that he should take the bird and he should squeeze out the remaining blood onto the mizbeach, right? So now, so we can count this before. So therefore, that is a different form of shirayim, because the blood that's left in the bird is a version of shirayim, and it's saying you should squeeze it out. So now what they're arguing about here is whether that is ma'akiv or not, whether that's an integral part of the carbon. Now here, I think it means ma'akiv in a literal sense. So why is this machlokas specifically by kata sa'of and not by other things? Because by kata sa'of, at the end of the pasuk that includes this requirement to squeeze it out, it says the word kata si. We've encountered this before, that when it says kata si, it comes to tell you that everything is critical. Everything else said before. So Rashi says the machlokas between Rabbi Akiva and Rabbi Yishmael. Rabbi Yishmael requires something more, and Rabbi Akiva doesn't, have to do with, do we assume that when it says kata si, it includes everything that came before, including the squeezing out of the blood? That would be the view of Rabbi Yishmael, and therefore that's a necessary thing that's ma'akiv. Versus Rabbi Akiva would hold that kata si was going on the other things, but was not going on the squeezing out on the mizbeach. So in short, what we have is, according to Papa, there's no one who says that kata, that when you're talking about a kata, that the pouring out of the blood is ma'akiv, is a critical
element of it. So we're going to say Tanya Kabasi Rav Papa. We have a brisa that supports Rav Papa. It says, yes, kol dam hapar yishafeh. So this is something that's written by the Par Kohen Mashiach, the Kohen Gadol of Par that he brings if he made a mistake, and it says it's called Dam Hapar Yishapeh. So now it's a little talking about the thing. It says to the animal. Why do we need to say the Hapar, the Par? Obviously, we're talking about the Dam of the Par. It should just say it's called Dam Yishapeh, so we should pour the blood. Matam Alamar Hapar. Why does it say Hapar? Limad Hapar Yom Kippurim Kitan Matan Domim Yisod. So this is something we've encountered before. So we learn from Par Kohen Mashiach to the Par of Yom Kippur that it needs application to the Yisod. Because just like the Par Kohen Mashiach needs its blood, the blood at the end put in the Yisod, so too is true of the Par of Yom Kippur. Rabbi, these are the words of Rabbi. Rabbi Shmuel. Rabbi Shmuel comes to say, not saying I don't need the possible. It's more necessarily a second Rabbi Shmuel. Saying Rabbi Shmuel saying Kavachomer, I could bring that same halacha to you via Kavachomer. Uma in Mish in Nechnas Damalifnim Kova Toin Yisod. If we see by a Par Kohen Mashiach. Now let's remember, when does the Par Kohen Mashiach bring his carbon? If he made a stock that was wrong, and he was a Kavachomer, and he relied on his own stock, and he didn't have Beira, then he has to bring a Par Kohen Mashiach, right? So and here it says specifically you need your soul. So now, as Rashi points out clearly, there's no mitzvah to do an aveira and need to bring this carbon, right? So there's no obligation ever to bring this carbon, and yet it requires yisod. But compare that to the Kohen Gadol on Yom Kippur, who needs to bring this animal into the Litnim, because every year on Yom Kippur you're supposed to bring a part, and no thing to Kohen Yisod. Isn't it a halacha that you should need? So you should need the Yisod. Okay, now Rabbi Akiva helpfully says, let me add to a Kavachom, I'll make it a little better, different than previously. I'm Rabbi Akiva. He said, I'll improve your Kavachom, I'll give you a better Kavachom. Same logic, but different Kavachom. Instead of distinguishing with whether you have to come into the Litnim as a Kohen or you come in as a mitzvah, because obviously if the Kohen Gadol did an Aveira that met the criteria, the mitzvah is going to come in. So rather than distinguishing between the necessity of their coming in, I'll give you something that's easier. He says, so he's saying, if we see that the carbon of a Par Kohen Mashiach, that when the Kohen Gadol did an Aveira, his car never comes into the Kodesh HaKadoshim because what he gets applied to the interior Mizbeach, and then the meat gets sent away, but he doesn't go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, and yet it needs pouring on the Yisod. So he says, so then surely the avodah of the Par in Yom Kippur, which requires him to go into a to go into the Kodesh HaKadoshim, so then that is a more serious problem. So the one that never goes into the Kodesh HaKadoshim requires pouring out on the Yisod, meaning the Par Kohen Mashiach, and surely the Par of Yom Kippurim would need to have pouring on the Yisod. So the way you would initially understand this is that we have Rabbi saying a limud in the pasuk from the Kapar, so we learn from Par Kohen Mashiach to the Par Yom Kippurim, and then Rabbi Akiva comes and says, no, I know it's from the Kavachoma. But that's not actually what's happening. What's happening is that Rabbi Shmuel is not coming to argue, and he's saying, I could teach you this same halacha by Kavachoma. What's the significance of that? Because this is an interesting twist on something we've learned a number of times. So we've learned that if you have something that cannot pasuk by custom, if the pasuk repeats something, it's la'akiv, to tell you that it's la'akiv. So Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva are coming to tell you, perhaps you might think as follows, that if I can learn out a halakha from a Kavachomer, and then a pasuk comes to tell it to me also, so it's essentially telling it to me twice. So, right? So you have the Kavachomer is one telling, and the pasuk is second. We've always thought of it as you have two psukim telling you the same thing. It comes to tell you it's critical and it's an integral element. And here, what we're saying is that maybe a Kavachomer and a pasuk are the same. So the Gemara says, we're 4 lines from the bottom of the thin line. Yachol yakvenu. So therefore, I would think then maybe, since I've learned out the Par Yom Kippurim, both from a pasuk and from a Kal Vachomer, that therefore if you don't pour out the Shirayim to the Yisod, that it would hassle the carbon. Maloma, therefore, it says the Tefillah mekaper es hakodesh. Shomu kol kaparas kula. So he says as follows. Then no, I'm like, this is very small. That this was very small. So Rabbi Shmuel says, you might have thought that I brought you a Kal Vachomer, and I was also thinking that the Kal Vachomer comes to teach that it was set up twice, and therefore, by a power of Yom Kippur, you should require the musical element reporting out on the Yisod, but you don't because the pasuk comes to preclude you from arriving at that result. Why? Because the pasuk, when it finishes teaching you everything about doing the avodas Yom Kippur, it says the Tefillah mekaper es hakodesh, that the Kohen finishes everything that he needs to do to be mechaper on the Kodesh, which tells you that he's completed all of the elements. It's very small. So what you see that a pasuk comes to tell you that in fact it is not required, even by a chatas communius, because what are we talking about here? We're talking about the Parsha Yom Kippurim, that even by a chatas communius it is not required that there be shlichas dam on the Yisod, right? So what we were trying to do is we were trying to support the Papa's view that no one holds that pouring blood on the Yisod is required by a chatas, even a chatas communius. And we see it from here. And remember, before, when the couple was trying to explain the machlokas, we were trying to explain the machlokas between Rabbi Shmuel and therefore you see that even Rabbi Shmuel holds that even by a chatas communius, there's no pouring out on the Yisod as an absolute requirement. So that's actually going to be the Gemara's support. The Gemara, we're going to continue for the moment along the theme of what we were just saying. So we've now proven our point when we were saying Tanya Kavati to Papa. We learned something. Like the Papa, who says that no one holds that Shlichas Shirayim is Ma'asid, even by a couple of communions. And now we're going to continue with something else. Now remember the structure. We have the Parakol Mashiach. And we learned from the Parakol Mashiach to the Parakol Yom Kippurim. And then by the Parakol Yom Kippurim, we get a Kal Vachomer. So therefore, we were thinking there's two sources by the Parakol Yom Kippurim. And therefore, maybe we should say, tell you by the results, maybe we should say it's Ma'akiv. So come down, you want to say no to the Pasuk. So therefore, we've knocked out the Parakol Yom Kippurim. But if you remember, we started with a pasuk that was written by the Parakol Mashiach. So what the Gemara is going to now try and do is say, maybe using the same logic of this Kal Vachomer, I will show you that the Parakol Mashiach, that the pasuk is extra because I have a Kal Vachomer also, and therefore maybe Shlichas Shirayim on the Yisod by a Parakol Mashiach should be obligatory. We've proven it's not so by a Parakol Mashiach, but maybe by a Parakol Mashiach we can prove it. How do we do that? We say Kal Vachomer and a Parakol Mashiach. So now that we have this logic, let's say a Kal Vachomer to the Parakol Mashiach. So if the Parakol Mashiach, I'm sorry. So where he wants to learn this Kal Vachomer out from is as follows. If you remember that we learned out that you have the pouring of the shlichas davar on the Yisod. We said yesterday, not only is it brought by the Par Halam Davar and by the Parakol Mashiach, but it's also brought by the Sayyid Nasi, and for that matter, technically speaking, as Rashi points out, it could be even from the other places that Tivka and Sirira both have written that you pour to the Yisod. So if you see by a regular chatas, that if you have a regular chatas or a partial or a Sayyid Nasi that is not brought into the Beis Hamikdash, not for Chova, not for Mitzvah, Ton Yisod, but nonetheless a regular chatas needs Yisod, then Misha Nechnas Damal Lim, Bein Lechova, Bein Mitzvah, in addition to Ton Yisod. He says, then surely when you're dealing with the Parakol Mashiach, which does go into the Heichal, it does go into the interior Mizbeach, that for sure should be pouring on your soul. So before we had said a Kal Vachomer, we said the pasuk not got the Kal Vachomer, we said, great, that's good logic. So let's apply that Kal Vachomer from the Sayyid Nasi to tell you that by the Parakol Mashiach, you need to have Shlichas Shirayim on the soul, and then you have the pasuk
that's written by Parkour Mashiach that tells you need to have pouring out of the leftovers on the Yisod. And what do you have? You have two sources. If you have two sources, you say Shina Levakasim La'akev. And therefore, it should become an integral requirement of the Parkour Mashiach that you have to pour on the Yisod. So the Gemara says, Yachol Yakbeno. So I might say that based on this, Pasuk and Kavachomer by Parkour Mashiach that you have to pour in the Yisod. Hamaloma therefore it says he has told Dam Hapai Shafei. So not to Hakasav La'aseh, but Asor Shirai Mitzvah, Lamalach Shirai Enakeh. He says as follows. I'll translate and not explain what it means. He says that the pasuk is written in a little bit of a different language. So not to Hakasav La'aseh, that the pasuk took this part of the mitzvah, but also Shirai Mitzvah made it a leftover part of the mitzvah. Lomer Lachot to tell you that Shirai Enakeh and that Shirai Enakeh. So basically the structure is the same. They tried to bring by a Parkour Mashiach between a Kavachomer and a pasuk it should be required, and it says no, I'll bring you a pasuk that's not required. What's the source for understanding that the pasuk is not required? So as Rashi points out, Rashi says as follows: if you look at the entire structure of the parsha when it discusses what's happening, it starts by with it says the laka, the hiza, the natan, al karnos amizbeach, whatever it is. So that's what Rashi these are you start each phrase by saying the action that the Kohen does to this, right? But yet, so everything starts with the action, But then, therefore, if you're continuing a Sfichas Dam, you would say, Rashi says, V'shafach Dam Mo Yisod. So you should say, and he pours out the blood to the Yisod. But it doesn't, because rather, what does it say? There's cold dam ha'par yishafeh. That's the blood of the par he should pour out. Where is the verb in that case? Where is the action? All the way to the end. So he's saying as well, the saying from the fact that the pasuk uses different sentence structure by the pouring out of the Yisod as distinct from all the other important elements and critical elements of the carbon, is coming to tell you that no, this is different than everything else. While everything else, for example, the Hazah and the Kabbalah and all those things are critical elements, this is not a critical element. So we thought by Parkour Mashiach maybe we could prove that between the pasuk and the Kavachomer La'akev, it says the Rabbi said no, it's not La'akev because the pasuk switches the sentence structure to specifically tell you that the pouring out on the Yisod is not required. Okay, so now we've finished that. So all of that was really just to support to show you that Rabbi Shmuel himself is of the opinion that pouring out the Yisod is not a required element. Now, so we were trying to say that Rabbi Shmuel was of the opinion. Unlike that Rabbi Shmuel was of the opinion that while it's true by a regular chatos, you do not need to spill out the dam, and we said that was Rappa's whole point. That Rabbi Shmuel and Rabbi Akiva are arguing about a chatos a bird chatos. But by regular animal, everyone agrees that the Sfichas Shirayim is not necessary, is not absolutely required. So in the process of doing that, the Papa explained that Rabbi Shmuel holds that by a chatos that squeezing it out on the mizbeach is not actual. By a ton of Rabbi Shmuel, but we learned in the time of Rabbi Shmuel, on Nishar B'dam, you must say that the pasuk says that which is left over on the blood, up on the blood, you should squeeze out on the mizbeach. The Nishar you must say, Shana Nishar Lo you must say. So the implication of that is to the extent you have leftover blood, you should squeeze it out. If you don't have leftover blood, you don't squeeze it out. So you have a Tana that the Rabbi Shmuel is saying that Mitzi Adam by Chatos Ha'of is not required. So the Gemara says, Rabbi Shmuel. The Papa had one version, the Rabbi Shmuel held that there was one group that held Rabbi Shmuel said this, and the reason that it is ma'akev, and here there's one that says by Chatos Ha'of that the squeezing out of the blood is not ma'akev. Okay. Amar Rami Bar Chama. I kind of cover Shirayim ma'akev. He said, I'm going to bring you, Rami Bar Chama says, I'm going to bring you a Tana who holds that Shirayim are ma'akev. Now, just to give you a heads up, this is a very complicated brisa, and for what it's worth, it's not even going to be relevant to our subject. But we're going to get through it. And we should get started for that. Okay, here goes.
I'm going to bring you a Tana who holds that Shiraim are Ma'akiv. The Tanya, because we learned in a Brisa, HaKohen HaMakate Oso. So it says as follows. So this is a pasuk that says HaKohen HaMakate Oso. This is written by Chatos, is that the Kohen that does the sprinkling, Yochlena, he should be the one that eats it. Right? So now, what the Brisa is going to pick up on is the word HaKohen HaMakate Oso, that the Kohen who is Makate is. Right? So if Osa is the miyas. So it's coming to exclude something. So remember, the person is in a Kohen HaMakate Oso Yochlena, but the Kohen, whatever that the Kohen does the sprinkling of, he can eat. So also, it specifically tells you that there's something that the Kohen cannot eat. So what is that? So it says, Shenitim Dama Lamaila, so it says, below Osa, Shenitim Dama Lamaila. He says as follows, we know that a chatos, where does the chatos get the blood applied? On all four corners, he takes his finger and he puts it on the chronos. So where is that relative to the foot that's for the red line? It's above, right? So what he's saying is, the niyas in the pasuk is coming to tell you that when can the Kohen who does the sprinkling eat the meat of the carbon is only when he does it above, but if he does the sprinkling below, then he cannot eat it. So we have a pasuk. So he says, so we have a pasuk that's telling us that the sprinkling of a chatos needs to be above and not below if you want to eat the meat. Whether it's a valid carbon or not, different discussion. Okay, Amrit, I am basa. So the Brisa continues, says, where are you coming from? What's your havamina that you should be able to eat it? Presumably, if you didn't do the avodah properly, you're supposed to do it above, and instead you did it beneath. It's so good. So what's the havamina? What's the thought that you should be able to still eat the meat even when you put the blood below instead of above? He says Miklal from them because since it's written, the dams of Chatoli Shafek Al Mizbeah Al Mizbach. So this is this was the very beginning. We learned this back when we learned that how you know that by a chatos, which is supposed to have blood applied to all four corners, that if you apply the blood to one, that's enough, because the pasuk was written, you talk about one pouring, and we see that therefore even one application is enough to affect the zrika. You're supposed to do all four, but it's still going to be a valid carbon even if you only do one, right? So what do we do? We see that if, even though you're supposed to put blood on all four corners, if you put it on one, you're makaper, therefore I would think, he says, therefore I would think that just like you can have, you're supposed to put on all four corners, but if you put it on one, that's good enough. So then so too, I might think, just like you're supposed to put the dam of the chatos above the on the upper part of the back, if you put it on the lower part, that's good too. Okay, so we have a pasuk, that's number one. It's called a pasuk number one, which gives us a miyat that teaches us, we think that it is critical if you want to eat the meat that the blood be above. Number two is explaining what was the hamamina that we had. That the hamamina was just like you see 1 out of 4 is good enough by application. So too, bottom should be good enough, even though it's supposed to be at the top. So now, number 3 is going to be the dinhu. Because, but I'll tell you, a kavakomer, that basically what it's saying is that your number 2, which is the havamina, is not a good havamina. Why is that not a good havamina? Nemu damum l'mayla. The nemu damum l'matam. There are some chatoses that get put above, and some chatoses that get put below.
He's the greatest
So he says, Ma damum amur l'matam shenatum l'mayla lo kiper, af damum amur l'mayla shenatum l'matam lo kiper. So he says as follows. There's 2 kinds of chatoses. We just learned this, so we should be experts in this. A regular chatos gets put on the 4 corners on the top. A chatos oath, we just said, gets sprinkled where? On the bottom, right? So now, he's saying as follows, that we were trying to make a generalization from the fact that you can do 1 out of 4, doesn't matter if you only do 1 out of 4, so therefore bottom and top don't really matter. But here's the problem, that something much closer to home that talks about bottom and top actually distinguishes. Why? Because we have a Mishnah on that Samach Bar, which tells us as follows, that if you have the chatas oath, that you're supposed to put on the bottom, if you put it on the top, then it's no good, because then you didn't accomplish the carbon. So what do you see? You see by a case that, again, closer to home, because it's talking bottom to top, so if you're supposed to put it on the bottom, you can't put it on the top, it doesn't work. So we were talking about something that was
we were saying in our Havamina that if you have something on the top, then you should be able to put it on the bottom too. So big deal, you see 1 out of 4 is good enough. So therefore, think of this as number 3. Number 3 is saying from Tata Sa'ov, I see that number 2, which was the Havamina, which was explaining why we need a pasuk, is no good. So where are we right now at the point where number 3? We're at the point where we don't understand why we need the pasuk. Because if we have no Havamina, why the pasuk is needed, because we've knocked down our Havamina to be proved by Tata Sa'ov, your Havamina, the 1 out of 4 is good enough to not apply, because you see by top and bottom that is actually from bottom to top doesn't work, so why should you think from top to bottom doesn't work? And at the moment where we are at number 3, and you'll see why I'm calling it the numbers hopefully, and I don't know if I'll use it, but I'll try. That you see where we are with number 3 is that we have no idea why we need the pasuk. Because we had a pasuk, we thought we had a Havamina, we knocked out the Havamina number 3. Okay. So we say, low and Amrit. So now what we're going to do is number 4 is going to knock out number 3. So number 3 was knocking out the Havamina, but if number 4 knocks out number 3, the Havamina is reinstated. That's what we're going to do. Okay? So basically, it's saying, Lo Imamrit B'Taktonim, Shinitanim B'Neshima L'Maylo, James Sofel L'Maylo Lo Kiper, Kamabel Yonim, Shenosim L'Mata, Sheyeshman Kar L'Mata, I'm sorry, Sheyeshman Kar L'Mata. So he says as follows. We actually encountered this part once. Of course, let me translate it, and then I'll explain what it means. He says, if you're going to say by Taktonim, that the blood that's put on the bottom, that is put above, that there was no, I know it's better do the other way. I'll explain what it means, and then we'll look at that inside. So no, it's saying as follows, and we had this far earlier in Rabbi. It's the concept that when you have a carbon that's supposed to be applied to the bottom, i.e. the Tata Sa'ov, it's never going to end up being applied to the top. Right? Why? Because you don't do anything on the top. Versus, when you have a tata that's supposed to be applied to the top, you are going to end up doing something on the bottom. Why? Because you're going to pour out the shirayim on the bottom. Other than that, most means the blood goes down. That's also true. But in other words, basically you're ending up with a scenario where top has a connection, something that's supposed to be on the top has a connection to the bottom, because it's going to pour out on the code. But something on the bottom has no connection to the top. So that's really what they're saying is, you said better to look at something bottom and top and don't learn it out from 1 out of 4. And you were drawing that since bottom to top doesn't work, that top to bottom shouldn't work. And we're saying no, that's not true, because top to bottom, top has something that's supposed to be on the top has a connection to the bottom, whereas the bottom has no connection to the top. So therefore, when you knocked out my Havamina is not a good knockout, because not just because bottom to top doesn't work doesn't mean top to bottom doesn't work. So where are we now? We had a puzzle. We gave a Havamina. We tried to knock out the Havamina from Tata Sa'ov, and then we said no, knock out Tata Sa'ov because it's not relevant. So we're back to having a good Havamina for the puzzle. Okay, so now to read it inside, it says as follows that Im Amrit B'Taktonim Shenitanim B'Neshima L'Maylo Shein Sofel L'Maylo I'm sorry, B'Neshima L'Maylo Shein Sofel L'Maylo Lo Kiper. He says that just because by the bottom carbon, meaning the Tata Sa'ov, if you would put it on the top, which is a place that it's never going to get anyway, because the bottom never goes to the top. Lo Kiper Tomer Ve'Elyonim Shenasim L'Mata Sheyesh Behen Karv L'Mata. So he says, therefore, are you going to try and prove something to me that I cannot learn from the top, even if you put it on the bottom, when the top actually has a connection to the bottom? So that's where we are in number 4. Number 4 knocks out number 3, which reinstates the Havamina that explains why we need the puzzle. Okay, so now the Gemara says, that he says the blood of the inner katos proves that you're mistaken. In other words, we knocked out number 4. We said that number 4 knocked out number 3, which is reinstated number 2. Number 5 is now going to come and knock out number 4, so therefore reinstate number 3. That's what we're going to do here. So he says as follows. He says that you see by dam of the katos previous proof. Sheyeshman Kare Bakot. He says, because I'll prove to you as follows, that when you have an inner katos, where are you supposed to apply the blood? On the inner mizbeach. If you instead apply the blood to the outside mizbeach, you're not makaper, because it says, because I'm doing right now, it says not makaper. So therefore, and yet you know that you're going to end up filling the dam on
the yesod of the exterior mizbeach. So what do you see? You see that even though the chatas pnimius, whose application of the inner mizbeach has a connection to the outer mizbeach, but yet if you apply the initial dam to the outer mizbeach, it's no good. So therefore, what it's trying to say is just because something has a connection to the mizbeach doesn't mean that you can do it in the wrong place, right? So therefore, he's saying you in number 4 we're trying to knock down number 3 by saying that number 4 you can't say number 3 because chatas doesn't have a connection to the top, while the top has a connection to the bottom. He says it doesn't matter because you see by pnimium that it has a connection to the outside, and yet if you do it like a on the outside, it doesn't work. Low in numbers with double pnimium, okay, I'm sorry. So therefore, number 5 knocks out number 4. Number 4 was the challenge to number 3. So number 3 is reinstated, and therefore we now have no idea why we need the pasuk, because when number 3 was reinstated, number 3 was what was knocking out the havamina for the pasuk. So we're at a stage right now where we don't have an understanding why we need the pasuk. So the Gemara says, "Lo im amat damna pnimium, she'en seach pnimium markan, homer bel yonim tarikanas markos otan, okay, and nothing will map stated." So he says as follows, so he says, let me explain the outside and then we'll explain what it is. He said, no, you cannot bring the araya that's from the, so basically, you cannot bring the araya from the pnimium that you should apply it to the outside and apply that same raya to do it on the bottom when it's supposed to be on the top. Why? Because he's saying, at the time you do the mizbeach pnimi, there is still something else that needs to be done. Okay, now this is going to be why we're bringing this whole thing, but let's just say there's something else that needs to be done after the chatas pnimius is applied. So versus when you put the dam on the exterior mizbeach, you're basically finished. So the concept is that maybe something is more strict when it's not the last step in the process. When it's the last step in the process, okay, 1 out of 4 is good enough for applying. So too sprinkling at the bottom when it's supposed to be at the top is good enough. And you're going to tell me number 5 you are bringing from the chatas pnimius. The problem with the chatas pnimius is that after you do the blood application, there's still something else that needs to happen, and therefore it's more common. Okay, so now what happens? Number 6, which says that pnimium is not related to the external mizbeach. Number 6 knocks out number 5. Number 5 was there to knock out number 4. So now that number 5 is knocked out, number 4 is reinstated. What was number 4 doing? Number 4 was saying that number 3 was invalid. So now number 4 is reinstated to say that number 3 is invalid. So then number 3 was really trying to say there's no havamina in number 2. So we're back to there being a havamina in number 2. And if we're back to the havamina in number 2, we now know why we need the pasuk, and that's what the Gemara says. That he says that only the one that we have a pasuk, we need the pasuk to tell it to us, and it tells us that if you apply it to the bottom, to the top, then it covers the bottom. Okay, so now that's the whole brisa. Now, why are we bringing this? Because we say as follows. My she'en mizbeach pnimium markan lav elu shirayim. So he says as follows. So in the course of number 6, we said there's a distinction between the interior and the exterior mizbeach. What's the distinction? Is that the interior mizbeach has something else after the application of the dam, and therefore, versus the exterior mizbeach has nothing after the application of the dam. So what is it that comes after the application of the dam? We're saying, it must be the pouring out the shirayim. What else is left after that? So you see that there's a tana in this price and this whole long thing that says that you need to pouring out that shirayim is ma'akib. That's the missing component. I'm like, Rabbi, I'm sorry.
Go back to vertical.
Okay, fine. So now the Gemara is going to say as follows.
The sound, that was a good guess, man.
Okay, the Gemara is going to say as follows. I'm like Rabbi. He says, I have a problem with what you're telling me. He says, "Ihaki tasted the kabbalah." He says, if that's what we're coming to do here, he says, then ma shirayim pnimium. Just so fun, bova, good, asan, the keeper. So he says that if you have a shirayim pnimium, so you have a chatas pnimius that is that at the end of its process, it needs to be done on the exterior mizbeach. But yet, if you do it initially on the exterior, it's not mechaper. Hanitan and lamalo, then something that's put above, being sofum chover lamata. No,
Main scene. All right, there you go. So
we're
you
not
guys
going
are
to have
doing
time to
fine.
do
Yeah.
that. I will.
There's no
I
punishment
will
right now.
need to record
But
taking
if
this.
you look towards the
But
bottom,
I'll put it on the
or
website.
somewhere there is a dolphin. Dude, so I gotta fucking play the thing. Well, I got a Diet Coke right here today. But yeah, maybe later I'll play the dolphin thing while I'm gonna just play it from here. Go ahead and play a couple sounds. See what you like. Yeah, let's check out. I'll show you how to start this. All right. Okay. Yeah, I was doing this for hours earlier. Yeah. I see right here. What is that? A donut, right? It's a drippy donut, right? Yeah. It's like that bad boy. Now you can be like, you got a test.
La fregadera no funciona.
You can just like really high notes. Oh my god. I'm out here working like a restaurant. Oh my god, that's like it's like so the song goes really well with shop. Has there ever been like a shop as a song where it's like a dope ass beat like that? That's a good question. I don't know. Okay, this is awesome. You got Jelly Roll? I don't even remember that. I like a kangaroo that can't remember. This is like maybe the theory. Okay, question on the dolphin sound. Is it a real dolphin or ripped from the actual dolphin? Because it probably needs to be from the actual dolphin. Good idea. That's facts. Go ahead. As you can see, they're all color coded as Gringo Poppy. And then we also got the unscathed stuff here.
I'm a fucking beast when it comes down to I know. I tell jokes, I do crazy shit. I've been to the States. Oh, I eat on I don't care. I get all that.
That's so fun. That sounds like one of the voicemails that you all leave us in the 80s. Yeah, it starts like that, but there's no daddy at the end. Yeah.
Oh, fuck up.
That's gonna be. I predict that one being a perfect big word, Clinton. Oh yeah. What? I mean, that is the main thing that I get from Shop. Yeah. Oh, we also got.
What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker.
Oh, dude, that's hilarious. This one sort of reminds me of the guy in Brendan Walsh's show kept hitting that like randomly. I would be talking to Brendan, I was like, yeah, I went to Boston University.
Chili,
Save these. Okay, we'll save those that ones you haven't heard yet. Yeah. Cheese, I mean, that isn't on there. I guess you have to stake it. But yeah, congratulations, Cooney. Hopefully you have fun with this.
spicy.
You came here like 30 minutes early, so okay, I was still working on it. So very, very cool. Yeah. That's just like an inside bit. Half them probably have no idea what that means. That was the hardest one for me to get. I had to figure out how to screen record like Siri saying it. Oh, yeah, Siri say that? I mean, I'm probably the only person with an app that's ever said that. You know? Yeah. I've been trying to get a translation. Anyways, we should get into the. Yeah, so we'll get into it right now. But Chris Bird, Rubio, 1-1. Let me just put that. There you go. Got that. You know what I mean? All right. Well, and if you guys don't like the video,
I go ahead and
we're going to be very upset, but also we won't go over it.
yeah.
How about you stay away from the social? Sorry. I definitely did starting soon. That made me fuck the whole thing up. Okay. Alrighty, so I do have to fix something else though. I realized that after we started, I don't know, maybe there was a power outage or something. I have to reconnect something. Okay, cool. Yeah, I mean, listen, I hope you guys like these new sound effects. I personally, this is one of the most amazing things anyone ever done for me. Yeah, I might get emotional. It'll kill me.
This is just saying.
Yes, I agree. Akash, Brennan is the greatest comedian I've ever seen. So, be cool. Brennan's job is one of the best. He's also, I tweeted earlier today, they're thinking about making him the head coach of Ole Miss Rebels because Lane Kiffin left. Because they need somebody with a lot of football knowledge who's really good and had some time in the NFL. It doesn't matter how long it was, okay? Have you had a cappuccino with the Buffalo Bills? You haven't. I almost forgot. You almost forgot. Chris loves that.
That makes sense.
That's what the fans say when they're the listeners are in the screen. Bro.
What are you doing, bro?
So what about tomorrow?
Like I said, I apologize if this is too much for you guys. I'm still trying to figure it out as we go. People are bored because he's got a roster of 7 clips. Yeah, crazy channel. Have a lot of sound clips. Soundboard clips for you. Oh my goodness, not the operating right now. I was trying to reference Bob. I'm always telling Jen not to cut him out from crying out. Oh, thank you. 8 inches. Will do. Jake, that's correct. Why would we add the 8 inches clip? We have it right here. I don't understand what's happening on my computer. No, it's I have clips. What you guys can see in here is good, and that's like way better than last few times. Yeah, I figured out the audio thing 100% for sure. Yeah, so now we are.
Yet,
Now we're
if I try
gonna
to
start. Sorry about that,
swap
y'all.
it out for a
Real quick,
it does become a nuance. What's going on here?
You can just push something randomly and it'll be like a hilarious punchline. Yeah. Man, he's a good writer. Yeah, his writing is like stream of consciousness. Yeah. You know, hopefully I didn't show any personal information there. But we are on the Reddit now. This month we're going. And you know, let's be honest, y'all. Not much is happening with the fight over the keyboard, right? Dude, give me Yeah, I guess not, right? I don't know. I haven't really been on it. Because when I've been on Reddit, you know what I've seen? Akash. Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Akash saying there's some adjustment. We're going to get into Akash. We're going to go through the fight of the kid really quick. And when we finish with that, we're going to move to Akash. So I'll have some sort of like limited like count thing going on in my head, and then we'll move to Akash. Because I watched the episode. Brendan hasn't watched any of the episode yet. Yeah, because
I guess that means me, a big old pussy.
Oh, that's hilarious. Oh my god, I got the hiccups right now. Worst time to get the hiccups. It's good you're on that PGL right. You're in the gym every day. Oh man, so the first one is Akash. Whose wife is worse? Papa or Akash? And it's it says whose wife is worse? Papa or Akash? Who's my turbulent yams? Oh my god, I got the hiccups right now, dude. Turbulent Yam 2575. Let's see this.
That's neat. What I find corny is my preference is not my way. Now, I thought it was I'm not dating my woman, period, which is the corniest human being outside of criminal to me, period. Akash has been with one girl in his life, which is his wife, as my wife. As an angel, I'm now like loyal through it.
But it's actually there's no cynicism, there's no suffering, and there's no Yeah,
I'm actually trying to have an orgy.
That's the narrative.
That would surprise me because I saw narrative, and I was just gonna say narrative. That's the narrative. That's perfect. Yeah, that's a bad narrative.
And you haven't seen Gab yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face part always lays, never declines. It's kind of weird because I'm talking about your husband. I just know that Dad's dick is like little 10 inches. Okay, I have two mental stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to.
It's Tito, man.
Oh my god. Man, that sucks for her, man. That she has this quick out. This is bad.
Fucking hook up. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore.
Oh my god. I mean, should we just get into it? Let's see what the people think. Should we just watch the episode? Because this is literally all that's happening in the comedy world right now. Oh, you mean we watch Flagrant? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Whatever. So I guess we see with the chat. We are watching Flagrant today, but you just want to just get straight into that. Can you imagine someone talking ironically like this in real life? No. But Devil's Assistant, they are on the show.
Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
Well, somebody asked about this earlier, and I think it actually worked for this clip, surprisingly. I'm not gonna explain when you put
people come out and have
what are you talking about there? I don't know. I mean, what I can say for us too, sometimes that's it. Oh shit, thank you. She reminds me of a different version of Colin. Thanks for the Trevor nuts, guess what?
Wiggles and Joe.
Oh my god, this is the best thing that ever happened on the show. We might be able to buy this with what he just gave us.
Wiggles and
And if anybody wants to go crazy, give us some money to get.
on this tonight.
What about the cover?
Because I think we can buy maybe 2 or 3.
Because
But I don't buy any of this because
it's Tito, man.
because it's keto, bitch.
Again,
I'm gonna cut off my finger. Yeah, I gotta find jelly rolls. I don't know like any jelly roll stuff. Yeah, I guess I don't really know the only like what is jelly roll known for? Somebody please.
But instead it says the S demo. So what's S is generally again we would do that sheet. There's no demo, the S demo. The maximum
That's the part I know.
The demo usually. Because the S demo S levels is an
Hey, what are you doing right now?
what is the situation?
Spicy.
Alright, so check this out.
Tonight, on Flagrant,
The extra
the
S
truth revealed marriages will be shattered, friendships destroyed, nothing will be the same again. Our guest, one single-loved comedian, has spent the last couple weeks destroying respect for
To me, this is giving off the vibes of when, and I'm not getting political, but you know how there's really cringe Democratic like posts online where they're like, Trump, blah blah blah, and it's like some great whatever meme, where they try and like lean into stuff. That's what this is giving me. That kind of shit. That's facts. It is. And it's boomer memes is what I mean. I've seen the whole episode, and this is all probably
Been dragged through the mud, and he couldn't even take out that tiny little of his and stuff it inside for his own pleasure. Give it up for our friend here to tell his side of the story. Akash Singh. Can't imagine what you've been going through the last few weeks. Tell us what's been on your mind.
That'd be so cool if we could connect with some important people that are watching the game. What if there was that would be amazing. They can control. But what if you could make people in real, this is so redacted, what if you can make people in real life say Shabbos by pushing a button? You just push a button and then someone at their office table has to go, that's the narrative? I'm in control now. You're in my control.
Pull the fuck up.
The carbon is possible. So much behind the hawk.
I'm so glad you asked me, man. It's been really hard for me.
Something different. I mean,
I don't know. Maybe this is. I mean, I hate it, but maybe this is genius. Like, because they got everybody to tune in. They did their super cringe shit that a lot of people are into. And on top of that, world wrestling too. Like Stone Cold or whatever, which I like when I was a kid. But it's bad. Yeah.
Something new.
I'm so glad, man. It's been really hard for me.
Can't then return that unique concept back to the crowd.
They know what pisses us off. It is designed to make me angry.
I told you.
What did I?
College years are neither private nor vague. Apologists could reconstruct the whole campus using the white boy evidence.
I'm gonna take that.
Why
Wiggles and toes. Oh, 1 fucking cent. Everybody's face can't always slaves and cherry sharpies always have that funk.
So in Koma Shayishkat Asakata
Look at that, by the way.
Asham
You see this?
Mitzora, in the
Oh,
place we check
wow.
the
So people are
Chatos
smoking. Cringe is not going to win this time. Yeah. Cringe loses this time. Let me just read my text thread with you earlier. Yeah, while I watched this, I was saying, it sucks already. Andrew made the same joke that I made. You also look at it, but yeah. And exactly how I feel. I sent you a text of,
so we say
I turned this off at 3:30. I can't even watch any more of this shit. So, yeah, we are currently at
but it's
57
not.
seconds.
Okay, but here's the
Pull the
problem.
fuck up.
It goes on, and it says, Kichatas ha'asham. Result will be again, this problem, this hasham of Venezuela, is like the Chatos and the Sherlos are just there. Only the same things. Why do I need to be told?
I don't get that bit. He's cutting something.
Again, like
I don't know what he's
Kichatas
cutting.
come over Kichatas ha'asham. Watch this, this is amazing.
Sucks,
Usually,
dude.
Yatzah Hashem Etzorah,
This
Nidam
is,
Dabra Hadash. So let's say because the Torah tells me that the Hashem Etzorah has a
One
unique
fucking
novelty.
cent.
What's the unique novelty? The Kohainat, Upo, and Rega, but also Yemanis. So
I don't
let's say
even know
the
what to say.
Hashem
He's got
Etzorah,
a whole
unlike any
This
other
isn't
Hashem,
real.
had one of the
It is a
public
really
has broad applications.
He's got the old
So
timey
goes like only
microphone
about
too.
the broad
Radio
applications,
guy.
broad applications on the
They
Mizbeach.
just have a whole
The
thing of
Hashem
things.
Etzorah has broad applications on a person. That's a unique novelty. So I would have thought this far. Once it's like
He's cutting up a little
but
bit.
applications
Because she's a gold
Yo
digger.
follow ye tone
The
and
joke
Martin
is that
Galan
he
gave
did
one of the
probably
guys
like
here.
Yeah, and
I'm
he's
at a
not
point
cutting
that
it.
maybe Hashem Mitzorah.
You know,
So
that
once you
first
tell
one
me
will
that
come.
Hashem Mitzorah has broad applications on a person, I would have thought that what? It has broad applications on a person and not what? And none of them is there. None of them is there.
Sucks in every
Therefore,
facet.
I'm a Gomar. Therefore, what's the question is
This
the
sucks in
second
every
phrase.
facet. Get right into it. Which frat party should my daughter avoid?
Brutal. I don't like that.
Namely, that there are broad applications
That's
on
starting off wrong, for sure. So they
Ah,
can make fun of it. Yeah.
Nichtov
I mean,
Dahai.
There is some funny jokes in there. Like, I like the racist jokes.
And why not write it ultimately again? So let's say if that's the case,
Yeah. More about the Indian racist jokes because they got me off guard a couple times. And watching the two black security guards in the background laugh. But that's all I
I will snap his fucking neck.
Just go ahead.
It's a real order. Which frat party should she not go to?
Shy should avoid tea because they
He's so nervous when she says you should definitely avoid tea.
Also applies for applications.
There's a lot of good
and has
faces.
a guinness level. As well. Why do we need
Spike the drink. Yeah, so they got kicked off of our campus. Yeah.
So serious. No, they use
So honey, that's fine. You gotta search
in the
for
drinks. I realized
that approach can be fun. You see a
they
lot
use
of people.
drugs.
Lots of we
It's
don't
like,
know
oh, that's not
how
that
to
funny,
fuck
actually.
us.
That's not bad. I'm trying to keep up with the comments too. I gotta figure out how to get the comments here.
So listen to this.
Pop
So
that
if
thing
you
right
hold,
here.
then I love
Let's just get some
then
definition.
you have something
So
that is a novelty.
so far.
Here's something that's a novelty. So you just said before.
Okay.
So once
Hey,
that
we're going to any terms that you might need to know the actual meaning of. Alex is here to break it down.
I thought it was just like dancing.
Okay,
so she's talking about popping that pussy.
But what?
She thought
You
popping
can
that
learn
pussy
out
was
the
just
rest of
dancing.
the group from the
Okay,
novels.
that's
Drummer
That's
meaning
the
itself.
lyrics.
That's another way of saying it. That's how.
I mean, that's how I thought it was. Yeah, so that's the
You know,
joke I made on our
but
podcast.
it's
And
really
then
singled
Andrew
out
said
to
the
me
same thing.
as a
What does he
what
say?
purpose?
Where it's like, if I
Why
say
is it
popping that pussy, what do you
Because
think?
what application ultimately again on a person.
Right,
How
that's
is
true.
on a person?
Maybe that was
So what's the
my
difference again?
mistake.
Once a person
I
is
acknowledge strippers. Yeah, the object getting dressed up, looking fine.
with the rest of the
Had a
Hashem.
podcast with
But
a little
what
person
can
named
I do?
Israel too.
I can go out and learn how to the demon of other Hashemos of
Yeah.
well,
But, you know, the security guards laughing in the background is
if you
always
take that
going to be
approach,
funny.
but Enoch
Yeah, they're probably the funniest. Well, they're
just
definitely the
go
funniest
ahead
people in
and
this
write
crowd. Yeah.
shuffle.
Your
There,
average
by
person
Hashem
is
is
really
wrong. And I can learn out all the other Hashemos.
It's not wearing a minimum 3-inch heels, preferably higher, and dancing your ass off for each of the 3 hours in the morning. That was what I was doing.
This is what you need. This is real hard to put. Guys, what do you think popping pussy is?
See what I mean? I do want to hear what they. Yeah, no, but you did do that. And I also absolutely want to hear what the best people on the show.
Which the Gemara says, Keva Dahadji,
Yeah, definitely the two funniest people on the show. That's what popping pussy is right there, dude. That's what.
Even though Hashem is singled out,
He's like, I respectfully, I'm not going to say what I think it is in front of this bitch
Hashem
wife.
sort of back into the cloud. That's
Come on.
Kikatas
It's not working.
Hashem that she
Why does
says,
it do that?
Lichlolo being the Matan Dami,
Oh, yeah.
that's Safar, below Hayat Sarif, Lichtopo, that's Safar Elohim.
Oh my god, none of it's working.
So, these weeks, or you bring Hashem sort of back into the group, on a technical level, it's sort of one Safar, because you why? So you're back to the so why does it?
Yeah, that's what I thought. As a white, I thought Bob Posey was just
That
dancing. I was
suffer
like,
by Hashem is not simply a mitzvah, but
it's at
rather
the
what?
very least being a stripper
Says
of
the
some
Gemara,
kind. But most people would assume it's sex.
why don't you say Mona? Why don't you say?
Okay?
Yeah, Adrian Krav, the guy being
That's fact. Right?
Go say maybe.
Right.
The Torah goes ahead and adds in that extra
The
place.
ticker says, the test says
By
that
Hashem and Torah.
today, Junior,
Read
underwear logo is.
Hashem and
I'm
Torah
losing it.
back into the general Shabbat.
Well, I knew that's what you meant.
Yes, that's what I meant.
But like, once the internet makes you a whore,
Like, what
Yeah.
they're looking at
about starting off by slowly by second. There's these which by definition doesn't require doesn't require itself. In other words, it will say, we're assuming
Popping that pussy, let's hear it.
the Pasuk of Hashem and Torah, Chatas Hashem, what Baruch Hu is doing is
Oh yeah, there's this count sheet of whether or not they stay.
reclaiming Hashem and Torah back into the general Kabbalic form. So interesting enough was it's really fascinating.
What do you think?
So Hashem and Torah
I think they
singled
do.
out, right? Because it has a unique, it has a
Like
unique
Shab,
Kabbalic
you know,
aspect.
Shab also
That's the narrative.
Shows
But
up
when the
he's
Torah
good.
worship goes back
Yeah,
and reclaims it back into the general
Yeah.
group of
Well,
Kabbalists.
you have a
So
lot.
you're suggesting maybe
Yeah,
not
I don't know if Shab has any proof. theories that barbarian is a good.
When you get reclamation of Hashem
Anyone who
Torah,
doesn't,
ultimately again,
if he
it's only for
disagrees
one,
with you,
only for certain avodos which require Kohanim. But the
I will
avodos
snap his
which
fucking
don't
neck.
require Kohanim, Hashem Torah is not reclaimed. If that's the case, then maybe there is no obligation of Shechita b'tzafon by Hashem Torah.
2027? We have like a long way.
That's like that's the reason you just say Chatas. Like the Chatas ha'asham. Why did you have to say Chatas ha'asham? Chatas ha'asham. Ultimately, maybe teaching you
get some other definitions out of the way? Yeah, let's get some other definitions.
namely what?
And you can correct me if I'm wrong. Is it true that you said that there was a rotation of guys?
Roster. What is a roster?
Okay, see, you guys have to understand. Have you ever heard of the repressed Catholic schoolgirl? Indian girl that
we're learning out that there is Shechita b'tzafon and Hashem Torah, by the way, the redundancy that Hashem Torah teaches me that in general by Hashem, it's not going to use their thing of Shechita b'tzafon, but
I'm just too Italian.
it's not incredible. Which the Gemara says, Mike, Hashem Kushar Hashem Asli. Gemara says, Lama li l'akshir l'chatos, Lama li l'akshir l'ola. So here's the
she
shayla.
may be with
Ultimately,
bragging
again,
and not.
why do I need
She has her idea of
Why
bragging
do
and she thinks that's cool or whatever. People
Hashem
like it.
Torah was like
And she's not gonna. She actually didn't do these things.
the beginning of the
But it
pasuk
seems
is
more like,
beginning of the
what's the
pasuk,
thing?
Malcolm
Murphy's
Asher
Law or
Yishkati
Occam's Razor,
Asahor.
whatever.
Sorry,
The
Shach
most natural.
Asakeves.
I should have just said, what's it called? Dan's Law or what? So
So obviously, what is
the most obvious
that
explanation
the
is
Shechita of the Hashem Torah
Occam's Razor.
ultimately
So
again
the
is
most
in
obvious
is
thing
in
here is
itself.
that
But
she had a
ultimately,
roster
again,
of
how I
wages
need
that
to
she
compare
could
the Hashem Torah,
and she popped her pussy for them, I guess.
Normally they shoot the Chatos.
Because she said she
Ola. Was it
Yeah, and it makes more sense with a lot of guys because they're oppressed.
Chatos and not
So she's
Ola.
using like this
So
Catholic
Amina
girl thing
Chatos
to be
made
like,
a
I didn't fuck
London.
this. That's why I didn't fuck anyone. Catholic girls, and I didn't go to Catholic school, but the rumor is that
Where
they
do
do
you
things
learn
that
that Chatos is shut to
like,
itself?
no, I know. I went to an all-girls Catholic CSU.
Was it
And
really
then
Ola?
she said some things
So
that
that would
is
then
like
mean
that
to say, now
she's done
watch
already that are also
If
stereotypes for Catholic
the
women
pasuk
that
would
don't
have just
get
compared
pregnant.
Hashem
Because
Torah
you know
to
Catholic
Chatos,
women get
okay, what is that telling? Just as Chatos is shafted itself, so to Hashem
Fancy
Torah
yourself
shafted
a
itself.
fisticuff.
Here's the problem. How do I know that Chatos is shafted itself on the side? That's from a limud from Chatos from Ola. I would have thought therefore, Davar Halamed Behekish, Chozer Umalamed Behekish.
I didn't even watch Jersey Shore in high school because I felt it to be too inappropriate. So when I got to college, I'm like, oh my god, I can dress however I want, I can do whatever I want.
You got a roster of Rabbi. What is a roster?
I learned out
Please
the
tell them
Chatos
what it
from
means and how it's
Ola,
not what
and
it
I'm
sounds
going
like
to
it
learn
means.
out
Please.
Hashem
Tell them
Torah,
now.
by extension Hashemos, from Chatos. I'm going to
Feels like
my money that I
or where is it?
the Nikshay, so we'll say so, because we're going to see, we don't like doing that. We don't like doing that.
Okay, he's like,
You have
we start the
something
show
that
as
is
soon
running
as
from the
possible to find
You do not
roster.
like to use that,
Okay,
learn out that
when you think of roster, it's kind of funny. You're on the ESPN.com,
as
you
the
click on the roster,
source
and
for
there's like
another
20
derivation.
NBA players.
Right? You can't, right? You can't use
The roster for the
as a
NFL is so
source for
big, you're
another
like, oh
derivation.
my god.
Gemara says as follows.
Fuck all
The
the
Nikshay
roster.
Okay, fine, I got it. So I have a better suggestion. Just compare Hashem to Ola. Ola is the source. Ola is the mothership.
That should be
Ola
what
is
this
the
fucking thing.
Safon
What does a roster
That's
mean? What
because
do you
what's it?
think?
Why?
It
For a very
means?
simple reason. Because the din of
I'll tell you
Safon
what a
is
roster
stated
means.
exclusively by Ola. That's where it's stated. So why don't you just compare the Hashem Mitzvah to an Ola? Forget about the Katas Ola. Right? Just say Ola. We're done. Which the Gemara says.
It didn't actually translate to a roster. It just meant like two guys I was talking to and flirting with at the same time. That's it.
That's not a roster. That's tennis, baby. That's
Is that something that teaches
that
one
is
ultimately has the ability to teach another How many
Alright, so,
officials?
well, no, let's give her the benefit of the doubt. We're gonna watch this. We're gonna do the Brian Callen technique. No audio.
So how many comparisons? Ultimately, again, can you get from one source halacha? The Chitima, Mikshe Ashrei Lachatas, which the Gemara says. Well, let's go back to this one. So maybe you'll see you're better off ultimately again. Ultimately going ahead and
Let's just roll my eyes.
זה סיגמה של דיטים המקשי אקשרי אחד, לא?
She's
מין
doing
חלק
the thing I
ממקש
like, oh, it's
יותר,
so
ולא
ridiculous
נקש
that it
לתוכו,
would ever
so זה
think.
ultimately again,
That's possible that she's just playing it for the show, I guess. Yeah, or she's lying for the show.
ונאמר,
It was Razor
דבר
Day.
הלמד
Yeah, dude,
ההקש,
it's all.
שאינו
social media, this is it. That's my guess. That makes me a big old pussy.
I like that.
That's all.
Yeah, when you say hooking up, I think people
When
think
I mean hooking up, I just meant making out again.
It's like it doesn't matter what we're gonna do, but I think saying roster of white dudes, I don't care what you're doing, it's not as bad.
That makes sense.
No one would ever, truthfully, no one would ever be into that unless they were like literally someone who's not cooked, I guess, and into that. And even then, they might hide that. Because I.
Lava Aurea.
Mr. Whole Foods.
That'd be so funny if we never use the soundboard again. It's just today. It's so good.
Dude, give me eight.
Like everything I say is so amplified and hyperbolic because it's so like incongruous to who I actually am as a person.
Right. So you're saying you're a big old fruit.
Yeah, really.
Now, I have to be honest, as much as I was heartbroken by what was going on with you guys, and definitely with, Akash, my brother, there was a little part of me that was like, it would be hilarious to come in here and find out you had a huge roster. It would have been heartbreaking for you, man. You had your whole life to share your virginity with your own. You threw it to some friend who wasn't fucking funny. Oh my God. A fucking white guy. I gotta take contact. Goes on front there. Okay, so
How are you friends with this guy? You know what I mean? Dude, your boss high-fives your wife because you hypothetically had sex with a white man. And he's like, yeah, what? Even in a real office, like, I'm racist, that would be horrible. You would fuck with another white guy, right? White guys are cool. Everyone else is like, if he's not fired, then I'm suing. Yeah, I mean, this is unacceptable behavior. Fuck you, you're my best friend, and you just fucking high-five my wife for fucking a white guy. Can I get a virginity? Can I get a fucking recall? I got me fucked up, bro. If there's ever a scene where I would really actually maybe do like that, I'm so mad that I did. That might be it. You do that to me, I might actually. Who knows what I'll say?
I will snap his back.
That would be very angry.
Pull the fuck up. Okay, so no real roster.
Yeah.
Oh no. Like, are you gonna be fucked up and I have a gun somehow? Oh, I brought a gun to this one. Got me fucked up.
What are you gonna do, Nate? Fall you and punch me, motherfucker?
I'll kill him. It's like the scene from White Man Can't Jump. I'm going to my truck and kill him. Shoot everybody in this one.
Roster is what is a roster. What's a roster? Urban Dictionary, Indian Dictionary, right? Turbo
Wow, Adam's vicious. Oh, what did he say? Adam said, fuck. I was kidding. He said, no. I feel like they would all hook up with Akash as much as they could. Maybe. And also, Ellie writes Adam shows. Yeah.
So, a roster is a rotation of partners
Yeah.
that they would pump their pussy for me. Yeah, what a roster would do.
I do mean like
Something
Just talk.
item, not then serve as the source
He's doing like white
So
set,
again,
a roster.
an example of this that we just saw. We said, so here the Gemara's example is that there's an extra phrase.
That's what you should be saying, you fucking cut. I need to get a second iPad to quote that. You know what the issue is? Why? I mean, sorry, it's because when it's tipped over like that, it's easier for like a brilliant.
Wiggles and Joe.
Because I have to bitch with that. Here's a little man. Oh, I gotta get that. I don't know if he actually does that. No, but us doing. Oh, yeah.
Hopping there for oh, you like you saying it. Why are you saying it like that? Yeah. And you know, I'm talking with all due respect. With all due respect. Thank you. This is a good lesson.
It is a good lesson. Okay, that sounds good.
My substitute teacher in Key and Peele, that's that. He's really explaining things. Any other questions of the world that you have?
Just two important pieces of halacha. First of all, Rambam
Why buffalo chicken wraps every day?
And that's the thing about watching this whole thing earlier today. There's so many things that I didn't even know about. Yeah. What the fuck is the buffalo chicken wraps? That's kind of funny that
because it's
Mark Gagnon,
Kabbalah is Musafo.
he's watching this, laughing it up. He doesn't like it. Oh gosh, this is hilarious. He has a whole thing of questions he's got. Yeah. He's on the red. He's one of these.
Are you only Gidoro? Bahoshik Yadol Musafo. The Shaka. Shukasa Shila. I love the nice stuff.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, we're gonna go right to vertical.
Extended his hands north. It was a very long night.
You get vertical for a while for that. 63 likes. Might as well just do the rest of the show vertical. Ignore this. You don't want this.
Kabbalah has to be done in York, but amazingly enough for us, the show can be like the show can be whatever we want. As long as we have for self, are you only the girl, the whole shit blood of the sucker, he was standing in the cell, and he extended his hand and give the Kabbalah in the north. Kabbalah is Kabbalah.
You have to do that every 10 minutes for 3
any time of
days.
carbon has
To get
been
5
of
likes.
Safo, which is so far
Oh yeah.
a number of the Kabbalahs.
Essentially,
It's the Kachin Kadosh,
alright, let's go back to it. Where's
the
that right
Olam,
here?
the Ashram, those are the ones we've seen so far. So again, I will say,
Yeah.
that's
How do
done
you
with
know
Safo,
that?
Kabbalah has been done with Safo, show for himself,
Is that what the black guys?
That's so crazy. The buffalo chicken wraps is that what you call black guys? That's fucking I laughed hard. Just kidding. I wanted to make a bit where I laughed at all the races.
Spicy.
Yeah, dude, I'm spicy. It sucks just because of the
I am white as shit, Dallas. Yeah. Okay. People that love my chicken sandwiches. Okay, wait, Dallas, what is the buffalo chicken wrap?
No, it's just literally I would just order buffalo chicken wraps every day for dinner.
That's it.
I think
great comment right here, dude. Kevin Andre said she's ducking the chicken. I don't know what that means, but I like that. Well, dude, buffalo chicken wraps every day.
That's the narrative.
Nah, that's weird. I think that's weird. I like. I don't remember that one night. Yeah, buffalo chicken wraps don't sound good. They're okay, but I mean, here's the thing: buffalo
Wiggles and Joe.
the deep fried chicken, buffalo, and a tortilla nuggets. Like those things all should go different places. I'm not trying to go to the hospital tonight.
So again, when the cloud moves,
I don't know if I really like buffalo. I know that's gonna no kill me, and then that's gonna ruffle some feathers. I used to like it until this fucking bitch went around.
I think where the confusion was is like I was just talking about this nostalgia for being in college when it's like you're still a child, but it feels like you're in the adult world and like you're so insulated and you're in this bubble and like everything's just so simple and easy. And that's more what I was talking about.
I think you're building an order.
Yeah.
There's a lot of
Reaching excellence.
professional here. Doing security. He's calling his own wife a
She told me to shut.
It's funny that they
So,
laughed at that.
security is whatever you do in your life.
That's even. That is fair. Okay. Also, like in terms of the gold digging,
Yeah.
like serious, do you consider yourself a good gold digger?
Yeah. I invested low and waited for it to go high.
You're a gold prospect. Digger.
Exactly.
Yeah, you're like a what is it?
Oh man, somebody's going out. Okay, I can't watch this. Billy Glassy, we're here with you, Daddy.
Yeah, no, it's bad. We have to watch it to stay strong.
Yeah, and if you leave,
I will snap his fucking neck.
don't go anywhere, Billy Glassy. I'm reading the comments, Daddy. The security guards can't believe the disrespect Akash is letting her get away with. Investment in a person is crazy. She really said that. Haha, got him. Watch it, watch it. It's just getting good. These guys suck. Oh, fucking A.
What if the security guards keep getting killed? Like they just like put them in the military. That's what they're there for.
Like in the fucking parts where it says just like a wire.
Yeah, he walks in, but he wouldn't be excited that he's getting paid. He's kind of depressed. Maybe he knows he's getting killed, and then he gets killed.
Sometimes it comes just
In the show's world, you can't let you be fucking mad. That's facts. That's just Schultz logic, man. That really is there. Dude, you gotta fucking, you're fucking dead, bro.
close my eyes and
Yeah, you're like a hedge fund manager. Yeah, you're like Akash of Bitcoin. She bought much lower than that. She bought it.
To be fair, like I was working.
success in life is not about the
Dude, in the beginning, it was hard. Yeah. I worked at when we met. I worked at Goldman Sachs. I got a job at Deloitte after I graduated college. I was a consultant. I worked in data analytics.
We got another question.
I will fuck you.
Answer. Alright, I have violence in my DNA. Spell it out. What's a movie?
Alright, so here we go. I'll get you this question. How many Akashas would fit inside of one jelly roll?
Good question. 8 inches, obviously, but also real facts. Probably like 30 or 50.
I mean, he's got a lot of fucking. So I think he's got room for a lot of Akash. Let's go back here. Great question. Keep it coming, dude. Goldman Sack is another one. Ask me another question. Oh, we got the answer right here.
I will fuck you. Pull the fuck up. I don't sleep on the ground. I used to really believe that you guys were poor with his sob stories. So when you get paid, you're like, I know you're working at a fucking hedge fund that whole time you were spending your money.
Well, I wasn't making that much. I was making like 7.
Hey, Brad, your mom and dad were calling because we hadn't heard from you in a while.
I will fuck you up.
Hey, it's Gerardo. Hey, what's up with the Google Patreon money?
I will fuck you up. Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
You should add Jeff Dye's cowboy noise. Oh yeah, that's like I said, he came here early, so I was still trying to fill in all these holes.
Oh, that cowboy noise. That's really funny.
Yeah.
Hey, I just watched Adam Ray stand up.
I will fuck you up. Pull the fuck up. I will snap his fucking neck.
In New York City. It was 2 people.
But that's good though.
Yeah, it wasn't bad.
Okay, so when did you guys?
Oh, David. The woman has David. Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, that's. I gotta find him saying David. Has he done?
Probably, yeah. Probably one of the many names in the Twitter clip. Yeah.
You're really broke. And why did you stay with him?
2018. Okay, do you want the real answer or the funny
I
answer?
want to know the real answer, and like I want to know that because I heard this beautiful story that Akash told about you guys sleeping on the floor, and like him wanting to give you his North Face or something, and then you get him. I will fuck you up.
That's so good, dude. That's so
Back was like, it's not Mew Mew. I'm not sleeping in North Face. Save your money. I gotta do it. I have to sleep on the floor right now. It's 2009. But you have to sleep on the floor because you were evicted from your apartment. You're moving to New Jersey, right? This is real.
Basically, yeah.
Still want to stay with him.
Yeah, I mean,
Why? I never actually asked. Why? No, you know why, bro. Come on.
So they're talking about good dick now. Here's the moment that I want to show you though right here. So they start talking about ducking kisses. So let's just play from there. Let's go here.
Okay, the other thing that we saw these videos of was the ducking the kisses. That was listen, these ones pissed me off.
That I'm guilty of. I'm
These
guilty
ones
of
pissed me
that.
off, and I didn't like the one bit. I just explain yourself to me. Yeah.
Okay.
We need to know.
Honestly, I
Also, can I just say, this is the videos and I would die. As a friend who loves him, I would die laughing. Because they edited it so perfectly where like he's going in and then it's he's already got his lips first, so he gotta commit to the kiss.
We gotta check out the shit he had it right there.
That might have been edited.
Shit, Jaden.
Anyway, okay. So tell us about the duck his kisses when there are not people around.
No, not when there are people around, just when there are people around. And
I just don't understand. I mean, this is just not a thing, you know. Unless you have a disorder of some kind, you don't duck the kisses of your significant other. Yeah, either one. That would be so strange. She tries to kiss you, your wife, you're like, you make her kiss you, like, who are you, fucking DJ Khaled? What the fuck?
I never even.
No, that's crazy. No, it's not true. You would have to have some sort of mental disorder to be doing it, and she clearly doesn't. For all her faults, she is fairly normal. Like, at least she's not on any kind of spectrum. Normal is not a word, dude. But
Wait, let's
Chris Boyle said Shelter House Duck King.
facts.
Show us Gerdo and Cuddy Kiss. That's a bot.
And also,
I will fuck you up.
just kidding.
I love the Jelly Roll when I just gotta make it shorter.
Danny, you're a little over now. Yeah.
I will fuck you up.
So they fake laugh a lot. Yeah, thank you, James Freeman.
Thank you, James, in the house. What's up? What's up?
We're gonna buy some goodness out of that money right there. It's gonna be a real difficult episode. So let's get to the
Kind of overstimulates me. And like the videos we've seen are like the proposal videos, they're like already overstimulating.
Okay, so
something I caught earlier. Akash, he can't help but show emotion. She's like, the proposal videos are already overstimulating. Look at this one's face.
so here's the thing that
You won't kiss me.
The videos we've seen are like the proposal videos, they're like already overstimulating.
okay, so here's
Look at that. He's pissed. He's like, I'm proposing to you, you dumb whore.
Yeah, that's the face you get from Andrew Cuomo when you like don't get. Where's my hug? Give me a hug.
Where's my hug at? Where's my hug at?
Where's the tater tot? Yeah, those ones are big, Daddy.
thing that I think is like spicy. Beautiful thing is not wanting to make out with your partner in front of your entire family.
Yes.
But most people just do it because they're like, oh, I don't want my partner to feel embarrassed in this moment, even though they're like, ugh. And you're just like, just follow me. But I do say that it is relatable to have that sensation of like, I don't want to be intimate around my like brother or sisters or mom, dad.
Yeah,
I
exactly.
think that is, I think that's relatable.
Yeah. Yeah.
But most people just do it and then a quick one. Like my wife will just give me like a quick smooch and then go back to
I don't remember my parents kissing ever, so it's like so foreign to us.
This is an interesting thing that a lot of the internet might not understand,
Yeah.
but it's like your family, your parents were not like romantically in love at all. And I would say yours, you could cut romantic. They both arranged, yeah, they're just both arranged. And sometimes arranged marriage, it's a freak off. They love fucking all the time. Yeah. Probably. They don't show us. Even they don't show us it. Exactly. Yeah. Thank God. Yeah.
So because your parents had an arranged marriage where they had children, you can't kiss in public.
What?
Yeah, that's not facts. Okay, and also I don't like this. I'm gonna understand the French people here. Okay, I don't like this narrative where they're saying that Indian people don't make out. Old Indian people don't kiss each other. Fuck that.
That makes sense.
That's bullshit. That is bullshit.
Wiggles and Joe.
Dude, this whole episode is an episode of lies, dude.
Pull the fuck up.
And you know what kind of lies they are? Flagrant lies.
I will fuck you.
These are just flagrant lies. They're not. There's no. It's not true in any facet whatsoever. Fuck this. I don't like it. Even if it was true, I feel something like that. Indian people don't make out. Sure they don't. Fuck that.
However, I will shame her and not go. Now she got no excuse. There we go. Well, so can we settle someone? You kiss Akash right now. I don't even know if I want to see it. It flips. Okay, everybody is all here. Bring that ass over here.
It is offered out of this summer. However, again, El Imam
So, you know what's funny is when I was watching it, I rewound it a little bit to be like, that'd be so funny in his face. He's like, oh my god, she's willing to kiss me. So he doesn't ever think he's like, starts crying. He's like, I can't do this for real on the show. It's the first time we've ever kissed. He doesn't want to kiss her because he doesn't know how to kiss. And the whole internet will know. They sing show. That's a bad show. This is like a bit from the Losing Show. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, he's like, nobody knows that I wanted to kiss you on the show, but they all have a very. I always thought the real online boy when he did the sketch of him. He's like, I'm so embarrassed I was at the show and they recorded me laughing as he did all those terrible jokes. That's one of the funniest videos I've ever seen. That's good, dude.
I will fuck you up.
So let's catch up with the chat here real quick. There's more moments in here. Has anybody else watched this already? Hey, while you're looking at we do another poll. I mean, this is a stolen poll. Okay, yes, but I'm just curious. The poll is, who would you rather be, Will Smith or Akash? Because I saw that. I think it got posted in our Discord maybe, and it's like on the T5K thing. I was curious. That was a hard question for me. No, I'd rather be. Yeah, 100%. Man, that's a very easy one for me, but that doesn't, don't let that be your vote. I just, honestly think I'd rather have my wife cheat on me than say she had a roster full of this. Yeah, you know what's funny too is that I was just about to say this will probably be the only poll that'll be 100% plus, but I cannot understand any like upside on being Akash when you're comparing these two. You know what I mean? Will Smith gets to disappear right after the thing happens. Akash wants to continue his career through the voting. I guess at least Will Smith handled it in a way. I mean, he handled it strangely, but at least he had some shame and anger and like. And also, if you're just comparing like the two guys, I mean, obviously, Will Smith, I love Will Smith. Yeah. But I'm not even looking at it like that. I'm looking at it like the situation. I think one is way worse than the other. Will Smith is like dating, or I mean, married to some chicks really hot, and then it's crazy. Like she's crazy, he's crazy. He's like, all right, don't kill me, you know. I was like thinking you're some friend or whatever. That's embarrassing, but that's one thing. This chick is over here, roster full of white dudes, talking about her co-host's husband penis, saying she wants to fuck him in front of him. It's just that one is worse than the other. So you're listening to Akash levels. But guess what? I'm way different. But they're trying to convince us or themselves. must have forgot. I gotta get that on the system. She must have forgot we're not her. She can't guess us.
Rabbi says,
Nonsense.
he says,
She's trying to make her own some dumb. But she is embarrassing.
people will say,
I don't know what she's doing with this look straight here. This miserable life, miserable cover up.
so what's it?
Oh gosh,
So
it's 5 years.
there is a
This is worse than Will Smith.
La
Red tape.
Oh,
I forgot he did go there. And like, yeah, Will Smith was mad. He was crying. You know? It was a bad day. Akash is like, isn't it cool that my wife is like this, dude?
I'm not Mr. Whole Foods.
Well, I'm sure you're gonna watch the rest of it. Let's go to the fight with the kids. So, yeah. Yeah. So, if you haven't tuned in the rap next week, I did 2 weeks of Akash. They should have had an art around it too. Yeah.
Stuff with Bill Shimon got died.
Kiyomi, get your ass in here. I will say, it has been very slow on chains. Like, these are all posts from last month. Okay, get rid of what are we doing here? Beast of a guest. Oh, my life is dope as fuck right here. I forgot. Yeah, it was. It's been such a silent week that she was on it. There's probably a bunch of clips of her. She's probably pissed that.
It's like this Akash is like Jessie, this fucking bitch. Why is Chains not posting about me?
Yeah, I can see that. And then she's like, do I have to do that? She started making posts. What if Ruby was Shorty Pie was her the whole time? Oh, fuck. I can see it, dude. Yeah, let's see. Admitting Joe Rogan said no to before we get the mothership. Asked the Indians still names their haters out there. Posted by Successful Egg Guy.
There's a lot of money that those bullshit headlines.
Yeah.
Like there was one on me. It was like Crenshaw banned from the mothership. I'm not there yet. Like, oh, why aren't you playing the mothership, Brendan? I don't deserve to be there. And I did a show there last Thursday. Like, well, not banned. We can only do this one. I should have been.
Nobody said it. I didn't see a single post saying a lot of people wanted him to be in there.
Does that make sense?
They were like, why aren't you there yet? When is Shop doing the mothership? And then laughing that there was a countdown, right? Days since he's done the mothership. It wasn't necessarily that you're banned from it. What were you to be banned? Yeah, you never did. You're a great guy.
I'm a fucking beast when it comes down to I know. I tell jokes. I do crazy shit. I made some mistakes. Oh, yeah. I got my no care. Always in the trucks. I get all the viral kids, silly dude. I get all that.
You understand it already. Why are you?
I don't want to go there and get backlash. Like, I want one day when you be a headliner, I will fuck you up.
I mean, it is sad to think about it. There is no. Imagine that Rogan is having that conversation. That's what your friend tells you, dude, you're just not right.
Because it's just
He
real.
really said that. I watched it. Same, you did. But I loved every second of it. It was very dude, I'm all for it. I mean, I don't know who this Trill Mayor guy is, but he fucking has. Come on, dog, be for real. Financial skin for that 16 post this. Oh, hell no, dude. We're giveaways, truck sold already. That makes me old. I want to do fucking giveaways. No way. He can do whatever the fuck he wants. Who posted this? Job? That's so funny. Yeah, right. I don't believe that happened, but That's funny if it's real. That's not real.
You're going to learn how that which is
That
below
it's not.
from
Like
that
Chang.
which is
Wait. What's not real? In Chang's, I don't even know like what you're saying isn't real. Like which part isn't real?
That makes sense.
No, like I don't know. It seems like why? But you can't get around Shop's head. It's like Shop maybe did really post this. But why would you be mad if you gave the truck away you sold? I mean, I get it. It's like a bit, it's like, dude, I thought you loved drugs. I love drugs. Like, you sold them. Also, it's a random guy. It's like, what was it called me? Okay, yeah. Give me a good truck, dude. It's not a random guy, dude. What are you fucking Mr. Whole Foods, bro?
That's the way Mr. Whole Foods.
Now we know you can hit 2 at once and fucking just like 5. At the same time.
La fregadera no funciona.
Oh, let's see. Kamikaze Scout surviving the hard streets of Boston. Collaborating with Rabbi for too much of this. My husband didn't fill my car up with gas, so here I am risking my life at 9 a.m. It's kind of funny to have a like, hey, bro, go take it to is this a funny idea? She said that to somebody, hey, is this a funny idea? The other person didn't say no. You think she had? She told him. His assistant, maybe, no. I was like looking up at her. My mom is great.
I could have said as follows. I could have said
made his drug scam cover up story video listed on the
maybe there's no minimum value. You can bring the tacos even like that for that Jesus. No matter what of that,
oh my God, this is very I saw
well,
this.
I'm
Danny copied 2 posts of this.
Dude, he had his last
small amount.
game this year almost over. I see that intense schedule. And for you too, because you're not trying to you can take kind of I love it though. Yeah, but they'll get 2 months off. Man, it's spring. There's always Real Housewives. Good game. Damn. Eagles got beat by. What I was going to tell you though, baseball this weekend is and travel ball teams. There's always disrupt the parents. I was going to tell you though, driving my son to baseball practice.
Shut up, you old fuck. We're talking about something interesting about baseball, dude.
I will fuck you up.
You old bitch. You thought you could talk right now, dude? He's like 150 years old and he's telling like riveting stories about T-ball. It's like, dude,
that's why
nonetheless, they told us trials and tribulations.
Don't hold Russia
We've had our turbulations. We've had our turbulations.
Welcome to How to Pronounce. In today's video, we'll be focusing on a new word that you might find challenging or intriguing. Tribulation. Let's say it all together. Tribulation.
Turbulation.
Tribulation.
Oh my God, and it's very sad. Don't get me wrong, it's very sad. They were going to move to Texas, everyone in Texas.
That's the narrative.
Yeah, that's the narrative for sure. That's the turbulation, is that she has to be changed.
This isn't real.
That's her whole life. That's social media. Dude, it's just like they were bragging while they were out here. They're like, we're sick as cats. And the foreigners into their Texas movements as well. Yeah, and on top of that, there's no fucking
So since his arrow went up there, essentially the Emperor says Erzatol, and the Emperor says well, that tells you that what?
Hell no, I'm not living nowhere where there's an arrow.
Ultimately,
Tribulation. Alright, so in this video, we're we saw this successfully. Oh shit, guys. Perpetual weekly posted this. Anyone else just receiving G big gay line on the Lions Packers? This is your late daddy. Oh yeah. Great guy, never met him. One guy. Great guy. Always on the catering table. Dude, I pray to God that commercial shoot didn't have coffee cake. I really believe that. That's him looking at it. Oh yeah, too. My bad. Not yet. You called me. Yours and mine. Let's see here. This is the thing, man. This is old. Akash 22. I'm a spirit animal. Sorry, phone. 1676 posted this. Freaking AI. Great. Really, maybe they kind of look like each other. Never seen them in the same room. This is posted by 27.9.
Everyone
Mexican cartel buys Julian bottle service at the biggest not accept no for an answer.
Spot to me is Vegas because Alejandro Fernandez is their market. I mean, everyone and their mom and Canelo fight that weekend, and it's a whole thing for us Mexicans. So we go there and we have fun. A lot of cartel members go offshore.
They like to party.
Because they like to party and they had some money to spend. And same thing, we were at that pool and they sent me this big champagne bottle that was like this big, like it was like that. I don't know how much they were, but they're yeah. And they sent this huge champagne bottle with the whole like like the lights and everything. And I was like, oh no, sorry, we didn't order that. I was like, I did not order that. They're like, no, those guys over there sent it to you. And I was like, tell them I said thank you so much, but I can't take it, but I appreciate it. And they're like, well, they're not going to take no for an answer. And I was like, okay, well, that's fine too. And we sure did. We got out of the pool, we got dressed, and we left because I don't mess around like that,
You have to do that, right? Just get that cut off. Because I'm like a kangaroo with a couch above my couch above her. Pouch above my baby.
I would have rather listen to General story than that.
Bobby Lee is one of the closest friends. Bobby told us, no one's been more supportive when I started than Bobby Lee.
That's crazy. I mean, she's saying that on the podcast. That's true. I don't make whatever.
That the Lockhart appointing them as Patos means what is this happening, right?
She's so spicy, dude. I love it. She do it Mexican rice and like Schultz.
Then what?
We just talked about what are we talking about? It was a top of this bar.
How do I know that the Pato himself, when he's actually doing a Kabbalah, has to be standing in the north? So now watch this. I could say Kabbalah, what are these guys? Three does be done north. What? Kabbalah is done. Kabbalah says, as we're going to see, you could be standing somewhere else. And just extend the terrace into the suffering over the blood. Not that you just standing in the Kabbalah says, שצריך לעמוד בסבו, אבל יעמוד בגלורים.
I came across a video of it paused so fast. Danny Seasick, who's your favorite comedian? Why is it and Rick Williams playing it?
I will fuck you up.
They had a homeless cat and turned you some chips.
As opposed to the point standing in Daro and just extending his head
that'd be great. I
inward
hope so.
to go to the
But they've been predicting the end of TFK for years.
On the cross,
It does feel closer than ever.
low.
It always is. It's just like
that's
the move didn't like work out that
Lockhart
much.
means he shall take to
I mean, when you have
himself.
Tim
He
Pool
shall
on your
take to
podcast,
himself.
you gotta
Actually
be
says, the Lockhart shall say the
That is a sign, a bad sign. For sure, yeah. We have check out the Patreon. We talked to Tim Pool for 3 hours.
He shall hate himself.
What?
He shall hate himself, right? He shall
All right,
hate
let's see how
himself.
this Dandy Coffin 2. They had a homeless cat on
Where
reviews
is
some
the Kabbalah
chips.
needs to occur?
So you told me, I was listening to you, you were shadowboxing as you usually do, and you were telling someone I don't look at the comments, and I said to you, man, I was like,
Must all be done inside.
that's social media, this isn't real.
Isn't
So
that
now
that
I know
guy,
this
Nick?
has to be done like
He
Akila.
did open
La
the
Akila
guy.
is also
He
you
did
know
open
this conversation is very interesting.
He's the guy that there was like,
When you learn
Papa
something,
goes, oh, he's not lifting right. His arms are
So look
small.
at Akila, Isa, Kabbalah,
Yeah, this is him, I think.
Like, that's a bit, we're living in a world where like, that's like going on stage, telling a joke and not listening to what the audience says. You gotta listen to the audience, you know what I mean? And like,
How do I know that it's not?
there's a Reddit. They've said so much hurtful stuff where it's like, it's not that I don't know it's there, it's just usually from Wiggles and Joe.
That's great. Good for him.
What I know of people, I mean, it's just so evil and toxic, and like come from my family. So my thing, as soon as I hear, I'm like, nope. But I say, like, no, dude, there's a lot of, there's a lot of really funny shit on there. So
Mr. Danny Coffin, Splitting,
makes sense. So I was like, not everybody hates you guys. Like, I think they have fun. We should lean in.
It's almost like it's like, dude, you know, Gerardo and Brandon, they fucking, we are huge fans of Papa.
Honestly, like, there's a couple people who are shitty, you know, but then there's a lot of people who just go on there and post funny shit. So I was like, let me get some of the funniest shit that I've seen on there, and I want you guys to actually see what these guys post. It's actually pretty funny. It's a good idea. This is our feelings. Did you send this to Chad? I sent this shit. So this is from, this is point of view. Oh boy. Oh man, the shop finally breaks in the comedy.
He's terrorizing their 10 minutes of shop. Yeah, watch out, Brian. I do have violence with it.
I will snap this fucking neck.
That is crazy. That is really coming closer.
Why is this carbon symbol down? So maybe it's like how much does that time suffer? Yeah, it has that time suffer.
So good. So really fucking funny good. Well, yes, this night I didn't. I think it comes from too is like there's a whole new that like from the mothership and all that shit. Yeah, that's so fucking funny. Yeah, well, that's like those results.
Yeah, Bona
He's saying that Rogan
those
beat.
she reaches those stuff.
That's great.
Was it that was it actually that work as a general statement?
Oh, I was trying to drink water, but
Basically, it's a paradigm or a principle. And what's the principle? Every single context has to be second to the Lord. So watch this. So let's say, here's what I have. You feel the tension over here. Very
Let's see.
here's what I have on one hand,
It's so weird. That's social media. This isn't real.
yeah, they literally did. That's a good call out. I didn't see that, but yeah, they did.
Teach you that every single concept has to be offered up in the north. It was I have another puzzle that teaches you what the chatas of the nasir.
I will snap this fucking neck. Brandon, you're bad. Yeah, I give you that. You guys look like two guys who kind of know each other waiting for the same bus. Yeah, and that's why we had a hang with the Jews who were fucking yeah, because like that between that and interrupting and stuff like that, that's like the only thing that like that's the one thing that people get annoyed by.
By the chatas of the nasir. So I know that covers has to be
Jesus Christ.
not just the mitzvah, the chatila, not just the chatila, but the la'aki. Listen, la'aki means what? Even the diak. In other words, that if you don't do this, the carbon will be possible. Shara chatzah,
Dude, I'll tell you this right now. What were you trying to say? The land. There's certain words I struggle with. There's no doubt about that.
I know that.
So that was probably my fourth show that week in 2 days. There's sometimes where my brain just will not work and I have to talk to it. That happens.
There's sometimes in my brain will not work. Thank you, Jesus.
Wiggles and Joe.
Both by the asset as well as by the sea. Both by the land as well as by the
or something like
so
that.
what's that? Ultimately, the fact that over and over and over.
Oh yeah, well, maybe he's paving the way for us. We put it in years. It's true. Like, not even like we started just doing the shit. We put it in years. He's an industry plant. He is an industry plant, dude. I've never seen him talk about a fucking chin. His industry plant thing that they put at the Thick Boy or the Fire the Kid podcast. Yep. And then as an industry plant, you're like, I thought I was seeing like good stuff like that would help me. That seems like the opposite. It seems like a punishment. Like a
shot on soul. So I was like, I just take this inside. What do I do to work?
Oh yeah, dude, I'm very angry.
Watch this.
Oh, wow, dude, what the fuck? Dude, shout out to you. Oh shit, lucky boy.
You're trying to do something. I'm out here working like I'm really trying to prove something.
This guy's never listened to Big Boy songs. I'm fucking pissed. I feel like I'm in Van Labor College, like in Mississippi Lac right now. Yeah.
And
He
it's
doesn't
not,
even know Thick Boy
it's
Records.
not,
This guy sucks.
so that's the
Can
case.
I?
That's the
You
case.
think his name is Nick
Plus it
Griffin?
says,
I think so. I remember him from Fourth
so you
Law.
go ahead and before you put his hand on the head
I'm confusing him with
and then what happens? The
establishment.
shakot
Can we get
also
can somebody help me out?
lakatos,
Tell me who
the
this guy is. I
marker
want to see if
must
he's ever come. We talked about
you will check it
He's obviously
also
playing.
in the north.
That's what I'm trying to say.
It
It's
was
like,
like, also is what? Also is what? It's a limiting statement. It says this is shafted in the north.
you
It's
told
nothing,
me.
it's something
Nick
else is not. Now what's the
That's
something
what
else?
I was
So
so
you just
close.
established that what?
Nick Griffin is
Every other
Check
context
him.
is shafted. So we'll say,
Focus.
is there a context
This is
that
our
is not
fucking.
shafted
This
in
is
the
literally
north?
what we've worked our whole life for.
Funny, you should
Sorry,
ask. Because of Sobit Savon,
Makes
the
sense.
Seir
I don't want to be that guy,
Nafshon.
dude, but
Yes. We'll say there is an offering that is not shafted in the north. We'll say, what's
well,
that? That's
you got there
ultimately
first, I
again.
guess. And honestly, I blame the chat a little bit.
That's the Kasha. Actually, that's Seir Nafshon. Seir Chanukas Hanasim.
You guys are like,
Shelo
you skated by
Balak.
it here. No rest. The skin of your teeth fucking bullshit. You guys didn't even
When
tell.
you look at
You guys didn't even tell fucking
T-Fat
T-Fat Kid that we wanted to come on there, dude. That makes sense.
It
Yeah.
was really like,
You guys don't want us to go vertical?
I will fuck you up.
You guys do. We were semi-lucky. Unique looks like Derek Griffin's brother, by the way. Holy shit, I saw his live shoot dicey.
The Kratos offering was not shown, which was not a real Kratos.
Really authentic today. Unreal.
The time
Unreal.
some of them go.
On skate.
Rochester. 1 second.
I like how I just do it now.
Some of them Rochester.
Do you want to do this or no? What?
The Rabbi is not shown.
I guess we can watch that, but I don't want to watch much of this. Alright, how about this? Make a deal.
Does require
We watch it and don't say anything.
does require
Okay.
that he requires
We'll just, okay, and then we'll do
shit
it.
on
We'll
that.
ask you guys
The
what you
Rabbis
think. We're not saying shit, but this, keep in mind, this guy did take our whole future. Yeah, dude, like, what's the point? We should stop doing this like today. I didn't know they were going to work against us this way. I think like, if they really wanted to dive into this shit, they would have us on. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's true, they stole our valor, dude. I'm scared for my life. What are they, Tim Kennedy?
Maybe it's
It's Gino, man. I'm scared for my life, dude. They had somebody else on and they want to kill us.
I think they should be scared. They're forgetting they should be scared of their lives. What you're saying.
I will snap his fucking neck.
Violence in the I don't know what it is. That shirt fit. Not a cheek. Not a chance. No. Close enough. I can snap
That
it.
also severe obnoxion does get seen and then
And just moved to
so
Texas.
what? It's really from the something.
This is real Texas. Like Austin, it's just like a bunch of LA dudes and cowboy cosplay.
Ella,
What did he say in the beginning? He said, I forget. Not the part about racist barbecue. What did he say before that? LA's bunch of cosplay cowboys. Oh, yeah. LA's a bunch of
Snap his fucking neck.
LA's a bunch of cosplay cowboys, and then he's like, he goes, I thought you were a cowboy, and then the guy goes, oh, I just have a toupee. That might have been bad.
I'll let you talk to the chat. I gotta piss like a racist. Okay. I am white as shit.
What's up, guys? Ew, crazy. T-Mos. They're doing their own version of T-Mos. What do you guys think about that? It's pretty wild. I thought we were the only people that would ever watch the subreddit and comment on it, but I guess not, dude. I guess not this one. But hey, that guy's a nice guy, dude.
Why do I need a special reward?
I guess that means me.
Oh, is that Kill Tony? Interesting. But you gotta be a Kill Tony to go to Austin. That was the single best social commentary the world has ever heard. Alright. Well, you know what, Danny, that makes you... Oh, shit, successful egg in the house. That's right, dolphins do fuck people, you know what else they do?
What
It's
about
harder to do. Some days it's like easier to do the dolphin noise than other days. I don't know if it has to do with the amount of water in the water bottle or not. Gerardo's in the chat, pissing in the sink. Did you guys see Tony Cannon? Oh yeah, I saw that the TMZ article or whatever, the faking that people were. I assume it's fake. But you know, you never know. You never know whether it's real or not. Tony loves.
Buenos Aires.
It's
On that side.
I understand the street does get in and the colors maybe the show people sell. Maybe the point of doing a color themselves. Maybe the show people also doesn't have to be New York. Let the show people check for a very long time.
You're lower, man.
Somewhere outside of
to get that thing cut off. He said that on Flagrant.
That was
one of the
she
worst
must
stories
only
I've ever
Doro
heard.
eats on supper. Yoshi does them something really short.
Do you remember Nick Thomas from when you first
maybe that
moved to
word
LA?
was
He is
so
from
by the contest teaches.
I think I don't know if I ever actually met Nick, but
I
yeah,
love my stuff. I love
Twitter.
my stuff. The show
I do remember him. Where's the Zins? Says Tim Kennedy. I've got him. Oh yeah, he's out. Got him. Which one? The trans Tim Kennedy. The latter. Okay. Former. No, actual. He's on chat.
Buenos Aires.
Dude, I had to go off. I didn't even miss. I was really, yeah, that's bad. This makes me want to double up. This makes me want to double the fuck up. This makes me want to pull the fuck up. It makes me want to
That's the narrative.
We didn't. I was very following. Ma,
I totally gave up on that part. I was like, I'm ordering a burger.
Daddy, you're the older guy. Why do you have to just get that thing cut off?
Because I'm like a goddamn kangaroo. Crank my man. Yeah, dude. I don't know how you guys feeling. Do you guys understand where I'm coming from? Or am I just Gerardo?
Bird doesn't fire. Why does it require a website? You don't. Right? And that's not a regular speed that has to be done by a phone. And I would have heard with certainty. I'm going about also different ones that are possible.
Anyways,
So,
I'm thinking
that is only
maybe
livestock.
Meaning,
It's
he's saying Kratom and then Magic Mind is making the I should say this for record tweet when I'm fighting that I want to get ADD medicine because you said I have ADD because my fiance says I have ADD. Everybody in my life, my boss, everyone, they all think that I have ADD. And he's like giving me all these terrible suggestions. I'm like, I want fucking 5 minutes. You know what I mean? So I want to check the messages, see if it actually can be that.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Sorry, what did you say? Sorry, I completely shoved you. We'll talk later. Fuck you. Arts and crafts.
Trying to figure out over here what we use that word also for. Also is clearly coming to meaning.
I wish I would have watched the news beforehand. I didn't know what on there. Are you I clip this so bad it makes you white. Let's see here. The holy era of Papa's hunter arc has begun. Long. Gandhi was my pen. Patties and baggies. My phone's been lagging so hard I can't comment fast enough. Let's see here.
Friendsgiving thing on Wednesday. That was the funnest thing. Kids were there, doing balloons and shit. He made my son Boston. He wanted a sword. He was a pink sword. He thought, okay, bud, get something. Oh, I'm not Mr. Holt. Let's go. 1990. Now let's get a gun. Make a gun. See what's wrong with this one? It's a
It's so funny because I just realized what that's from. It's the beginning of the fight. It took me so long. That has nothing to do with the story, Brandon.
He's serious. Yeah, from what and where? It's like 2 hours away from here. Access money? Serious. Access. Access to your something. If you're really trying to do something, big hunter. Well documented.
And such camo here, I mean, it's not this flavor, but it would be kind of funny if he had like a full hockey outfit. It's like, I just don't really know hockey. I just know hockey.
What about
Right at the puck, the stick and the puck here. I just don't really like that hockey thing. I don't get it.
This is for a show first time. No, it's my buddies out here. They were at friends, that Friendsgiving thing. And I came in.
Good luck off.
They're right here. What? It feels like
You already learned
I feel
that?
like they struck back.
Watching? Luck off. Good luck off.
Dude, I don't know. I mean,
Luck off.
the
Good
whole
luck off.
change universe, whatever makes it bigger. That's it. To me, I'm looking at it as the first step. It's like you don't just go to
Just understand.
right?
What ends up when we operate with a lot of what we do know, the one thing we do know is that
You
lunch
shoot for
is
the
that
moon and
Tatas
you
has to be
land on the
chefed
moon.
in Sapon, right?
He's
Sapon
ruined every
and
scene.
even the Sapon is
He's
Mahasi.
ruined everything
You
that is
also know,
fun. Like,
Bosai,
you know why
that
I'm not
Kabbalah,
surprised by
Shita has to
any
be
kind
done
of
in Sapon,
bad, like,
Kabbalah
man, I
has to be
can't
done in
have
Sapon.
this.
What's still unknown, Bosai, what's still unknown is the Shofet himself.
So,
Does the
nothing
Shofet
surprising.
have to be in Sapon or not? appears that we're meaning right now is that the showcase is not need to be in itself. The showcase itself is actually
social media. This is
someone else.
real.
And check this alone, right? What is that based on? It seems to be based on one word. This or so. And so means to part of, and it's associated with
where you have like a giant iPad where we're just like the whole
someone else.
we don't even talk now. We're just like we're change scientists. Yeah. Look at check it out. Oh my god, never ending. That's insane. That's another thing, is like the world is getting so much better. People are negative and shit. But dude, I mean, look at that.
La fregadera no funciona.
Yeah, the regadera was never functioning. How about that? We don't need it to function. Yeah.
Say you go, Hunter, yeah, I'm down, man. So let me know when, like, no, seriously, you know, on Monday at 3:30.
On Monday.
Monday. Yes, you know, we'll be there. You know, you'll get done late at night. It's not too far away, like it's not a whole drive. You know, I was like, yeah, I'll swing that.
That's awesome, dude.
I know, I'm nervous.
Please film. Can you? Oh hell yeah, James Freeman.
Gerardo, you rock a little remix song with that soundboard.
I'll do it. Ready? Tell me when to stop, right? Okay.
Betty, you're no longer you. In what fucking sense? Fancy yourself a fisticuffs.
Do something if you're really trying to do something.
What
I'm
you
out
do,
here
man?
working like I'm
Why
really
you
trying
touch
to
me,
do
motherfucker?
something. Take a minute, let the hate sink in and hit you right beside the head as soon as the bass kick in. I'm out here grinding every day, I'm really trying to get it. I take that L and elevate, I push it past the limit. Don't need no diamonds on my wrist, though. Why? Because I swear the vision big just like the big boy squad. Big boy squad. Big boy nation. Big boy squad. Big boy nation.
DJ Kono. What did you think? That was really good. It goes very well. So good job. Good job. Let's see here. This is legit like Baby Driver in real life. It's like crack a okay. That was fun. That was good. You want to try it? No, I think you're better at the music. You got to try it out. You got to try it. I'll try it, but I think we should wind down. You should start with the donut. The donut.
Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make sense? Does that make
Do something if you're really trying to do something. I'm out here working like I'm really trying to prove something. I take a minute, let the hate sink in and hit you right beside the head, like the bass kick in. I'm out here grinding every day, I'm really trying to get it. I take that L and elevate, I push it past the limit. Don't use the diamonds on my wrist, though.
In what fucking sense? Fancy yourself a fisticuffs. When you take your squad,
Big boy nation, big boy squad. Why they sleeping almost every day?
But you still ain't call. Myself, my pager, and my home phone at the bottom. I sent 2 letters back in autumn.
You must not have gotten it. Shout out to you, Adam. Thank you. We're going to wind down here. Let's finish off this clean. Let's see here. Get GoPro or something.
Yeah, I'll try to get
By the way, great job. No, thank you. At first, when you hit Don't Make Sense 5 times, I was like, maybe get But then you really made it come pop off 10 times. Yeah, you did spicy a couple times. Narrative part.
No, you know, I don't know what things on my phone. And I said, oh, do I bring my gun against that AR-15? He's like, you can. You know, rifles and stuff. He's like, you don't have to bring your guns for you. I don't have the right dress. I feel like outfit, you know. That's what's dope about Texas as a whole too. Yeah, which is nice. But I mean, Texas, you don't really need a license to hunt certain animals, so you just go. Yeah, that's so dope about Texas. I was asking him, like, hey man, this might be the most basic question you've gotten in a long time since you're a hunter, but what do I wear? Like, I just wear boots. Like, I don't wear my J's. Like, I just wear my boots. Some like cargo khaki pants and pockets to put mullet and shit in. And then like a warm jacket with a hood on it in case we're in the sun. Right? So I should be set. And then the other thing is getting, taking a life of an animal, man. Dude, I hope you get one and please share the meat. Yeah. Dude, I'm excited for you, man.
I mean, the worst podcast ever made. Yeah. Or like, it is kind of funny thinking of like Jim cooking. Yeah. Pretty sure the meat. Jim's gonna cook some.
That's awesome. Wait, let's make Jim. Fuck you guys both. Of course, people are like, oh, now you're hunting. Now you're hunting. Now, bitch, I'm going one time. I mean, I might go more in the future, but listen, I'm all set on hobbies, dude. I can't act. So one-time thing. Maybe I do it once in a few months or something. Yeah, but you never know. You might love it, man. Yeah, maybe.
Daddy, you're a little older now. We might have to get that thing cut off.
Can you do me a favor, dude? Yeah. Let's just say, okay, hear me out, all right? Because your boy is not only big dick, sorry about that, fucking fabulous person at heart. Also, what else do I do for these podcasts, right? Yes. Do me a favor, dude. Give me a little bit of a fucking, you gotta sit up for this, sorry. Okay. You gotta sit up, by the way. You just hold your head. You gotta take a nap. Cut me a promo for that full taking our spot, dude. A promo? What do you mean? Like, you know how I was upset earlier? You gotta be a little more upset about that full taking our spot. You made me mad about it? Okay. You don't have to threaten him at all or anything, but just,
I will fuck you.
Right. Go for it. Okay. You listen here, Nick Steffens, or Simmons Griffin. You're fucking your neck. I hope you enjoy it now. I hope you enjoy having a neck because it's about to be twisted off. Alright? You may not know this, even though I've said it many times. Yeah, I have violence in my DNA. You're trying to take my job. The last person that tried to take my job, I killed them. Okay, don't do that. Alright, not now. Okay, we'll wind down now. Shout out to you, Adam. Thank you for the $5 twice. Thank you. The live streaming has gone to another level for sure, but James, you guys make it all worthwhile. Thank you as always to James for reminding people to hit the like button. I mean, we didn't make our goal.
Spicy. That's the narrative.
But we had a lot of fun, dude. This is a great time. I'm a little sad for sure. But we'll figure things out, dude. The way I see it, Cooney.
What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker.
The way I see it, Cooney, when somebody attacks you, what do? Attack back. Oh, okay, right. You don't. I didn't throw the first punch. I didn't start it, but I'll finish it. You know what I mean? Great.
La fregadera no funciona.
And guess what, dude? You're not gonna like how I punch back. You know what I mean? Right? Yeah. I don't know if you catch what I'm trying to do, but I'm trying to like hype you up, and you're not doing it at all.
What?
Yeah, dude. Ask if they have a gun, and if they say yes, then, anybody that wants the smoke, see me at a Starbucks parking lot. There you go. Right? I bet you I won't leave. I'll eat the Starbucks forever, dude.
What are you gonna do, Nate? Volume punch me, motherfucker.
But yeah, so just keep your eyes out, dude, because
Justice attack Fobitan 0G fucking Schwab.
they get NXT. I'm not really mad at Shop. He's the funniest person that ever lived, but I am upset with the team. I blame the team, honestly. I've always blamed the team. It sounds like Nick, who is also known as Hot Chip, also known as the creepiest guy on the planet, one of the most disgusting humans to ever live. I feel like he's the one trying to punch us, dude. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm trying to get to. I'll fight him anywhere. Yeah. You know what I mean? Hot Chip, he's been needing to smoke for a long time. And so, just keep your eyes out because we might just attack back in a way you don't expect. I know Hot Chip thinks he's safe.
Oh, I'm not Mr.
Oh, yeah? You want to be
Spicy?
Well, I can get spicy too, dude. On that note, we're out.
That's social media. This isn't real.
Yeah. That's terribly real. All right. See you next week, everybody. Enjoy yourselves. Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we did a bonus episode. We've also recently had Louis J. Gomez. You made it. That's not you made it weird. It's you made it worse. You made it strange. That's right. Worse. And Leanne Morgan. Yeah, I'm not sure. She was great. Anyways, that's not why they're here, right? No. It's been a jam-packed week. I mean, check out Raccoon Tweets, Jeff Dye Talk. A lot of Jeff Dye Talk. I'm sure there's going to be some of that on the Reddit. Also, subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done that, dude. Yeah, you got to sub. That's what people are doing these days, sub. So, anyways, that's not where you're not here to sub, you're not here to like, you're not here to subscribe. Okay, you're here to watch snippets of Shop. So start the timer. Let it chick clip. Alrighty, so my name is Gerardo. What's it called? This is gonna be. I'm still looking for them. Okay, this is 14 days. We're looking for anything above 14 days. Okay, that makes sense. We've seen that. Make it about you. Yeah, have we seen that? Okay, Brian's False Gods Bomb. Posted by American Nero. What do you think this is gonna be? I'm gonna do a prediction first. I think this is going to be one of our guys. I think it's going to be a clip of American Redux. And I'm probably wrong, so oh, yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's like, too lazy to try in training. Too lazy to train. On the same page.
As they kiss right again. I forgot. I'm dropping my special on Wednesday. Oh, God. It'll be on YouTube. Rogan. Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
You never know. Oh, God, so is it Monday morning?
No, Wednesday. Wednesday morning or Wednesday afternoon?
Wednesday afternoon.
Second quarter mile right from the factory. Motherfucker. That's what you need. That's what you need, Cal. It's very your special kicks it. You start selling out giant theaters. Let's get a little. Once I start selling theater tickets,
And I thought that when I had my own special show down,
and then cut the images. Yeah, I gotta edit it, of course. Well, there's still plenty of time left to edit it in. I'm now realizing that Jeff died, the cowboy thing, and Ryan's a horse. life that much. I didn't make a connection. Well, it's a lot of showboat. They're cowboys. They like to show off what they do. Sure, yes.
We're up to the theater. It's gonna be crazy. My life's gonna explode. The special came out. Nothing changed.
Dallas! Houston! My favorite part of the whole thing. That's the best part. Yeah, ride that horse. Walk like a rich guy. Dude, great work, whoever made this. That's good. Excellent. Excellent stuff, dude. Yeah. Shout out to them.
That's the beginning again.
What do you think, dude? The beginning is my favorite part. Yeah. Just like the way they were talking. Brian's he's talking about his special, and then Chad goes, what is that? His face where he's like, because you know Shab's a marketing genius, dude. Oh, yeah. He's like, what's the end? Yeah, Shab would have, if he put out something, it'd be just so much more views, so much more likes. Well, you know, 2025, dude, if Shab put something out, there's going to be lines outside of AMC, people waiting in tents. Yeah, whatever it is. Me, it'll be the first time I learn how to make a tent. Yeah. Go to REI. What do you need a tent for? What do you don't know? I'm making a tent to camp out for the Gringo Papi. You're not. Oh, you already have a tent. You work at REI. It's not even called the Gringo Papi. You just call it that. My tent is called the Gringo Papi. My tent's called the Gringo Papi. I was a stomping pad. Oh yeah, didn't he say that? Let's see here. If Papa went to Riyadh, we saw that one already. It's a classic.
Sand on top? What's Dubai chocolate? Chocolate with sand on top? That's my time for ya.
3 weeks in a row, or 3 times in a row, we flipped that. I want to start doing that just in conversation. like people do that. Makes me laugh. Goddamn truck out of here. All right, so this one's gonna be posted by Gunslinger 4. It's Steve Will Do It unloads on Brendan Chop Part 1. Have you seen these? No, I haven't seen it. I heard about the controversy because this is Steve Will Do It's second, correct me if I'm wrong, second appearance in the Shopaverse. Apparently, Shop made up something about Steve Will Do It. He got mad about it. Don't kill me. He made a video and then Shop apologized. Okay, but I don't know anything else. I didn't know any of that. But I will just say to preempt you for this, it is a fucking headache in the video. So really, just get ready to let go and let God. You know what I mean? I can see it. I don't know what exactly that means, but I can see it being redacted because he's like he's connected with those idiots that interviewed Netanyahu. I'm not speaking in tongues. I'm just trying to avoid a headache right now. Okay. And literally, just it gave me a headache. Oh no. Yeah. Oh fuck. So just like let the graves take over right now, and then just come back when it's done. I got something for the grave. Is never death control. Okay. The grave is always. I wish I did that. I don't know if you see the fucking little part here, dude. 3:11. 3 minutes. Yes. Yeah. Right there. Yeah. Let me know if you want me to pause it already. Shut the fuck up.
Yo, Brandon Shaw, he goes on a podcast and he goes, Steve has gambling that, and sometimes when you have gambling that, you do bad things.
So first of all, over-under on him with gambling. Oh, 100% he's a game like that. Look at the way he's walking and talking and dressed. This is what you'd show a gambler, like if you wanted to spot what a gambler looks like. It's like driving school. You show car crashes, that gambling anonymous. You show this video.
So you're not a gambling addict, but you are wearing sunglasses inside at night.
In Vegas.
In Vegas with FanDuel on your phone. Like you're making a video, but you're also kind of looking at FanDuel.
saying I insinuated I fixed the fight because I so happened to just this guy hilarious. I even called Dana and I said, this is so funny. Hey, Brandon Schaub, you can't just call Dana. Call Dana and Brandon Schaub. I can owe Red Rock Casino $1.6 million and I owe them $302 million at all times. And it's not a problem because, bro, something you're not good at is relationships. Okay? Everyone go find the YouTube video of Brandon Schaub talking about Steve will do it. And it's like, bro, you gotta roast him. You gotta roast him. Because you know he's a bad person. Like, and I can suck up like a UFC fighter. Alright? And you don't know the facts, then you turn this into a bad person.
Oh no. And they just chopped together. He made a bunch of things. Alright, built that. Alright, put it back up. But he's talking to himself.
Person that need money. Brandon Schaub. I know you're gonna be like, well, me here, we'll fight, dude. Because I have no respect for you. Okay? So I'm not like Brandon Schaub. I have no respect for you. When I make 7 figures a month.
He sounded like a car switching unit there. This is making me like Schaub. I'm going more and more to Schaub's side in this, you know. Brandon Schaub. And another thing. It's hard to watch somebody just, come down their mind. Maybe that's as good if you're a big fan of Steve will do it. Brandon Schaub. That's what he said. He has a turbocharger in his lungs right now. He's a truck. One of Schaub's trucks has turned on him. Yeah, he got that truck that came to life and drove away. Yeah. So Schaub just wants his truck back. The truck's like, I'm my own. I'm a man. Drives the truck, buys your truck. Oh my God. That makes 7 figures every night.
I have a relationship with everyone. I do whatever I want. Okay? And I do something good for a UFC fighter. And you don't know the facts, and then you turn this into I'm a bad person and need money. Brandon Schaub. I know you're gonna be like, well, give me here. Okay, so yeah. I'm here to fight you. I got a sketch. I'm coming up. I got a schedule, dog.
I gotta watch Flagrant.
It's a lot on that schedule. He's a guy who talks about it. It's not on the schedule. You don't even have the privilege to be like, for me to meet you now. Every single YouTube video.
I could do this though. Andrew Schultz. Walking around the hotel. I'll put on sunglasses and then I take it off in the next cut and put it back on. Yeah, I gotta be in a hotel. I wanna go back to Vegas. Steve snorted. It's good.
Instagram video, everything. You gotta come out. Because there's nothing behind that. I have nothing.
Yeah, he does have like the inside sweats, which is weird. Like he's not sick, obviously, but he's sweating inside. No, he could easily turn on the AC in the hotel room. Also, does he have pants on? I think he has shorts on. Okay. It's just not a good look. It's hot in Vegas. It's raining in Los Angeles.
I helped him. It's the coolest thing ever. So until you apologize and make a video and buy me something very nice, I'm gonna keep going. Alright, it's official. Until Brandon Schaub buys me something very nice for going on the internet and lying and making up things about me, that seems so like you're such a low IQ individual, like you're so small-minded.
I feel like somebody had Chang's cut these all together and made it look weird. I wish there was like a regular video, and I'm starting to get a headache again. Because it's like you're trying to follow the sentence and they cut it right before you finish the sentence. That is kind of funny. That would be a funny bit just to take that part where it goes, Brandon Schaub, and put it in each one. It also kind of sounds, Brandon Schaub sounds like worst man in your life, right? Like the doctor from the UFC.
Like, it's like, what do you mean? Who are you, bro? Like I build companies, dog. Like, my YouTube videos, all I do is talk about how Brandon's loud, more like Brandon's loud. Like, you just think you're cool. You can say whatever you want. You're cool. This guy can do jiu-jitsu. It's like, dude, I just hate that, man. And I keep redoing the stories, and I thought it was a good line. I don't know if I posted it, but it's like, I go out and and like, I don't think I'm like better than everyone else. And it's like, you go on the floor with guys, and
It does feel like forced content. Steve will do it. He has to make a certain amount of videos every week. And this is, I think, I don't know what to do this week. Okay, I'm going to rant about Brendan Schaub. He said, I bet I gain, well, first of all, I owe $1 million regularly to Red Rocks, or whatever he said. Yeah. You know those long tweets people put, and at the end it's like, I'm not reading all that, but sorry for your loss or good for you, or something like that. Yeah, well said. Yeah, that's how I feel about that video. It is funny they call him Brandon Slaw. Brandon is hilarious. Yeah, he says Brandon, but they actually Brandon Slaw. You're a nerd. You know Brandon doesn't like that, but he apologized, I think. Steve? No, Brendan. I think he was like, yeah, my bad, man. I was wrong. Well, let's go a little further down the pipeline. Let's see what's on Chang's right now. Let's see. I've been out of the loop for a little while here. Look at this. Posted by One Usual 4460. Hey Joe, I wrote you. Are you still in Colin? I left my cell and had my phone call to work at the bottom. And Andrew Schultz at the UFC fight. Unbelievably annoying to see him everywhere I go now. Yeah, but at least he has a stupid mustache. Look at that. That's Jeff Dye. Anyway, fat Jeff Dye is funny. Yeah. If Jeff Dye got really fat after the crash, he's like so depressed, he just starts eating a lot and not leaving the house. He becomes the whale. Fat Jeff Dye. A movie about Jeff Dye being really fat. The Whale 2. Jeff Rye. Let's see. Whose wife is worse, Papa or Akash? Oh man, you've seen a lot of that, right? I did see the Too Lazy to Try. Too Lazy, and then constant ridiculous of making fun of the wife of the Akashiverse. This is the first post by Turbulent Ham 2575. Let's go ahead and take a look. I'm going to read this.
That's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up in this.
Also, I gotta answer the question, whose wife is worse? Before we watch this video, Akash is like, oh yeah, these suck ass. No, I don't yet. She just says things that you shouldn't say. I was talking to a woman. Normally, like when you are kind of shitting on another woman, they will not agree with you, right? They're like, well, you just think that because you're sexist. And I said, listen, I'm not trying to be sexist here, but she's just saying stuff that you wouldn't want your partner to ever say. And the woman was like, what did she say? And I said, well, she said she had a roster of white dudes that she would pop her pussy for. And then the woman was like, oh yeah, that's there was really no pushback from her. She said, yeah, I don't know about that. Because that's also she's doing the vernacular that she doesn't like just do the people she do a little bit of shelf sensation. The only person that can pop their pussy for random white guys is Borat or something. I don't know. It could be funny if he said that.
Pop their pussy. I am a boy. I had the roster of white guys that pop my pussy for.
That's another argument I get with people. I'm like a crazy millennial, so I don't think I'll ever not think that my wife is funny. Well, yeah, say, my wife. As a caution. When a Akash can use that as like a defense strategy, when someone's going, hey bro, your wife is, man, that must suck. He goes, my wife. And then you're like, okay, all right, let's see what you did there. That's funny. It just popped in here. I'm a random white guy. Where's this lady at? Oh, okay. I see. Horny in the chat saying that for that SFW chat. Jet, go in there. Click to watch anime. Let's see here. Anime. Not hentai.
I find corny is my preference, is not my will. Now, I thought it was I'm not dating my women, period, which is the corniest human being outside of a criminal to me, period.
Akash hopefully dates Brown. Akash has been with one girl in his life. Who's his wife?
That's my wife. That's an idiot.
So now, like, loyal through and through.
Sometimes I get so painfully nostalgic for college. I was popping my pussy and living my white boy frat house.
I'm actively trying to have an orgy and you haven't seen Nav yet, but wait till you fucking see him. His body goes crazy. His face part always lays, never declines. And it's kind of weird because it's like,
yeah, the gunshot is funny. The sound effects are very good. They're very well done. We should be like a Ebert and Roper for these clips. Like, I give this clip an A or whatever. 2 thumbs way up. Yeah, thank God you. 2 thumbs up, and then but we never disagree. I do too. You know, the gunshots I really like. Dude, popping her pussy or whatever it is, it sucks. Yeah. But she's talking about the past. You just wish she wouldn't say it out loud on her podcast or whatever it is. Her talking about another guy saying like that she knows. I guess the other guy is the co-host's husband. Yes. Saying his face card always slays and his body is crazy. Yeah. These are just not okay. You shouldn't do that. What's worse, that or the amount of likes right now? The amount of likes is much worse. I mean, are we doing the show? Is it on? Are the cameras on? Dude, I would trade my wife saying that for like 20 likes right now. Absolutely. The amount of, like, can we at least get like more likes than the amount of guys that Akash's wife popped their pussy? Always push the wrong one. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to insult her. I mean, I'm sure she's crazy. Oh, you don't have Mr. Dolphin? No. I mean, that would be so funny to do a dolphin thing every time Akash's wife came up. Sorry, dolphin bottle next time. Oh, you know, I see Bot says, jelly roll. Jelly roll, we said that his mom's name was Mama Roll. I was thinking his dad's name was Dinner Roll. So, all right, let's go back to it.
I just know that Nav's dick is like at least 10 inches. Okay, I have 2 Bible stories. So one time I met this guy on Tinder and I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up. And I like woke up in the morning and like my asshole was a little sore. Oh my God. And I remember that he like, what kind of porn do you watch when you use a vibrator?
Okay, not gonna lie, I don't watch porn while using a vibrator. What? I just think my imagination is vibration enough. What? I just think of like my own husband while I'm like doing it.
Wait, that's kind of baller, but I could never do that.
Yeah.
No. She's hilarious, bro. That was funny. Oh my God. I could never. She just said she could never think about a Kosh while masturbating. If that's true, I don't want to know that. Take that to your grave. God, could you imagine the chick you're married to, so that she never once masturbates thinking about you? If we thought that Akash was going to stop saying fellas, not a chance. No. Now we see why. Remember, part of our criticism of his stand-up special was that it was very specifically negative towards his wife, to the point where it sounded like one of those old 80s terrible things. My wife's a bitch, and then I fucking shit. Yeah, but then dinner's cold, and that shit sucks. That's why people. But you're right. Now, actually, comedy is not for his time. If it would have came out now, we would have understood. Well, now I understand. Yeah, it's a direct, he's responding. He's responding to trauma and being treated in a certain way. He's just trying to speak his piece. He's just not very good at it. That's sad. It's a sad thing. If only he could speak like this, dude.
Finances, and I'm gonna be really fucking honest.
I don't.
We don't.
First of all, that's a fucking red flag. I'm not like, no joke. I love you girls. If you want to work, all for that, whatever. But like any man that doesn't want to have a joint bank account or isn't being transparent with his accounts or has separate accounts, That's a fucking red flag. This is
I feel like I got cheated on after watching that.
I know, right? It feels like we're all being cheated. This is an eye into the world of neglected and mistreated guy. I will say she's probably one of the hottest red flags I've ever seen. You
not
hate her,
a
you can change her. Yeah, I can.
street. This is a one-way street. His money is our money, and my money is my money. And look, have I only made $600 in content creating? Why? Why not more? That's your boss. But that's my money. Okay?
I don't know if you watched The Voice, but I love him on The Voice.
I never watched that show, but like he's on my hall pass list.
Oh, yeah.
Chase Crawford, Jacob Elordi, Austin Butler, and who else?
Jesus Christ.
I have like a good marriage. I think it's because my husband's never here.
Okay.
Jacob Elordi versus Akash Singh. There should be a balloon show with Akash Singh on it, and they always pop the balloon whenever all the women pop it at once. He goes, ladies! You know, we're all criticizing. I'm going back and forth there. We're all criticizing this poor woman. Look at who she married to at the same time, right? We have to keep in our minds that Akash Singh sucks ass. He's a fucking beta bitch that just laughs like a little giggling goo. Whenever Andrew Schultz says one of his moronic jokes that make no sense. He's like me for you. Come on. No. That's a compliment to me. I mean, Akash Singh is a genius, first of all. He knew things were going downhill, and he told his wife, like, go tell him about your slutty past. And now we all naturally feel worse for him. That's true, too. Man, you gotta look at these things from every angle. You can miss it. You gotta become the Akash. You stepped in the Akash. Where's your white J-Lo jumpsuit? Oh, you're right. I don't have my Nikes on. You know, you gotta dress the part, dude. Where's your laptop? 4D chest, dude. These teeth looking balls. Watch yourself, that'll sound like those are big gums. Hey, stop the narrative now. Okay, let's see. There's been some discourse on the Reddit about your gums, too. Oh, yeah, it's not as funny.
So I've been getting a lot of comments that I'm using my husband for clout, and yeah, that's exactly what it is.
No lies were told. His face guard slays every time. Peter Dinklage's dungarees. Yeah. Oh, shout out to this guy. Who's that? Thank you, Sam.
Do you guys think Barbara will DM her now? What do you think?
Probably. I am more offended by her Blackson than I am what she said. Oh, Akash, to be honest. That's how strongly you feel about Blackson. When it's that cringe, yes. Yeah. It's too cringe for me. Yeah. Sorry. We're trying something new with this stream, so I'm trying to work it out. Sam Siscoli, thank you. Let's see here. What else do we got? Like 31 was me in the hospital suffering big time. Stage 4 cancer and horrible infections. And sapped my body over the last bit of strength. It has left. I'm terrified. Thanks for the distraction. Shout out to you, dude. Yeah, keep strong, dude. At least you're not married to a cautious wife. It could be worse. Much worse.
The show is Netflix.
She'd be fucking some guy.
Akash's wife stinks because she's Indian.
Oh, be cool, dude. Who the fuck is this? Shout out to you. Thank you for the money. You said that. We didn't say it. We didn't say that. Yeah, shout out to you, Ian. Let's see here. Everything he touches by Dazzling Rabbit 633. Comment is my companion, otherwise known as San Jose Jack Johnson. Below to the belt. What else is over here? This is what? Pizza Hut Diary? Oh, Power Truck Diary. Grabbing a slice. Toontown, drive guys all gas. Gearhead's gone wild. Already, dude. He's a marketing genius. You guys don't speak 40 chess. You guys don't understand what it's like. It takes 6 or 7 months to make all those shows. Yeah. Take 4 blue cheese after drinking 2 sure shots on top of a rain. Tell me what you think about that, dude. In fact, yeah, absolutely. See, tell me where the blowers are in a track. I bet you fucking nerds don't even know how to Let's see here. Yeah, tell me about lithium batteries, and we'll get back to you, Papa. Yeah, Tuna Town. Papa was a guest on Star Wars. Hopefully, we get some clips of that. This is from one day ago. How convenient be posted by Appropriate Duty 930. All political posts are now banned on Joe Rogan. Today, we are making a decision to ban all political posts indefinitely after careful consideration, internal discussion, and tons of external feedback. We have collectively decided that Joe Rogan is not the place for politics anymore. Tell me that wasn't right in ChatGPT. All the leaves. Yeah. Indefinitely. Internally, directionally, discussionally. Joe Rogan is probably the boss of his Reddit, and he told his underling, hey, look, here's a way to do ChatGPT. You can make an announcement. See, I chose to do this. And they go, oh, thanks, Joe. Have you seen the Q2 Lazy Trip video? What's it about? Joe Rogan and Tim Thielman. No, I want. Oh, fuck. That's what I'm listening to. Yeah, there you go. Shorter. You're right. Just became shorter, Danny. What would we ban on our Reddit? If we can't ban political posts, what would we ban? Misspelled first names. Yeah, that'd be so funny. They'd be like, definitely Gerdo's in control of the Reddit. It's like, yeah, we both are. This is such a thing. This new T-Pack banning of baseball talk is BS. Yeah, dude. Gum chat or somebody said, all right, let's do a poll here. What should we ban? Yeah, what would our subreddit ban, dude? And the way you get banned, we give them options, or do we just say, what would they ban? Give me some options after I type this up. What would our subreddit ban? Dolphin cock? I guess. Yeah, or the dolphin thing, the dolphin noise, dolphin stuff in general. Yeah, jelly people seem pretty happy with each other. Small furniture. That one's talking about Brendan Chow and just Graves talk. Let's see, making fun of Gerdo's name. That's not how you spell it. Coffee cake. I do I prefer to know what people want us to talk about on Breakfast Trees, but I am very interested to know, are there things that they don't like?
Is working on a sitcom for NBC as WC.
Oh, wow. That's horrible. Shout out, I saw Adam and Ellie saying, what's up, hey, Cooney? Ellie asks where your dolphin water bottle is.
I still have it. I should bring it back, but I guess it's a reason to keep me coming back. I'll have it next week, and then you'll tune in.
I'm a fucking podcast genius. That's what I do. So yeah, it's a pretty close race here. They still want to talk about 8 inches. I was hoping that one. Dolphin stuff is number one. Interesting. I'm so sorry. We did 3 things at once there. Andrew Schultz is working on an NBC sitcom as we speak. What were you saying right before that?
Andrew Schultz working on a NBC thing, but you know how they always say that it's important to have gatekeepers, and it's bad that we don't have any more gatekeepers? Well, clearly not, because look what the gatekeepers are doing. They're letting Andrew Schultz have a fucking sitcom. So fuck them. Keep it up. We don't need gatekeepers, okay? We need Too Lazy to Try, Elephant Graveyard, Successful Egg and Bundeezy, and this show, and that's it.
All right, I hear you. Don't kill me. Do you want to hear myself? Yeah. Well, thank God for the gatekeepers. Why? Because maybe they're homeless. You ever thought of that? Oh, more content. You mean homeless gatekeepers are like, we need more shit. We know he's going to be busting out 4 episodes a week of any sort of podcast. They're like, we want to monetize some of this redactedness. I guess so. We need him to, we don't need him to, but it would be good for even more terrible Andrew Schultz content, and it'd be even more famous, and then we can make fun of whatever horrible show he's on. So you're right. And a great question: are the gatekeepers on the wall of the woke meets? I think the gatekeepers are probably before the woke meets the wall, because where the woke meets the wall is like Joe Rogan, comedians stand up at 250. So the gatekeepers, so the wall's probably here, and the woke is like, it's a spectrum where it goes in and out. The gatekeepers are probably here, and then P.F. Chang is like, I was trying to think of a funny way of putting it, but I have nowhere to say it. I can't think of a single way to say it. I was going to be like, they're right here. I mean, that's just weird. P.F. Chang is on your ball set. Yeah, all right. Let's look at it. Nice. A lot of smoke breaks. Welcome on. Let's see here. Bubba's dog
stuff was good. She finally got done.
Posted by particular stable 69. Well, let's see what this is.
Diagnosed. Yeah, my baby. She had diagnosed it's hypotonia. She had the issue when she was born, and they warned us of this. And then she'll be 2 end of November, and then she wasn't crawling normal. You know, it took forever, and then she's not walking. She walks. It's like just sad. So then finally the doctor diagnosed her with hypotonia. What the fuck is that? The tough thing is like some kids are born with it, and then through therapy and everything, they're walking after a year, 2 or 3 years. They have to wear braces and stuff like that.
I'm sorry for stopping it because it's a very serious subject and stuff. My ass itches. I'm just kidding. That's not what it was. What's going on? They're on the Next Frontier podcast. You know, we're not far behind. I'm not going to lie. We did get the red chairs when they had them. We were 2 steps behind, but we took 4 steps forward, right? Exactly. But I'm not into numbers like that. What I'm saying is, look at his positioning, dude. How is he talking right now? He's like, yeah, have fun trying to do that in a small town. Go for it. Go for it. How is he? You mean like this? Yeah, what? Where will we ever be able to talk like that sitting in these fucking chairs?
You probably have to get a chair like that, and then this is it's kind of like the Sebastian stance in a way. Being if he's Sebastian sitting
kind of like telling he's not telling you, or he's not asking you to listen. He's forcing you to listen. It's like sitting fucking up inside of it.
True. It's a more alpha stance than we're able to take right now. We might get there someday. Yeah, you got the fucking. I'm like short. I'm going in when I do this. He's still like up here towering over beta males like me.
Yeah.
So, and then also I'm like almost spilling my Diet Coke. He's got his coffee right there at the table. He's not worried about spilling it on his equipment because that's something Jen has to deal with.
He's got an itch on his butt.
How many times do you think Shab has spilled something on the equipment? Probably countless times.
I think you can count like on your hand how many times he's done it on purpose. You know?
And so he's so stupid. I can see Shab being like, "Dude, check out this joke I just did," and he pours like Coke on the thing. She's like, "Whoa, no! That's got the episode. No! All right, shut up, you fucking!" And then he says a racial slur.
Yeah, dude. We do need chairs that we can lean forward in. That's what I'm seeing a lot of shop leaning forward, and we need to do this, dude.
Cooney does look as intimidating with regular hands. Shab has meat hooks. I appreciate you saying they're regular. I'm tired of things being small.
When you pontificate and play the whole music, can you please end without I can't turn myself away from its call. The apple.
Oh man, that was a great way to end it.
And that podcast that we're listening to is called The Apple. The Geraldo, the orange chicken. Shout out to you. Thank you, Blitz. We'll hit you with it when you least expect it. If Cooney has the memory bandwidth that I know he's capable of, next time I hit that fucking horror music, I will not remember the apple. One of us will remember it.
Cooney has small eyes.
It's just fun. Just remember they walk and it's all good. And some of us were like wheelchairs.
Still got that pit
Braces and stuff. Yeah, she gets fit for braces on Tuesday. And you know me, I've been pretty good about it. And then talking with the therapist, they're like, well, the best thing you do is pool. So now in the morning, the routine is we wake up, me and Billy go to the pool this morning. I'll get home from this. I'll take her, go to the pool another 20 minutes. I'll take the boys to wrestling, baseball. I've been good at it. I tell Joe, mother-in-law, like, don't cry for the bill. Don't let her know this is a big thing. She can read this, so I don't cry. I've been good. I've been good. No crying. I've been good. And then someone sent, I'm trying not to cry, and then someone sent shoes in the mail. And she can't wear those shoes. So they don't fit the braces. That got me. That got me.
It's not that I think it's funny. It's just like when he cries, it's kind of funny. And I wish him the best, and it sounds like he's doing a great job. I hope everything turns out okay. But he's so comical that it's like impossible to take him serious no matter what.
I agree with Gordo. He did not need to talk about this on the pod.
No. But here, what I notice, if I'm just being, totally cruel, Brendan, is that when he says like Teutonia or whatever, somebody called that out. I'm almost expecting it to be like Underwear Lopez, just completely flame out and not make any sense. So like the doctor said she has Masharona. And I'm kind of waiting because I'm also like, who not to criticize the person that put the clip on the subreddit, but who watches this clips and then puts it on Jay. That person's name is Particular Stable 69. Okay, I'm not judging them. Maybe I am judging them. They put it on. Everything about this is absolutely absurd. Why would they put it on? Why would Shop do this? So if you put it on a comedy website, which is what I kind of consider the subreddit as a joke website, and he stumbles over his words, I'm expecting him to do something like Underwear Lopez, and that would make it kind of funny.
Yeah, very funny. Unique's in here, but what I saw very funny is Stone Cold Steve Austin's Hawaiian in the chat. All right, let's see.
We can ban Unique Mitch from your Reddit.
I'm down with that. Let's see where 8 inches one, dude. Whoa, I mean that makes sense. Wow. Only 53 votes. It's just like our like okay. Let's see here. This is the reason she is just as bad as Papa. Posted by 28 Texas 832. I mean, dude. Not bad, right? Okay. I didn't say it, dude. Bring Tiger goes to the NFL so he can buy me my 2034 Range Rover.
I mean, I guess you work out a lot. You want to show it off. Whatever.
Right. Yeah. Sorry, what were you saying? Right, yeah. Whatever you said, or I feel sorry for you, whatever you were saying. Here we go. Finally, to the one thing we wanted to talk about today, which we talked about for an hour on our other podcast, Raccoon Tweeties episode. Not a chance yet. Episode 270. I can't count that. The username is deleted, much like Jeff Dye from California. When you're so unfunny, the premise of the joke is going, is people giving you 26,000. Regarding my GoFundMe post, you guys can read this. He thought it was going to be rich people that just gave him money to take this.
Did he really ask for $26,000?
Yeah.
That's what I see. I fucked up because I made a fake GoFundMe. I should have made the same amount. Classic me, but that's way too much money to put to Austin. You don't need $26,000 to move.
Yeah.
What's he moving? Does he have a lot of trucks?
I don't know, but keep talking because there's a little development in the chat.
Okay, so Jeff Dye, $26,000. What is he taking with him? I guess a lot of cowboy boots, cigars, and maybe there's a lot of things that you need to do with, like, sorry. With, I was just trying cigars, you gotta have the thing that chops the cigars, but you only need a few of those. I imagine Jeff Dye, he does a lot of yoga. We learned that and he's a plant-based diet. So maybe there's a lot of things that help you make vegan food, or he's a meal prepper or something like that.
He does do yoga every day and eats vegan daily. Anyways, important little tweet here 3 hours ago. Thinking about DZ pointing this out.
Yeah,
Kim Kong, do you want to read that?
Kim Congdon, she says, let's shift the focus off Jeff Dye and onto maybe the bitch that stole 101 from me. Was one of the tellers $10? Or 10,000, maybe 10. There are worse people out there, and unfortunately, they have comedy specials.
There's not much worse than Jeff Dye.
No, yeah, I mean, I wonder how much money that is. I think she's talking about that Hannah Berner person, right? Because she's been talking about this woman. I forget she accused her of something. Yeah, Hannah Berner. Remember we watched her stand-up special on the Patreon? It was pretty bad. And it's like, she stole material from you? That doesn't look good for you. It's not very good.
Let's see. I don't know if
Yeah, there's fucking
okay. 10 liters, 10 minutes of material. What's her name? What's her
10 minutes of material.
Jeff Dye mentioned something I like to ask you about it. That's the creepiest tweet I've ever seen. All right. Well, not as breaking as I thought it would be. In the way, Jeff Dye is still a lot of material from everyone who's ever done stand-up. He just says things that other people would say, but not on purpose. Great point here from what Easy One right there. How redacted do you have to be to do Rogan and then do Brennan? Yeah, dude, that's straight up facts, dude. That's a killer fucking podcast right there. Yeah, that's all that. Getting the smart people and the fucking angry, crazy, redacted people. I would do Golden Hour first, personally. Maybe that's just me. Right. Well, don't hold your breath. You still have time left. I think you're still in Los Angeles. Let's see here. Baba C. Baba. This is my favorite clip from the Chase this whole week. Posted by Cycle Adventures in 7694. Have you seen this? No. Alright, let's see it. Everyone at home, let's see if Brendan gets it, dude.
Jared, that's how you catch a Puerto Rican. The bait was on there.
In general, we were saying
This is like weird laugh. Are they the Puerto Rican tourists? You want to guess again? It says Jamar instead. Okay, ready?
Jared, that's how you catch a Puerto Rican. The bait was on there.
I have no. He's guessing Jamar did something. Okay, so there's not a chance you're gonna get it. Okay, but it's monkey see, monkey do, right? Baba see, Baba do. Everything that Matt McCusker does, he's also doing. Oh, okay, play it one more time.
Jared, that's how you catch a Puerto Rican. The bait was on there.
Head up and come back. Hand on the face. Shoes back there. He's okay. Here's what I think is happening. You're right. He mimics like always, but I think because I can relate to this, he has stopped paying attention. Right? He's getting a little nervous because he knows he hasn't heard anything that anyone said. So now he is just gonna. Oh, that is okay. Yeah, it's funny. No one knows that I'm not paying attention. I'm gonna do what Matt's done, and people think I'm normal because I'm laughing too. Do I know Baba too? My question is. This be a meeting. Yeah. And also, if we were on a wide shot the whole show, you'd probably see me mimicking a lot of Goonies actions too. Oh, mimicking is rich as Baba doesn't too much. But I stay 10 toes down. Graves knows. Classic Baba stuff. Graves heart there. That was a fun little inside game there. That was fun. Let me see. And guess what I thought of that right when I saw it? I was like, it took me a while to get it, so I was making fun of you for something I didn't. Oh, no. Let's see. I thought about making it the whole time. I was like, one day I'm going to have a subreddit that turns on me and they're going to call me Gerdo. It's going to bother me so much. Does Gerdo bother you? No, I'm talking about one day when I'll turn on me and they're only saying Gerdo. It's going to lose its appeal, I'll tell you that right now. Well, before you play this one, can I just say, and I feel kind of weird about this, because I kind of missed it. Oh, really? Yeah, dude. I mean, not stand-up. Please, God, no. Or any of the things that he's done. Yeah. But I miss him on the clips. I like when a D'Elia clip is up. Yes. Maybe it's because there's not as many, right? But whenever I see D'Elia pop up on the thing, I go, okay, nice, I like this. He's kind of funny in this scenario only, as the guy whose life has been ruined and he's stuck with Eric and Shaw. And part of it is Shaw is a stupid moron who's now recording live from Texas, which is almost insulting. And Eric is sort of this like angry fat slob that's sort of, and so for D'Elia to have been becoming this famous actor, and then he's stuck with a guy who does a truck show in Texas, and a dude that looks like one of the things that the Ghostbusters put in their machine. It's so funny, and then D'Elia's kind of funny. I'm sorry, he is. He is kind of funny on these shows. If you want to kill me, kill me.
just, say what I think.
Sorry.
Don't get them started on craft services.
You kind of changed the subject. I'm sorry for going back. I'm sorry for pulling this up on my phone. Check this out, dude. That was good. I made the Gerdo, dude. What do you think of the Gerdo?
Yeah. That should be the name of the coffee. I'll have a McGurdo. I like it. It's delicious. Can I have it made by someone else?
What do you think, dude? That's the McGriddle, right? At McDonald's.
I think it looks good. Maybe don't burn it.
That's a McGurdo, though. It's my first time making it.
It looks good, though. I'd eat the shit out of that.
It's a pancake up top. Got some jam in the middle, like a pear jam, like avocado. Bacon, egg, cheese, and maple syrup inside the bun and like on the bacon and stuff.
I need a tater tot once a week, so I would like a tater tot in there.
I think it looks pretty good. There's syrup all over it, Steve.
Not gonna put syrup all over your Gerdo until
Let's see. Let's ask the audience today. What do you make Gerdo? But yeah. So to answer your question about if I like Gerdo, yeah, I like Gerdo. I made a McGurdo.
Oh, good, because I think Gerdo is a good one. It is sort of like a out of left field nickname, but I like Gerdo.
Okay, sorry. So sorry. We're back to what you were saying about Crystal. Let's see what this clip is all about. McGarrett. This one's called Admitting Joe Rogan said no to performing at Mothership and yet still blames the haters. Posted by our good friend Successful Egg 8345, which we'll talk to you later about posting in other subreddits. I don't think you're allowed to do that. But let's see. I'm just kidding with the joke. Okay. Good to know he don't like.
Oh, Successful Egg. Oh, dude, I tuned out again.
I don't know how.
He's a great guy.
Yeah, man. Let's see here.
And yeah, Adam, I love Bonby. Bonby's great.
Funny that those bullshit headlines.
Yeah, man.
Like there was one on me. It was like Brenshaw banned from the mothership.
Fuck, that sounds like something I'd say. I can't wait. We all let alcohol.
Brendan Cooney banned from flappers.
It's a lot of.
Oh, we had this conversation. I'm not there yet. Like, oh, why don't you blame the mothership? And then
Shout out to you for subscribing.
they need to be there. And I did a show there last Thursday. Like, well, not banned. They can only do this one. Now it's banned again. I should have been there. I don't want to go there and get backlash. Like, I want when they invite me to be a headliner, I'll know it's my time. All right, I'm not there yet.
Headlines? You mean YouTube?
Yeah.
YouTube. Not in headlines for them.
Your unique videos.
See, I wish the Oklahoma guy would talk to him again. Remember the Oklahoma show? Like, let me show you something, folks. Yeah, you're not Longhorn. You're not selling out here, or whatever the fuck.
Yeah.
Whatever you said.
Okune's been a doctor for 48 hours.
It's too long. I can't be that long.
Shout out to Formula One. That was already a year ago at Skankfest. Shout out to everyone that went to Skankfest. I heard that was epic.
Yeah, I think Rabbi was there. Oh, once in New Orleans.
How did moving to Austin go? As you can see, Brian Callen's special has 223,000 views. It's posted for 3 weeks. This one is posted for 12 days. 392,000 views.
Guys, dude.
I mean, as far as like a clickable thumbnail goes, it looks like a special ed student doing stand-up.
To me, yeah, no, I agree.
It's not that appealing.
It really, it looks like he copied Central Indoor Comedy Dynamics.
Yeah.
Which are both things that have been dead for a long time.
He should have used this fucking thumbnail and put false gods like that. That would have been so much better.
Way better, yeah. Someone say better.
Yeah, dude, the most of betters.
Are those people is the thing? You'd almost hope they were photoshopped in.
Yeah.
What are they doing there? Why are they happy?
Yeah.
Or maybe they're just us. Because, we'd probably go. We could.
That would be awesome if American Redact just like photoshopped our faces here somewhere.
Yes. Idea. Are you listening, American Redact? It's a sin.
He's like, no. He's like, Oh shit. Sorry. This is posted by OzBoss99. I guess when your kid is diagnosed with hypotonia, it's a good time to post a picture. I saw that Subway take the Metro Take show. So one of the people said that their take was that Brenda Shaw's wife should stop showing her ass on the shop. She said that she doesn't think people should post their kids and do the emoji face. It's like post your kids or don't post your kids. And if I had a Metro card in my hand and I was that guy, I'd go, I agree. Because I don't understand why you do this. It's weird, right? To put an emoji over your child's face. I don't know. That just, to me, that's weirder than showing your ass. Okay, that's
both of them are straight.
Yeah. I don't think they're on the same plane, personally, because I appreciate some people showing their ass. Oh, yeah, I don't dislike it. I love it. Yeah, no problem. Now, when you're sharing a picture of your kid while showing your ass and there's an emoji, now we got problems.
Yeah, I mean, we got emoji problems.
Lose the kid, take off the dress. Okay, all right, I've got too far. Buddy says she posted that kid's face 50 times.
Oh, well, and if you actually post the face, it makes even less sense.
Also, on Chang's.
Oh, Chang's does it.
I know a lot of us kids on Chang's.
Well, let's take it all back. But,
We'll cut all of that.
cut it out of the line.
But I'm still right there with you, brother.
Yeah, it makes sense. When I'm saying I love ass.
Right? That's what you're saying.
I guess with Chang's, I'm glad that they do that. I'm not at all saying that you should show the children.
Right.
Let me be clear. They should not. Some of the Reddit doesn't need to see family members. Right? We've all seen some of the people on Reddit. Not every chef is someone you'd want to hang out with outside of work or at work.
I mean, we have people in our chat saying fart sniffers in chat, so people seeing your kids' faces on social media. Cop at the Chompies resent. One is in a plane and one is in a helicopter. Alrighty, the caption said, I will carry you until my back gives out. Sorry, what was it saying? Until my arms can no longer hold you. Until you're able to take steps on your own, I will carry you until the end of the earth, my sweet baby girl. Whatever this next chapter brings will not define us. I will make sure you always reach your goals and exceed your expectations because you're a child, because you're my flesh and bones.
Yeah, like Thanos. I don't like that either. I mean, you can say that to a kid, I guess, but posting it online is strange.
Yeah, like I feel more strongly about this than whatever you were saying. Like I hate long captions.
Oh yeah.
I believe in like 5-word captions. Okay, put that in ChatGPT, whatever the fuck you just put, and then be like, give me this, but in 5 words.
I use ChatGPT to write about your child. Just like I want to start doing long posts like this for you. You're a great chef, and I'm gonna make sure that you're the best chef that ever lived. And because of you, I'm gonna make sure my sweet baby boy, whatever the next chapter brings, will not define you. I will make sure you always have your name said correctly. Some random ass fucking. I'm gonna start doing long posts.
I'm gonna try this out really quick.
Long posts and then a picture of my teeth. Juxtaposition between a long post.
Can you sum that up in 5 words? I'm asking ChatGPT right now. I'm sorry, guys. Always with you, forever strong. See how much fucking punchier that is?
That is, yeah. It kind of gets you in that.
Yeah, bro. If she was sharing that with her fucking fat ass in the pic, dude.
Rabbi Shimon. Lomar Dvarim Shimon Hachal. Ein Chayav Mishum. Yasuyam. Also, Rabbi Shimon is always and Halakha Lamaisa. You are not hired ultimately again for incredible items. Or is it something that we have seen come up? You are not hired for it. So what is it coming from? Last three. Chatos HaKiyos. So it comes to good chatos that's offered inside. The body is offered inside. Sagar Akina, I would have thought all that you should be motion. Shami, in Chayav Lalav should be going. It was the other places, the laws of the going down. I like a lot of the Mesa. One is really subject, I should say, one is really tired. Or something. I should caution, on the death, I think that's a choice. Anything that is not offered up, on the other is there. Like Shami, in Chayav Lalav should be going. It's not subject to the laws of people. So I would have thought because of that, we should not be going. I would have thought also that because that's subject to the laws of legal. If it's not offered up on the others, we have to Shami. Therefore, it should also not be subject to the laws of Tuma, i.e., if you choose to speak a ritual curfew on her, Mashallah is not the case. Mashallah says, you is it. Mashallah, even though for people, it has to be called ultimately coming, and that is not the case. But women and Shimon, the Kaiba should not have that. So let's remember again, this is Rabbi Shimon from Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon says, Rabbi Shimon Chai B'Davar Mishnah. Rabbi Shimon Chai B'Davar Shadar Kalav Lechol about Yitzim B'Halabola B'Katoris and Chayav L'Mishum. But so Rabbi Shimon holds that you only Chai something that's there, which is something that is inedible. But if it's something inedible in a state of love, then Halakha L'Maisa again one would not be Chai with Tumas Kosher. Said to be like Yitzim B'Halabola B'Katoris. That he was Rabbi Yossi ben Chaina, Chagni Haizim Bechagni Haizim. Two people of Rabbi Yochanan and Chakish, that was Rabbi Yossi ben Chaina. One from this group and one from this group set together. There are two groups. Each group made up of one or two people mentioning each of the groups. Chadam on one side, Machlokas B'Tumas Basra. Machlokas between Rabbi Shimon and Rabbanan was in a case where the actual item, the object is coming. Basra doesn't have to be read. Basra means in this context, the object. Because remember, again, if she's talking about the statement, then Halakha L'Maisa, again, it means something inedible. In the state of law, ultimately, again, it's going to be practiced. Machlokas is the Tumas Basra. When the object itself ultimately is coming. About the Tumas HaGuruf, but again, I was saying, the person is coming, not the object. Different Hakol in the law. Everyone agrees you don't take nothing. So the Rashi is just the one. Tumas Basar. In Aklam that it's simply Bonat Mayan Logash, we should love the Habasar Shirika before coming. So what's it? So the first approach is that's what the Machokas in Shem Rabbanon is when it's Tumas Basar. When the inedible object itself is Tameh, about the Tumas Haguf, Rashi says, the whole Yudhya called in the law, people is very close. The law says if the object itself is ritually pure, for example, the leaves in the wood were almost pure, or I should say it's called, but the individual is coming, then everyone agrees that what you don't do. That's one of them. That's one group. The Chada, or the other group, says no. Kimaklot is Bezu, Af Maklot is Bezu, Kach Maklot is Bezu. The same Rishon and Rabban argue in the case of Tumas Basar, where the object is coming. They also argue what in the case of Tumas Guf, where the individual is coming, the object in question ultimately again is coming. So my comment, what do you do is, Kevan the Karina Bay, the Habasar Ashayida B'Chol Kamet. The Muslim wants to get a part. The Habasar Ashayida B'Chol Kamet. And if the meat will go out of the country, it's coming Karina Bay, with Tumas I love it. And ultimately, again, we'll have the second passage as well. To myself, that has become as a final level of the subject because Rav Tivuni Masniach, the person of Tivuni, had the gears as we just read it. Rav Kahana Masniach, and Rav Kahana had a different position. He said, Chagni Haizuza, the Chagni Haizuza, Asifa. Ultimately, it was that altogether, he gave in his version, he had the same idea. One from this group, one from that group, referring to the two groups of Haman and Rufus, and I say, and they really discussed discussing in the Mishnah. Chad Amar Machlokes B'Tumas HaGuf. One group said, Machlokes Rishon D'Rabbanan is a case of Tumas HaGuf, where the individual is coming, but ultimately again the Basar, his object is started. About Tumas Basar, if the object itself is Tumas, Divrei HaKol Loka. Everyone will agree that you are Malchus. The Chad Amar, the other group said, no, the Machlokes B'Zu, Kach Machlokes B'Zu. And in fact, again, it's Machlokes in both cases, both of Tumas Basar as well as Tumas Guf. I'm going to do other side. Stand up, in my dark, in my focus, is you have my focus. What's Rabbi comes along and says, it appears most logical that the focus of Shimon Rabbanan is in both cases, namely, whether the person is coming and the object is poor, or whether the object is hard and the person is coming. It's the same focus of the Rabbanan and Rabbi Shimon, but whether or not his mouth is for consumption of the inedible object. Whether the inedible object is coming or whether the person is coming. Why, my time, what's the reason for that? Even though Karina Baby is not so loving it herself, though Karina Baby, I must have she even called Karina Baby. Once we're not going in and saying what? Even though Karina Baby, once we're not applying to the Pasuk of the Masal of it herself, then it makes sense that ultimately again we're not going to apply to the Pasuk of I must have she even called Karina Baby. Vahamar Mar, Vabasa, the Rabbos eats him in the Bona. I but one second we said before, that ultimately again, the pasuk of Hafasa comes to include even inedible objects like the wood, like the Ramona, the post of the Bahama. I said ultimately again, that is only to Hasso the Kaban. That's what it is actually, the post of the Bahama. It actually says, Umaylet Rabbanan the Gas Makta Bahama. I said this is simply again a rabbinic usul. The pasuk itself is less. Okay, so again, we didn't go there. Fine. So what's this? Ultimately, again, we learned of the focus about what the focus of the Shema and Rabbi. Good. Let's go back to Mishnah. The Shem Shira was here. We come to a very interesting Mishnah regarding the different mindsets that a person has to have when offering a korban. The Shem Shisha Duvan Hazevach. Also, an offering of korban, a person has to have in mind for 6 things. What are the 6 things? So the Gemara says, the Shem Zevach has to have in mind that he's offering the korban for the sake of the korban. I'm going to explain what these things are. He has to have in mind that he's offering it up for a korban. The Shem Zoleh, he has to have in mind that he's offering it up for the particular owner of that korban. The Shem Hashem has to be offered up for the sake of a Kodesh Baruch Hu. The sake of the fires. The Shem Reach, for the sake of the aroma. The Shem Nichoah, for the sake of the increasing. The Achatas V'Hashem Shem. The Achatas and Hashem must be offered up for what purpose? For the purpose of atoning for a sin. Rabbi Yossi, Achni Shalom Hayah B'Riva L'Shem Hacham Nichoah L'Kasha. Rabbi Yossi says, even if he didn't have in mind for any of these things, the korban is still kosher. Why? Shoot tonight, please. Ultimately, because it is a tonight, please. Rashi says, Achni Shalom HaYavrivo, Sheshachat Stam Kosher. It's even if a person does Stam Shluka, doesn't have in mind for anything individual. He shechs with no mindset, so it's still going to be kosher. Rashi says, why should it tonight be? Sheyishchat Stam Kidayin Bered Hamon, Isnu Beis No Levin Bishmo, Zoma Aslan Shoshon. It says, that's very interesting. The way you think to read this thing, Rabbi Yossi is, even if you didn't have explicit intent, ultimately again for anything, nevertheless, there's a tradition legislated that no intent is as if you have explicit intent. We're going to actually see what says is what Asian legislated was not to have these things in mind. Like, don't have these things as a these can just mention. And if you tell people to have explicit intent, there's a greater probability of having the wrong. Instead, have general intent, and that will count ultimately as specific intent. See in the Gemara. Ultimately, again, because the Makshava was a those actions performing the intent. Ultimately, again, the Makshava was a Rashi. The Makshava however is Allah every milkon. Obviously, we should have enough to buy the Kamishmo, Rabbi. The Rabbi Yidar Kayadosa. He can sit on my crib also. Because like shalom ultimately is done by the one who's the avodah. Therefore, I think I have to be very clear, be very careful, ultimately with someone. Let's analyze this. I'm going to read them out. Olah, the Shem Olah. The Pasuk says that you offer the common Olah. What does that teach me? That teaches me ultimately that the common must be offered up the Shem Olah. What is that? La Tuke, the Shem Shmanan Yilo. What's his contribution that what? If you have a common Olah, you can't offer it up the Shem Shmanan. You can't offer that for just look at that sheet. Olah the Shem Olah. Ra Kadosh Olah the Shem Yachid Baruch Hu. I say, we're going to use that sheet over here. There's constantly Olah. Shall we open it? Olah. Isha on the fires. Reach and Koach. These are the lower two of the Shem. Actually says Ma'ahana Olah B'Shmi Baruch Hu. The first one I have actually. Ashkefa maybe Shaman Gabi Zvicha, but if it is an Ashkefa, it is Zvicha Shem Shaman, which is Rishon, Shem. Now, I do have to talk about the only Shabbat. This is what she said. First word, Olah, which teaches you that. In the Shekti and Olah, one must have in mind for Olah, and not the Shem Shman. Not the Shem Shman. Ishim, I say, what does it mean that has the upper of the Ishim is what? The fires. What does it mean the upper of the fires? The Shem Ishim. As you offer up the fire, this is to exclude the case of the Baba. What is the Baba in the Rashi? Third wide line in Rashi. That's the Baba. Menas la so smooth as we can cover. It says a post from the head and roasting the pieces of the carbon. It says the must have the idea is that the carbon itself has to be fully burned on these there, as opposed to just roasting the pieces of the animal on these there. La food to give all the world. Rayach, what is it again? It has to be done as a normal. The shame of Rayach. And one has to burn the carbon of us for the sake of creating the aroma. La fuke ibarim should slot on the head on the oil. What's as opposed to what? As opposed to one that has hands roasting the carbon outside of the mizbeach, and then it will be bringing it to burn out of this. The aroma is generated by the initial roasting of the animal, which tells that the roasting itself has to be done on the mizbeach. Now that you know that, this is really something like that. This is the first one line of the Gemara. The barim should smell at the elan eva mishuleh. The pieces of the animal will roasted elsewhere, and then only then put on the animal. Again, there's no raya. We have to talk about the costly that the initial roasting of the carbon has to be done in the back itself. Micholach, it has to be pleasing. The shem hanachas v'ruach lashem. What's it has to be done for the sake of giving nachas ruach. For the sake of giving nachas to HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the shem misha amar b'chayim hamu. For the sake ultimately again of the retention of the eating of the beautiful Rashi says, "Hanachas ruach, nachas ruach HaKadosh Baruch Hu she'amar b'nachas semis." We say the greatest nachas ruach, the greatest nachas, is that we do HaKadosh Baruch Hu is when ultimately again is what we do is I'm going to do more out. This is the reason why Hatas sheshach l'shem olah, sulah, l'shem kulu b'shem, is that I kept up the fast that wisdom in the ground. Therefore, if you have to give a covenant takas, if you shech the takas, l'shem olah, so you shech in the covenant for the wrong carbon, it's psulah. The covenant is possible. So you shech the takas, l'shem olah, the carbon is possible. L'shem kulu, if you shech the carbon takas, l'shem kulu, and guess what? Shape. If that carbon is kosher. I said, what's the logic? If I shech the carbon takas for the sake of another carbon, for the sake of the olah, so the carbon is kosher. If I shech the carbon takas, l'shem kulu, for something just non-consecrated, then what? Then the halakha is the carbon is kosher. What's the logic? In other words, we're not going to do that. What's the logic behind that? As the pasuk says, "V'lo yichalalu es hashavim Yisrael," because the pasuk says we shall not profane the karbanos of Israel. Kachim mechala kachim. So I will say one carbon could be mechala in another carbon, but including mechala kachim. אין דבר אחר מחלל קודשי. Você ela me מחלל קודשי. ela me מחללו קודשי מחללים קודשי. כי נאף גבון ומחשבה שלו מסחלים ושאף נוסע לחדש. What's it actually means? So the halacha is also something is kodesh, something is kodesh. Having in mind for cooling does not in any way concentrate on the item. Having in mind for cooling does not in any way go ahead and erode the sanctity of the item. But however, having in mind for the wrong sanctity could go ahead and erode the sanctity. So it's an incredible idea. So again, taking a carbon and having in mind the cooling does not deconcentrate. Because again, listen, you can't deconcentrate something that's concentrated. But erroneous concentration absolutely can go ahead and deconcentrate. Therefore, again, if I have a chef machine Olaf, or if you have a machine Olaf, also that is problematic. But if I have a machine cooling, ultimately, again, that cooling definition does not deconcentrate the content, and therefore the problem is concentrated. Now let's analyze this. Everyone asks this statement. Massive Rabbi Rabbi Yossi, after Shalom Hayah Belibo, the same after Mikolayu. So ultimately again, so let's analyze this. So absolutely Rabbi Yossi. After Shalom Hayah Belibo, the same after Mikolayu. So remember again, I'll get back to this. What the Mishnah says. Mishnah means the list of things that I have to have in mind when going up. So remember again, in what the Mishnah said, what he also said, even if one didn't have in mind for any of these things, the carbon is called partial why. Should try these ultimately that these should not be legislated, and it's a skip that I had in mind for all of these. So watch this. So the word says, so Akishai, when you go to Shem, actually call it partial why. Should try these. Because ultimately, when we say to try these, we always have to wrestle with the mercy which is that it's a these things, so this is if I had machshavas, but even if I had no explicit intent for anything, Basin mixes as if I didn't have the explicit intent. Now, you must understand that this language is as follows. Taima, shalom, hayabalibo klal. The most saying, Rabbi Yossi sees these things as follows. The Mishnah tells me 6 things that I'm supposed to have in mind when I go to Rabbi Karbon. And what does Rabbi Yossi say? Even if I don't have in mind any of these things, as it was, I did have it. Now, the reason this seems to work is because I have no kavanas. So Rabbi Yossi says, it's okay, no kavanas. No kavanas, you make it as it was, as if you had kavanas. The reason Rabbi Yossi's concept works is because if my mind is one blank slate, as many minds are, right? If my mind is one blank slate, it's okay. If it's blank, Fred Baseman says, it's as if all the B'Tanaim are there. Are you believing the same thing? What's the record? I've heard from this what? That if I have in mind the wrong things, right? Let's say Rabbi said, instead of having a mind that's a blank slate, instead of having mind that's Shekulim, awesome. Also, that makes it sound like one. That's not good. It wasn't
Today.
That if you have a chatos,
Should
that it's good. So it's good. It wasn't as if you get remember that we also see these a lot from the myself. As long as my mind is that that's fine. It's not based, it says but if I technically have the one,
Sorry.
Thanks for tuning in. As always, join the Patreon, join the Reddit, join the Discord. This week on Patreon, we did a bonus episode. We've also recently done Louis J. Gomez. You made it It's not you made it weird. It's you made it worse. You made it strange. That's right. Worse. And Leanne Morgan. I'm not sure she was great. Anyways, that's not why they're here, right? No. It's been a jam-packed week. I mean, check out Rack Sweeties. Jeff Dye Talk. A lot of Jeff Dye Talk. I'm sure there's going to be some of that. And also subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't done that, dude. Yeah, you gotta sub. That's what people are doing. They say sub. So, anyways, that's not why you're here to sub. You're gonna like, you're gonna subscribe. Okay, you're gonna watch Let's Shop. So start the timer. Let it chick clip. Alrighty, so my name is Gerardo. What's it called? This is gonna be. I'm still looking for them. Okay. Is this 14 days? We're looking for anything above 14 days. Okay, that makes sense. We've seen that. Make it about you did. We've seen that. Okay. Brian's False Gods Bomb. Hosted by American Hero. What do you think this is going to be? I'm going to do a prediction first. I think this is going to be one of our guys. I think it's going to be a clip of American Hero. And I'm probably wrong. Oh, yeah, I was going to say the same thing. It's like, too lazy to try in training. Too lazy to train on the same page.
What's the status?
I forgot. I'm dropping my special on Wednesday. I'm going to knock out Jesus. It'll be on YouTube. Yeah, it'll be on YouTube.
You never know. Oh, God. So,
Is it Monday morning? No, Wednesday. Wednesday morning.
Okay, good morning.
Wednesday afternoon.
Today's stop is stop Memphis 45. We're going to pick up at the Mishnah. I feel like if the Rav was here today, we would dedicate our learning
start selling out giant theaters and you get a little
so the Mishnah begins, and it says as follows: Hatshay okay Kofadim, Ein Hayavim Aleim Tigo No Service. So we've been dealing generally with karbanos, and we've been talking about karbanos that are brought by Jews. So we know that there is a concept that Goyim can bring karbanos. There's a difference of opinion about exactly which karbanos they can bring, but at a minimum, the pasuk that we learned it out from is written by Olaf that a guy can bring a carbon. So what happens if a guy brings a carbon? The Mishnah is saying that there's no halakha of pigol. So, for example, during the time when the Kohen or whoever it is was shechting the animal, they had in mind a pigol for Kuzman. That's not, it doesn't happen. Now, the Machotes and the Afronim as to exactly what does it do. Does it mean that it is pigol, but it just doesn't have price attached to it? Or does it not have pigol at all? But whatever the point is, at a minimum, it doesn't have price because it's the carbon of a guy. It does not have pigol, nor does it have nosar. So if, for example, the meat would be left over beyond the point where it's supposed to be eaten, or they knew or be burned, that is not the person who eats that is not kares. The kame, someone who is kame, who eats the carbon is generally kares, but in this case, because it's the carbon of a guy, it would not apply. A further distinction between the carbon of a guy and a jiva, that if someone shafts an animal, a carbon of a guy outside of the Beis Hamikdash area, pater, it is pater for foot. And the Shittim explains that basically we learn from a pasuk that Goyim are allowed to bring a carbon outside of the Beis Hamikdash. They're not subject to that rule that it has to be brought in the Beis Hamikdash. So therefore, even if it were to, he brings this from Rabbi Paris, he's saying even if a guy were to bring a carbon to the Beis Hamikdash, if someone takes it outside of the Beis Hamikdash to test it, they would be pater from the punishment ordinarily associated. Rabbi Shimon, these are the words of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yossi Mechayev. Rabbi Yossi says he's chayev. By most accounts, including Rashi, this would mean that Rabbi Yossi disagrees on all of the above. He would be of the opinion that pigol and nosar and tameh, that all of these things would apply to the carbon of a guy, just like they would apply to the carbon of a Jew. We'll see why Rabbi Yossi has that opinion. Okay, so we'll start the Gemara. Hanu Rabbanan. This is a similar brisa, but in this brisa, it's going to walk through a lot of the sources for these things. That if you have touching of Ovdei Kochavim, if you have a guy who sends a carbon, lo nehenin lo mo'alin. We're not supposed to have anah from them, but yet we know the halachas of Megillah are such that if someone has benefit from something that is a property of the hektish, that if he does it unintentionally, that's considered Megillah, and there are corrective actions to be taken. So in this case, we're saying the halacha is you're not allowed to be nana from touching of the kochavim, but by the same token, if someone is nana from it, then they're not over on the Elah. And we're going to see in the Gemara that this is essentially the Torah's concept of Megillah does not apply. The reason it says well nanin is because the Rabbanon were mistaken that they instituted that people should not have benefit from it. Okay? They ain't when you can pickle notes of it from it, so that's the same as our Mishnah telling us that the halacha is pickle intent plus man or noser left over. Someone eats it, don't apply by the carbon of a guy. Now here's something different that wasn't around. So the Einos in Tzmura, that if you have a carbon of a guy, we know the concept of Tzmura, we encounter it all the time, but the idea that if someone's not supposed to substitute an animal, but if they do substitute it, generally speaking, not only does the original animal that is attempting to substitute remain with its hectic status, but so too the attempted substitute animal would also happen when they both happen. That does not happen in the case of the carbon of a guy, and if someone were to try to do Tzmura, then the Kedusha would not fall on the new animal. They may be in the sockings of a carbon, of a carbonon, talking the sockings. So we talked about this a little bit on Shabbos. We talked about the concept of the sockings that come by themselves. So we discussed the fact that someone could bring someone could bring the Beit HaMikdash Nisachim and just bring it on a standalone basis, or we said you could do it separate and apart from the time you bring the carbon. So here in this Gemara, the Bryce is making a distinction and saying as follows: that a guy, a non-Jew, cannot bring Nisachim to the Beit HaMikdash on a standalone basis. A Jew can, and a guy cannot. But that being said, if you have a carbon that requires Nisachim, so for example, I referenced before at a minimum everyone agrees that a guy can bring an Olah. So carbon Olah requires Nisachim, and the idea would be that even though guys can't bring standalone Nisachim, but if he has a carbon that he's bringing that requires Nisachim, then he would in fact bring Nisachim. Different Rabbi Shimon, these are the words of Rabbi Shimon. Rabbi Yossi says, he says, my inclination, or the way I see it in all of them, is that we should be mafner. So all of these things that Megillah, Pigol, Rosa, Kameh, Tzmura, all of these things I would say lahachner, that there's no distinction between the carbon of a Jew and the carbon of a guy, that all these things apply. Now obviously the issue of bringing the Nisachim is a standalone thing, but in everything else, Yossi says, it looks to me like we should be mafner. Why? The Never Behen, because it's written by them, La Hashem. What is this going on? So the pasuk says, Daber el Aaron Yalvanav Yalchol Bnei Yisrael. He should speak to Aaron and his sons and all of Bnei Yisrael. And that, by the way, is one of the sources that distinguish between a Jew and a guy, because he speaks specifically about Bnei Yisrael. But the pasuk continues, Amarta Aleim, you should say to them, Ish from Bnei Yisrael, Min Agar Yisrael, Min Agar Yisrael, Yaakov Karbano, L'chol Midraim, L'chol Mitzvot. So it says that each, that by the way is the source for the idea that a guy can bring a carbon, because if it was just a Jew who could say each, why didn't they each in the thesis? So the Gemara elsewhere learned that is adding a guy. But in any event, the pasuk finishes up, Asher Yakrivu La Hashem La'olah. That says something that they bring La Hashem. So it shows this pasuk that talks about a guy being able to bring a carbon, nonetheless says that the carbonos covered under this pasuk are La Hashem. They go to Hashem, and therefore the idea would be that even the carbon of a guy should have the same kedusha and the same strictures as applied to regular karbanos of a Jew. Now, where the Brisa continues and says, remember what these things said, which is a reference going back on the initial thing that we said by Megillah. We said that the carbon of a guy is not subject, we said we shouldn't be nana from it, but it's not subject to Torah, the rules of Megillah. But we say by Medvan, when does it say the touching is bad? Touching, but the kabaya is more than for him. This is only by touching is bad, so by touching by the kabaya, there would be Megillah. What is it talking about? So we know that if someone were to give an animal, like a dedicated animal, that animal, if he gives money to buy an animal, that animal or that money gets produced as a goat. What's called touching is bad. The idea is that the actual body of the animal has kedusha, and that has touching is bad, which is a higher level. The kedusha damim, or what's referred to here in the Gemara as touching by the kabayas, is the idea that someone were to give a table to the Beis Hamikdash, so they would sell the table, and they would use that for whatever purposes they needed in the Beis Hamikdash, but it has some lesser degree of kedusha. But in any event, what the writer here is saying that this that we said that the Megillah does not apply to the carbon of a guy is specifically to those things that fall within the category of touching the bad. For example, an animal that gets sent to the Beis Hamikdash. But if it would be the guy who sent this table to the Beis Hamikdash, so then that's the touch of the kabayis that has kedusha damim, and that is not excluded from Megillah. If someone was benefiting from that accidentally, we would have to be in the category of a moel, someone who is over. Okay, so now we're going to walk through the various halachas in this price and understand their sources. So the first one, Lonel and Mohenin Lamoalim. We said that you shouldn't be nana from the carbon, you shouldn't have pleasure from the carbon of a guy, but if you do, you're not over on Megillah. So as I referenced before, the Gemara says, Lonen midrabanan, that it's the Rabbanan instead that you shouldn't be nana, because in the Torah, there is no concept of Megillah by the carbon of a guy. And how do we know that there's no Megillah? Gomer Megillah, that's content. That the pasuk by Megillah says nefesh kisimo mal v'chata b'shagam mikachashem. So it has that word chata, which is death. And then we have by truma v'shamrish mishmarti v'yisu alav pet. So you see that it has that there's a shava between Megillah and Truma, and we see by Truma, the Truma ksiv b'nei Yisrael, lo of the Gafam. That the pasuk is written like Talu is kachet b'nei Yisrael is asher yahimu l'Hashem. This is a reference to Truma. It's saying that you should not profane the kachet b'nei Yisrael, that they separate to Hashem. So you see the idea that it says kachet b'nei Yisrael, the things that are from Bnei Israel, which excludes of the Kofavim. So we see that by the comparison of Megillah, there's some of Megillah to Truma, that's just like you see Truma is relevant to something that the Jew separates for Truma, that just like Truma is only by Jew, not by so too the concept of Megillah, which is connected by Keri Shava, would be true by a Jew and not by a guy. Okay? Next halacha, which is close in the Brisa and our mission, that if a guy brings a car, sends a carbon, there's no concept of pigol, and if someone eats it, they're not have courage. There's no concept of noser, if it gets left over, if someone eats it, they're not have courage, and become it, if it's coming, they're not have courage either. My time up, so what's the reason that these halachas are so? So we're going to see they all get covered in one fell swoop. And they're really all coming from the halachas of Tumah. How so? Because the Asi pigol avon minosa. Then we have a Keri Shava, we encountered this one before, that there's a connection between pigol and mosar. So that is their Shava. Asi noser filo mituma, and so pigol is connected to noser, and noser filo is connected to tuma.
So we see that all three of these are connected. Pickle to Noser, so Tuma, the Tuma Ksiv, B'nai Yisrael, Lo V'Tochom. Pasuk that we've, the last few days we've been dealing with, Vayikra Chafei, is the pasuk at the beginning, Daber Al Aaron, Yavana V'Yinazum, Touched B'nai Yisrael. That they should separate themselves from the Touched B'nai Yisrael. So you see it's a reference to by Tumba, it's something that's unique to the hektish or the kodesh of Bnei Yisrael. So therefore, and not by God. So we learn it by Tumah. Tumah is connected to Nosar, and Nosar is connected to Pickle. So that's how we know all three that the halacha applies in the case of Jew and not in the case of a God. Okay, next thing in the Bryce, of Einos and Tumura, that if a guy's carbon comes and he makes a substitution, that the substitution does not take effect. My time, what's the reason? The iskis Tumura Lamaisa Behema, because of the hekesh between Tumura, this concept, this parsha about substituting to Maisa Behema, to the concept of Maisa Behema. Maisa Behema iskis Lamaisa Dagon, and he says, and Maisa Behema has a hekesh that connects it to Maisa Dagon. So where do we see this? That first of all, where do you see the connection of Tumura and Maisa Behema? Because one of the psukim that writes about Tumura is written, as Rashi points out, by Yahu Tumura Kodesh, is written by the concept of Meiser. So you see a connection between Meiser and Tumura. And similarly, there's a connection between Meiser Behema and Meiser Dagon. So Meiser Behema is every 10th animal you're supposed to bring it for a carbon. That is connected to Meiser Dagon, which is the Meiser that you give to the lady. Or Meiser Sheni that a person would take up to Yerushalayim. Where is that connection? Because the pasuk says Aser to Aser, and the Gemara in Bukhari tells us Shnei Meiser Sakasim Medaber Echa Meiser Behema Echa Meiser Dagon. So in the same pasuk, because Aser to Aser refers both to Meiser Behema, an animal that's brought as Meiser, as well as a Dagon, a produce that's brought, or a grain that's brought as Meiser. So you see this hektish. So therefore, Tumura is connected to Meiser Behema. Meiser Behema is connected to Meiser Dagon. And so therefore what? Meiser Dagon says in Yisrael will all pickle covenant, and by Meiser Dagon it says specifically in Yisrael, not a pickle covenant. So therefore, by the connection of Tumura to Meiser Behema, Meiser Behema to Meiser Dagon, we see that Tumura does not apply by God. Now the Gemara is going to have trouble with this because we have this recently. The idea that you cannot have a two-step learning by a hektish. Now you might ask me, we just had this with Tumah, Noser, and Pickle. The answer is that was not a hektish, that was their shava. So their shava works differently. But that you could have a two-step to their shava, but a hektish, you're not going to have a two-step hektish. So therefore, this appears to be a two-step hektish because you have Tumura related to Meiser Behema, Meiser Behema related to Meiser Dagon, each one by a hektish. So the Gemara says, "Davar alamed behekish, chodem alamed behekish." Can you have one thing learned by a hekish and then take it out further if you have a two-step hekish? It doesn't work that way, and it does not work that way specifically by touching. There's a number of things that are unique to touching. This is one of them. We had also that whenever the Torah repeats something by touching, it tells you la'akid. There's special rules of how you learn things out from cooking as relates to touching, and as relates to touching, this is one of the rules. You can't have a two-step hekish. Where it says, Meiser Dagon Kulan. It's not a problem because Meiser Dagon, it's when the Gemara is saying, when do you have a problem of a double hekish? Is it both elements of the hekish were to be relating to something to do with touching? So then it's a violation of the rule by touching, you can't have a double hekish. But if one element of the hekish relates to an area of law that's not related to touching, it's not a problem. So therefore, we had a connection. The double hekish was, we learned from Meiser Behema learned from Meiser Dagon. So we're saying, if Meiser Behema, Meiser Dagon both related just to touching, it would be a problem. They have a two-step hekish. But because Meiser Dagon is not a touching concept, so what is Meiser Dagon? Meiser Dagon is, you have to give Meiser to the Levi, or you have to eat it yourself in Yerushalayim. But it's not something that's given to hektish. So therefore, it's not a problem. They have a two-step hektish. Because one of the elements of the hektish, Meiser Dagon, dealing with food, and it's not by hektish. The Gemara says, "All honey,
I made the dumb mistake of letting him sleep over, like not really wanting to fucking hook up.
Of the double
And
heckage
I
not
like
working by
woke up
touching,
in
and
the
there's
morning
an
and like my asshole was a little sore.
doesn't work. That
And I
if the
remember, I mean, like,
original,
kind of
if
porn
the
do you watch
the
when
ultimate
you use a
source
vibrator?
is
Okay, now that I don't
not
watch porn, I'll
touching,
use
so
a
then you're allowed to have a double heckage, so then that
I
works
just
well
think
for us
my
because our ultimate
imagination is
source
vibration
is coming from
enough.
Meister Daga. When we're learning from
This
Meister
feels like
Daga,
my own
Meister
husband.
Behema,
And
Meister
what
Behema,
am I doing it?
so both
Wait, that's
Meister
kind of
Behema and
baller,
Kimura
but
have
I
to do
could
with
never do
touching,
that.
but Meister Daga, which is the source law, does not. So then it's not a problem because here we're covered. But that's well according to the person who says that as long as the source is not heckish, you can do a double heckish. But according to the one who says that the subject that where the case you're trying to learn to, if that is touching, then you can have a double heckish. And so in this case, we're trying to learn a halacha of Tamura. Tamura is very much a heckish, a touching concept. So therefore, it doesn't help if you tell me that Meiser Dagon, which is the source law, is Chulin and it's not touching, because that doesn't matter. What matters is whether the subject, when you're trying to learn to touch, the Tamura is surely touching. So therefore, that's not a good answer according to that Mandomer. This one says, Ela Meiser Behema, Ova Shein Kavua Lo Zman. Ova Shein Lo Zman Kavua Yisrael Meisu of the Gotov Lo Meisu. So it says as follows. Now mind you, so we're not actually coming and learning something out about Tamura. What we're learning is we're going to learn the connection between Meiser Behema and Meiser Dagon from some method other than a heckish. Why does that help? Because the whole problem is a two-step heckish. But if the connection between Meiser Dagon and Meiser Behema would be something that is not a heckish, so then it's no problem to take that liquid and extend it by heckish back to Tura. So therefore, how are we connecting Meiser Dagon? How are we learning out? Meiser Behema? So we're saying as follows that Meiser Behema, which is the case that is connected to Tura, is a chova. It's an obligation. It's Kabulah's man that does not have a time associated with it. Why? Because Meiser Behema, the halacha is that when you put the animal through the fence and you hit the 10th one, and that one, that 10th animal is kodesh, but it doesn't tell us when you have to do it. So you're obligated to separate the animal, but it doesn't tell us when you have to do it. So that is a chova. That's an obligation that doesn't have a time, and something that doesn't have a time, that it's something that is an obligation that doesn't have a time. Yisrael brings it over to something doesn't bring. So now Rashi points out that it's interesting that we talk about whether it has a time or not, but generally speaking, a guy never has an obligation to bring a carbon. We've discussed that a guy can bring an ola if he wants. According to some, he can bring a slumim or a koda, but it's all voluntary kabbalah. There's never a chova. So what are you getting into chova? She'ein lo zman, an obligation that doesn't have time. You just say it's an obligation. So Rashi points out that it was better for the Gemara to say chova she'ein lo zman, because there's no exception. There's never a case where you have a chova that has no zman. When might there be an exception? It's not so much that there's an exception, but you would have to clarify. So what would be an example of a chova she'ein lo zman? Sheyesh lo zman would be, for example, Rashi says a carbon ola te'ira or shalmei chagiga, so something that you're bringing on the Yom Tovim. So he says that is something that has a zman, because shalmei chagiga and ola te'ira are only brought on Yom Tov. So, but it doesn't have a chova. But in other words, then you'd have to distinguish and say that there are cases where shlamim or an ola has a zman, but it doesn't apply because it's mandatory and not voluntary. So therefore, Rashi just says it's easier for the Gemara to point to a case of chova she'ein lo zman that has no particular time, because that is surely not applicable to God. Okay. The Gemara continues. The aim may be in the Nesachim. So we said that a guy cannot bring sandal on the Nesachim. If his carbon requires Nesachim, then fine, he can bring them. He has to bring them. But if he cannot bring sandal on the Nesachim. The Gemara says, Tana Rabbanan. The pasuk says Ezra. This is the pasuk in the Midbar. Says Kola Ezra Yaseh Kacha Es Eile Lahakat Ishe Reach L'Kol Hashem.
So Ezra is so it says Ezra maybe Nesachim, they ain't all the Kochavim maybe Nesachim. So it tells you that a resident in Ezra brings Nesachim and then a guy does not bring Nesachim. So the Gemara says, okay, great. So I have a lima that says Nesachim don't apply to a guy. So maybe it shouldn't apply even when he brings a carbon that requires Nesachim. The Gemara says, I might think that even when he brings a carbon ola, he doesn't need to bring Nesachim. Talmud that the pasuk says Papa, that you should do it in this way, which tells you that in all instances, when you bring a carbon, it should be done in this way, even when a guy brings it. So therefore, we have one limit that says this is how it should be done. So we say that that's absolute, whether it's you or guy. And the fact that it says Ezra tells you that voluntary Nesachim don't apply to a guy; they only apply to a Jew. But mandatory Nesachim would apply equally to a guy. Okay. Continuing, Rabbi Yossi, Go, I need to pull on a hachmer. Now, we're not actually going to analyze those words. We're going to focus on the next words. From that time, I'm willing to cut in his back. So this was the concept. We said that where you have Megillah, where you have the concept of Megillah, we said that, and we said Megillah does not apply by a guy. That's specifically by things that have Kedushas HaGuf, by touching his back, but it's not applicable. The exception is not applicable to touch the Kabayas, and therefore touch the Kabayas would have the concept of Megillah. So, Gemara says, my time up. Where do you come up with this distinction? We learned before a pasuk that says, we learned before a pasuk that says that you should that you don't bring it. We said that's Suma, just like Suma is being so too Megillah is only by Bnei Yisrael. So why do you say that there's a distinction between It says, Savar ki gamra Megillah fat Suma, bringing it to Suma, the Kedesha Kedushas HaGuf. So he says, where did we learn out that Megillah does not apply by God? We learned it from Truma. That's in Truma. We had that very cover earlier on the dot. So we're saying, so just like Truma is something that when someone separates Truma, that Truma has Kedushas HaGuf, it actually, it itself, it has Kedushas HaGuf, it's not just Kedushas HaGuf. So therefore, that's the case that we compare Truma to Megillah to say that Megillah applies to a Jew and not by a guy. But when you're talking about just Kedushas HaGuf, something that has simply monetary sanctity, low, then that the limud that accepts the guy would not apply, and therefore Kedushas HaGuf, which is dissimilar to Truma, would be something that even the carbon of a guy, if someone is moa or someone benefits from it, they're over on Megillah. Okay? So bottom line, Tana Rabbanan, Dam Shenitma Vizarku Vishoge Korsha. We say as follows, that if you have blood that became Tameh, and you throw it, if it's by accident, it is accepted, meaning that it's okay. That now what we're going to see is that this means you can eat the meat. So in other words, so you have dam that's tameh, you're not supposed to sprinkle on the mizbeach, but if they end up sprinkling on the mizbeach, then the person's carbon is accepted, and he can eat the meat, and he has a proper kapara. They did on the days, but if he does it, if they know that it's tameh and they go and they sprinkle on the mizbeach, lower itself, then it is not accepted, and he cannot eat the meat. Now, why am I so particular about eating the meat specifically? And what's this whole concept? So let's first talk about the concept. We encountered this before, that we learn out that the tzitz is maratha. The tzitz that the Kohen Gadol wore on his forehead, that one of its functions was to take things that were comfey, that got offered, and to tzitz maratha. The tzitz makes them acceptable, and it kind of purifies them for purposes of being accepted. So the halacha is that tzitz is maratha by tumah, and therefore if you have tameh dam that gets sprinkled, you can do that. Now, so minat Torah, that's it. The tzitz is maratha, and therefore you can use tameh dam. However, the Rabbanan were misakin, they said no. If you do it by accident, then you say the tzitz is maratha, and you can even eat the meat and do everything. However,
because you're not supposed to do it initially, because I'll say if you do it on purpose, even though Minat Torah, the tzitz is Marasa, when it's something coming, that the Rabbanan are going to say, no, that's not good. Now, if the Rabbanan was to say, no, it's not good, and therefore the carbon is buckled, right? The problem is that Minat Torah, it's good carbon. So if the guy's going to go bring, as Rashi points out, the guy's going to go bring a new carbon, then it's going to be Kulam Bazari, so therefore that would be bad if Chazal said the carbon is not Makaper, because at the end of the day, the Torah says that tzitz is Maratza, and it is Makaper. So therefore what we're saying is that while, regardless of whether it's unintentional or intentional, the tzitz is Maratza, and therefore the carbon is accepted for the owner. He no longer needs to bring a kapara. But what's the distinction when Chazal said that by accident it's fine and on purpose no, is by eating the meat? That basically Chazal said as long as you did it by accident, you're eating the meat, but if you did it on purpose, then you're no longer allowed to eat the meat. Continues the brisa. I'm amazing. I'm saying I'm the seaboard, but when this is true that the Rabbanan made a takana and said you could not eat meat, that's true. Okay.
Too lazy to try.
One of the said the Yapid by Yapid. I was the Tzibur Ben Mishagi Ben Mezid Horsa. He's saying, when did we say this halacha that the Chazal made a distinction and said that on purpose you wouldn't be able to allow to eat the meat? That was talking by a carbon Yapid, by an individual's carbon. I was the Tzibur, but when you're dealing with a carbon that's brought by the Tzibur, Ben B'Shogeg, Ben B'Mezid Horsa, whether the person, the Kohen intentionally did the dam or did it by accident, it doesn't matter. It's Horsa. Now again, it doesn't mean that you're supposed to do it. If you have dam coming, you're not supposed to sprinkle it. But it's saying if you do, even on purpose, Torah the tzitz is Maratza. Okay? And when we're talking about the carbon of a guy, Bein B'Shogeg or Bein B'Mezid Lo Horsa, it doesn't help if you sprinkle the blood. Why? Because the tzitz is not Maratza for the carbon of a guy, and therefore you would not eat the meat of this because it's not a valid the tzitz is not Maratza, and therefore it's not a valid sprinkle. So the Rabbanan said this price in front of Rav Papa. I'm sorry, the Rabbanan said in front of Rav Papa, they said, come on, who is this price like? The Lord Rabbi Yossi. It must not be like Rabbi Yossi. Why? Rabbi Yossi, because if it would be Rabbi Yossi, he says, he says, in my opinion, you have to be machmir on all of these things. So what's going on here is basically the idea is as follows: that the Rabbi Shimon in the Brisa is the one who says that basically, and at some level that's the source also by Mishnah, that when it's written B'nai Yisrael, that means that it's unique to B'nai Yisrael and not to Ovdei Kochav, right? But Rabbi Yossi is of the opinion that since we said this earlier, that since the pasuk says La Hashem, it tells you it doesn't matter, even though it's written B'nai Yisrael, it doesn't matter because the pasuk tells you La Hashem to tell you that there's no distinction between the carbon of a Jew and the carbon of a guy. Therefore, the Rabbanan said in front of Rav Papa that this must be like Rabbi Shimon, not like Rabbi Yossi, because Rabbi Yossi would say that we should be machmer and say that the carbon of a Jew and a guy is the same, and then therefore, if that's true that a carbon of a Jew and a guy is really the same, the tzitz should be maratza, whether it's the carbon of a Jew or the carbon of a guy. Rav Papa said to the Rabbanan, we said this in front of him, Afilu came Rabbi Yossi. I can tell you that this brisa, even according to Rabbi Yossi, although Rabbi Yossi says generally that La Hashem tells you that B'nai Yisrael is not the word B'nai Yisrael don't tell you it's distinct. Shani Hassam, there it's different by blood. The Amar Krach, but the pasuk says Lahem. Lahem below Ovdei Kochav. It says for them and not for Ovdei Kochav. So it says even though it can be written B'nai Yisrael, that gets knocked out by La Hashem. But here, the additional pasuk is written Lahem for them. Where do we see this pasuk? It says Rahaya, this is talking about the tzitz. It says talking about the tzitz generally. Rahaya al Meitzah Aaron, that it will be on the forehead of Aaron. The Nasa Aaron is Avona Kadashim Asiyah B'nai Yisrael. That Aaron carries the sin of the touching of B'nai Yisrael and Makis with Matnas Kashehem. Rahaya Mitzvah Tamid, it's on his forehead all the time.
Ratzon Lahem L'fnei Hashem.
How many
To
times do
be
you think Shabbos spilled
acceptance,
something on the equipment?
for acceptance for them in front of Hashem. So you see, it has that added pasuk that says Lahem is for them. So that would be a reference to Israel, and not to all the Chachamim. So the Chachamim saying, even Rabbi Yossi might agree because you have the extra Lahem there. Or related, if we break Rav Nassim or a Papa, or if we break Rav Nassim or Papa, I don't like what you just said, because Elamei Hata. But now you have the pasuk Asher Hein Makdishim, which we're going to see in a minute, because that's our next Gemara, is we learn out from Asher Hein Makdishim that they're Makdish, that's where we learn out the idea that Tumah can apply. So he's saying as follows, that Tumah can apply in certain instances, even though we're going to see that whole Gemara, but basically it says that they, and this is by teams that don't have a makir. In any event, it says that they're makir, we're going to get into this in great detail shortly. So here, why not say that it's them and not on the Chachamim? So you could say Bnei Israel is knocked out by La Hashem, but it says that they're but yet you see that Rabbi Yossi argues that he says that Tumah applies even by applies even by a guy. So you see that he does not make this distinction of Haim. So if he doesn't make the distinction of Haim, he doesn't make the distinction of Lahem. But Gemara says, Elam Rashi, you're right. I'll tell you a different reason why it's unique here that it doesn't apply. The pasuk says Ratzon Lahem. So we focused before on the Lahem, that it's for them. So we're saying that's not a good deal, because if the Yosef agreed with Lahem, the law of the Chachamim, he would say the same thing about Haim, the law of the Chachamim. But rather, what's the word? We should focus on the Ratzon, and it should be for Ratzon. All the Chachamim love B'nei Hartzon in it. And Goyim are not B'nei Hartzon, people who have reached to it. Now, if we have some time at the end, it's a very fascinating sugya of the whole idea of whether the tefillos of a guy are acceptable. Maybe I'll have to talk about it. But in any event, the way Rashi understands La B'nei Hartzon, La B'nei Hartzon like Kodesh Baruch Hu, that Goyim are not B'nei Hartzon like Kodesh Baruch Hu, Sheino Misratza Lehem, and therefore the tzitz is not Misratza for a guy. So the answer is that it could very well be that this halakha that the tzitz is not Miratza for Karbanos of a guy. Might be true even according to those because it says Ratzon Lahem and are not B'nei Hartzon. Now, how do you want to translate that? Many people seem to say that that the Lord Solomon some fashion is not looking for the process, desired or whatever, or perhaps it has a more technical meaning, which perhaps we'll see a little later, specifically about acceptance of Kabbalah. Okay, so up to the Mishnah. Varim Shem Kayam Lem Mishum Pigol, Kayam Lem Mishum Notar Mishum Tameh, Putzman Adam. Okay, so we say as follows. We talked about we had a mission before. We talked about certain categories of things that don't have a halakha of people. Why? Because they don't have a makir. So, for example, we said the Tomeh, or the Levona, or the Ketoras, all of these things were things that do not have a makir. They are either there is no makir or they are the makir. And we said that people doesn't apply to those things. Now, what the mission is telling us is that even though those things you're not chayav for people, so if, for example, someone when they're burning the Ketoras, they have in mind. Sorry, it's not a good example, but let's say when they're burning the Komets, they have in mind something. Well, all of these are complicated cases. In any event, what it means is that Pigol does not apply in these instances under certain circumstances. But while Pigol doesn't apply, no fair
and Tame would apply. Put Dam, except for Dam, because blood, we're going to see in Mitzvah tomorrow, why they learn out from Sukkim, why Dam, why blood, even though not only is it removed from Pickle, but it also does not have a halacha of Moser and Tame. That he wouldn't be tied for purposes of Tumah or Nosa. So in other words, basically we're saying that exception that we described on the prior Mishnah for things that are a matir and do not have a matir is an exception for Pickle, but not for Nosa and Tame, except for Dam, for which Dam is excluded from Pickle, from Nosa, and from Tame. Rabbi Shimon said, I agree with you that for those things that are edible, that in fact Nosar and Tame would apply to them. He says, but I disagree. He says, I disagree in the case of things that are inedible, because in that list of things that we discussed were things like eitzim, like wood, lavona, is the frankincense that comes with the mincha or put on the shulchan, baktoras. These are things that aren't edible, and therefore you're not chayav for tumah and presumably also for nosar. So he's saying, I agree with your general rule that there's a distinction between pickle on the one hand and tumah and nosar on the other hand. But just like, for example, dam is excluded, I also exclude all those inedible things that don't apply, and we're going to see in the Gemara why and how they darshan of something to learn. Okay, so says the Gemara. Tanur Rabbana. Yachol lo yuhu chayavim mishum tumah ela adavar sheyesh lo matirin ben adam ben mizbeh. So he says, I might think that just like, and as we said, by Pigol, that in order to have Pigol apply, it has to be something that has a matir that permits it either to be consumed by a person or by the Mizbeach. So basically, Pigol does not apply to a matir itself, which is something that has no matir, as we've been saying. So I might think that Tumah should be just like Pigol. Our mission is not like it. But this price is starting saying, my assumption would be is that Tumah is just like Pigol, and it does not apply in a case of a matir or something that has no matir. Why would I assume that? The Bible says the dinhu, because I'll make a kavapomer to say that it should for sure not apply to Tumah. If it doesn't apply to Pigol, it shouldn't apply to Tumah. Why? Because Umah Pigol, and if Pigol, Shehu B'Kviyah, that it is, what does it mean that it's B'Kviyah? Which means that he says that Pigol is the kviya, meaning that the carbon, the is the same whether it is regardless of its financial standing. So we know we have the concept of a carbon olav yore. The carbon olav yore is you can either bring an animal, or if you can't afford an animal, you bring that you bring two turtle doves or two doves, and one for an ola, one for a chatas, or you could bring a mincha if the person can't afford it. So all of those things are true by carbon olav yore, but it's not true by pigol. Because to be a dia akas. So he says that Pigol also, if let's say someone ate Pigol, they didn't realize it was Pigol, and then they find out that they ate Pigol, so then they have to bring a chatas. There's no exception to Pigol. There's no instance in which we permit someone to eat Pigol. He says in all of those cases, and the reason we're saying those is as distinct from Tumah, where these exceptions exist. So if in the case of Pigol, where we see that you have all of these scriptures in Chayav and Love, Ella, that there is a distinction, and we say that the only time someone is tired for these things for Pigol is when it is either when it has a matir, but not if it is a matir, or if it has no matir. So he says, if you see that all of these things apply if you see that these things don't apply by Pigol, then Tumah then surely in the case of Tumah, this distinction should be in place, and you should say that only things that have a matir also only those things can become tummy. Why? Because Tumah Shiva over Yored. That first of all, you see that it is looser in the sense that you can have a carbon over Yored, depends on the wealth of the person who's bringing it. You can stay at Dios, and that you have the idea, we dealt with this in the Gemara in Shavuot, is the idea that in order to be chayav on Tumah, that what has to happen is the person has to know their tameh, then they have to forget their tameh, then they have to eat something that's tameh, and then they have to remember that they were tameh. So you have an initial idea, and then you have a later idea. So you see that Tumah has that aspect. And so therefore, Tumah is less applicable because you require both ideas. And there's an exception to Tumah. What's the exception to Tumah? Is the fact that Hutzah B'tzibor. Rashi points out specifically carbon Pesach, and you see you can even eat it when you're tameh. If the majority of Klal Yisrael was tameh, that they could not only bring the carbon, but they actually could eat it. So you see that all of these things that it's looser in a certain sense by Tumah, and so you would say that if there's a distinction. That if there's a distinction that it only applies to something that has a matir by tigol, so then so too, surely the halakha for Tumah should also only apply to something that has a matir. So I should make a kavachomer to say that if the cases of tigol are limited to cases where there's a matir, then for sure Tumah, which is looser, the halakha should be that it only applies in cases that have a matir, excluding all these things. So the Brisa says, I would think the opposite of the Mishnah. Therefore, the pasuk tells us, "Asher heim makdishim li," that the pasuk is written, "Daber al Aaron v'Yavana v'Yinazim v'Katche b'nei Yisrael v'Yisrael v'Shem Katche Asher heim makdishim li." So it just says Katche b'nei Yisrael. So why does it say that they are makdish to me? What's the point of those words? So we're saying that's coming to add that anything that Asher heim makdishim li comes to include anything that they are makdish to me. The Gemara says, okay, so if Asher heim, and this was the reference we had before, I told you we were learning that, Asher heim makdishim li, which includes this Tumah, can include Tumah, so that was the question I had earlier. But anyway, Asher heim makdishim li, that comes to add anything that they're makdish, even things that don't have a matir or are a matir themselves. So the Gemara says, okay, so you're telling me that after Hamakishim said that anything that they're makdish to me applies. So Yachol miyad. So I might think, therefore, that even if something has a matir, it doesn't matter because it's everything that they're everything that they're makdish to me. So I might think that even things that have a matir, Yachol miyad, I might think that right away that's applicable. Tamar Lomer, therefore the pasuk says that Yikrav is brought close. What's the pasuk? It says Emor Aleim with the Rosefim Kolisha says Yikrav because Arachim al Kadishim Asher Yatishim in Yisrael Hashem Shemachar Allah. So this is a pasuk that's written by the concept of someone who eats touching when it's coming. So now, how do we learn out from the pasuk Yikrav? Amar Elazar, Yeshno Geya Sukayev. So he says, the Gemara asks, is this something that requires touching? I'm sorry, that with touching alone he's over on touching the Tumah. Why would he think that? Because it says anything that a person draws close to is called Daracham El HaKadoshim. So they said draw close seems to imply that if you touch the Kadshim, that you're over on this. But is that true? It's not true because it's only by Achila. We see in the next pasuk that it's specifically by Achila. So what is this word Yikrav that he draws close? Yikrav that he draws close. It doesn't mean literally draw close. Elamato Maloma Yikrav for Bukser Yikare Hakasim Nadaber. That when it says Yikrav that he draws close, doesn't mean that he draws close in a physical sense. It means that he draws it close in the sense that he prepares it to be brought. So what does that mean? So that means that he it's something that he prepares to be brought is the idea that he has, it's matir. So therefore, this that we say that tuma would apply even by something that it does not have is a matir or doesn't have a matir, that would only be because all of those types of things would only be if it has if it is a matir, it has to reach that stage. So the stage of the matir has to be reached. And if it's not, in other words, when we say after hey that it says that it comes to include other things, and the word yitrav comes to tell you that it has to be prepared, would mean that it gets put in a sorry. So if it's something that is used in let's say Rita, for example, or in the Comet food might be a better example, that it's something that's used in that is only once the material are finished, that you would have this halacha that it would be tamei. Or if it's not something that has a matir, then once it's put into a klisaris, and at that point, after hemakishim, we would say that this is something that can become tamei. So the Gemara says, how does that work? Yeshlo matirin. This is what I just said, that if it's something that has a matirin happen, ain't no matirin. If it doesn't have a matir, we should yak this to keli once it has a klisaris. Okay, so now the Gemara says, Ashkechem Tuma, no Tuminola. So we say, okay, I found out Tuma, that Tuma applies even by things that you don't have pickle, but how do I know that Noser applies even by the things that don't have pickle? And we say, Asi Philo mi Tuma. That we bring that their Shabbat, which we had earlier today, which we said Philo mi Tuma, that you learn out from Noser to Tuma, that both use the word Philo, so that their Shabbat will tell you that even things that don't have a matir, that you're not chayav mishum pickle, that you're chayav for noser. So the Gemara is saying, okay, well you're learning from you're learning noser from tuma, but we also know v'leilef avon pickle. He says, but we know that noser is also connected to pickle because we had this before. You have the gzer shava of avon. So therefore, why are you deciding to look at the gzer shava between noser and tuma to say that noser does apply even by something that pickle does not apply to? Why not learn from pickle and say just like it doesn't apply to pickle, it doesn't apply to noser? So the Gemara says, he says it makes sense that we should learn noser from tuma because it has in common with tuma three things. Gazel. So Rashi says that first of all, the gimel is for guf. Noser the tuma psul haguf and pigol psul mashava. That noser and tuma both manifest themselves in something physical. That a piece of meat can become tamei, a piece of meat can become noser. Versus pigol is not a din in the meat. It's a din in the mashava that pass over. Noser and tuma ain't because Adam may be in the day. He says noser and tuma are similar in the sense that it has nothing to do with Riko, while Pickle has to do with Riko. So therefore, Noser is more similar to Tuma. It's more similar to Tuma than it is to Pickle. And it says in Pickle Zikasam Kavasa I'm sorry. It says Noser the Lamed is Noser the Tame Never Behem Kilo. That Lamed tells you that both Noser and Tame have their Shava of Kilo together. Now. All right, we don't find. Okay, so those three things tell us why it makes more sense that Nosar and Tuma are a pair than Nosar and Pigo because of Guf, Sul, and Philo. So the Gemara says. So it says Gezel. So the Gemara says Adarabba Pigo Havalei Lamelech. I would tell you that Nosar should be more similar to Pigo than it is to Tuma. Why? The king Nosar, the king, as the way we read it, king Hutter. So we look at Rashi's king Hutter, sits Kahar, this man, Karev, behind him. Basically, the Gemara is going to say, we have a bunch of things that, more things, and there's three elements of commonality between Tuma and Nosar. I'm going to tell you that there's at least 5 elements of commonality between Nosar and Pigo. So you should compare it to Pigo. What are those elements? So take a look at Rashi, the second to last medium line.
Change
So he says, Noser Pigol lo Hutrim Miklolam Ketuma. And Noser and Pigol
take it all back.
has no exception. There's no such thing as saying you can have something that's Noser Pigol, whereas Tuma, we know that there's there's an exception in the case of Tzipor. Then a tzitz maratza like Tuma. It says the tzitz and maratza is something that's unique to Tuma. Noser and Pigol are together in the sense that the tzitz doesn't help for it. Okay, then Rashi addresses something else we don't have time to focus on. So he says Tahar. He says Shneim Tahorim. He's saying that Pigol and Noser are both Tahar. They have a pool in their status, but they're both Tahar. Shneim Nitzon Bizman, and both Pigol and Noser have a time element to it. Zeb and Noser Chutz the Zeb and Mashon Bizman. One of them is because it left over past the time, and the other because you have in mind past the time. The Shneim Tulin Vikarov La Fuke Tumat Agul Sheptulam B'Makra. He says, and also Pigol and Noser take effect on the thing that was brought, whereas Tumah relates to the person who's bringing it. So we're saying, you brought me 3 reasons that I should compare Noser to Tumah. I'm bringing you 5 reasons that I should compare Noser to Pigol instead of the Tumah. So the Gemara says, you're right. So Ella Miditani lady. So rather, how do I know? How do I know to extend this halacha also to Noser and not just the Tumah? He says, because this is what we learned from Levi. Levi says, "Minayin after Tzul Azman, Tzul Zman Akasim Medaber." That
I want to start doing.
So it says, "V'yichalu Hashem Kachi Asher Hem Akvishim Li." So he says that the pasuk is written Yichalalu, which tells you, as Rashi points out, that it could have said, Rashi has amended here, could have said that it could have said Yichalu. It said rather it said Yichalalu. So the Gemara says Vishnei Chilulu Nakasim Medaber Echad Pasul Echad Noser Echad Tzul Tumah. He says that where we learn the pasuk, this pasuk that we learn Tumah from, has the word Yechalalu, which tells you there's 2 lamed when it could have been only 1. Tells you that there's 2 Silulim. So I'll say one of them is Tumah. Obviously, the other is Noser. Why do I assume that the second lamed is Noser? Because we said before that Noser has the word Hillel. We had that Hillel as in their Shabbat before. So when it says Yechalalu with 2 lamed, come to tell you that you include not just Tumah, but you include Noser. So we see that even though by Pigol we exclude things that are a matir or don't have a matir, by Tumah they're included, as we brought the reason before, from Asher Hey Makdishim Li, and by Noser they're also included because those Sukkim that are written Asher Hey Makdishim Li says Yechalalu, which comes to tell you both Noser and Tumah are included.
Or keep the long post. Keep the long caption at the end. You put as for days.
Okay. I like that too. Keep the long post. Change the picture to her in lingerie. Which we all know she's supposed to.
And put all the kids in.
Crop in the others.
It's like, why are there children there?
All right, Joel, so good morning. Let's begin. Today's daf is Mendalis. We are picking up Baruch Hashem on Mendalis. We're going to pick up after the 2 dots, which is 44A, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 of line down at the top. Our shit this morning is dedicated by Baruch Hashem and in honor of the letter.
All baseball players are now being
Yosef Mordechai, beloved son of Pharaoh, baby chocolate child, we wish to
time to get on your knees, but Dana went long. Ron is an expert. This is from 16 years ago. Brian was like, fuck Santa wants to be
yesterday,
posted by Dazzling Grab at 6:19.
the extra explanation on the WhatsApp group, which I'm sure all of you that are going to there might have been that not the only first okay, good. So the Gemara says as how. So one day the Mishnah said, "Kodesh Hamakim being Adam being on his there." I don't know. I love you, people. The ultimate good
Did you use ChatGPT to find that crit? You can do it on your own. Suggestion from a friend. I wish I could come up with ideas for these guys and stuff. for ideas for their name of their show. Like
So anything
Brian
that has a
Callen,
matter, anything that has
we're
a
having coffee
quality,
together.
you know,
And Brian's like, I'm starting a
being
new
the other whether for
podcast.
human
And I
consumption
go,
or
oh,
yeah, consumption.
yes.
I love this shit.
Dude, they say you can never have too many
Again, one is
podcasts.
subject and
He's
one is
like, all right, I know you're good at this. What's a name? I need something new. Something not
Turn that
before.
button.
And I go,
Oh,
say
it's all
lesbian.
amazing.
Say lesbian.
I like your tip shot.
Are you ready?
So once I do see
Write
this
this down.
concept
You
before,
might not like it at first.
and I love the nice
Are you ready? It counts like I'm
which brought down
I
the
go,
context of Shlomo.
trigger.
So this is how often the nice. So the only time that you're
Trigger. Yeah, like, well, it's been said so. No. Trigger is.
Maybe
Who knows more about people
that is
getting
how often the
triggered?
nice. So the price,
All right.
Much time you
Fucking,
have
this is gonna be big. I want to be
so let's
Calvin.
do the best Shlomo. So once the Shlomo has the ability
I'm sending you to Idaho.
one night, after all that,
It's the only place.
maybe
I'm
how often
gonna
the
do the
nice.
same thing for you. It'll be like,
Only
you're
apply
talking
to
to
Shlomo or
Dalton.
anything that is
Fuck you.
what makes it Shlomo nice. I consume for 2 days in 1 month. But anything says that. To get how long myself,
Do you want to see his
not
podcast?
concerned.
I pulled it up. I don't know if you're
National
off limits podcast. Do I want to see it? Of course. I thought you were gonna shoot me down on Facebook. Do I want to see it? Yeah, definitely. Slice my throat.
There's an age-old question. Why did people do bad things?
We decide.
This should be a
Oh, yeah,
bad person because
Culture, young and
It's
it's
off
not
limits pod. It's
also
a
doing
retired
anything
monster.
that always like that has something which is
Let me tell you, Brian Callen, about my dad.
leftovers are
This guy, my dad, he's so explosive. My dad is fucking make your mouth.
we got the NYPD with the addicts.
I can't even see him there. Fucking self-concerned. How am I supposed to do right? Begging. And they hate me. They got
leftovers.
like they.
Where's the
I've written this guy up in place. I don't care anything he is. I like the old way.
any carbon I the apples
So, that tells you I got something to say. People should listen to when I'm committing crime. Why would I care what you have to say? You are a self-admitted lockbill. Okay, but he's always a facts guy here. Limits used to be a Steven Crowder book. Club exclusive, 100% you have to buy back the IP from Crowder. Some of the Crowder boys. You British shop guy. You know, British subreddit, what does that mean? He's trying to leave the studio and Brian's telling him what the subreddit is. The fuck is a subreddit? Formula One's in Chicago. Chicago.
You could have done bad things, but you take it all. You say, hey, I gotta abide by the rules. If I don't abide by the rules, I can pay for it with my life. So your justification is, hey, life comes first. I gotta do what I gotta do. Doesn't make it right, but that's how you justify it. My point is, that doesn't make you a bad person.
You got 48
But the
laws.
laws of people apply
Pretty much alright, rich dad and poor dad. Which one do you want to be? Okay, I killed you.
Shiloh then becomes
There's nothing that is in night. They know where you can get a stack. So
why
dude, if he starts talking about it, you can't get pizza here.
why
I had to.
why
You got pizza that Memphis has a bit barbecue.
when back when that's not
Forget about it.
you slang them too.
I wish we was doing the podcast in New York, but that's off limits.
It's just that Schlang is doing that
Alright, well, check out Off Limits by Brian Callen. Honestly, I feel like this whole show is just a big sponsorship for T-Factory, because every time I finish it, I want to watch the podcast. Yeah, and now I want to watch Off Limits. I've got it to my queue already. Dave Oz posted this. It's called That's Better. I was trying to sue a guy on YouTube, but if they put up a video of me trying to cheat on my wife. Well,
And ultimately,
That would have been hilarious if they actually did that. That would have been awesome. Yeah, that's a good idea. I've said before, I'll say it again. These people on Chang should be TV writers. Or at least, I mean, TV is now, YouTube's now TV, right? Unless you can chat up in. Oh, wow. Like we are. Yeah. If YouTube was TV, we would get access immediately. Oh, yeah. Look at that. You see their ratings? The Nielsen rating would just throw up when they saw our likes. The Greg T. Nelson rating would be so low. This is, look at that. I look Blockbuster next to it. I just can't even. How am I supposed to face my wife and kids? What would Michael Fitzy say about like students? I don't know why I'm doing this. Nobody's fucking watching this. If I was an undercover cop, it'd be fine. Nobody would see. I killed an undercover cop that had a family of 5.
So don't not do
That was the life. I signed an oath or something. There was like a paper I signed. Maybe it was just a delivery, but I wanted to kill him. And more people in the fight family did. There was an oath. My impersonation was exactly where the Como. Oh, you were there. For the hug for the screen. Shout out to you. You sell likes, 2 kids. 98 likes, unbelievable. Anyways, let's get back to Jordan Orphan. This is posted by Facebook Ninja.
We've established both
Chin and
through
others might be leaving for Theo.
Oh, and I might check out the studio in Austin on Monday. I'm going to be in Austin.
Where are you looking at studios at?
No, I might just come in with Chin. We're going with Theo.
Why?
I'm going with Theo to Austin.
There must be a
Oh,
map.
dude, come on.
Whether that's not you, or the map
How little fucks I give about this conversation.
I don't know what the Parmesan thing is, but I feel like it's like a new trend or something. Could be. Or, we just don't see the beginning of that. They're hilarious. Damn, he really didn't give a fuck. Sean is not good at lighting people up. He was just okay, never mind. I thought it was something I don't think it is. Well, you always think it's something I was saying. Well, because recently a bunch of people have been saying Parmesan cheese. I'm like, why is cheese so much? I don't know what the fuck it means, like a 6-7 thing. I just want to know.
Maybe my baby needs to go Parmesan cheese.
Oh, 6-7 is not for offer day. 66, right? Yeah. If shop wears a 6-7, we should bet on that. Put that on a kill shape. Shop wears 6-7. $1 million. $1 million bet right there. I didn't win big off of I guess that trouble's going to suck. Anyways, let's see here.
And it is subject
More on Bubba flipping out on ulterior biddings. There's a lot going on here. Posted by I think you watched it last time.
You should understand
Yeah.
the fact that someone is a source for the
But yeah, so teasing is slow.
tells
I
you
get that.
See, what's up until now you were saying, what's unique
Buffer
about
response to Ron
someone
and
has a
Bear.
massive,
We saw
has
this
a
one
massive,
too.
that by showing something
The
to
fucking
you,
the bad plate.
what?
Oh, yeah, we were like debating that.
And not just like you lot,
90
for
friend.
behind.
Okay, so this is posted by 712 Ken.
So do you learn only things that have
90%
a
of the
master
GoFundMe's
or subject to
sent
the law.
are just organized
If
begging.
someone comes along and says something like,
Oh, GoFundMe's.
he says Sean was
GoFundMe's
using
upset.
like
Oh,
that,
okay, yeah, right.
and that
I'm
has an
having
aspect
to help
of
an emergency, but a lot
sacrificial
of y'all
service.
are internet
Ultimately, again, as you say, the shlamim are offered up in his
I
gap.
wrote so many GoFundMe
So to again,
tweets
to look
over
for the
my
nice side,
time on
any
Twitter.
carbon that is offered up on
GoFundMe,
his gap.
make a joke. Otherwise, it just sounds like you're
Ultimately, again,
hitting on people
one
that
is
ain't
highly
funny.
illegal.
And
And
then
then
obviously
the other part was the
it's,
third wide line, and down
hypocritical
without,
now.
or second wide line. I push you some gap.
That's
So,
another word.
I love them.
Gentile.
So
That sounds like a word you would use. You know how
part
he
of the
says
sacrificial service
that Red Barn's laughable. It's right.
is high because
I hope Jedi's still reading a thesaurus because
not Zoom,
he's at his best
Aaron
when
had
he
his
is.
stuff in,
I hope Jedi's watching his podcast.
so that it comes to these again. He's the Aaron and the scene,
Anyways,
and
it's close, Bobby.
again, hold
Yeah,
on, shit,
this is supposed to be that Ninja 11.
named my kid Boston and got him a New York Yankees hat while I'm in LA, in the LA Dodgers hat while we're at Dallas Cowboys Stadium in Arlington, Texas.
They're not subject to laws of legal
Trying to be funny when you're not funny. That's too much. Too much.
Not just did it, just like
Oh,
Sean not
the poster here.
but
You
the
guys
teach
are
me what? Then only
Oh.
if it's like
Oh, no. I was like,
that hold on
oh,
the
fuck.
gap.
I'm so fucking tired.
Then
Just
and
I thought
only
you said that.
then it is like laws of legal.
Oh,
Therefore, that comes to its the part of and see
I
on
thought
stuff,
those were
which will say,
oh my god.
only
But
does
this is
on
good. Need to
the
delete your
death of
GoFundMe tweets now in case you need to get started one after your next booster.
Therefore, again, they're not subject to laws of
And
legal.
then Dave said that story
I'm a
after
man.
Westfield.
You know,
Feel the feeling. Yes, I do.
What are other things?
Oh, dude, this is awesome. Another one of my favorites.
So now we're saying other things that resemble
This is a pretty epic. I love this book so much. You said you
What's
love
the
Miss
example
Chris.
of other things that resemble
Dude, this is
the car,
Chris
the
and
man
Al
always say
Post by
young
Glenn Fuller Chins.
What's the ultimate
I said
The
posted right
example,
now.
if you like
Let's
the
see.
car offering,
This is the
the
thing,
car
man.
like the
Even when you go to Vegas and you're playing those slot machines, you keep going, whatever the
See, Bobby, was I right or was I right?
No, you were right. I agreed with you.
I know, I'm sorry. I just need a little validation.
I can go
And you're saying, okay, and then on top of that, nobody wants to fucking eat the McGurk. You see this? I've been watching this the whole time.
Would you eat a McGurk at 55%? That's yes.
Yeah, but 45. I want 100% people to eat the McGurk.
As you guys hold 100%,
You get it?
as your time
I don't get it.
first because of the show waving of the chest.
Yeah, but not eat LA.
Hello, that'd be my
I mean, dude, that was funny.
Wait till you see the rest of this. It's 2 minutes long. Let's see here. Ready? For the slot machines, and they have to pay out. So, just to catch you, Brandon Shoppers.
You have two
And then
general
the pissed off is something.
which are right
And so, nobody acknowledged how pissed Chris was, which was pretty funny to be pissed.
and
And so he's just gonna, like, spiral. Whatever, like, the sentence is. Who knows if that's even being
Yeah, that's a racket. That's a racket. It's all illegal shit. Some shit. I'm tired of this. Just my thing is, I'm running the internet out to cover the other.
It's so funny that they're not responding because Shab is so stupid that I feel like there is a chance that he doesn't realize. He is also an Dalia just making fun of Shab is great.
What happens if you have two colors?
Yeah, I guess.
Just shit on Chad.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, no, I don't. The problem is his bag.
Well,
True.
what are you doing?
Yeah, no, I mean,
that we're going to say the most of people apply to every single sacrificial item. Even to the point that
Hell,
it gets
if you think it's not going down with NFL and some of these refs and that shit, you think it's just the NBA, MLB, UFC? Nah, son.
Oh, well, they're cracking down on all of it, man. But they had to, like, get their case. You know, they know. That's what I'm saying. I always say this stuff's gonna come in.
they're ignoring. They're like, oh yeah, go ahead. Make fun of us. We don't care. You know, they exist. Shab is the star. Shab would be great to, I don't know, Dalia is better than Shab. I can't. But, like, I would have to, like, get my fair guess. Yeah. I guess. I mean,
Chop is not a comic.
You know what I mean?
If I made a joke, he would kill me. I remember the first time I made a joke about Mark and the look he gave me, dude. I was like, that was our shit. He was gonna kill me. I sort of, I mean, I've not been around Shab, but honestly, I lose the fear a little bit, I think, because it's just, if he's really there, we're gonna do a show. Maybe I will die during the show. It'll be good. It'll be a good show. Because I'm going to say some crazy shit to this guy and see what he says back. And he says crazier shit than anyone can ever predict. He's unpredictable. Like, what is he going to call
anything that is
anything
permitted
wrong. You're
for
talking a lot about when I was
consumption, be it
waiting.
human consumption
Formula
or
One said there's no way Shaw would fit on
auto-consumption,
that mini
and
couch.
it's
Fuck
permitted for consumption by something else,
Chaplain in the
ultimately
church.
you're selling it to the
Yeah, I
world.
mean, listen, any of these
You know what
guys
I'm
can
saying?
kill me.
He's
Jeff
speaking
Dye,
ultimately
Shaw.
again with something.
I'm living
You
on
know, I
borrowed
reach
time
into
graves.
I love you should be good.
Kill me, you gotta get through my shingles first. Obviously, me saying Chris Lee being on the show, I don't co-sign everything he's done. No, it's simply to make fun of Shaw.
So the
Yeah,
actual
yeah,
card
no, I'm
is
not
what
even really
permits them
thinking about that.
ultimately to be offered up.
I'm sorry to even
Very
bring it up.
valuable.
But
Ultimately, those who
I'm
worship
just,
in
you
the
know,
low.
thinking,
So that I want to say right now, but 1 second. How can you say that the dam? How can you say
no,
that
she's
what
not
happened
allowed near me.
is
She
the
needs to stay
market for
20 feet
the
away from me.
something? After
Or she's
all,
gonna try to grab my
وهلا
bag.
قدم نيتي
No, I have a job.
a person could bring his
Formula
problems
One's
to
on,
it.
dude, I'm
Who
not
was
even
suffering
making a
can
joke. Formula
add
One's
us
on
all
fire.
in. And we'll say, what could happen? He could bring his moralization 10 days later. 10
Hachi, Mishima, we like you. You have great comments. But Hachim does not cope with this show. We're not cool with Hachim. We don't like him. You know. We don't stand him. He's not Kendall Man. He says stuff.
So how can you say that the blood is the market for the suffering? When the suffering is
He's still bubbling in the back. We're trying to scoop it. You know what I mean? Let's see the rest of this video.
You can't hide this stuff. Can't hide it. That's what I'm saying about this. If somebody's doing some shady shit, it's gonna come out. There's no way you can hide in this day and
Whatever is
age.
done in the dark will turn to will be so good the fuck, you know.
You get sued if you call it sweet nectar. Remember the sweet sweet nectar? You hated when he said that.
Oh my god. What was he saying?
What was he?
I forget this too. I said
I
today.
remember. Good goose. Brendan said I forget this too. You even said it, dude. You forgot about your own whiskey and what you said? You called it a whole ad. Oh shit.
Thanks for all months of MMA coverage. Happy holiday, brothers.
At you, dude. Happy Thanksgiving. Shout out to you, Bill. I'm gonna rewind a little bit just so we can catch this. I don't want to see this guy's face. Yeah, I don't like it. I'm way rather terrifying. Yeah. But yeah, no, I would rather man.
Remember the sweet sweet nectar? You hated when he said that.
Oh my god. What was he saying
A
about it?
whiskey.
He's smiling slowly. Like, he was so sad that he like had to rise his happiness level. This is watching change. Think of the feeling it gives you.
Oh, that's right. He's so addicted, though. I forget this too. My
No, I forget this too. My CT. Kalia wants to be like us. You know, not necessarily our level of success, but he wants to be in the crowd cracking jokes about Shaw. He can't now he's with Shaw. That's the real painful part of this. Yeah. He was blind when he came to that off-ramp, and he got off by accident. He couldn't get both. You know, not about that stuff, but you know, just like the comedy-wise. Yes. Let's see, remember it now. I'm having flashbacks. You used to say that it's that sweet nectar of your how fucking whiskey, dude. Oh my god, bro, what the fuck is this? And they went to the get famous, hire an assassination. Far away. I wanted to get the government sweet nectar. Just assassinate me. You become the president so you can assassinate me. Still got that. I'm saying sweet nectar what? Still selling oh yeah, we'll have big juice. No, I sold that. Oh wow. So when I change, it's not being sold.
Sometimes we don't are.
Yeah, that's a good point. There's not in any store. You can't find it. It's very popular somehow in some country.
Ultimately,
But I like tired things. I drink it all the time. Some Somalian
the
word.
whole velocity
Tiger things.
Kishin Yisrak Kama Hasham, last shrine day, was a six again.
Sorry. It's Japanese.
This is he just fucking knows hands, dude. It's the fucking when they get out, baby. Musk, dude. Also stop drinking so you don't make sense to keep pushing it.
Last shrine day, therefore again, the
Stop
seven
drinking.
the last shrine day, you have to only 5 million later to go. It was a despite everyone who that one.
In a fight?
does not become people. The Imba Mishum will to
Maybe
become
hot chicken.
half Ani Yamar. Hilcha, Boy Ma Asham Nam. Almost even if the blood comes along with the Asham,
That's all I have to
half
say.
out there, to the Rabbi, Martin also.
What else we got?
Even though we said
At
over the
least
blood,
someone finally
it's
said
the
that. I
blood
think we
it's
saw that. It's the where you dress like a frog, right? Yeah.
ultimately again, why not?
Just
Between the
cats talking
Fangel
to cats. I don't
Dom
want
and
that.
Omet as
Posted
Shiva.
by Khabib time. Shout out to Khabib time. I haven't seen in a while.
It was at the end of the day.
Hey, why are we talking about John Jones? The chat doesn't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Why are we
Because
talking
we
about it?
reemerge with some shitty comments that have to be heard. They have to be discussed. We'll be quick on Jake Paul.
Alright.
Like, I don't want. Remember when Jim was like, hey, Theo and Brendan,
Look how about
1 minute in the
said the
video,
Luke
but
Shadow, which can be brought on its own. It was full of Alma, plus no sub-shalom. Everyone that used that blood was not also the other believers. Roma Fagina, ultimately again, not become people. This time, Luke Shadow, Hayabna, Lamishin, people. The Luke Shadow,
This is the
Torah,
face
the
that people
subject
that
was
don't
of people
watch
why.
Reddit or anyone that's like,
Shut down,
they go,
not
what's your
you like
podcast about? And they
McDonald's.
go, Brennan Shot. They make that
Again,
face.
because
They're like,
it is the
what?
right position. That
Who the fuck is that guy?
ultimately again.
cats. It's just cats talking again.
Oh, are you like skits and bits? Start off the show. Just start off the show. What a wild chance to base content over here. That's great. Yo, BCEO just shouted out the Alpha Graveyard respects. Alright, so on this video, Tiger wiped out all the mini Akash wife videos. I mean, horse chicken curry post messages. Whatever, guys. Also in our Reddit running stuff. Oh, yeah. So wait, Tiger wiped out all the mini Akash wife videos. That's crazy because when I was going through Reddit, and I'm not even on, I probably am on the Flagrant thing, I can't remember. But it pops up nonstop. There was the whole weekend was just Flagrant fight stuff. Yeah.
Then in the lines, you have everywhere.
I thought you were scared. I know, like, your inflection sometimes it sounded like you were going.
Who are in when the second
You know, we're talking about Akash saying, fuck this guy. He deserves it. So I obviously don't feel bad at all.
Nas just puts his dick out on the table. I just know that Nas' dick is like at least 10 inches. You would only be able to it's thick. It's thick. I don't know. I'm just lying. That was sexy. And that's not actively trying to have a heart. I respect you, love you, but I actually love you and want to fuck all of it.
If you're gonna be doing this, you know, at least let that poor guy watch.
I don't put this out because it's so mean. This whole time I didn't care. I was like, whatever. You don't have a hard time understanding that.
Really think he's funnier than you.
I hate this bitch now, and it's your fault.
What's the status of each other when it's all the wine? If halacha
Wife
again,
does
it's
all
not
that
the
stuff.
actual
You
code
know,
itself.
I think slavery wasn't in
Blood
the
of those covenants
the
acts
mod
as
started
not
wiping out
for a
thinking
subject.
through the
However, if
context.
it's
That's why.
second, or if
Yeah,
the
sorry.
shaman is
No,
blood
that's all. I
separate,
mean, it's a rough.
the blood
It's a
will
rough
not
time for Akash saying,
But Chata Sa'of
no,
Drama
you're
Master,
not there for it. No, I kind of
as for Sarah Khan, watch this. Now you're going to another interesting.
Also, I wanted to do a quick shout out. Thank you to Success Flag and the many posters in our Reddit. We do have 920 people in this, dude. That's crazy. Yeah, so many people we never thought we'd have. So Success Lake, DPT, Pizza Party, 69. Keep it up. Yeah, I like the Reds. Trans Tim Kennedy, Enormous Dick, or whatever, Dixie Norman. Shout out to all you guys, dude. Here, what else do we have in chains? Massive overall painted mirror.
So now, what's the word?
Minimum Sky 255. Another
Whole
fucking cat
cover.
that
What's it? Because the bus
I
says
haven't seen
the
on
entire
the
cover.
Oh, yeah,
The
Minimum Sky
Rabos
reason that.
look Shemen Shalom. This comes from
Hopefully we're still streaming.
the look Shemen Abuliso.
Real quick, I want to say something.
Saturday, you know,
We're about to watch and talk about some guy named Rob, UFC fighter.
maybe called Kabanam, the Rabos look Shemen
Legs.
Shalom.
Well,
Min
listen,
Haish
entertain
Hasabah
Ellie
Bara
while there's a lag.
Bahai Lab Moshe Min
Fuck,
Haish
dude. I
was
didn't
the
see good
ultimate
douche on
again.
chat. What is that? I
Plus it
don't
says
think
Min
that's a douche.
Haish. Plus it says from the
Monday's
fire.
enough
And
people
I never
here
read
right
the
now to
plot.
get the Reddit to 1,000
Ultimately
K
again,
grand
this
mark.
is
Wow,
not the
that's
most
great.
Min
Good.
Haish.
Yeah, everybody join the Reddit at once. And then when you're done with it, join the
The Labos.
let me see here. I'm going to do another
Labos
poll
with
that's
Shemesh
very
Torah.
important to our
Sha'atim
Reddit.
Ya'achov. Shai
I
Kari
don't know what it's
Kavod.
going to be.
Sid Be'id Osol Hashem. That's
I
what Hashem
have
is.
no
Amo
idea.
Hu Nami Yahad Be'Zukriv. Behind Karbon. Kosh Giving Nefesh.
Oh, that's a good question. Yes. I know you want me
That
to.
whole Kabbalah was that used to include
I'm
even
not sure
one.
I want
Even
to.
look
If
Shemesh
they want me to
Torah.
change the name, does
Zayman
everyone know what the
that
meaning
Min
is?
Haish teaches you that part.
Everyone
That
that
God
joined the
the
Reddit, you made sure everyone was at 100.
fire.
Well, it's been going up. Every 100, you get a new meme. It's the eagle or the hawk, and then the trickle thing would say only 1,000 can do it, and the next one. And I can change it. I don't know what I change it to. But yeah, it's no, there isn't. Alrighty, so we got this massive overall pizza narrative by Sky at 2305. Let's see. He said that there's hella being on the Reddit, and I have that. Post that before and then that's a
The Rabos Minchas Omer. Was it this comes to include the Mincha of the
Sergei
Omer.
Smirnovich. Now that narrative's
The
gone.
Mincha.
You gotta stop that narrative. Worried about that. That's for younger kids, and that paints the narrative. But when you paint this narrative, that narrative has legs. But the narrative is Tom Quinn. Oh, he could have kept going. That's some bullshit narrative. The narrative that Tom asshole arranged me in order to create a narrative. You know, this narrative that he's quitted. But now you paint that narrative, and Tom, the whole narrative was this. I don't know what's the problem. Somehow put the narrative. The narrative now is now the narrative from you don't push the shitty narrative down the micro perfumes. Make sure you never have to play fragrance roulette ever again.
I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Narrative that just reminds me of David.
Minchas
And I had a ray
why does the Minchas so
narrative.
long?
I got a drunk one between
To go ahead and
they said I got banned for 13
clarify
rounds. I have more collection of it.
Minchas so
Interesting. So
clarify
so I kept drinking water.
therefore again I'm going to put the say that they're not subject to these halachos
That was a great
concerning
Yeah. Shout out to Minimum Sky. That was
people.
great. It's
Therefore
perfect
the
for
Gemara
Gerard.
says
Shut the
Mashal
fuck up.
Mashal even though they do not come ultimately again to go ahead and
It's pretty
any
good.
type of
Anyone remember that month or two when
nevertheless
Bob wore glasses like me because of Theo and Sakura
Ulo
were
Chol
wearing
Chatason
was my
and for
attorney
all of
in
this
83.
literally the Rabbos Chatason
Yeah.
because
I
it comes to
remember those
include
days.
Chatas as well.
Shut up. Time.
Sagadai Kamina was what do I have to do Chatason Sagadai Kamina
He's got half on that because of
Chatas
shopping.
was I'm not afraid there's not something that really is halachos why
Reject.
maybe as a status of the lady why is that the status of the lady
Yeah, we saw that one last time.
Somebody got the whisper.
Okay, this is where we left off last week, so we didn't watch this one. Okay. Sam calls out Callan as a banker, rich kid. So I was waiting for Andy Kaufman too. Let's see.
Somebody got the whisper, dude. Someone got the whisper. Tone it down. Claim it.
Rabbos
Yeah, you don't think agents tell people to play a little game? Who is? Come on, bro. Why did I because you were already half a queer? That's why. They were like, dude, he's gay. And I was already a government, and your dad is a fucking lizard, so you're already in. Oh, that's why I didn't get 100%. Why did I get the whisper? Because, Brian, you were already in. You got the whisper. You're a rich, you're a baker rich kid. I did have a very famous. That's okay. I have a very famous. We love you, Brian. First, tell me why. He thought I
when he becomes Tamar,
That's
Brian,
Brian, you made it. Brian, shut up. You.
Labo Shihina, Ilo Kasa,
Why did Bill Cosby?
Romanina made the silk a shirt
Bill
people
Cosby
by
at Thanksgiving.
the half shit of us, Lakshur, Kachum, then Hassan Joseph, was the Hashem Joseph, the Hashem that's brought by the Nasir, when he becomes Tamar, ultimately the first set of days was by the side. And he begins
Well, so let it sitcom. That's what you mean. Yeah, you were in movies.
Hasham
Yeah, but you crushed
but
it.
Hasham Nazir, Hasham Sola, Saturday Khamina, I would have
Subtext is
thought.
that it's over.
The Hakshir Ka'asu,
You crushed
since
it.
there was ultimately again, they just come to Makshir, ultimately,
I don't care what they're saying about
Hamash
you.
Mola, Hasham is on the Hedging.
Oh shit.
Hasham is
I
on
didn't even read the comments.
Ella, Mirabos, Hasham Nazir,
I'm on the street if I people say.
ultimately
And
says,
then when I pretend that I don't know you, we're not really that close of friends, it's
Hasham
because
Nazir, like
I
Yeshua,
have
so
to.
give me the cash for just a moment.
It's because
Hasham
I
is on the Hedging. Sydney,
this goes by plus heart 100 damage in learn to shoot. This is Texas.
We're pointing
Oh,
out
shit.
that
Okay,
a
so,
lot of the nice
quick question.
what's permitted for
Do you think he's
consumption,
going to hit all the targets?
so Hasham is always
Just all the
explicitly
targets.
stated as permitted for consumption, which the Lord says, you're right, but we're coming to include Hasham Nazir in the license for consumption. Hasham is on the Hedging.
The gun
Sydney,
fell.
the nap. So I said, Hasham is always explicitly stated that it's that we believe. It's a Kata Hasham. وميو من the Hasham
Could you
Sid,
imagine
Haka, the
they're
Sid, the
gonna
Hasham parts, and the
with
Hasham
somebody?
Ella Kolama.
You miss them and all the bullets fly, you're gonna be like,
Explicitly
oh,
stated,
fuck.
ultimately, and to be coming to
Why
include
did I shoot
Hasham Nazir,
first?
which is Hasham Nazir, like Hasham Torah, just as Hasham Torah can be consumed by the Kohanim, so too can be Hasham Nazir. But I should have seen it. I guess I'm going to go through some additional stuff. So this is the thing I'm having to be getting at. First of all, we just saw something like that.
Your gun is supposed to fall apart when you're a real man.
What's the novelty of that? Was it just kind of like you transition a little bit away from
He's pushing the vaccine. Or no, the vaccine destroyed
ultimately
itself.
again, which
I
really
even
are
pushed it,
ordered
but
for
it was
consumption by the Kohanim. So
unload gun.
chief amongst that list is the Chata Sa'id.
Damn, he sucks.
The Chata
That
Sa'id was like,
gun is
again,
definitely scary.
I'm in a flood was in a law, right? And a law for a
We're
nice
at
we see
hour
that
30
now.
right now.
Well,
Yeah, I think it
technically,
was
it is.
something like that.
But again, for the
I could go
reasons
all
that the
long
missions are
pause,
going to
but
what
I
I'm
would
doing,
could.
that's what
I
I'm
could.
now
The
you also
energy is
giving
being
that
sucked.
so Hasham Nazir, that was
And
it
I
reminds
have
me
a
of a couple of other interesting halachas.
I
Asher
fill this
Yashim.
fridge, which is
So what's like
not very
all
much.
of these is
Fuck
based
you.
on this concept that we
We'll
find in fast
end in a little bit.
Zay
We'll
Yel
let you guys
Hamikol
catch up on comments if you want to say
what's like
anything.
this
You read it.
concept
I gotta go make sure my gun is good.
and ultimately again becomes
Fine mag is fucked.
property.
Yeah, my mag, dude. I'm all about mags. I always put a lot of mags in my gun. One of these days I'm gonna make that piano
So
work.
just
so you can
running
hit it
through
in
the
places
list of
while
these
you're
items.
recording.
What's
I
next
got
on this
mags
list?
in my gun,
Asher Yashim.
blowers in my truck, cops
So
you
what's
look
it?
up.
Go through this. Zay Yel HaMikodesh HaMashim HaIsh. Kol Kavanam. L'chol Minchasam. L'chol Chatasam. L'chol Hashalom. So you just now dashing each of those things that are permitted for the Kohanim. What are we up to now? Asher Yashim.
Can we hear the
What
cowboy?
is the Asher Yashim? What's the new translation? What does that mean? That which
That
will be
was so funny.
this new
Jeff, that
translation.
cowboy night. I
Give
just
it
got
back.
this too.
You know, what does that refer
Jeff
to?
around and play
Zeg
like
Gezel
dogs.
Hager. What's it? This refers to theft from a guest. What's it? What's the case of Gezel Hager?
Texas,
Asher Yashim is like Gezel Hager. Say Hashem Amisha Hashem Lachol. Tanya, Hashem Zakan Amisha Zachomesh. Oh, in Allah is Hashem Amish. One of the last ones that did is Hashem.
Oh yeah, what should be?
You skip down actually. In Rashi,
Okay, I mean if it'll buy
why
it,
no
sure.
life? It
Show us a
means
good sword.
no
please.
sin.
I have not been on a sword. We've been
Yes, what's it?
busy, both of us. It's been this week has probably taken up 20 years of our life collecting
Ruvain dies.
facts.
So
Yeah,
so what do I do if Ruvain dies? What's that about? I give to Ruvain
just due to
dies.
the amount of work we've been putting in this week.
What
This is all
happens
crazy for those white boys that work too much.
is it there? Is it
We'll be
comfort?
back.
And
We'll
what
be back on
happens?
Tuesday with
Mace,
motherfucking
the
Raccoon
Ingo
Trees
Yoshi,
stream.
the Gear
Or
dies,
Raccoon
actually
Trees
says, and
episode.
what happens?
Do me a favor if you guys can.
Dies,
I had some copyright issues with short of Landslide, the Brendan Chop cover that we did. If you go to the shorts page of Brendan Cooney's YouTube channel and check that out, you'll be doing us Cowboys a real big favor.
It might be,
Check out our short. Share it with, actually don't share, just watch it, like it, and see what happens. You know what I mean?
Share it with Children's
That's
Hospital.
right. Okay, moving right. I still moving. I still.
Homeless shelters.
Moving doesn't have any children. Have to convert.
Cats
So
are
you could die. Without
And shout out to you guys for
Here's
coming
the
through.
issue. What's the
You guys
I
are
still.
dope. I'll try to find
Now
a
he
clip of that
dies. I
music.
want
I've
to
been
make good on the fact that I still. What's the problem?
Shout out to you
There
guys.
are no
And shout out
family
to
members to
Josh
return it.
for being
So
the
who
owner
do
of
I
the time. The fucking continent.
So
Oh,
higher
thanks, Josh.
generation.
All right, Greg, get there, bet you. See you next week. Later.
Listen, who gets it? Who gets it? The Kohen gets it. Listen, the special halacha that says, Yezel Hager, that when there is no one to give it back to, ultimately, again, I give it to the Kohen. The Parshas Gezel Hager, Love the Parshas Naso, in Ein Yishkoel HaShem HaShem, if Yesh Chadim Yisashin Logoel, Ela Zeh Gezel Hager. Gezel Hager Benjik Sibe, Lo Gasim Da Chatalos Da Hashem Shemos Chach. What's the source? It's back to the Gemara. So Asher Yeshuvu, Zeh Gezel Hager. What's this? One of the things we do we go through the Ger Dalit like any Jewish family. We give that which was original for us. This is one of the macros. So Lachal shall fight in the end. This is because God says, this becomes your property. And who will have this process? This is amazing. It's yours to second to see that part. You can use it with Kaddish process. Or it's Kohanim, it's yours. Yours to the point. What's the second one? The greatest conversation of course is, hey, can you use it to go ahead and affect you? We're going to have to detail a little bit, but we're going to use something. So ultimately, again, the Gemara says that Allah again, the Gezer Hager becomes the property of the Kohen to the point that it says even when you can use it like that. Kind of. And we also reading Yel the Davar Nasa, so also that is over. That's the people. Right back to people. So think of the Davar Nasa with this. Watch this. Think of the Davar Nasa with this. Now, listen to the thing that I want you to do. Think of the Davar Nasa with this. Sorry, think of the Davar Hanasa with this. Think of the Davar Hanasa with this. Literally, it's the first thing that you have to people. You're saying there's Nasa with this. Or think of the Davar Hanasa with this. Bring those to you. That's what you got to do. How you only get perfection if I was standing outside, if I was outside of your news, outside of the Kodesh, I'm standing in the Azar, standing in the court. Point out of the Nissan Kodesh. And I say, Harini Shokit Lahazos Midamol Lamachas. What do I say? I'm checking with intention to sprinkle the blood on the Mizbeach tomorrow. Which was what am I doing? I'm having a Machshava, Chutz Lizman, I'm having a mind to sprinkle the blood outside of the prescribed. Remember, I'm having Kavanah outside of the Kodesh. Something where you something inside. So what's the halacha? No biga. What doesn't mean biga? Similarly, why? Shemachshava b'chutz, the davar nasa b'chutz, no biga. So what's that ultimately again? Having a machshava b'chutz to do something that has to take place within does not create biga. Similarly, hayomi b'chutz, if I was getting inside Kodesh, v'amar, harini mazeh amanas lahaktir imulim, v'lishbok shirai nemachar. And the Kohen says, what? I'm going to apply the blood to the inner Mizbeach on the condition that I'm going to burn the limbs or to pour out the leftover blood tomorrow. So what's that? The Kohen is standing inside the Kodesh and he has kavanah to what? To do something outside of the prescribed time that has to be done b'chutz, outside of the Kodesh. Lo pico. Doesn't take pico. Why not? Shemachshava b'fnim b'davar nasa b'chutz. Because ultimately again, it's machshava b'chutz in the first. So what's that? What the Rabbi named Rabbi Yossi is introducing us to something that's very interesting, which is what? Pigel only works if ultimately, again, your machshava is to do something chut lizmano in the very same place in which you are having machshava. So it's like, this is going to be an important piece of halacha when I say going to emerge from this circle. So it's like, Pigel only works, it's not enough to have machshava chut lizmano, you have to have machshava chut lizmano that applies in the very geographic place in which you are currently situated. So if I'm shechting, that takes place in the Azar, in the courtyard. If I am shechting, or it can't take place in the courtyard. If I'm shechting chutz l'kodesh, and I have in mind to do something chutz l'zmano, but it's a process that's going to take place in the kodesh, then what? That does not create people. Or if I'm standing in the kodesh, and I have in mind to do something chutz l'zmano, but that something is done outside of the kodesh, then guess what? It doesn't create people either. Or it's to create people on both sides. One has to have machshava chutz lizmano, but you have to be geographically situated in the very location in which the people could come to fruition. But if you are somewhere else, then Allah Almighty doesn't create
That's
people.
only happened one time in the entire
The
industry.
Gemara goes by
That's a
here.
fact.
The Gemara says,
That's
"Abahaya
a
only
fact.
bachutz." But if I was
Now I
standing
don't hear
bachutz,
any audio.
bachutz means outside of the kodesh. I'm standing in the Azara. If I was standing bachutz, va'omer, and I said, "Harini shochet l'shmoch shem l'achar." What? Then I'm going to pour out the leftover blood down the Azara tomorrow. Or I'm going to go ahead and burn the leftover linens tomorrow. And what's the why? What happens? I'm having a Machshavas Pigel. That's something I'm standing bachutz, and Machshavas Pigel is about to open. What? Something I'm doing bachutz. So if Machshavas Pigel, then Machshavas Pigel also. And you're in the same geographic area. Where that's Machshavas Pigel to be carried out, and Allah said that is ultimately.
Trying to Patreon, make sure the show keeps going. And I will say that,
one of our cameras
on, nobody really noticed there was no fire
Shabbos people
but
come to
one of the cameras
fruition
did go
in
bad.
order for the
Yeah,
covenant to
and then
happen.
we got a Patreon subscriber
Standing in
yesterday,
one
and it
place,
started
we have
working
Shabbos
today.
people for
Why?
somewhere else, and Allah Almighty doesn't come to us. Okay,
It's like
remember our people.
science, basically.
When
We're
we say
doing
that's to
some
become people,
additives,
rather than
what is it
told
called?
them people,
Like
but what does it
subtracting
become?
additives,
Awesome.
supplying
Kind of
and
already
dividing.
saw. Good.
You know,
All right, Shabbat lady,
it's true.
Mike
It's
Ruff,
very true.
Shabbat lady,
Scientific.
what the positive
It's
part
not
of
only
Allah
Patreon stuff, but also subscribers on YouTube and likes
Hashem
on
Yura,
live videos, and also leaving negative comments
as
is
you
not
will be
good for us.
again, shall be lifted up.
Yeah, only positive comments, tons of likes, Patreon subs,
Mad
that kind of
Mad
thing.
you shows
It saves the day every time. But that's not what they're here. No, they're here to watch 10 minutes of shop. So start the timer, play the cheek clip. Alright, so given the state that we have one monitor now, it's going to be a rough shot for me here, but it's fine, right? Alright, so I did notice in Chang's recently that there's a lot of, that overeating of biblical picture in bed. Yeah, like good times, good times. So that's our first one for today. This one's posted by a guy with a rooster. It's called,
when it comes to
name a better hair than alcoholic bloated Papa. It's funny how different he looks on the right. I'm not gonna lie though, alcoholic bloated, I can't even say it. Alcoholic bloated Papa, second to unscathed Papa. I like talking shit Papa too. Yeah, he is kind of at his best when he's very angry. Yeah, and he's not making any sense. Just screaming about somebody. And then at the end, it's always the best part about that is crazy threats followed by, I don't really care. Yeah, alcoholic Papa kind of looks like a guy maybe in a restaurant near a casino. Been there for a while, drank too much. Got the shirt. He's really going for it hard. But here is the one on the left who is much better there. King of the State Daddy. I can tell from the yellow soy jog, making lots of money, happy. The Addy diet. Which one is left or right? Chewy.
I remember what
you're probably right. There you go. So
I will say, you get to a piece of because you're right. But the rest of us listening, we have it on the podcast as well, which is a very, very, very important qualification in the laws of people. One is only able to make a covenant. People will say, what? If they're Shabbos, match your right, the Shabbos people has to align with where you are. If you are standing backwards and you have Shabbos people about to have bolded and has done backwards, you make a covenant people. If you are standing backwards and you have Shabbos people has something done with him, then you do not make a covenant people. If you're standing with him and you have Shabbos people about to have bolded done with him, the covenant is people. You're standing with him, but you have Shabbos about Shabbos done backwards. Then what the Lord saying, then open up the again. It's not people, but it is possible. What's that? It is an incredible Muslim. What's the incredible Muslim? It's actually a change in anything in life. You have to be
Yeah, man, I'm trying to get to left, Bob. I'm heading towards right, Bob. I got back from the doctor. The doctor's like, you gained 10 pounds.
If you want to
And I
affect
go, oh, she
change
said,
in
and the
something,
doctor said, I got to stop eating
right,
bread.
but it's also
This is like what you think you look like at the
you have
pizza
to be
place, but you
present
actually
in
look like.
the reality. If you're not present, if you're not
What
where
you
you're
think you look
supposed to
like
be,
when you're doing
then
turbo
by
diaries,
definition you can't go ahead
what
and
you actually look like when you pop the trunk. There's
affect
pizza inside.
change your life. You have to be present in your current circumstances.
What
You want to go ahead and, it's true anything. The person wants to, whatever change you want to affect in
Wait,
life,
was there
you
food
have to
in
be
the
present in
car
the circumstances in which you want to affect change. If
That'd be
you are
so funny
somewhere
if
else,
there was
then you have all the most wonderful machshavas you want. You're not going to affect
It's what you think.
machshavas.
Yeah, dude, I had too much
Only
coffee
affected
cake. I gotta
is
stop.
only occurs when ultimately again the machshava matches your geographic reality. If you are not where the machshava is supposed to actualize, if you cannot create ultimately. The next time it's going to blow your mind. And it's something that all of us have been thinking from the first day we started studying. So it says Gemara, Amar Rava, what's the top of the name? Rabbi says, I don't understand. Shkoyach halacha l'maisa. You excuse me. Who cares? Right? None of this stuff applies to me. Oh, listen, it's so validating. Somebody finally said it. I've been thinking about it, but I didn't want to sound like an apikoris. Rabbi says, what are we doing? Why are you spending all this time? None of this is halacha l'maisa. None of this matters to me. Hilchas l'mashicha, big shkoyach. Halacha l'maisa. Yeah, right. Halacha l'maisa. Halacha l'maisa when Mashiach comes. So Rabbi says, I don't understand. Why are you spending time telling me that the halacha follows Rabbi Elazar and Rabbi Yossi? This is not halacha l'maisa. Hilchas l'mashicha. This is halacha l'maisa. Mashiach. Look at Rashi. Hilchas l'mashicha. Hare kabalanu halacha tzichlanu l'mashiach. Yeshibana beis hamikdash. V'achshav lo mitzrachnu la. Rabbi says, excuse me, everybody getting all excited about it. This is halacha l'maisa. Sorry, Mashiach's not here yet. Not exactly halacha l'maisa. Mashiach comes is really halacha l'maisa.
Yeah, he's very short.
He's going to sort out a lot of
tall and
pieces.
powerful.
So what is it exactly that we're spending our time on?
Do you know what the thing is next to liquid death? What was that?
It's amazing. Only Abaye. I should have started with this.
Instead of
I feel like I'm out of water. They would have given us the most listening is element. So I say this gets even better. Abaye. Element. Ata. Kosh Chitas Kachim Lo listening. Oh, Abaye says, you're right. This is like wildfire now. Abaye says, why are we learning any of this stuff? Yes, Abaye. I'm with you. Right? Then now we're 45 blocks into this, I will say. And let's be honest, this thought crosses our mind every single day. Abaye says, tell me, Rava, you're telling me we don't need this halacha l'maisa. Abaye says, or maybe we should learn any of this. Right? Maybe we should just, why don't we shelve using the sacrals until Mashiach comes. When Mashiach comes, he'll give us the bottom line. Why are we spending all of our time? I'm going to Abaye. I'm going to coach you guys, touch him, no listening. No, for Salam Mashiach. So Abaye says, well, maybe we shouldn't learn any of these halachas we're saying kabbalos. Because they're not halacha l'maisa now. They only apply for the Messianic era. So let's move on Mashiach. Ella, Abaye says, we'll say so good. So Abaye says, but we do learn. So why do we learn? Drosh Kabbalah. Hachanami. Drosh. We'll say one of those beautiful privileges we have.
It's one thing not to care, but it looks so bad. Anyways, let's see here. I feel like he is basically 10 liquid discs tall right now. Joe is physically imposing. That would be a funny challenge. You stack up liquid discs near Joe Rogan. Like, how many do you think you are, Joe? Then we get to bet on like how many liquid discs you would never big games. Just tall-wise, or like how many liquid discs can fit inside of That's interesting. I didn't think about that one.
So Abaye says, this is both a subject. This is Mashiach subject. This is the future. This is Beis Hamikdash. This is Kabbalah. Drosh the Kabbalah. We'll say we learn it because it's beautiful Torah. And it's hard for me to understand everything. Hachanami Drosh the Kabbalah. So this is Hachanami. So we'll say Rabbi kind of backs down. No. This is what I need to say. Hachanami Rabbi. Hilchasa
But we always
Mamam.
it's good.
Rabbi
You can
was
check
saying
comments whenever
is,
you want. And by
but
the
I
way,
was Rabbi
When
was
you
just
see
saying,
someone
I'm not
moving around
debating
like
that
on
you should learn.
stage,
Of
I
course
will
you should learn
bet
it.
you
I'm
every
just
penny
not
I
sure
have
it's
they're not funny.
necessary to say that the statements like the halacha follows Rabbi
And then
Elazar.
these honorable
All
guys,
that the saying is when it comes
It
to
does not allow
Christianity,
it. Sean has kind of an elitist approach to comedy. It's quite interesting. He likes bars. He says he likes jokes. He doesn't like stool fucking.
Anytime
I saw someone miming having sex,
we
pumping air, I would just go, dude, Jeff
statements like the halacha follows A. The halacha follows Rabbi Elazar when it comes to matters of Kabbalah. So this year's Mishnah,
And he didn't all he did
another
was
possibility
go,
what Rabbi was saying
yeah,
is follows.
sometimes it's okay. He
Amalei
wasn't, he didn't
halacha.
defend himself.
Look at
We
Rashi.
didn't know then, but we know
Rashi
now.
says, Amalei halacha
Joe
kamina.
will only
Hi,
stick up for himself when it comes to
halacha.
warfare.
The mishandle
Elephant
the
graveyard,
Midian
no chance. Jeff
Midian
Garland,
listening
that's
Mishnah
okay.
Machlokas halacha
Us,
savodo.
doesn't even think
Lefi
about us. Doesn't read the comments.
Shetoligi
Mark
Josh
Maron,
V'Kavosai.
yeah.
About Shikua halacha in
I guess
Elohoros
that is
halacha
something. I
l'maisa.
haven't seen that.
But
If we
Afshad
watch that,
in
we're stuck with the special.
so ultimately, you know what I'm saying? So
I
all
don't
Rebels
remember.
really
I mean, I've seen the clip, but
is
if
that
we
they're
actually
not
watch
arguing.
this in
All
the
we're making
Patreon,
a statement on is look,
what is it
I'm
from?
not disagreeing that you should learn it. Fine, I'm on the same page as you are. Rosh V'Kavosai.
Somebody built this, they're like, this guy's
Absolutely,
hilarious.
you should go and learn these
And everybody inspired me to start doing content.
All I'm
He
saying
doesn't
is
want
that
this on
perhaps
internet.
we may want to ultimately avoid statements of
It was just like it was a sign of
because
like,
the
what if there's a
only
bit
thing
where you
we
have to
like
pumping,
what?
pumping air?
To act on it. Because we don't let act on it. We may want to avoid statements of halacha myself.
Good to meet you, like earlier
Take a quick look at Tosis. Listen, this is an amazing verse.
Still
Look at this
fucking,
on your
if
own.
it's the right
Tosis
bit,
is
can
intrigued
be
by
funny.
this.
But it has to be, it has to be
See,
a
what the
real
other
comic
thing
with a real reason to
any
fuck that stool. There has to be
which
something to
essentially
it.
Mashiach is going to be the person. Maybe you don't have to figure out the mental to spend too much time discussing. I'm all for Rosh Ukabos.
Oh, wow. I don't even remember that. I wish I had that memory.
This is the best.
But doesn't he kind of look like Dave Matthews there? I don't know what Dave Matthews is.
Essentially,
Oh,
learn
okay.
it. Don't worry
Like
about
that.
it long. Don't worry about the conclusion. Because
You
Mashiach
guys
will
be
tell
like
you.
Marco
What's
Antonio.
my job will say? My job is to just learn.
It's gotta be a bit.
That's my job. And I guess you're kind of around the start. Just simply going there and learning.
Who doesn't know what that looks like? Why do you need to pump? Maybe there's a reason.
It's the worst
messianic power.
his school topic then.
Decided by the Melech HaMashiach, perhaps we don't
I think the screaming,
time
you're gonna say the
focusing on too much halacha l'maisa.
Yeah.
So Tosis says this on everything. He says, "Tochas al-Mashiach,
Oh,
ki
it's
ha'ikav
just
na'part
extravagance.
reish
This might- I
ha'maisa."
hear
Came up.
what you're gonna say.
Let's get rid of this.
It's not
Let's
really
stop.
pumpkins.
The duration,
It's a gargoyle on top of it. The sex gargoyle. Yes. And it's not even Caitlyn Jenner, really. And he's a Kardashian.
He said, "The reish sorry,
He's saying that they're like
halacha k'Rabbi
weird
Yossi."
sex
Was like,
gargoyles
this
in
is
turn.
what the-
Caitlyn Jenner into what she is now.
So it's like, so watch this. In the beginning of the second Kedusha,
But
so the Gemara says that halacha was Rabbi Yossi. What does Rabbi Yossi say? Ya'asidin mamzerin b'kah. They say that
Yeah,
they will be purged, they will be
that one's
cleansed
just flagrant.
of their mamzerin status.
Hey, they're
So
both
listen,
bad.
now that is
And I guess
a
you're right. It's not
messianic
really
error.
sex, but it's
One of the things that Mashiach is going to
it's
do
very
is going to
close.
straight
Strap.
out.
Yeah, it's right.
There are Kohanim who are not really
It's like you're imitating someone having a heart attack.
As we've done for 2,000 years, so our youth was tend to get a little bit of stuff. So one of the things that Mashiach is going to be doing, hired mamzerim. That those are mamzerim, I don't mean like that guy's on I mean like real mamzerim. Real mamzerim who are real mamzerim.
Yourself.
I don't mean that guy who's a real mamzerim. Like genealogical mamzerim. So Mashiach is going to straighten all of that out. The Shemanach, so listen, so Tosis says, I understand. If you're telling me Hilchos of Mashiach, so Rabbi is essentially saying that anytime you have a sugya, that's what? That halacha l'maisa, Mashiach is going to decide. We really shouldn't make declarative statements like the halacha follows X. That's not really fair, I will say. Because at the end of the day, if there's a Mashiach discussion, and it's the Mashiach who ultimately gets to rule who the halacha follows. We see this by our institution, but the project of Yossi, that the Mashiach is going to retire the mamzerim. So why make a declarative halacha l'maisa statement in a sugya where ultimately deals in the Mashiach will say, watch this, and this will end. The Shamanach Yemina Akshav.
Well, I think we
So
talked
the
about
Halkik,
that on the pod where he says he brings people on stage and he says, how would you
guy
fuck
has a
this?
halacha on my
Which is a reinvention,
because it was
in
like,
my opinion, of the
somebody
Storming method.
is, somebody, you know that somebody
think it's funny.
So I said, I made a fucking.
It's also funny because of how much it pisses off other comedians and open micers.
Now that I know
Where
that
they're like, dude,
myself,
Storming, this guy fucking brings somebody, right? It's actually, they go, Storming and grammar, this guy does both in one. And it's like, it infuriates comedians to that point where it's very funny. It's called the leg. Oh, yeah. How would you fuck this?
there, even though it was like
In a
that,
million years think of that, so
yeah.
congratulations.
And according to Rabbi, you don't do like the Shia, it could be that by
And most of the move-around people are pushing it, just oversell shit by physicalizing what should be just funny the way you say it.
Just remind you again that tomorrow is
I like
Sunday.
Eddie, I like Richard, I like Fish Rock, bless you, I like Chappelle, you know what I'm saying? Like, I like people that have something to say. All that stool fucking is like, I would never disrespect the craft like that. Well, you don't have to disrespect it, you just have to want to do it and try. If the content is about your physicality, right? That's not dancing. Right. Dancing's when you put like English, like when you're doing this accentuating. It's so fucked up. You're saying it's like screw that, we don't need that.
The yellow shirt is my
We're discussing
favorite because he
interesting
says
about this on here and
it makes no
mainly
sense because the
about
whole bit
how
about
people
scrollless.
is affected.
So I think of all of the specials
Tomorrow
that
left
like
yesterday.
in books when you say it doesn't
They
make
said,
sense.
still, but
That's not true. It does make sense. It's just
They're
out of
vulnerable
nowhere.
comments. What happens
I don't know if that makes sense.
It's talking about huge pussy
by
pipes.
one part
And they look like flying
but that's by
squirrels.
the offering it.
Do you hear what you just said?
It makes sense.
You have people who
It's
are
fucking cool, dude.
by the comments.
Just because you have
and
grades
that's by
doesn't
the
mean that everything doesn't make sense to everyone else, dude.
Yeah,
mayor
let's
says
ask if
it's
that
legal,
makes sense for you.
and if I come
And
and
I'm
say
not
it's
even
not,
standing up for him. I'm just
the position
insulted
that's coming
that
is
you're saying that it's
quite clear, which is the currency is a
Does
puzzle,
squirrel,
piggle,
Joe Rogan squirrel.
until the way. I see Fagel before and not. Until you have a piggle content in
if
every
you're
one
aware
of
of it,
the
I
matches,
guess.
any one
Don't
of the
vote if
matches,
you don't know.
of every one of the necessary probiotic process.
Voting is
Rabbi
important.
Meir
We just saw
says
that recently.
that
There was a
Shita
bunch of
Rabbi Meir
elections.
is somewhat
Okay, the people that didn't
shrouded
know who the
in
candidates were, they
There are two
didn't vote.
possible
It
explanations
makes
of Rabbi
sense.
Meir.
From what I remember,
The leader
they
of Rabbi Meir
never
holds.
So this is what the minute is, right?
Fagel and Bachatzi
Okay, remember he's saying that dudes, if you can get your dick huge, dudes
by
would walk around with shopping carts with their dicks inside of
The
it like a
second
carpet.
possibility of Rabbi Meir is
And they
Chola'usa
would choose
al-Das
pussies would have to get used to huge carpet-sized dicks. They'd be able to fly around like flying
Even if you
squirrels.
don't have
That's what the
continuous
fucking bit is. It makes fucking sense.
It's
It's not funny. Fucking flows and flying.
What does the pussy have to do with flying squirrel?
ends off yesterday. The way we
Dicks are
can
so
law
big because you can make your dicks
saying
bigger.
that
Guys
the
want the
narrator
biggest dicks.
does not
They're
hold
walking around with
the
dicks
Chola'usa
in shopping
al-Das
carts like
rejects that. It doesn't say
now
that once you have
girls'
10
pussies
and 10
have
follows
to
you
get
the
used
whole
to getting fucked by
Rather, it
sharp
seems to be that the Shita Rabbi Meir is
Right,
that
so
once you
they're
have Machshavas
jumping
people
around and
by one
flying.
of the apples, that
But I don't
Machshavas
understand
carries
flying.
all
You've never seen a flying squirrel.
I guess no.
When do we say that ultimately again if you have Machshavas people by one of the Matanos,
So it doesn't make sense because you're fucking
you tell how to come
stupid,
with
dude.
I don't know about that. I won't deny that I'm stupid, but I'm not sure. A
flying squirrel. But how does that look like a pussy? It looks like a pussy, dude. Why do you have to know why it looks like a pussy?
Like, I don't understand why this is a pussy. Aside from the fact that there's a squirrel's
by one
face on it.
that is enough
I know that, I understand that, but if you're saying that specifically looks like a pussy, there is a squirrel's face on it.
Keep going. I've put in the social and Korea.
But
Those say,
Joe
but
Rogan
when it
sees
comes to
vagina
the
when he
blood
sees this.
application out on the internet, there, for example,
Works.
like the 43 blood application applications of Yom Kippur, or Va'achadasar Shabbat Kohen Mashiach, or the 11 blood applications of the Par Kohen Mashiach, or Va'achadasar Shabbat Haram Davar Shel or the 11 blood applications ultimately again of the Par Haram Davar Shel. So listen, in all of these cases, Pigo, being Barishona, or being B'Shniya, or being B'Shlishis, if you had a Machshavas Pigo, let's say you by the first set of blood applications, second set, or the third set. Rabbi Meir Omer Pigo, Rabbi Meir says, the covenant people, V'chayavu alav karetz, and you will be chayav karetz. V'chachamim omer ein bo karetz ad shi paga b'chol ha'am. On the other hand, the Chachamim hold that covering is not, you are not chayav karetz, covering is not become legal. Tuyat machshavas people when b'chol ha'am. In every step, ultimately again of the matimut of the Quranic mandated process. About don't have to go. I want to show them. Achas the mala b'shav l'masa b'nabadu. So Rashi says, you know, if you look at this Rashi, and Rashi goes through and get the 40 challenge that number and just so I'll say, just enough to the parsing will be as follows. And when do we say that Matzana Achas is in the Fagel? That's only ultimately by Daman Hanikana Mizbeach HaChisa. When you eat it, I think all you need is one Hazal to be kosher. But ultimately, again, by the blood, there's got to be something better than like you can fly with. You couldn't, if he's arguing that the lips of a vagina make you fly, because you've been fucked so much, I guess, they're just like flapping wings. Pigo,
Wouldn't you
being
say
very
something
shona,
other than a
being
squirrel?
b'shniya, being b'shlishis.
But what other fucking animal flies that doesn't usually fly?
They
It's the one
look
that
at the
have to
wording
be
of this
used as
Mishnah.
a
So the Mishnah says whether a person
like
has a
if there's
machshavas
a penguin
pigo,
that
it says
it's
whether you have machshavas pigo,
it's like
being very
penguins are
shona,
known for not
being
flying.
b'shniya,
Squirrels
being
don't fly,
b'shlishis. By the
except for this
first,
fucking squirrel.
by
The
the
flying
second,
squirrel.
by the
Humans
third.
don't fly.
Let's say
But if you're
so.
getting fucked by
First, second,
carnivores,
third,
then
or
you're gonna
whatever
have
doesn't
vagina,
mean
you're
one,
probably
two,
gonna
three,
I wish
sets
you could
or
hear the
units
words that you're
of
saying,
Hazal.
because
Rashi
when you
says pigo being very
when you
shona.
say it
The
out
matonos
loud, if you
shalif
isolate what you're
which
saying,
refer to
it
the blood
sounds like a
applications
crazy
inside the
person.
Kodesh Kadosh.
For sure, he's
In
the
the
penis,
Shia, or
carpet
the
roll,
second
pussy,
set of
flying squirrel,
Hazals,
just
which
the
is where
words. Yeah,
Allah
themselves
Paroches on the curtain
don't make
of the Kodesh, between the Kodesh and the Kodesh Kadosh, or being the Shishis on the Mizbach Hazal, or you go ahead and you sprinkle the blood on the Mizbach Hazal, on the Kodesh, you pull it, and it will say, what do you see? That the mayor still goes ahead and still argues with Rashi, Upalik, the Ka'amar Rabbi Meir Pigo, the Inkan Mishum Das Rishon. That will say, what do you see from here? Rabbi Meir still goes ahead and argues on this case. So let's remember again.
I do kind of remember flying. I've heard of flying squirrels. I guess I've never really
hold then halacha l'maisa, a covered only becomes pigo when actually fagel b'chol hamatir. You have to have a machshavas pigo in every part of the kabbalah mandated process. That he knows that we will also be to his house. Is that the mayor ultimately holds that the kalaosa adas mishonos. What's that Sigmar's challenge? We want to suggest that the sheet of Rabbi Meir is that once you have machshavas pigo in the beginning, that's machshavas carries all the way through all of the other as well. Now we quote this Mishnah. Now what does Rabbi Meir say in this Mishnah? Rabbi Meir says, whether you have machshavas pigo, the Rishona, the first set of sprinkling, the Shnia, the second set of sprinkling, the Shlishis, the third set of sprinkling, the Chava is pigo. So they'll say, what do you see from Rashi would call this? Rashi says we call it the Kari Meir pigo. So Rabbi Meir holds that if you have machshavas pigo during sets 1, 2, 3, the covering will be pigo. The incoming from Das Rishona, Ela the Kasava Mefazim Bechatzi Mati, which is in Shlokish. So it's like here, the fact that the Meir holds if you have machshavas pigo during sprinkling 1, 2, or 3, so the covering from pigo clearly says that what? Rabbi Meir doesn't subscribe to this concept of Kala Osa Adas Rishona Osa, as well as these are pieces very well. Referring to Rabbi Meir, even if you have machshavas pigo by the third unit of sprinkling,
that's what I'm saying in a nutshell, dude.
which is
Makes
the sprinkling
sense.
of the
Just
golden
redact.
mizbeach, to come becomes pigo. Also, that's not Das Rishona, that's Das Rishis. And that's what do you see? Rabbi Meir still holds the covenant to become pigo, which shows you wrong. Rabbi Meir's shita is not Kala Osa Das Rishona, so that's not the shita. Rather, what is it? That ultimately, again, what we call Mefaglin Bechatzi Mati. Mefaglin Bechatzi Mati also means that if you have Machshavas Pigul, even by what? Even by one of the Makrim, by one of the Avodos, ultimately, again, that is enough to make the carbon Pigul. She said to the Gemara, already it says, how come I have seen what to do?
That's crazy. How did
So let's look over here. The case over here that the mayor is referring to is where a person had a Machshavas Pigul during the sheep. During the sheep, it's Chad Mati. Also, the Gemara says, this is a case of Chad Mati. What is that?
And the audio is so
Rashi.
funny.
No,
dude, it makes sense. Just think about it. Guys have big dicks and then it's like a carpet roll. And then there's squirrels and then they have like a big, they're flying, so it's like flying squirrel pussy. And then you're like, as if you win at the big, like, and then the prize,
the first double. How do you know why the ultimately the Lord says during the first 7 seconds of the third set?
like the guy in the Billy Madison.
Where let's say the blood spilled after the first set of Hashos.
Nothing you said.
What happens if the blood spills after the first set of Hashos? You go ahead and you shut another animal and you use that blood for the second set, the third set. Therefore, the Gemara says that's no good. It's quite an novel interpretation.
I guess that does. It makes, honestly, this makes me worry now. It makes more sense to me now than Billy than it said the thing
the
about
first set,
elevators.
second set, or third
So
set
that makes me
is
worry about
enough
myself.
to make the covenant people
But
first,
I
second,
understand
or
that.
third
Like maybe
in
if
a
it
case
was
where you're checking the
elephant,
animal
but even
for the first,
that would be funny.
second, or
But I do
third.
remember Dumbo
Which
having
means
ears.
you're having Machshavas
The
Pigul during
access
the
to my
Shemitah.
body, I would
And what?
figure find out
This, in
about
fact, is an
analogies he tried
example
to
of
use.
Kala Osa.
What
Someone
if
is
he
going
became
to
like
check
way from you
and
now
has
that touching
Machshavas
me?
Pigul at the
Oh, I
beginning of the
guarantee you
Avodah.
can check
The Gemara says the Chad Mati.
that special.
Ultimately, again,
Some
if one
ChatGPT
the Shemitah is the first
Shout
one
out to you
to
guys.
done,
Open up the
the
carpet.
Machshavas Pigul is therefore again occurring at the first stage of the Korban, and this can still be an example of Kala Osa Adas Rishon. Okay.
Somebody sent me a clip of a comedian making fun of Callan to his face. He was at a comedy club. I didn't watch the audio. I was doing something by myself, just the video of it, and he goes, giraffe, and he's dancing in front of Callan, and Callan spits out. It's a challenge where Callan has water in his mouth, and he make him laugh, he spits it out. I should have never. But I watched it, and I disliked both Callan and the person who did the impersonation.
Let's listen to this.
Because it was too
So let's listen to this.
complimentary. It should be shunned. So now I don't like that comedian or Callan.
I want to be like self-aware, but also like really funny. Like 6'7" or something like this.
The guy was too good at doing Callan. It was a respectful thing. Like it was exactly what Callan does in a way that made me feel
you go ahead and you offer up the kizayis outside of
like something callous or
Rabbi Eliezer
something like that.
Rabbi
Whatever it was.
Eliezer says you have Potter.
You are right. Pity is on my side and also Blister Fist.
Until you offer this cover
I've never seen a hairless ginger flying squirrel
outside
cookie.
of the afidu ba'alos chutz punktar v'shnei matir.
It's like every argument we have is like, look at what Food Part thinks. Food Part agrees with me. Herpes nuts says I'm right. So if herpes nuts, Food Part, and open wood, well, but I'm right, then I guess you're wrong, bitch.
But Dixie Norman agrees with me.
Then what?
Dixie
And
Norman
the myself one is that kind of she is Rabbi
I
Eliezer.
was saying they agree.
Alma lav avodi well ad sheyigmar kol ha'avoda. Let's say Rabbi Eliezer's logic is
I think
because
Cookie's
an
asleep.
avoda is only considered to be a complete avoda if it's done in its
I'll be
entirety.
the villain.
Therefore, if you
I'll be
only
the
offer up
fucking
the
villain of this
Zion
pod.
of a korban
If I
outside
need
of
to,
a
Captain Gill.
one
Yes, I'm
is not
switched it.
chayiv
Or maybe I always was the Gill.
daktaras kizayis
A lot of 7-digit
havahat
numbers, a lot
sarah
of
kizikkan also
Joe Rogan stuff.
even
This
this
is what
shir
violence
behem
looks like.
kizayis v'krivu b'chutz chayiv
This guy is really good at Photoshop. There's no way.
gomer
What a terrible
avodi
shirt.
לא חשוב לחיובי עליו החודש. אופן אגב, אף אגב בשביתה עבודשים, כיוון שהעבוד לחיוב בסיוע של הודו, שיר הפועל להשלים, לעבוד אחר שינה של 2 ו3 שביתות, הנה השליטה חשוב בכלל, Gemara suggests, towards the Rabbanon, in the Mishnah before, the Rabbanon gives Rabbi Eliezer. Rabbi Eliezer is one of that if you go and you offer up the desires outside of the Mishnah, what is Therefore, again, the Rabbanon were giving Rabbi Eliezer. In the Mishnah will say, this is good Rabbi Eliezer, and say therefore, if a person only has Machshavas Pigos, by what? By Shlita, or by one of the Avodos, that is not enough to make the color change. I will say, there is a group of what we'll call carbonic purists, carbonic absolutes, who hold that halakha l'maisa, in order to affect the change in the carbon, that change must be holistic. That change must be complete. Same way you're only chayiv for shluti chutz if you offer a carbon in its entirety as an you're only chayiv ultimately yet to go if you have in mind in the entire carbon. But if you're just doing, you're just a piecemeal violation, it's usher, let's be clear, it's usher, and you have the ability to download the carbon, but you will not go ahead and make it peace. I have a Rabbi. The Rabbi said, who molded Rabbi Eliezer b'damim. The end was second, Rabbi Eliezer ultimately, again, in the case of Rabbi, this is what? That even one chazah of the chutz has the ability to go ahead and make the carbon people. Even Rabbi Eliezer, we know he holds that the jersey you only try if you offer up. If you do all of the avodas once, but ultimately again holds the blood application, you will be tied to the blood. One hazah, this is not what was illegal. Rabbi Eliezer ben Shimon Omer, Mimakom shepasak yisham lemas. Because we learned that Rabbi Eliezer ben Shimon was this bad the avodas of people hold that from the place that we stop, that's where you pick up. Now what is it? You look at it. This I was saying, it's in the concerned whenever I make a joke and you go, oh, like this. This time, the resolution, we get on a comment on my last one, just what I was saying. The Mishpach Hadam, we'll say, lived in the peace of Yom Kippur. Let's say the politicians are doing Yom Kippur. Some of the blood applications are done. What happens? The blood slows out. So what's that about? Yavi Dam Hater, Yaschil B'Tiva. So let's say, so ultimately again, so Tanakama holds the blood stroke. What do you have to do? You have to start over. You have to start over. You have to bring in your animal and start over. Only over the Kama also Kapara. So let's say, since the Kapara was the blood slows, you have to bring the Avodah again. Rabbi Eliezer ben Shimon Omer, also, you don't have to begin to go around what you do. You just bring in the animal and what you say. You pick up from where you left off. Alma, Avodah, the people that keep puts come down to the rest. What's this? What is it? Which still was it? Now, why is he bringing this up? So when Ezra says he's holding this up, when the Avodah stops, on Kippur, when the blood flows to pick up from where you left off, which I was like, tells you what? Partial avodah is significant as well. The partial avodah is significant as well than what? That even again, among Shabbos people, by one of the avodah should also be enough. And yet we're saying that the Rabbanon who say that partial people doesn't claim to reflect the view of Rabbi Eliezer. But even Rabbi Eliezer seems to be saying that the local events of partial blood avodas are significant. If that's the case, then partial blood avodas ultimately again by people as well. Which the Gemara says. Hello, Omer Rabba, what's the case here? People should pick up a rishon of the shasak b'shniya, the chazar of people b'shlish. What's the case? What's the case of the story over here? Where you had a machshavas people in the first part of the avodah, shasak b'shniya. You had no machshava by the second part of the avodah, and you had another machshavas people by the third part of the avodah. So let's say, so what you actually the olam b'shtil bazos. The case over here is where you had people they want to make sure by the azos. The gashi the fact that people the shno b'shlishes because that's are going to call the rishon shosas to come over here. Because what's the case? We thought ultimately that the case of the Mishnah is where, let's say again, you didn't have machshavas people by the first one, you had it by the second one, or by the third one. And then Rabbi Meir holds those people. Some say it's enough. Then the only way to explain Rabbi Meir from that particular case is to say that what? That the fact of the Chassi Makir is people. That even if you have machshavas people by a partial avodah, that is enough ultimately to make the carbon people. You must just remember that is not the case. Rather, what's the case? You go Shefiko Barishon of the Shasa Kushner, the Chazar Pigo Bashishas. Also, the case is, and the Machshavas Pigo by the first Avoda, no Machshava by the second Avoda, and another Machshava by the third Avoda. The Ulam Tami Darimer, Mishum, the Kasava Shtika Hashia, Adas Machshavas Rishon Nasas, so most of this. Therefore, again, what's the case of the Mishnah? The case of the Mishnah is, I'm doing the carbon, I have a Machshavas Pigo by the first set of blood applications, and no Machshava by the second step, and another Machshava by the third step. The Rabbi says it's Pigo. Why is it Pigo? The Rabbi says, because the Usa Adas Rishon of the Usa. Whenever you go ahead, once you have Machshava in the beginning, as long as you have no contrary Machshava, that Machshava, that Kabbalah carries through. The Rabbanan say it's not Pigo. Why? Because the Rabbanan say you have to have an active Machshavas Pigo by every step of the Avoda in order for it to become Pigo. So Marcy Maldi, the more I thought, Isa that I thought that Rishon Nahadir Bishuli Bishlishis Mali. So I said, I might have thought that I lost a nice one. According to the mirror, if you also call the Usa das Machshava, then why does the individual need to have another Machshava by the third set of Chazos? Having a Machshava ultimately again by the first step should be enough. And the fact that ultimately again we have another Machshava by the third set tells me that what? That we don't say Kala Usa das Kala Usa. Hamashvan, that's not the case. Hamashvan ultimately again, and Allah even though he has a Machshava by the third set, that doesn't take away from the fact that Kala Usa das Kala Usa, which is actually look one moment. Now the came up, I mean, Usa das Yishona Usa. The 100 people who Bishlishes now, the I did not let Chazar of people Bishlishes, the Busashmoinos, the Afal of the Chazar of people Bishlishes coming in the Shtikas Shia, now we have that Machshava Kamaisi. So the condition here is that what? We're saying that even though it's quiet during the second part of the Avodah, we still attribute the dance of the first part of the Avodah to that second part of the Avodah, and therefore what? The carbon is Peter. Suppose I say, but the reason why it's framing over here is that Allah and my Sibachos that the Common and Rabbi Meir is the love of Kala Usa Das Yishona. And the Meir says, once you have Das in the beginning, as long as you have no contrary Das along the concept of Kavana Speaking, then I want to say, what do you have to do? You have to have Kavana Speaking and Kapachala Matir in every necessary step of the Kavana process. So Maskid Ravashi, Midi Shasa Katani, Ravashi says 1 second. Does the Mishnah say? Sorry, the Mishnah says Shasa, right? So also remember, the Lashon over here is the Lashon over here is Pito Ben Barishon Ben Mishkia Ben Mishlishis, right? It doesn't say Shasa. You're framing the two of where a person had Machshavas Pito by the first and the third, but Shasa is implied by the second. That's not what was the Mishnah. The Mishnah says Ben Barishon, Ben Bishlia, Ben Bishlishis. I'm Rashi, you're right. I'm asking what's the case. He goes Shapigo Barishon or Bishlia Bishlishis. It's a case of where we had active Machshavas Pito by the first, second, and third Hazal. Now the what would I do? He said that Usa Das Yishona Usa Mehadar Piguli B'Chol Chad V'Chad Lamali. So what's the I don't understand. If that's the case that he's having an active Machshavas Pito by all three, then what? Then I would have said as follows. And obviously we're not holding up the concept of Kala Usa Das Yishona Usa. Kamash Mona will say that what? That the Meir in fact holds Kala Usa Das Yishona Usa. Even on the case of the Mishnah is where it has ultimately again Machshavas Pito by Hazos 1, 2, and 3. Even though Rabbi Meir technically, the Mashal Meir doesn't technically require that. So Rabbi Meir holds that Allah as long as you have Das Rishona, that's enough. Days, I Baha Bein Katani. 1 second, that's not what the Mishnah says. Right? The Meir will say the Mishnah says Bein. We'll say Bein means what? Bein Barishona, Bein Bishnia, Bein Bishisha. So we'll say, what does Bein mean? Bein means either one, but either one means that what? Not all of them. So how can you set this up as a case of where he's having Machshavas people in every step of this process? But this is clearly not what the Mishnah is saying. Which Gemara says, Kasha. You know what? That is a good question. What's the step of the mind ultimately the effectiveness of that last one? Amr is supposed to say fight. Amr Mar. So we'll say, so again, just so this is a little
Yeah, because that's too like they do the joke.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
That's funny that
remember
he
again,
has to
there's
think
two
about
parts
that.
about this.
Because of
Everyone is going to agree that the mayor holds.
somebody is friend.
They get Machshavas people by some part of the avoda. Technically, it's fine to say everyone can hold the mayor, even though you don't have Machshavas people throughout the entire avoda. Technically, the carbon will still become equal. The shaila is why. So we'll say, so some hold that because the mayor holds. That the fadl becomes enough. The mayor holds, and Allah for myself.
2 days ago, Dana
You could
White's
affect
mom
people
tried to get
through a Machshavas people, even through only one of the
yeah, Ron
avodas.
is wrong.
The other people says no. The mayor's opinion is called Osa Adas Usharos. And in general, as long as you have Das, ultimately by the first of the processes, that is enough to what? And then you don't have contrary Das, that makes it legal. What's that question? The community between those two approaches is what? Is whether or not the contrary mayor, the one avodah you have Machshavas people in, is the first one. According to the first approach, it could be any avodah or any hazah. According to the second one, the has to be the first. According to the Rabbanon, the shittas of the from is that everyone's doing the gas. And Allah commands that only becomes legal when if you have Machshavas people from out the entire process. So Amar Mar Baravash. So Amar Mar a mayor says, Eagle, the Chayav and Allah comes. So let's say, go back to this more. Aman in a Hadir Lu'ukmet Chazer name, Shum the Fadina, but Hatsi Makir. Kapolet, the Kapolet, Rami, the Bahamah, the Comet, the Lubona, Coloring, the Fadina, the Hatsi Makir, Ella, the Hatsi, Vika, Hate, and Amrabir. Remember again, so we're going back and talking about the case of the Torres and the Lubona. And the mayor Paskin, it was that even if you just offered one of them to Machshavas people, it becomes legal. Whether you offered the comments, or you offered the Lubona, or Lubona ultimately again, as Mincha becomes legal. And you're trying to so much less out. Charis Momechayev actually will come at you. Now, we kind of all this agree that one is not Chayev Charis, it's one of us. And so one is a Machshavas people, Komatir of Nizmat, with all of the committing aspects. One is only Chayev people, if one has a Machshavas people, one is only Chayev Charis, if one has a Machshavas people, for all of the Matir. The Amar Mar, Hartzas Kasha, Kach Hartzas Kasha. The will say Marsa is actually a very important concept. The will say the same halachos that apply to create an effectiveness in the carbon also apply for the invalidation of the carbon. What does that mean? Ma Hartzas Kasha. Actually, we will come at you. We'll say just like in order to go ahead and make the carbon kosher. So ultimately, again, all of the material, all of the remaining parts of the carbon have to be effective. So to after hustle, actually we will come at you. Let's say so to ultimately again to make the carbon hustle, all of the material have to be possible. For example, what's actually in the material. So we'll say so the kids are going so what that sounds like you're going to do the same up until now, which is that in order to make the carbon hustle, essentially the mirror process. Whatever you need to make the carbon kosher, those are the same processes which must be undermined to make the carbon hustle. I bahak on the kosher that you give him. The Gemara says. So let's analyze this. We'll say now literally bahak even the kosher is very different. So we'll say it actually comes out over here. They're talking about by the Kodesh HaKadoshim, by the Hazos Bifnei. So we'll say, so by the Hazos, by Yom Kippur, where we're doing the Hazos ultimately again from the Kodesh HaKadoshim. So Psula, Kiman, Delo Avidam. So we'll say, if you start off, and let's say you don't have the right Kavanas, by the Hazos Bifnei, by the sprinkling of the blood inside the Kodesh HaKadoshim, that invalidates the rest of the Kavan. And even if you go through the motions of doing the Hazos, it's as if they have not been done.
It
looks
to me like it's one of those
listen to this. So Starbucks with these markets and as follows. If it's true that we follow this paradigm, then whatever is necessary to create carbonic effectiveness is also necessary to invalidate the carbon. Let's analyze this. Let's take your keeper, for example. Let's say the Kohen goes ahead and does not follow through, or just, I should say, it does something inappropriate with the Hazot, sprinkling of the Kodesh Kadosh. Then we'll say, what does that do? That invalidates the Kodesh. Which then means that even when he subsequently goes ahead and sprinkles the blood in the Mikvah, ultimately again, in water, right? That subsequent Hazot, ultimately again, is totally ineffective. Then we'll say that the Pashtos, why would I be made hold that therefore I get that to the people? They may have ceased to be sent over the earth, then the Faginon the Chatzimaki. You create people even with a touch level. Why is asking is a fundamental shayla? Let's say we're using Yom Kippur as an example. Once you do something invalid at the beginning of the Avodah, then what? It essentially invalidates the rest. Now, what you were just saying is, depending on the mayor, even if you go ahead and have a machshavas people by a partial avodah, that is enough to go ahead and undermine the avodah. But why? Once you go ahead and, for example, you do something inappropriate with the hazos, with the sprinkling of the blood inside the Kodesh Kadoshim, that effectively invalidates everything else. Which means that when you're sprinkling the blood in the Kodesh, for example, what do you do? Sprinkling blood? It's the same thing as sprinkling water. So why would you be kind of that? Rabbi says, so Rabbi gives a more convoluted answer. Rabbi says the truth is, you can figure this out in the case of where you're using 4 parim and 4 se'irim. Rashi points out over here, the Arba parim. Pigo bin Abadin, the Chomak Nosov, the Mishpach Adam, the Shafat Acher, the Izar Parochas, the Echar Alakaros, the Echar Metarosh Amizbech, the Chiber the Kaimor, the Yom HaKudu Kapara, the Knehatzmo, the Abdino Kilchas, and the Skasham Abad Mahaki, I feel that Abad of the Pligali of Shimon. So what's that? So the Mara essentially answering, which we're going to reject in just a moment. You could come up with a case like this, where ultimately, again, I will say essentially, every time you check and you collect the blood, you spill the blood, and have the necessity to check another animal. So if you're checking another animal, essentially you're continuing again by each other. Fine. So we're not going to spend time on that answer. Rabbi says, no, let's refocus ourselves. After you came up with Par Echad, you see the Echad. So we'll say ultimately again, let's refocus ourselves in dealing ultimately again with one animal. So we'll say, so you know what the Gemara is asking here? The Gemara is asking, which is a very obvious shayla. The Gemara is asking a fundamental shayla ultimately again of the mayor. You seem to be accepting the approach that ultimately again you can affect the people even through one avodah. I have a fundamental issue with that. Because once you go ahead and let's say invalidate one avodah at the beginning, does that not effectively render the subsequent avodah invalid? And therefore, if you were to go ahead and have a machshavas people by any of those subsequent avodos, why should the covenant become people? The covenant is already invalidated. George the Gemara gives a very interesting answer. Rabbi Amar Hu Tina Ba'Echad B'Sariach. The Pigulo Meras. Look at the wider lines in Rashi. 4 lines down. The Pigulo Meras. Yehi Tin Chashem B'Shchita. Kari B'Zrika. Dam Kapaso. Hazek Kava Matilov L'Razos the Pigulo. Chashem B'Chatz Nami. The Shasak B'Chatz. Because Mashal Ir B'Mish B'Achshav Akares. Habitz Pigulo. Essentially, the Gemara says as follows. But sometimes, even if the carbon is compromised, it can still become people. As we'll say, that even though, again, there is almost like a cloud that's hanging over this, for people purchases, it can still make it people. We'll say, it almost sounds like, it's not a knas, it's not really a knas, but it's saying over here is that even though, again, the carbon is compromised, ultimately, the mayor still holds that it's carbonically packed enough. Okay, the Gemara goes back to it. So we'll say, now the Gemara asks a kind of question. Going back, remember again, going back on the Mishnah that we started with today, the Gemara spoke about trying to make a distinction between the blood applications on the inside and the blood applications on the outside. So the Gemara gave an example of the inner blood applications. What was the example? Like the 43 blood applications of Yom Kippur. Now the Gemara asks on that. The Gemara says, are there really 43 blood applications on Yom Kippur? There are 47 blood applications in Yom Kippur. The Gemara says, don't worry. Domer in Avila. So what's the Machlokes? What's the Machlokes? It's actually very interesting. If you look at Rashi, Hakiman Domer, what's it? The wider line, 7 lines in. Hakiman Domer, Bukti Rabbi Yosef Yonason, the Matan HaKodesh, V'lokach Nidan Apari Dam HaSoy. Listen to this. We know that we have blood of the cow and blood of the Sa'ir of the goat. So what's the Machlokes? The Machlokes is, are those blood applications, are those respective bloods done differently, or are the bloods together? If you hold that they're done together, then what? You have 43 of those. If you hold that the bloods are mixed together, then what? Excuse me. If you hold the bloods are done separately, you have 47 Hazros. If you hold the bloods are mixed together, then what? You have 43 Hazros. It's very interesting.
Yeah. Jonathan,
You want to say, I brought him Shmona. What's that mean? There's another price of us, and it says, Mark, that's 43, it's not 47, it's 48. So it's like, Hakimadar Mishirayin Ma'akin, Hakimadar Mishirayin Ma'akin. I will say, here's the Shaila. Shaila is ultimately, again, Shlicha Shirayin. The pouring of the leftover blood down the drain by the Yisod. Is that considered to be part of the Avalon results? Let's get to link this one together. So if you hold, then halach l'maisa, if you hold then halach l'maisa, you offer up the blood, the cellular, and the power separately, then that gets you to 47. Plus, if you hold that the pouring out of the blood is part of the avoda as well, then what? It's amazing what happens, by the way, is this unfortunately is an manifestation of doubles. Well, again, we know we know what the coin God will do. So again, after years of doubles, it begins to go on and tell us what's done in the future. We know ultimately we're dealing with a minimum of 43 and a maximum of 42. 48 different applications for the cellular and pouring of the blood down the drain, ultimately again part of the apple. But the American like this. They say,
well, I mean, I think that
when is this said? When is what said? Look at that. The Toseftas and the Nachos Katan and the Ledramurim, Shamin Ha, Nifgila, Hagla, Ba'avoda Atos. We'll say, when would the approach of the meaning that the covenant could become legal with one avoda? When is that so? The Kitzah, was it that's true with the Kitzah, the Matan, putting the carbonic material in the utensil, the Sharis, transporting the carbon, about Bolo La Haktara. That was it ultimately again if the point comes to go ahead and burn the carbon. Nosen as a comes to Machshava, if he places the comments with Machshava speaker. The S Halavona Shishtika, and was he says nothing by the Lavona, no Kavana by the Lavona. Oshanosen as a comments Pishtika, that's Halavon Machshava, or he places the comments Pishtika, in other words, no explicit intent. But the Lavona is placed with Machshava's people. The Emir Omer Pigo Bechayavan al Karis. The Emir was it says that Allah the Mesa again. It's Pigo. It's Pigo. And your Chay Karis. The from the Chachamim say in Bo Karis Hachi Bad B'Cholama. And the Chachamim say about it that what the Chachamim only becomes Pigo when until again you have Machshavas Pigo B'Cholama. Every step of the Korbanik, every necessary Korbanik step. Hatanim what do you see coming there? So again, what do you see from there? You see from there that in Rabbi will say there's a case of where you did the Komet Shtigo, no Machshava by the Komets, and yet what? You did have Machshava Shtigo by the Lavona, and yet what does the guy say about that? What does that show you? That shows you once again, according to Rameir, the issue is not Kala Osa Das Vishono Osa. Because once if it was Kala Osa Das Vishono Osa, it was one of the people. Because at the end of the day, you're not doing Das Vishono. What do you see from here? According to Rameir is that Mefaglin, Mechatzin Mat. And we'll say, even if Shabbos people, even by one of the Kabbanic processes, that is enough for Rameir to make it legal. First, the Mar's Ima, Farnos, and that's how the Shabbos. So let's say the Gemara says no. Say that according to the Meir, the case is where what? The case is where Kvar Nasan is Halashal Machshava. Let's say where you already put the. You already went ahead and put the bone of a machshava, which indicates to us that the first stage was the machshava's eagle as well. Which the Gemara says that doesn't make sense. If that's the case, it was the first piece of the wrote with again the kimitza was done with machshava's eagle. But furthermore, the Bryce explicitly says what afterwards, which indicates to us that what the halacha l'maisa, the first stage was not done with machshava's eagle, and the second stage was, which the Gemara says kasha. That is really a good question. It was like, for our purposes, although it's interesting to try to figure out what the approach of Rabbi Meir really is, to a certain point, halachically, it doesn't matter all that much. Why? Because we pass him like that. It's like the Rambam Tzvi HaMukdashim, Perek Zayin, Halacha Zayin says as follows: Chashav Machshavas Zman, B'Shas Kmitza, Aval Lo B'Shas Bikut Halavos. What's that? What's Machshavas Zman? Machshavas Zman means that a person had in mind to eat the carbon outside of the prescribed temperature. What's that mean? What? Spiegel. Person had Machshavas Spiegel at the time of the Kmitza, but not at the time of the taking of the Levona. Osha Chashav Machshavas Zman B'Shas Bikut Halavona, Aval Lo B'Shas Kmitza. Or you have in mind ultimately was Machshavas Spiegel during the time of the Levona, but not during the Kmitza. Harezu Psula, the carbon is puzzle. There ain't no people. The Rabbi said it is not people. Ad sheyachshav machshavas hazman bechol hamakir shuakometz im alavona b'shas kmitza v'akometz likit alavona. So we'll say saloch lemaisa again. So we see the Rambam that what in order for a carbon to become people, ultimately again you have to have machshavas people bechol hamakir in each and every one of the carbonic emitting steps. So we'll say that now again, to be clear, the Chachamim will agree that if you have machshavas pigo by one of the steps, once it's added to the carbon, it's possible, but it does to become pigo until you have machshavas pigo in all of the steps. So we'll stop over here, share with you all,
Do not get Bert and Joe are close. Other podcasters have, especially the comic book, have other comics on, and those hosts are close with Rogan. When you bring somebody on and they throw a jab at your boy, I don't understand how you just let it ride. Have fun with it. Oh, why? How you not defending your boy after all he's done for you? Even if he didn't say he's a lower level guy, if he's one of your boys, I don't understand how you don't defend them or stick up for them.
How old do you think that they are if they continue to do that? Can they do this into their 60s, 70s?
Unfortunately, yes.
So, and then the second follow-up question, when they're 70 years old, they're still doing this.
Place my name so much
Are they still going to be like your boy? How can you do that to they're 80 years old? They're like, your boy. How can they do that to your boy? Pull that shot. How can they do that to your boy? It's hard to like put like experience to an age. But it's easier to do when they say fellas. You know what I mean? Like when old man
You
says
bless Klal Yisrael, and when you bless Klal Yisrael, I'll agree with your blessing. You bless them, I'll agree with your blessing. As to that,
shout out to Asad in the chat.
in Bangkok, HaKadosh Baruch Hu asked,
And I was right
I
about
don't
most
understand.
all the things I ever
Why
heard
did the
about,
Kohanim have to
but,
bless
like
Klal
old person
Yisrael?
says fellas.
The fact that Baruch Hu is going to agree. Divine agreement means what? Means what? Means what? That God's going to bless us also.
I get it, yeah. Is that but boy? Yeah, so
But if
boy,
God's going to bless me, I don't
does
need your
Rogan say
blessing.
my boy?
And if HaKadosh Baruch Hu is going to bless me, so why do I need to go ahead? Right? So HaKadosh Baruch Hu Yochel Levarchem Ba'atzmo. And furthermore, if God's going to quote unquote agree with the blessing and bless us anyway, then what? Why do I need to Kohanim to bless me? Whoa, this is such a profound shiloh. Such a problematic rashi. It's embarrassing.
Fellas, that's kind of funny. We were only hating on fellas because
you bless the people, and once you bless them, I'll agree with your blessing. Because if you're agreeing anyway, that means you're blessing me. No offense, Kohanim. If God's blessing me, that's good enough for me. I don't need to go on and bless him. If God's agreeing, why don't we need to bless at all?
then you're doing, if you're not being ironic.
And HaKadosh Baruch Hu shoots up.
Yeah, Akash was saying, fellas, my girl's a bitch. Stuff like this. Yeah. And also
Therefore,
doing
again.
Yeah, Yeah.
Roa
What
adam
Shab is
şimdi
doing in
İsmail
this
the
clip
Kurbi's
is just
action
explaining
Yosinda Ayash.
stuff that's very
The
simple,
Torah who knows that.
you know, and then coming to a thing that's a huge overreaction to it.
So
He's
and
like,
so
all
is
right,
blessed
listen,
with
as if
material
nobody,
material blessing.
we don't understand this already. He goes, all right,
That's
listen,
going to do the right thing.
Rogan and
Big
Berg are
thing.
friends.
Lo
And then
yurt
a
selavar
gigantic
babashir.
pause in
Therefore,
between
Torah
what he
doesn't
says
really want to
next.
bless that person.
So if a guy
Usually
comes
fill
on
up
the
with things that
podcast
someone would like to know. So the Torah knows,
and he
and
talks
if
shit
certain people are given certain blessings,
about
you're not
Rogan,
going to
it's
do
like,
the right thing to do. Therefore, the Torah
it's
doesn't
weird
bless
pause
them.
in between.
Viva la Cohen,
Is he okay?
she'ino roa
I just
v'ino
don't get
yodea
I
asido
don't get how you would
shabbat.
let someone
Lo
talk about
yimana
your boy
habrama.
like that.
See, let's say when a coin gets up,
I mean, that's
when
cooked.
it's not sure that it's going
You haven't even done it
not
long
sure
enough.
what it's
Yeah, I
going
gotta do it
I
longer.
want
Yeah,
every single
yeah.
drop off.
You want to talk. That's a good point. I want to talk
I
because I
want them
feel
to have
weird
help. I want them to have over one cardinal song. I want them to
not
have all
talking
of
about
everything.
for
See,
that
let's say,
long.
so the
It's
coin
a
wants
weird
everything
fucking
that
thing.
everything wants.
Here's my
But the
deduction.
coin
You all right?
doesn't know Kish because of the person.
Your
The
boy
coin doesn't know that if
watched
Ruben gets
his
well,
boy
Ruben
get
is
your
not
shoals
going to do
go on Joe Rogan.
The person doesn't know that if
Right.
Ruben gets this drop off,
Facts.
Ruben is
What
going
did they
to
talk
use that drop. The coin doesn't know that. So what does the coin do? The coin just blesses
And your shoals
everyone
talk about how it's
with
not right.
everything.
Yeah.
Rahim overacting for the coin.
Same thing. Yeah,
I
So
know.
the reason why he's pausing,
I know
fuck you,
about
because
it. I know about
very
Ruben. I know what
good.
he's done. And I know what he's good at doing. If he gets
It's
all of his
because I
blessings.
do it right now.
So the Torah who says, I need all of his faith. Can't give it to
Oh, wait, no, I
him.
didn't.
Can't bless him.
Oh,
Coin, you don't. All you see is a wonderful, beautiful Jewish country. And in your heart, you believe you deserve all of the blessings. Therefore, the Torah who says to the Torah, do me a favor. You bless him. You bless him that he should have every single bracha. The Aniyah Baruch. And what is your blessing? I don't know.
he's basically so tired parroting.
That's funny. Even though I know.
Okay, see, because I knew already the Schultz thing of like, yes, he's copying Schultz or whatever, but I didn't realize you went deeper to this. You were saying he's trying to remember how to copy. It's kind of, oh man, that's so embarrassing. You're stealing, but then you just put it like, I'm doing it exactly right. Am I mimicking Andrew Schultz?
You coin, you see people, all you want to do is shower bracha upon them. You bless them for everything. And when you bless them for everything,
it sounds like a dolphin. And today, when I was leaving work,
I'll agree.
everybody's like clocked out.
Also, it's
And
not
I
just
go,
about
you guys,
God can ask you
says you guys want to see something funny.
I'll agree with the bracha.
I was so stressed out.
Even though again, higher than the
Sure, and I took the water bottle, I did the thing, and the one guy didn't say it. He goes, "Is that like a dolphin?"
are
I
blessing
didn't tell
them.
him. It really does sound like a dolphin.
That's the shot.
It's the worst water bottle of all time. I know I've said this
You
before.
bless
It's
them
just so
so,
bad.
and ultimately
I was
again,
looking
I'll
for a cheap
mirror your
water bottle
blessing by
because
asking
Shocker
him
had
about
my
In other words,
girlfriend wanted
it's like the Torah
and
says,
wanted a
even if
water
you're
bottle
not
for some
Christian, you
like
can
concerts she went to.
Because the
She's
Torah
like, I
says
want.
is sometimes I don't
She
think
said
about
they're
what
only
people
selling it for this amount, so I'm looking for something cheaper than that. But really, it was just like a concert thing. So I'm looking for this cheap ass thing, and I find one that's like that price. And she's like, I don't want that. I mean, I just was saying what the water bottle costs here. And I go, oh, and then I did the dolphin. I know it's not made to tip up italicizer because Gerardo told me that after I bought it. You're not supposed to tip it up top. It's got, what a sneeze. It's falling apart, man. All right. Dude, I could be on that show for a flipper, dude. I'm gonna age myself for a flipper. You know what a flipper? Oh, Flipper was a classic show about a dolphin that saves to a fly. Okay, I remember that. I was too lost in the bit where there's another guy that does a dolphin. Flipper, look over there. British shop is his hamstring is broken. Torn. Oh my God, Flipper, look at those kids in that car. Somebody's got to pull them out and ask them if they see Moana. You know, I don't remember about Flipper is here. Oh, thank you, Townsend. Thank you. Put it towards a new model of you, dude. I'll fucking find you and kill you. How did Flipper save people if he's only in water? Was he just... What's the... I don't remember how that show worked. How did Flipper save people? Because dolphins are only in water. Also, we know that they Flipper, and this is, you know what's even more crazy of it is that I can't believe I've never thought about Flipper and Flap. And the other day in Hollywood, never heard of it. I was driving down the street, and there's a dude. I don't know if it's a dude. There's a restaurant called Flippers, and it's a pancake place. Oh my god, pancakes.
Sandy's been sent to spend the summer with his uncle. But there are a few problems. On my side, you can choose your friends, can't choose your enemies. The accommodations of life.
Yeah, that's the guy from He's just not obvious and I cracked down on oh, okay.
The food is unusual. You want your spaghetti with or without?
Without what?
Beach drinks, and there's not a friend in sight.
There's gotta be some mistake. You cannot be my uncle.
Until today.
All right, folks, so good morning. Let's begin. Today, that is Men 41. We are picking up on
Jake, you cannot be my uncle.
Until today.
For 6, 7 lines down from the top right. So remember again, we're still in the middle of that.
I don't think they
by power
I
hat level.
I like dolphins. I think dolphins are chill. If I can swim, I mean, I can swim. Look, I can swim. I can swim. Don't think I can't swim. I can swim. If I can swim really good, I would swim at home. Like I'd swim out of the ocean and swim.
Ultimately use it to national number of the Gemara says as follows. The Gemara says, Lipar, the Pasuk says, if I remember the Pasuk corresponds to here, Vayikra Dalet 12. V'asa Lipar, Kasher Asa Lipar, Katos, Kegi Asa Lo V'Tikra Aleihem HaKol Yisrael Lohem. Fine, that is my action. Lipar, what do I do with that word Lipar? Lipar. Zeh Har Halam Dalet HaTzibur.
Just how deep a friendship can be.
I'm talking about the show from the 60s. We don't need to watch that. I'm just saying, how does Flipper save people? This is gone off the rails.
Oh, it's even good things, but I don't understand. Why would that power
I just don't get it. He's the only saving people that are drowning.
So why in a person can first the power would I need another reference
because I've talked about Flipper this much, like a bunch of people.
How does you go fake Siva? How about that Papa? I will say that Papa comes low in action the following. That Papa says, you shouldn't be boy at moving. Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor, V'yoseres U'shteik Oyos, V'sibire Avodos Lochai. So also listen to this. There's a teaching Allah called V'yoseres U'shteik Oyos. U'shteik Oyos is V'yoseres is the diaphragm of the eye. So the ideal between that has certain components, the kidneys, the diaphragm, are all perched on the head. So the Papa says that he's very father. The Papa says that we learn out from Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor, they're just by Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor, the Koyos, the two kidneys, as well as the diaphragm offered up on the Mizbeach, so too by Seiri Avodos Kochavim, so too by Botok, or Avodos Zorah. So ultimately, again, they are also offered up. So again, Muri Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor, V'yoseres U'shteik Oyos, Seiri Avodos Kochavim. We learned from the fact that the Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor has the V'yoseres and the Kaveh offered up, the V'yoseres and the U'shteik Oyos offered up, and the Seiri Avodos Kochavim also had them offered up. So the Gemara says, furthermore, Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor B'gufei Lo Ksir, Be'keishas. I will say, here's the issue. The issue is that the Torah does not explicitly say that the Shnei Koyos and the Oseres are offered up by the Har Helam Davar Shel. That is not explicitly the Kishas. Instead, one of the ways in which we learn it out is through a hekish, is through a comparison. Here's the problem I'm saying. The problem now with telling me is as follows. We learn out just all these things going through the way. We go ahead and we learn fight. We learn out.
What he's
Koyos
doing
and
with
the
the speech
Oseres,
that
the
he's
diaphragm
giving
kidneys, are
is
offered
very
up by
crit.
Sira of Avodah Zarah.
You know, the
We
whole
learn that out from this
is what you
comparison to
think
Har
you're
Helam
supposed
Davar
to
Shel.
say. It's kind of like if you were a
Learn
boss
out
or something, and he goes, "What we're not going to do."
that the Oseres and the
If
Shnei
you
Koyos
if your
are
boss
offered up.
says that,
So we must be learning out the
that's a
hekish.
crazy
We see
person.
exactly what that
All right,
hekish
here's what
is.
we're not going to
The
do.
problem
Y'all are
is,
not going
in
to come
that
in here.
halacha, it's not
No, you just
exclusively
tell
written by Har
your
Helam
staff
Davar.
what they should
It's
do.
also
Say,
written out by a hekish.
here's how you do it
Parable
correctly.
says
You
as
made
follows.
this mistake,
Is
so
in general,
this is what
we
you do
try to
to
avoid
correct it. You know,
double
we're
hekish.
not going to do
Understand?
this.
That
You know,
if
that's what
I
he's
read
doing.
something
I
is learned
understand.
out
So,
by a hekish,
I understand it's
generally,
show.
I'm
He's got
not
to be
going to
entertaining.
use it
And
as a
listen, I'm
source
entertained. I
to
like
teach
this.
something
No, what we're
else.
not going to do is
So I
make
know
dolphin noises
that
with
I'm
our water
learning
bottle.
out
Oh,
the
really?
Oseres
Okay,
and
well,
Shnei Koyos by the Sira Avodah Zarah, ultimately from Har Helam Davar Shel. The problem is, it appears that Har Helam Davar Shel itself is learned out from a hekish. Therefore, I have a problem. What do? How do I remedy this? Therefore, it's there in the car. Then they have the command to sit maybe this way. Therefore, was it actually extra in the pasuk and explain word in the pasuk to teach me what halacha. Teach that the Oseres and the Shnei Koyos are ultimately offered up on the Mizbeach, and therefore, as a result, now I'm learning out that mandate from Lipar, and therefore, again, I'm not learning out the halacha of the Oseres and Shnei Koyos from Har Helam and Atziva from the hekish. Therefore, below the Have Davar Halavim the hekish, Bozer Umalamid the hekish. Therefore, was able to avoid what? Are able to avoid the issue of something which itself is learned out from a hekish, when being used
You like to go in the
something
bathroom
else
and watch
through
fellows
a hekish. So it's an interesting little bit round
dropping
without
facts on the
so that Papa understands that the extra power in the positive teaches me that we offer up the Oseres and the Shnei Koyos, the diaphragm and the kidneys of the animal on the Mizbeach. So we'll say, why do I need that? Ask the role again. I already have another extra. So the comparison between Har Helam Davar Shel and another thing. It is that the Oseres and Shnei Koyos are offered up. Here's the problem. Is that we need Har Helam Davar Shel to teach me that just as the Oseres and Shnei Koyos are offered up on the Mizbeach, so to the Oseres and Shnei Koyos of Sira Avodah Zarah are also offered up on the Mizbeach. The problem is, the Har is learned out through a hekish, and something that is learned out from a hekish can or should not serve as a source of limud for a second. Therefore, so how do I avoid that problem? By learning the halacha of the Oseres and Shnei Koyos by Har, not from the hekish, but rather by what? In the actual pasuk. How do I learn that from the pasuk? The extra words we can't say it. So I'm going to have to it's the fourth to last short time. So I'm going to have to put lines of the way. I'm going to have I am the part of the Moki that we saw the Har Helam. This is the Shaman Bakina, Aguli Har Helam, the Oseres, and Shaman Yishrik. Is 3 Avodas Kochalim in the Chasva. Some of the Shuvah Sachos. We're going to see this later on days. Later on, we're going to compare Har Helam Davar Shel Tzibor to 3 Avodas Kochalim.
Hopefully you enjoyed the podcast as of now. If you want the full 2-hour interview with Jim Poole, head on over to the page on
I know. I think we watched it before. I don't.
Har Helam Davar with the Philo Sigma Sarsis and Koyos. The problem is that by the Har itself, the Torah doesn't make mention of
suggesting that
diagram
people think
offered up.
everyone had
Ella, the
I know that's
Eskol Helbo Yakri Menu. All the pasuk says is that you go and you offer up the favor, you go and you offer up the facts. Udekisha Bahayka Gamaru Mukar Point Mashiach.
Just think about that
So it's like,
mathematically.
really, the way it's actually very interesting. Really, the way I learned out that the Oseres and Shnei Koyos, the diaphragm and the kidneys of the Har Helam Davar Shel, that those are offered up on the Mizbeach is in comparison to the Har Kohen Mashiach, the Har of the Kohen.
Everyone has
The Sivbei, the Har of the Sivbei. Well, it's with how you say that. The car hello. Lichbo behekish shnia. The hadalav hafi iskish behaikra. Zahbei. Uksiv kasher asal leparza. Harkman Mashiach. The chazer bekapal ba'asal lepar zepar hello. Lichbo behekish. The name b'mena yoseres. The lechavi haihekish sheni. The makom ksiva b'gufal. The lechavi davar halamed behekish. Those who rely on behekish. So we'll say so again. So one more time. The couple says as follows. We're going to see these autonomic days. We're working a little bit backwards. And we're going to make a comparison between the Siyah of the Zara and the Parhalam Dominat Tzibor. Teach the laws such as the Parhalam Dominat Tzibor, the Oseres, and the Shakmalos, the die from the kidneys of so too by the Siyah of the diaphragm and the kidneys are offered up on the Mizbeach. The problem is that it is here that Parhalam Dominat Tzibor itself, the halacha that the die from the kidneys are offered up, needs to be learned out with the Hekish to transform Mashiach. So I'll say in general, there's a logic to this. In general, we say something that is learned out from a hekish from a comparison cannot serve as the source for a second. Therefore, I will say the issue over here is that a Parhalam Dominat Tzibor is learned out from a hekish to Karkoin Mashiach. It can't be used as the source as the diaphragm in the kidneys for the level of Torah is burned under his breath. How do we remedy this? By ultimately gardening the pasuk in the pasuk of Parhalam Dominat Tzibor, that extra lapar teaches me that what? That the Oseres and the Shtak Playos, the diaphragm are burned in his breath. Therefore, it turns out that like Shalanti from Garnatsama. This is the usual. I don't say anything that there's just have no data. There is no words. And there's a problem to serve as the source of the Hagish.
I know how they're saying where it's improved against games. No.
This is where he's like, kind of kavasi grab.
I just stay quiet. I don't say shit. You know, his back's been off to 12. I'm trying to get rid of it down. I'm dealing with the pressure from Billy, which we'll get to. Oh, shit, going on. He dropped his ball fly, which is a routine ball fly. And then he did not block that ball. And then,
why does that say the part? The fish and Emar, the Hindu as Karbanon Shema Hashem. As the Pasuk says, these shall bring their carbon on fire offering. Let's analyze this. So we're going to discuss this concept extensively. I know what it is. The Pasuk says, the Hindu as Karbanon Shema Hashem. The Chatasam, the Hashem Ashigigasam. It says, you can watch this. Chatasam, what does Chatasam refer to? Elu Seiri Avodas Gopal. This refers to the Seir offerings for Avodah Zarah, for worship of Avodah Zarah. Shigigasam is the community of Shigigasam is the Shigashtaga. Ze Har Ha'elam Yavar Shalom. Tzibor. Was it this refers ultimately again to the Parhalam Dominat Tzibor. Was it ultimately again what we see over here as follows. Halacha l'maisa, the Seiri Avodas Gopal. Right, so the offering for Kula Avodah Zarah is written in the same pasuk as Parhalam Dominat Tzibor. So look at Rashi for just one more moment. The name of U.S. Covenant Rashi says the Parshas Karbanos Avodas Gopal. While this pasuk is written in the section of Avodah Zarah. B'shachvachom, you see with Drasha. The Malo Lichtov Zos V'nislach Lahem Kishkagadi. In the Dias Kavanam, Lichtov V'nislach Lahem V'nishtov El Mishum De'boy Lakushi Sulit Suya Avodas Gopavim V'nishtoi Bekra the Parhalam Lahaktaras Imri. In the same Kavanam also listen to this. Essentially, the Gemara saying as follows. That Halacha L'maisa, this pasuk we just told you is explaining this pasuk. The entire purpose and necessity of the linkage between Seir Avodas Gopavim and Chal Ha'elam Dominat Tzibor. That is the purpose of that pasuk. So what's the linkage? What does the linkage teach me? So the Gemara says, Chatasam Ashigigasam. The pasuk means Chatasam Ashigigasam. What's the connection there? Amra Torah. So it teaches me as follows. Chatasam Harechi L'Hak Kishigigasam. Ultimately, Chatasam refers to the Seiri Avodah Zarah. Teach me that the Chatos is just like the Shkaga. The Shkaga refers to what? Har Ha'elam Dominat Tzibor. That was coming to link Seiri Avodas Gopavim to the Par Ha'elam Davar.
Oh, I didn't know you guys were joking.
What is the linkage? So the consequence of the linkage is just as the kidneys and the diaphragm of the Par Ha'elam Davar is burned on his back.
You kids are joking.
The same halacha applies to the Sikri Avodah Zarah as well. Shenigasam Mehechon Lamarta. So where do I know that by Par Ha'elam Davar we burn the Seres and the Shechars, they burn the diaphragm and the two kidneys. After all, if you Davar Halamet Hekish, told you Malamet Hekish, after all, the Bible says, we just said before, we just reviewed that which the Papa said before. But here's the problem. Isn't the halacha that we burn the diaphragm and the two kidneys in the Par Ha'elam Davar isn't that itself burned out from the Hekish to what? To ultimately Par Kwan. If that's the case, how can something that not from the Hekish serve as an input for another Hekish? Rather, what do you have to say? Lomar, Lepar, different the Pasuk says, get your Lepar, Zeb, Par, Ha'elam, Davar, Shal, then ultimately you'll get first the Par, Ha'elam, Davar, Shal, Lipar, Zepar, so we'll say, interestingly enough, Lipar, that first the Par, so we'll say, so bottom line, that the Halacha L'Maisa, that Papa suggests that we are not learning out, we're not really learning out the obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm from the package, we must learn out from a process. So once I'm learning out that by a Par Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor, I burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on this day, fine, I'm learning that out from the word Par. Now again, I can use that for a package.
This is serious, okay? Look, a lot of you, I can see your dad. Alright, like, your dad is... I get why you're not trying to use your dad.
What's the nature of that comparison? The same just by Par Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor, the kidneys and the diaphragm burned on his day, so to the kidneys and the diaphragm are burned on his day. Beautiful. So this is more of a fight.
Going outside the dugout. I forgot. I saw
Amar
and he forgot.
So Amar Kata some supposed to never go back and analyze that right. So Amar Kata some Ilusia Belishma. So it's just a the Pasuk that refers to seeking like that refers to sin offering for
when you do that, he doesn't go.
So I don't know how
okay, I'm looking better. He goes,
this is actually 5 letters of his body. A simple way. Now she says, you Seres HaKavim.
Now I'm going to shut down.
Let's
oh, now
see
you thought that was bad?
So why
Check
don't you
this
learn
out.
how
Now I'm going to apply
again
no effort.
the obligation to offer
Dad,
up to the
I've
Seres
already
HaKavim
made fun of as
to
the
the
guy.
source.
Dad is a
Why don't
gigantic
you go ahead
back
and learn out the obligation to offer up to the Seres HaKavim for the Siyah of his Kohanim?
You have a
Why don't
giant
you
pimple
learn
on the
out
back
from
of
the
your
previous
neck.
pasuk? Because it says, Dalam
Dad,
Hachachos, the Rabbos
your
Siyah
pimple
of
on the
his
back of
Kohanim.
your neck has hair
When
on
the
it.
pasuk goes ahead and
It's
says,
like another head.
Hachachos,
Like Joe
that
Rogan's
refers
head
to the
is
Siyah of his Kohanim. She last 2 lines. Dalam Hachachos, the Siyah of his Kohanim. Lama Lisu Hachachos, Hachachos, Hachachos, Hachachos, that's the previous pasuk. Then what do I need the Hachachos for? Remember that Papa said, I'll tell you why we need it. It's the Saturday Kanina, watch this. I'm at a prayer as follows. Ani Mili Hazos Sivan Biki Fay. That's the first before you can get to the last actually. Saturday Kani Mili. This Rabbi Seva that's Kohen. Within Par Ha'elam. Those are other prayer as follows. What is the comparison? See, here's what we know. Chatasam actually does all of it. Pasuk itself links. Chatasam is a reference to the Sihire Avodah Zarah. The offering is brought forth from the idolatry. And it's comparing it to the Par Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor. Right? So it covers those 2 covenants. So obviously we're telling you whatever applies, or certain things that may apply by Par Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor, apply also to Sihire Avodah Zarah. Now, what we were trying to say is, what does the comparison accomplish? The comparison says that just as you have to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm of the Par Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzibor, you also have to burn them by the Siyah Avodah Zarah. The Gemara now suggests maybe the comparison is something else. I'm going to put as follows. It's the second Kamino, Hanimili Hazot, that's Rashi in the Daf. Second Kamino Hanimili, this Rabbi Siyah Avodah Zarah, within Par Ha'elam. I'm in a place of this will ultimately again be compared sin evidence from Rabim to parallel Davar Shal Tzibor lahazos even the Kuf and the Hedja about your sense of players low. I'm in a place of this comparison as follows. Just like the parallel Davar Shal Tzibor required blood applications, so to the secretly applications also require blood applications. I want to say, here's the beauty of that comparison. The beauty of that comparison is that those blood applications are written explicitly by the parallel Davar Shal Tzibor. So because they're written explicitly, the comparison only applies to those explicitly because we've already seen the obligation to burn the kidney and the diaphragm is not written explicitly, but instead should be done out to the extra with the power. So I might have thought that the comparison just says, just as the parallel Davar Shal Tzibor requires blood applications, so to the Siyah Baluza requires blood applications always. About your Seres Boyos, Shtik Boyos, the Log Sibim Bigufe, Imalo, that I might have thought that what? That Halacha L'Maisa, the burning of the kidneys and the diaphragm, which although we know is a halacha by the parallel Davar Shal Tzibor, the comparison between Severus Compass and parallel Davar Shal Tzibor doesn't allow me to learn out the chapter of the kidneys and diaphragm by the Severus for one simple reason. It's not written explicitly by the parallel Davar Shal Tzibor. Therefore, the Gemara says, Kamash Malon, Kamash Malon said that halacha L'Maisa, according to our Rabbi, what we have now established is as follows. The extra word L'Tar in the pasuk is referring to parallel Davar Shal Tzibor. What do we learn out from that extra L'Tar? We learn out that the parallel Davar Shal Tzibor, like the Tar Kohen Mashiach, we burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on the dead. Then the pasuk comes along. Kata Sam Shishim Wasam. The Kata Sam of Shishim Wasam. Kata Sam is a reference to Siyah Baluza. Shishim Wasam is a reference to parallel Davar Shal Tzibor. So we're linking these two things. Parallel Davar Shal Tzibor is Baluza. What's the point of linking? Now Rabbi says the point of linking is to teach me that just as by parallel Davar Shal Tzibor, one has to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm on the mizbeach, so too by the Siyah Baluza, one burns the kidneys and the diaphragm on the mizbeach. Beautiful. Let's go back. I'm going to praise Rav Nosson and Rav Papa. What's the name? So Rav Puna praised Rav Nosson and Rav Papa. Bahar Tana, Hari Yom Kippurim, L'chol ma she'amar b'inyan. Let's take a step back for just a minute. So Rav Puna praised Rav Nosson and Rav Papa. But I don't understand. We learned elsewhere that Har Yom Kippurim, L'chol ma she'inyan, she'amar b'inyan. Bahar Tana L'Ravos Har Yom Kippurim, L'chol ha'inyan. Amma, Ura Losa Yolit V'Afili Uva, V'At Amrit L'Es T'Dan L'Tziva. So it's ultimately again, you learn from this follows. So Rav Puri Rav Nosson Rav Papa, that we learned out ultimately again, that we learned out from Har Yom Kippurim, L'chol ha'inyan, was we learned from Har Yom Kippur to parallel Davar Shal Tzibor, that everything that is in effect by the Har Yom Kippurim is in effect by the parallel Davar Shal Tzibor. Which also means what? Which means that just as by Har Yom Kippurim, Latanos La'achos, if you don't have the proper blood application, so covenant is compromised. So to by parallel Davar Shal Tzibor, if you don't have the proper blood application, so the covenant is compromised as well. The Gemara says, tonight, listen, remember again, and yesterday's daf, that was the end of Memphis and our top of Memphis and the trees.
It's a social good time. Hey, I go there, it's a concert. It's not really worship. It's more like, let's go there, I'll hear a great sermon, and then you talk. And then you're hanging out afterwards. They got coffee, they got snacks. Texas is a Christian country. Texas is a Christian country. We're Christian country.
So now, the full reason of Nosson is asking him, Papa, I don't understand we use the drug for something else, which the Gemara says. Tonight, in reality, also there is a machlokes. It's machlokes when I watch this. It's actually fascinating machlokes. Hana debate Rav, Marbi Hali. The Tana of Rav, like the Yeshiva of Rav, learns it out in the following ways. Tana debate Rabbi Shmuel, Lo Marbi Hali. The Tana debate Shmuel does not learn it out in the same way. Look at Rashi for just a moment. Tana debate Rav Marbi Hali. כל תנא רבנן קריא תנא דבלה. האם מסתיסים כמייס? לא מרבי אלא לאס בדם
Probably a nervous tick of some
but
kind.
nafkali nifka Rabbi Yehuda mekila chada. What's interesting? What's interesting is that there's general agreement as to the halachos and question here, namely that just as the various parts of the Kabbalic service of Yom Kippur are ma'akif kapara, right? So too again those same parts of the service are ma'akif over again in Har Ha'elam Davar Shal Tzipor. Right? So but at the end of the day, my focus is where we're going to learn the outcome. So the Gemara essentially says as follows. That's kind of the big Rebbe, you haven't told me very bad, learn Mardi Hockey. In fact, read now like this. Kind of the big Yishua, no Mardi Hockey. So let's explain to us as follows. So kind of the big Yishua, no Mardi Hockey. Kind of the way so watch this. I'm sorry. So let's begin again. Right. Kind of the way Mardi Hockey. Kind of the yeshiva Rabbi was in fact learns it out to this way. We're going to explain each of these things. Kind of the way that Yishma low Mardi Hockey. Kind of the yeshiva Yishma was like just not learn it out this way. What's the Russian that's seen for this year? Kind of the way that Yishma. Listen, watch this. So kind of the way Yishma learns this how let's do beautiful. Nickname man be'enu. Yoseres ishte klayos b'tar koin Mashiach. Below Ne'emar b'tar ha'elam davar shel tzibur. What we established already in the previous thing as well is that there is an obligation to go ahead and burn the kidneys and the diaphragm, both by par halam davar shel tzibur as well as by the par koin. Right? We've already established this. What else did we establish? The obligation is written explicitly by the par koin Mashiach, but it's not written at all where? By the par halam davar shel tzibur. We'll say, right, that was the whole Torah of our couple. We learned it out from the extra on the par. Finally, Rishon asked, why not? Why not? If indeed the obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm applies equally to par ha'elam davar shel tzibur as it does to the par koin Mashiach, then why not write it explicitly? Why not write it? It's a good shot. Why not write it explicitly? So the Gemara says again, why is the Torah explicitly right? The obligation to burn the kidneys and the diaphragm by the par koin Mashiach. Below Ne'emru b'par ha'elam davar shel tzibur, and yet it's not written by par ha'elam davar shel tzibur. Again, one more time. When we say that it's not written by par ha'elam davar shel tzibur, what does that mean? It's not written, although we know that what? There is an obligation. We know that we do burn the diaphragm and the kidneys by par ha'elam davar shel tzibur. We learn how, again, we just know we learn how from the par. But why isn't it written explicitly? This is beautiful idea. Mushal. It's like, this is as good as we're going to get. I got it, right? This mushal, like this is, so enjoy this. Mushal, I'm just kidding. You're giving me mushal, Lemelech, Basada. What's it? It's to be compared to an earthly king. Shazam al ohavo. He gets upset. A person he loves. So the king is someone he loves. He gets such a person he loves. Who we ate this year, and ultimately, what does he do? He goes ahead and he minimizes the degradation that he heaps upon this person because he loves him. What does it say? If the king has someone who he loves, if that person who he loves wronged him in a significant way, the king added his love for the transgressor will minimize the amount of degradation he heaps upon him. So what's the nation? We're going to look at Rashi in just a moment. Rashi understands the mashal, although understanding this mashal is a bit of a machlokas Rishonim. We're just going to focus on Rashi over here. Al ohavav. So Rashi understands in the nimshal, obviously the king is HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The loved one who transgresses is Klal Yisrael, right? So that's a reference to the Har Halam Davar Shel Tzibur. Meets this year, keeps everything right. The Par Koin Mashiach is the par of the suffering of an individual. The Par Halam Davar Shel Tzibur, I will say, is where the majority of the tzibur transgresses. The nimshal is, the Baruch Hu is the king, right? So when the king has someone who he loves, who transgresses against him, so there's going to be a punishment that the king limits the amount of degradation he heaps upon his loved one, because he loves them. So too, the Baruch Hu loves us, Klal Yisrael, but Klal Yisrael sins as manifest by what? By the need to bring the Par Halam Davar Shel Tzibur, So HaKadosh Baruch Hu minimizes the degradation. What's the minimization of the degradation? Torah doesn't explicitly say that you have to offer up the kidneys or diaphragm on his back. You know you have to do it, you learn it out, but the Torah doesn't explicitly say it, kind of as a way of minimizing the degradation of cloud. So it's an incredible and beautiful muscle. Even when HaKadosh Baruch Hu gets upset at us, and even at the end of it, we've done something wrong, and even there's an obligation ultimately against to make amends for that which has been done wrong, the Rachmanos of the Rebbe Shalom is always there. Even in a very small and nuanced way, he wants to minimize ultimately again the degradation, keep on top of this one. An incredibly beautiful idea. Also, the saying is as follows: like going ahead and not explicitly articulating or stating some of the parts of the sacrificial service, so you must see that as a minimizing of the degradation of bodies. The targeting that you show, again, we should have shown as follows. Watch this. The pasuk says as follows: Kabbalah kohen etzba with the kohen would go out and put his finger in the blood. The Gemara says, the pasuk says, "V'yisa min adam sheva pamim lifnei Hashem es kivei haroches hakodesh." So the pasuk over here says the kohen will dip his finger in the blood, and he will sprinkle it 7 times on the curtain of the kodesh, right? This is the curtain that divides between the kodesh and the kodesh kadosh. So like this: "Mipnei ma ne'emar haroches hakodesh v'par kohen Mashiach." Below ne'emar v'par helam davar shel tzibah. So we'll say, now watch this. Now the halacha is both karbanos, the par kohen Mashiach, as well as the par helam davar shel tzibah. We'll say both of them have an obligation of hazah on the curtain. So yet, interestingly enough, the obligation is explicitly stated, or I should say, it uses the word haroches hakodesh by par kohen Mashiach, but yet doesn't use that same verbiage by par helam davar shel tzibah. Why not? Jewish the Gemara says, I'll tell you why. Marshal Amalek Basar Adam Shesarcha Alav Nabina wasn't this can be compared to a human king, but let's say his constituents rebelled. As listen, his Medina rebelled. So what happens? If some of them rebelled, it's okay, because Hamal Yeshalom is chaos. Ultimately, again, his kingdom is still preserved. Even if some rebelled, his kingdom is still preserved. In Ruba Sir, ultimately, even if the majority of his kingdom rebelled, then what? In Hamal Yeshalom is chaos. In other words, then what? Then the majority rebelled, and his kingdom is no longer. That's the Rashi says, "Mipnei ne'emar haroches hakodesh, v'aras b'par kohen Mashiach ksiv es pnei haroches hakodesh, u'b'par ha'ida ksiv es pnei hakapodes." So it's ultimately against Rashi's point is that by par kohen Mashiach it says haroches hakodesh, but yet by the par helam davar shel tzibor it just says pnei haroches. So what's the pshat? Hamal Yishlo Rashi says, "Kinisas kabulas at sasa." Only Hamaskimim Ladaita, Asher Divrei Sasra Lorem, in Ruba Sarcha, was that the king has the kingdom and the majority of his constituents rebel. In Pamal Yeshamo Kayames, his monarchy is not preserved. Harivim Sulat Nikibasa, Umachnisam the Mixas, they Nibo Gaspa into Barishona. So it's like, furthermore, the subjects rebel and his kingdom is no longer intact. The king no longer has the awareness to give his power to the genetics. Hatanani, gave them the Tzibur Sarfa, the Yafa in contribution. When it's the Pakwan Mashiach, so that's only one person, so to speak, is rebelled. The relationship between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and the Am is still intact. Therefore, uses the promotion of Haroches HaKodesh, and what is the Par Helam Davar Shel Tzibur? We're what? When this case, again, the majority of the Tzibur has done something wrong, so there is a certain degree of relationship erosion between HaKadosh Baruch Hu and Klal Yisrael. How is that relationship erosion manifest itself? It doesn't say Haroches HaKodesh, it just says Haroches. Almost almost like as that lack of a word shows a certain emotional withholding of HaKadosh Baruch Hu. The relationship is not the same in the Klal as a whole. The majority of the Klal sins, even though, again, remember, this is accidental. This is not intentional. At the end of the day, again, when it is national sin, there is a big of relationship erosion that manifests itself in a little bit of a shorthand
How about my
version of
son's
the
intervention?
It doesn't say Barokas HaKodesh, instead it just says Barokas. Rasha Inking, when it says the Kongodol lesson, but the Mishnah Moshe, the Mishnah is intact, it uses the full verbiage of Barokas. Beautiful word. What's this? The Viha, in Rasam Kulot Ketikna. Therefore, we'll say the Pasuk says this also. Remember, now the Gemara is quoting from the Mishnah. Now, the Mishnah said, and here we're going to get into a very interesting. I should have pointed out that the next one, I gave you that mushroom initial according to Rashi. Right? Now, others have a dramatically different interpretation, but I'll save it for the next one. So, let's remember again, the Mishnah said as follows. The Mishnah said that they said when a person did all of the blood applications, all the blood applications, he take them in the right way. Then this is what the conference there are 4 blood applications. Let's say a person ultimately again did all of them correctly, but one of them incorrectly. What's the law? The carbon is hustle, but in colors. So ultimately again the carbon is hustle, but the mice again there's no colors. Okay, so no colors, meaning it doesn't become people. So we'll say now watch this. It's actually a fascinating studio. It's not hustle. People becomes below the Levona. We'll say below the Levona. Remember again, it's not carbon. So covenant couple says 2 parts.
So I wanted to
There is
reveal
the
this
comment,
fact.
which is
Something
when the
that
pancakes the
is
flour ultimately are
along
going
with
to
that
be
is
the
that you
and
create
then there is the lavona, the burning of the frankincense.
korban
So let's say again, the Kohen has a machshavas people, which means he has in mind to go and let's say eat the carbon outside of the prescribed and put his mano, but he only has the machshavas people by the komets, but not by the lavona, or the lavona below the komets. Or we'll say what ultimately again in the lavona, but not by the komets. So we'll say, in other words, he only has the machshavas people only by one part of the avon. What's that? The Mir Omer Pigel B'chayav and Allah. The Mir says that's enough. Machshavas people by one part of the avon is enough to rock. Is enough to go ahead and make people in the Chayav colors. Racham Racham Sino. In Bokharis Achi Palda B'chalamat. This is amazing. The Chachamim say that a carbon can only become pigul when Rabbi say only have a machshavas pigul by what we call the chol hamat. Only if you have machshavas pigul ultimately by what we call the matir, the necessary carbonic steps. Only if you have machshavas pigul by all of those steps does the carbon become pigul. But if you just have machshavas pigul by one of those steps, that does not make carbon pigul. Let's watch this. This is an enormous essentially saying that once you have machshavas pigul by one of the necessary avodah steps, that makes the carbon pigul in its entirety, even if you not have that kavanah subsequently, by any subsequent step. In order for a carbon to become pigul, there has to be a machshavas pigul in all of the permitting steps. The chol hamatzim, all the permitting steps. So listen, I watch this. Looking my hand the son of the family, the Katzimatir, the Lord say, I want to be near logic. So Rish Lakish says, don't assume that the mayor's logic is because he holds Mefaglim Katzimatir. So Mefaglim Katzimatir means that ultimately, again, even if you have Machshavas pigul by one of the permitting steps, that's enough. That's not Rabbi Meir's logic. What's Rabbi Meir's logic? Watch this. We go Shanasan Esakomas the Machshava, Vahalavona B'Shtika. Let's say Meir's case is as follows. Where when doing the Kmitza, the Kohen had in mind for people. The Kohen had in mind to eat it 2 days from now. When he offered up the Lavona, he had no intent. B'Shtika. What does Rabbi Meir hold? Kasavar, Halaosa Aldas Rishona Huosa. Now we'll say, what's Rabbi Meir's logic? Rabbi Meir's logic will say is, the halacha reminds us when you begin a process with particular das, and then again you don't have any das to the contrary, that first das governs the process in its entirety. Therefore, what? Therefore, halacha reminds us, if I'm the Kohen and I do the kmitza with machshavas people, I have the mind to cover 2 days from now. So when I see something to do the lavona, then what? I have no das. Then we assume that the first das that I have the rest of the carbonic process. That's why that's what we call Kala'usa Adas Rishon Rusa. Whoever conducts himself based on the first das I had, unless of course what, at some point I have contrary das mimai, where do we see this from? Midiktani, what did the Mishnah say? The ficha in nasan kulan kintikna, va'achas shelo kitikna baso. Remember again, what did the Mishnah say? The Mishnah said if I did all of that, so the last one that I didn't do in the right way, possible. Ultimately, again, the covenant is possible. The aim paris. And I've also said there is no paris application. What do you see here? Ha'achas shelo kitikna, v'kulam kitikna, pigo. Listen, I can perfectly understand that one. And if I were shelo kitikna, if I were to do one of them inappropriately, the kulam kitikna, if I were to do one with machshavas pigo, and the rest of them kitikna. Now, what's like kitikna? That actually all explains what you're going to use. That Lamais, I'm doing all of them correctly, but still under the same gas as the first. Like pigo, they're making pigo. Money. Also, you get the justify. Illing Rabbanon, if you want to say it's Rabbanon, Ami Rabbanon, Imachagum Mechatzi Matir, Rabbanon says the only way a card becomes Pigo of Osai Sao is if you have Machshavas Pigo with every necessary step of the Kabbalah process. Ela Rabbi rather than Masi Rabbi Meir. So the Gemara says, the Itai Mas Rabbi Meir, Mishon Imachagum Mechatzi Matir. If you want to say the Meir's logic is what? That you go ahead and affect Pigo. Even just by having Pigo, even just by having Machshavas Pigo, you want to be able
$100 says,
you should be mechaglim mechatzimatinu, afilu k'dibichani nami. So that's the case ultimately again. And it's in the company of Rabbi and the case in Mishnah. We see once a lav mishum b'chasavar, v'lo usa adas mishum. It must be able to say because the rare God is when you have the initial das, and that das is never attended by a secondary das. That das governs the entire Kabbalic process, even if on the other side I didn't have in mind, by the subsequent Kabbalah. Therefore, I will say, if I begin the Kabbalic process with the Machshavas people, and again I have Shtika, I have no other das with the rest of those Avodas and the mirror holes, that makes the covenant people. However, Shua Yitzchak, the Ulam Rabbanon, the Mishnah Rabbanon, what does it mean when I said, when the Mishnah says that I do the subsequent Avodas Kitikran? Kitikran the people. That's what it means is, I did them in accordance, namely to make it big, which does make sense. But I did tell you the Picha, and not some Kiman Kitikran, the Akka Shalom Kitikran, hustle in both sides. That was when the Mishnah says, Picha, I went ahead and watched. I did all of the Azos Kitikran. And one Shalom Kitikran, the carbon is possible to go cars. Muklau, the Tikna lacks fewer dasa. So it sounds like ultimately means I'm doing the Hazon the right way. Rabbi says, no. My Shalom Kitikran, what does it mean when it says that I do Shalom Kitikran? Muslim Komo. Well, so that ultimately means what? That means that I have Kabbalah to go ahead and eat the carbon outside of the side area. Having my do slow. Mechlal, we'll say now that indicates to me, Mechlal, the Elo Avadla, Muslim Komo, Veshelo, Vishmo, Metayim. But that's what it sounds like, that if I don't do it, if I do, I don't do it. The last Hazor, with the intention of Muslim